In a small city near the border of the Crete Empire, Lu Jiu stood by the side of the Nami River. This wide river had nourished countless people across many countries. Housewives had washed their clothes in its waters, while children played along its shores. One would hardly believe that, on the other end of its waters, lay a scene of total carnage. Countless people, who were fighting to protect their city, had died within the slaughter. Flames from the carnage burnt the heavens crimson, as Babas became a city of the dead. Neither sadness nor fury would lead to the city's salvation. Lu Jiu sighed with great disappointment in his eyes. He looked towards the heavens and located the weak rays of a star, which was less than a kilometer wide, in the bitwall. It was one of the countless stars from Maria's world. Suddenly, the star, which was floating far away in the great nothingness, was condensed, as if it was being controlled by a greater power. It was then guided away from its original route, as if drawn to the earth, and fell. As it crossed the space of the bitwall, it accelerated until it reached Maria's world. It then passed through the ozone layer, creating a bright light from the intense friction. The path of the star was dazzlingly beautiful as it made its way to its final destination, the southwest region of the Alan continent. Within the Monarch Palace in Babas. After Adonis had left, the remaining Death Knights surrounded the survivors. The original 30 priests had been severely incapacitated by the army by the 6 special-class Death Knights. Less than 10 of them were left, all of whom had grievous wounds. "Please, please don't kill me," an elaborately dressed noblewoman shrieked. A mustached aristocrat then turned toward Adonis's departing figure and asked, "Why are you doing this, Adonis? Aren't you our king? Why are you treating your people like this?" "I don't want to die. I beg you, spare me. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want, please." No matter what kind of prayers or curses were flung at him, Adonis did not even pause. Many Death Knights formed his entourage, their long swords drawn and their crimson eyes staring coldly at the crowd. They were in the center of the magnificent royal garden amid countless rows of armored Death Knights. The last 100 survivors were in the throes of despair, many having collapsed on the ground, not even having the guts to stand up again. "Enough, Adonis," a familiar voice was heard from the distance. Adonis turned back. Although the owner of the voice's figure wasn't visible yet, he could sense a familiar mind power frequency. Boom! The wall of the garden instantly collapsed as the Death Knights outside were gored by stone spikes. The entire corridor was covered with the bodies of Death Knights, as they had been impaled by the spikes. Edward stepped over the corpses, moving towards the opening within the garden. He was walking towards Adonis. As he made his way, the Death Knights parted to allow his passage. Edward hadn't changed his outfit for several days, and the bags under his eyes were extremely dark. He looked as if he hadn't rested in a very long time, as if he had been diligently preparing for something. Yet, he was not too fatigued for his eyes to continue holding a strong sense of determination. The elaborate king's robe, which Adonis was wearing, had already become tattered. As he watched Edward approach him, Adonis suddenly burst into laughter for some reason, as if he was greeting an old friend. Adonis dug through the rubble to uncover the throne. It was unscathed even after the battle, so he sat atop it and looked at Edward. After a casual greeting, he asked, "Why didn't you leave?" Edward stood before him and looked at the face that he knew so well. It was both familiar and mysterious to him, having the greenish pale tint of a monster and eyes that were bloodshot and crimson. Staring at the speechless Edward, Adonis began to mutter to himself, "Haha, this throne really is both hard and cold. How boring." As if he finally saw Adonis for what he truly was, Edward finally spoke. "Was it worth turning yourself into this wretched form? To give up sunlight, poetry, the warmth of the earth, even to give up all of the desires of humanity, just to live forever in an icy prison? Adonis lounged on the throne, then tilted his head to look at Edward. He then asked, "If life was tied to a pile of rotten meat, wouldn't it be quite meaningless? What is called life is merely the pursuit of the meaning of your existence. I have found that." Adonis continued to explain, "I want to become stronger. I want to control my own fate. I want all of my fears, my hate, and my pains to disappear. That requires immense power, as only the strong can master their fates. Wizards were not meant to lead the people." Edward lowered his head, then lifted it again after a long time. His face was twisted and warm tears fell from his face. He was so agitated, spittle flew out when he spoke. "Does your strength come before the lives of others? Is that a reason to kill millions of innocents? To turn the world into a living hell?" As Adonis solemnly met Edward's gaze, he saw his fury, pain, and sadness. Adonis then licked his lips and enunciated 2 words clearly, with deadly serious eyes, as he stood up from the throne. "Of course." Adonis looked toward the survivors and the Death Knights. Then, almost as if all of the Death Knights within the palace could sense his gaze, they each stopped mid-step and kneeled towards Adonis. The civilians of the city were extremely confused, as they looked towards the direction that the Death Knights were kneeling towards, then spotted the palace. It was as if these demons from hell were welcoming their king. Yet, theirs was not a king of men, but a ruler of the dead. Life is brief and insignificant. Only death is eternal. As such, I will bring everyone into an eternal kingdom of death. All shall join my kingdom and bow to my power, as I am the master of death." Adonis decreed. Edward pursed his lips and spoke with red-rimmed eyes, "You're wrong. Your path is wrong." Adonis spoke back, unfazed, "I am right, and I have always believed it to be so." Edward pointed at Adonis as he roared, his voice breaking, "I will not let you succeed. I will never let you turn your delusions into reality." Adonis looked at Edward and finally screamed his name. "Edward." Then, a few frigid words were minced out from the ghastly white teeth. "You cannot save anyone." The eyes of the 2 men hardened as they walked slowly towards each other, their footsteps gradually accelerating in speed. The green glow within Adonis' eyes grew as the black aura of curse witchcraft filled the space and encroached upon Edward. Edward's mind power had begun to spread his blurry dream space into the surroundings. The dream element seemed to cancel out Adonis' curse. Compared to Edward's, Adonis' mind power was far more powerful, and it gushed towards Edward like the sea. Edward's own dream power was like a strong fortress, shielding him from the impact. "You shouldn't have come, Edward. I know you too well, as I was the one who taught you all about witchcraft," Adonis said, then asked, "Do you really understand me, though? Did I ever understand you?" At that moment, a large number of stone spears jabbed towards Adonis. After practicing dreamcraft, the precision of Edward's blood witchcraft had become far more sophisticated. He approached Adonis, who continued to dodge his attacks. The stone spikes blocked his retreat, and the 2 men began to battle around the huge ruins. This was a real battle between wizards. In addition to blood witchcraft, all kinds of other witchcrafts, which were based on casting materials, appeared in their hands. In the aftermath of volleys, fireballs, and huge flames, the ground had been charred black. Another section of the ground was covered by a thick layer of frost, the space's low temperature being enough to cause the rock face to splinter instantly. The sound of explosions intertwined with the echoes of collapses and rapid footsteps. While attacking each other, the pair continued to use illusions to interfere with each other's judgments. As such, a tiny mistake was enough to determine the entire outcome of the battle. Edward suddenly pulled out a long sword from his robe, then forced Adonis into close-quarter combat. Adonis immediately reacted by drawing two short blades from his sleeve. Edward swung down with a heavy blow, while Adonis parried him with a single arm. The sword was verted, sending out a loud clunk and a trail of light, which resulted from the friction. Adonis pushed Edward back with one hand, while he sliced towards Edward with the other. Edward retreated, so Adonis chased after him, both of them proficient at blood witchcraft, as they were fellow disciples, who had accepted Boar's inheritance. As such, they had both transplanted the bloodlines of magical beasts to gain strong bodies and heightened endurances. Moreover, they had awakened nearly 10 kinds of bloodline abilities. These abilities were not necessarily the strongest, but they were chosen to match each other as perfect combos. No matter their strength, speed, perception, or reaction, their mastery over their bodies was raised to the limit. Thus, ordinary long-range attacks could only delay them. Even so, it was still quite difficult to actually launch those attacks on them. The two men were fighting in close range right now, signaling that the testing phase was over. While they were in close range, they also used witchcraft constantly, with Edward manipulating the sand, Adonis controlling his blood. Adonis made a solemn face, then said, "You have made great progress. Though the power scale of your mind power is the same, your control over your mind power is far better than mine." Because of his cultivation of dream witchcraft, Edward's accuracy and precision had improved, and he was able to control a large number of sandstones to swirl and collide with Adonis, a torrent of blood. After the two forces cancelled each other out, the two of men clashed in the center. They moved fast enough to leave after images via passing flashes of special abilities and witchcraft. It was a dizzying sight. Edward, having suddenly found an opportunity to use the sword to his advantage, slashed at Adonis, who immediately stabbed a short blade into the gravel to avoid being blown away. Edward then used the trick that Lu Jiu had taught him, levitating two huge stone palms from behind Adonis and holding him down. As Adonis was tightly bound, his unique blood witchcraft activated. A large number of blood-red ribbons suddenly extended from his back, instantly tearing the stone palms apart. Adonis jumped up, and as the dense blood-colored vines behind him began to surround Edward, he shouted, "Enough!" Edward looked at Adonis, intensifying the usage of his dreamcraft. He was on the verge of materializing his artificial dream space. Then, as black mist was appearing from his Edward's dream space, Adonis's face changed. "Curse witchcraft, how would you know of it?" Adonis asked. At that moment, a steady stream of powerful curses poured out from Edward's dream space and enshrouded Adonis. Although Adonis fought hard against this, it was already too late. This persistent mind power chased after him like the most bone-chilling poison. To make matters worse, it was continuously being released from Edward's dream space. Screams of regret echoed within the skies, each of them filled with cold malice. Adonis fell from the sky, his entire being clouded in disbelief. "What is this?" Adonis roared, while looking at Edward in fury. "You were the one who told me that a prepared wizard is invincible. Since I dared to seek you out, of course I have prepared some countermeasures." Edward at Adonis, then added, "The so-called curse power is just a variant of mind power that interferes with reality. In the macro scale, it can manipulate and change the laws of the world. In the micro scale, it is derived from the inner strength of each person, such as their inner feelings and resentments." Edward continued to explain. "I arrived late because I was at the central tower of Babas, collecting the curses of all of your victims who died while still harboring resentments towards you. When people die, their awarenesses are broken down and their souls disappear. Their residual emotions will remain for a brief period of time. Can you feel that? Those are the curses of every victim in Babus. The curses aggressively whittled down Adonis' mind power and invaded his awareness. Adonis heard the anger and resentment of over 1,000,000 vengeful souls in his head. This hatred and resentment was aimed at him alone. Adonis felt his own awareness dissipating, while his control over his body faded. His mind power and awareness were also being polluted and destroyed. Adonis felt his death approaching. Strangely, this made him suddenly become calm. As he got closer to death, he seemed to even surge with a sense of delight. So this is death? Ah, death, how beautiful. This is true eternity. Adonis stood within the ruins, ranting like a madman. He was filled with a sense of morbid appreciation of the death and destruction around him, as his body was being eroded by the curse. Then, as his awareness could no longer withstand it, he gradually collapsed. The mythical cells of the Mortus Magna died, and his flesh began to follow suit. Adonis did not seem to care, however, as he was immersed in his own world. He held his hands high and looked through his fingers at a fireball descending from the sky. It was heading straight for the city of Babus. The fireball radiated intense heat and had a long tail that left a trail of rolling black smoke in its wake. The huge fireball continued to fall and got closer and closer. Soon it covered the entire sky above Babus. The huge shadow obscured the sun's rays and caused Babus to descend into total darkness. This phenomenon wasn't a fireball, but a huge star. It was an ancient star that had fallen from the sky to accompany Adonis' death. As if it was some sort of celebration of his destruction. Adonis seemed to go completely insane at that moment, letting out a maniacal laugh. I found it. This is the feeling and the true meaning of death. It's beautiful and lovely. Ha ha ha, it's truly beautiful. The power of the curse spread all over Adonis, causing his flesh and blood to disappear, leaving only bones. All of the death knights and ghouls in Babus also ceased to exist. As Adonis' awareness completely dissipated, his power over the Mortus Magna also disappeared. The death knights within the palace fell like dominoes, and the thousands of troops of the undead legion fell to the ground as true corpses. All the ghouls lost their abilities, as the control over them had now disappeared. They fell to the ground, then followed Adonis in death. Not a single person cheered for the defeat of Adonis' undead army. This was Babus was still sitting in the darkness, quivering in fear. As everyone raised their heads and looked at the fireball towering over Babus, they saw that it was heading straight for them. The star fell from the sky in a beautiful arc, descended millions of miles. The arc of light in the sky was as beautiful as it was shocking. As it rapidly approached Babus, it grew bigger and bigger. All of the people saw the burning flame and the star hidden inside the flame, which were both beautiful and deadly. This tremendous power completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Although it was stunning, there was an eerie destruction hidden within the beauty. They had just escaped Adonis' undead army, only to see this dangerous scene before them. All of them fell to their knees, many hiding their faces and crying in despair. All of the surrounding streets were burning. Many people fell to the ground, terrified by the descending asteroid. Even though they were petrified, they seemed to have accepted their destiny. A large number of believers of the Church of Light kissed the silver coins they wore around their necks, while silently reciting prayers. This is a punishment from God for our sins. God, I repent for my sins, please forgive me, and allow me to enter your kingdom. Many of them could not accept this cruel turn of events and descended into a state of crazed lunacy. One such old man stripped off his top and exposed his thin ribs. He then ran down the ruined streets, which were littered with corpses, like an orangutan, laughing and crying in hysterics. Houses burned in the backdrop as he ran. He then extended his arms and faced the asteroid at the city gate. Dead. Ha ha ha. Everyone is dead. We're all going to die. All of us. This is not a punishment. This is fate. It is the destiny that God has ordained. His sharp and frenzied voice was heard all around, causing a sense of desolation and despair to well up in the hearts of many at the scene. These people fell to the ground in tears after hearing his hopeless rant. Within the palace, the surviving aristocrats had yet to recover from their elation upon hearing of Adonis' death when they discovered this new existential threat. Some fell down as their knees had given way, while others cursed in anger. Even more cried and screamed. Finally, they all settled down and the priests began to sing hymns. They then began to repent for their past sins and reminisce about their lives. Edward was holding Adonis' body while he stared at the asteroid. He suddenly remembered what the great sage Anthony had said before he had left. If Babus transforms into a city of the dead, in order to make sure the situation does not get out of control, I will, personally, destroy the entire city. Is it ready? Late. Edward's eyes had lost their luster and he cast his down. His throat was trembling. He swallowed again and again, yet could not get rid of the acrid taste in his mouth. He could not believe that, even after doing everything in his power and giving up so much, this was all he had gotten in return. In the end, I could not save Babus. Edward's tears gushed down his face. Adonis, you were right. I could not save a single person. I should die with you here. Edward held Adonis's corpse and straightened the crown on Adonis' head, then stood in the middle of the palace to welcome his last moments with everyone else. Many onlookers saw this and could not help but voice their surprise. Look, what is that? My God, Lord above, what is going on? The asteroid that was originally headed straight for Babus had suddenly diverted from its target, as if a mysterious force was guiding its trajectory. Just before it was about to hit Babus, it had deviated from its course, hitting the mountains nearby instead. Ooh! The earth quaked and the impact of the huge asteroid instantly vaporized everything within dozens of kilometers of ground zero, setting off a violent chain of explosions that reached ever further away. Countless trees and mountain ranges were destroyed and smoke and ash were blown in all directions as the flash blinded all of the bystanders. The violent impact even affected Babus, as half of its lakes evaporated into mist from the impact. A lot of lake water then fell back into the city like rain, dousing many burning houses. Everyone looked into the distance at the scene. The shock numbed them for a while, until they were finally overwhelmed by a sense of relief and joy. The sudden whiplash made them feel as if what had happened before was all a joke. We have been saved. Praise be and long live the gods. This was a warning from God and his salvation. Everything belongs to the gods. Our sins have been redeemed. All of the people let down their burdens and ran down the streets in wild abandon. For the time being, there were no distinctions based on rank or class, no slaves or nobles. All of the people were shouting with joy, while they celebrated their near brush with destruction and, more importantly, exulted in having received God's mercy and salvation. Many mothers held their children tightly, overcome with tears. Elderly fathers hugged their sons. As they did so, they ranged all of them as if it was providing them a holy baptism. In year 60 of the San calendar, the Church of Light records show that the undead Prince Adonis sold his soul to the devil. He then sacrificed his father and siblings to summon a deathly army from hell. Saint Peter then summoned the power of the gods and destroyed Adonis' army, banishing him back to hell at the cost of his own life. The crater of the asteroid had now formed a lake, When paired with the original lake under Babas, they too appeared like a pair of moons above the earth. They were known as the Lake Tirnanog and were considered to be symbols of the light of the stars and the gods. However, most people just referred to them together as the Holy Lake. Edward selected a plot in the corner of Babas's cemetery. The original gravekeeper, Old Chuck, had died. So at this moment, the entire cemetery was vacant. Due to the heavy casualties in Babas, after most of the buildings had burned down, an urgent reconstruction was underway. Perhaps it was due to the redemption from the gods, or because of the hope born from the fluctuation from despair to salvation. But the city did not wallow in sorrow for long. Instead, the people quickly buried their dead and started to build brand new Babas. What Edward hadn't expected was that Adonis had not killed all of the royals. He had left his youngest sister, Aisha Monar, alive. She had been found in a corner room of the palace. In order to stabilize the situation of the Mara kingdom, and more importantly, to benefit the church, the new cardinal had appointed the little girl, who was barely 10 years old, as the queen of Mara. Edward finished digging a grave and had placed Adonis' remains into an irregularly shaped coffin. It was only then that a silvery white, diamond-shaped crystal, which was about the size of a bean, fell from the chest of Adonis' remains. Edward immediately recognized the crystal, a philosopher's stone. Adonis must have managed to steal its manufacturing method and then succeeded in creating it by himself. This was one of the most highly guarded secrets within the tower. It was also a very difficult witchcraft to master. Many instructors could not master it, so his single-handed creation of the stone was a testament to Adonis' genius. Edward sighed, not daring to remove it. Instead, he put it into the coffin with all the other belongings of Adonis and buried them all together in the cemetery. He didn't notice that this philosopher's stone had let out a faint glow as it made contact with Adonis' bones, almost as if it was about to literally merge with the remains. Edward kneeled on the ground and fashioned a tombstone for Adonis, yet he did not write a name on it. He only signed his own name in the lower right corner as being a relative of the deceased. The inscription read, "Erected by his brother, Edward Killermo." Edward stayed by Adonis' tombstone until the sun set, then he finally stood up and left Babas. He never returned to the city again. Time flew by until 10 years had passed. In an unmarked plot in the cemetery, the ground suddenly shook. Then, a mound of soil was quickly kicked up, and the sound of a smashed coffin rumbled from below it. A pale hand of only white bone broke through to the surface. Creak, creak, dun-dun. The tombstone collapsed and crumbled as a skeleton with a crown emerged from the grave. It stood in the darkness of the night within the cemetery, buffeted by the frosty winds. In the background, the ravens shrieked among the shadows of the trees. The skeleton had a sinister green fire within hollow eyes. Its bone structure was different from that of a human's, as it had a metallic color to it. Its joints were also wrapped a strange layer of bone-like tissue, which allowed it to freely rearrange itself at will. The monster looked around in a daze, yelling aloud to no one. "Where is this?" "Am I?" "Master, you seem to be very happy." Eva stood in an old building, wearing a gray scarf that covered her silver hair, her mouth, and her nose. She also wore a simple long skirt. At the moment, she was sweeping a room near the stairs. They were in Virginia, the capital of the Crete Empire. Compared to Luziu's last visit 34 years ago, the city had become far more prosperous. The previous emperor, Vortigern, had passed away a few years back. The current reigning emperor was Zolmandu, who was the son of Vortigern and great-grandson of Zolman I. During his reign, Vortigern had gradually weakened the influence of the church. He had also minimized the presence of the Church of Light within Crete and weakened the gentry class in order to consolidate the imperial family's power. Although the Church of Light still had men stationed within Crete, received religious taxes, and retained the power to surveil the nation, Vortigern's rights and freedoms had been much greater than those of Emperor III before him. He was also much more capable than his brother Elliot III had been. Vortigern had pushed the Crete Empire to develop both its economic and military strength, his power increasing gradually as the empire prospered. The signs of his achievements could still be seen all over Virginia. However, his ultimate goal to cancel the garrison and taxation by the Church of Light, which zoned the districts within his empire, had never been realized. So when his son, Zolman II, inherited his throne, he also took on his same ambitions. However, Zolman II did not possess the same abilities as Vortigern, who was a ruler who defined an entire era. In fact, at the time of Vortigern's death, his designated successor wasn't Zolman, but rather his younger brother, Owen. Sadly, Owen suddenly died of the same illness as Vortigern. Zolman was then pushed to the throne by his uncle, the Prime Minister Tembur. Right after ascending the throne, Zolman killed many of the other princes, his own brothers, which caused an uproar among many nobles. After that, he dictated many new decrees and bills that courted the displeasure of the public and lost their respect. Tembur then took the chance to solidify his own power. As such, the situation within Crete was quite volatile and unique. Luziu stayed for a few days by the border of Crete, then headed straight for the capital. He decided to stay there for a while before departing with a caravan towards the desert empire of Batko. Further to the east, past Mika province, 2 mountain ranges and the Sea of Death, was the Great Kafra Desert. Only the top caravans could cross the Sea of Death because it required not only navigation through the vast area, but also the fortitude to adapt to the climate and also to survive the sandstorms. Within the desert, there were also various magical beasts and monsters. Hence, no ordinary person would be able to survive. This special route to the Batko Empire was named the Golden Road, since anyone who could pass through it would receive tremendous wealth. As such, only the wealthiest and strongest caravans would dare brave it. Lu Ziyu had booked one of these caravans. However, they needed some time to prepare before departure. During the meantime, Lu Ziyu would stay where he was. In this era, it was quite difficult to cross between provinces, countries, merely for the sake of tourism. As such, people who wished to cross almost half of the Alan continent for leisure, like Lu Ziyu, were quite rare. Lu Ziyu then recalled that he actually had a house within the city. He had bought quite some time ago, while he was traveling the world with Verthandi. It had, while since he'd been back there. So, Lu Ziyu immediately had Eva bring the suitcases to his old mansion on the southern outskirts of the city and settled in to stay for the time being. Of course, once they'd arrived, Eva did most of the cleaning. Lu Ziyu started enthusiastically working in the study, drawing blueprint after blueprint. The entire desk was soon covered in his notes and ideas. The kingdom of God in the skies, Gaia, was not only God's kingdom, but it was also Lu Ziyu's sub-brain. The stronger it got, the more his calculation abilities would improve. Every time he came up with an idea, he would forward it to Gaia, which would process the likelihood of its success and projected progress rate. Lu Ziyu had been working on his mid-level mythical crew template in order to break through as a level 8 mythical wizard, as mid-level mythical creatures possessed metallized cells with stronger and better rounded abilities. This placed them on a different tier compared to low-level mythical creatures. This difference is made even clearer by their ability to absorb stronger ability templates, which then allows each of their cells to process a larger amount of information. Liu Ziyu had been considering several designs for the template. To improve upon the original single or multiple special abilities possessed by low-level mythical creatures, he was aiming to develop complex and dynamic skill sets that would allow a higher degree of control. Also, as the current low-level mythical creatures could only affect some of the atoms, he wanted to allow for his new design to wider areas and control entire zones with their mind power. Domain. This was Liu Ziyu's initial thought after observing the battle between Edward and Adonis through Gaia. He found that the battle between the two seemed to be less of a competition and more of a fight to control each other's domains. They had continuously invaded each other's mind power control range and probed these domains for weaknesses in order to land that one fatal hit. Wasn't this sort of ability equivalent to having achieved the mastery over the movements of atoms within an entire domain? If so, it could be honed to allow the formation of a personalized dominion where all of the atoms would be free to manipulate. Liu Ziyu's dream space was also moving towards the direction of being a domain, yet he felt that, at present, it was merely a dimension of information and awareness. It was the mid-level mythical life forms that would be able to control atomic laws within the physical realm. At this point, Liu Ziyu was bursting with excitement. He had been stuck for quite a long time, so this tiny breakthrough was tremendous. As Liu Ziyu was beyond himself with delight, he was interrupted by Eva, who was cleaning the room. Liu Ziyu looked at Eva and suddenly remembered that she was a metallic life form. Her brain was completely made of metallic cells, so unlike regular life forms, she naturally had the disposition to ascend to level 8 mythical status. Yet, she had not undergone any witchcraft training, nor did she possess mind power. However, to Liu Ziyu, those were not big issues. Liu Ziyu immediately stepped towards Eva, who was standing below the stairs. He smirked deviously at her and asked, "Eva, do you want the power of God?" Eva stared at Liu Ziyu in confusion. Her innocent eyes could not detect his ill intentions, so she quickly replied, asking, "The power of God? Is it useful? Can you eat it?" "Oh, right. Doesn't need to eat." "Eh?" This was not the answer Liu Ziyu had expected. Liu Ziyu knew that atoms could exist as gases, liquids, or solids. Generally speaking, simple molecular control concerned only the movement of those atoms. A much more difficult task would be the manipulation of the atom's internal rotations and vibrations, which could occur in various patterns. Those complex manipulations were still too hard to realize as of yet. Even mid-level mythical creatures did not have that capability, since the rotation and vibration inside molecules occurred simultaneously in a linked and inseparable process. So suppose a user has complete control over all molecules. That would grant the user the ability to stop all molecules from moving. So, practically speaking, if the motion of an ordinary life form was frozen, wouldn't that be the same as freezing it in time? Liu Ziyu thought to himself about the possibility of creating a temporally static pseudo-domain based on this hypothesis. At the same time, he also thought about a design for a phase change ability, which would allow the change between solids, liquids, and gases. After he finished the first template, allowing the incomplete ability to stop motion, Liu Ziyu named it the time freeze domain. However, it would not yet allow a true mastery over time, since he still wasn't able to freely modify the laws of physics as he wished. To complete this ability, Liu Ziyu would have to gain total control over all atoms and the 62 elementary particles. But even without God's omnipotent grasp over time manipulation at this point, With this ability, a level 8 mythical wizard should be able to exert some degree of control over the laws of space. By using this mythical template, a wizard would be able to modify the laws of time within their own domain. Metallic life forms truly are quite impressive. Lu Ziyu looked in front of him. Eva was using her mind power to make a large number of silver coins dance before them. He curled up by the windowsill, soaking up the warmth of the sun, as he watched her demonstrate the new abilities that she had just learned. Eva was wearing a long black dress, and her short, silver hair was blowing messily in the air. A row of silver coins was dancing delicately in the air, trailing behind Eva's dainty figure. He wasn't sure if this monstrous learning ability was a strength that was common to all metallic life forms or if Eva was just particularly gifted due to the modified metallic cells that he had inserted within her. Certainly, her awareness was far stronger than any ordinary person's. With just a little guidance, Eva was already on par with level 4 wizards who had been training for decades. This discovery of her brilliance was almost as unnerving as when Lu Ziyu had found Seikun and his spontaneous generation of a soul, though brute strength. Yet, even though Eva demonstrated promise, the weakness of metallic life forms in general was their incapability of spawning through natural means. It was far more difficult for this process to occur naturally, at least when compared to carbon-based life forms. Even Lu Ziyu's creation of Eva was based, in part, on some level of luck. This luck had been necessary, even though he had a cheat-level mind power ability to process information. After watching Eva complete her dance with an elven grace, Lu Ziyu couldn't help but clap in admiration, declaring, "It's beautiful and amazing. How wonderful." Eva bowed to Lu Ziyu and replied, "If Master desires it, I will perform again for him at any time. No hurry. In the past few days, you have extracted enough mana from the magic network for your awareness to transform into mind power. Now, you are at a very critical juncture. You must completely merge your mind power and awareness. This is an important step within level 4. Then, Lu Ziyu suddenly stood up. He took out a fist-sized, silvery white, and diamond-shaped crystal from his chest area. The crystal had a light transparency to it and looked as if there were mountains and clouds contained within it. It was almost as if there were countless magnificent scenes and secrets sealed inside it. The crystal also generated a deep sense of desire within the hearts of all who observed it. These qualities became even more prominent when a light was shone upon the crystal. The refraction of the light rays created countless shadows that covered the surroundings with a layer of silver and white illumination, which gave out soothing waves like a pulsing and life-filled ocean. Eva crossed her arms and stood in the middle of the living room. She looked curiously into Lu Ziyu's hand at the crystal, then asked, "What is that?" Lu Ziyu replied, "A philosopher's stone. It is something level 4 wizards must use in order to break through." Lu Ziyu looked at Eva, the corners of his mouth curling up and his eyes dancing. "Even if you break through level 4, you will still be far from a mid-level mythical creature. You will not receive immortality either. But as a metallic life form, you should have no problem with mastering some of the domain control abilities soon." Eva looked at Lu Ziyu and said obediently, "I will do anything, as long as it is useful to master. I am your possession." Lu Ziyu replied, "You would have reached this step in the future anyways. Evolution does not stagnate. It always moves forward. Eva, you are the first metallic life form that I have made, so you have been born with an almost eternal life and superior capabilities for evolution. Of course, I also have my own selfish motives in pushing you toward this path, as I hope that you can stay with me forever as my assistant on my long journey to explore evolution." Eva's eyes showed a glimmer of light as she nodded, then said, "I am more than willing to do this." The level up went very smoothly. The mind power stabilizing formation, which was drawn on the ground, streamlined Eva's mind power as the philosopher's stone glowed and floated in the air. Lu Ziyu's mind power could sense Eva's mind power as it diffused like rays of light and poured into the philosopher's stone. Her awareness and mind power stimulated the powers inside the philosopher's stone. Finally, after all of her mind power had been activated, it poured back into her brain. The original metallic cells then eroded and synthesized into mythical metallic cells. Lu Ziyu stood in front of her and watched the mind power flow into her witchcraft space. He then branded the time-free freeze domain template into Eva's metallic cells. Immediately, all of the metallic cells began to assimilate with the life template into each of her mythical cells. From that moment onward, Eva possessed the time-freeze domain, which could already be called a godly power. Eva had officially become an existence that could interfere with the laws of God as naturally as she could breathe. When Eva opened her eyes, a violent light shone out of her jewel-like eyes. It shone through the room and created a power force field that instantly covered the entire courtyard. With a crisp sound, 2 exquisite clocks appeared in front of her pupils. They were both fixed at 0. As the moment that the force field appeared, everything in the space had stopped moving. The mosquitoes, the flies, the worms on the ground, the birds in the sky, all of them stopped moving, as if they had been frozen by the clocks. A frog in the backyard just leapt into the air, and the splashes it left were now frozen specks of ice in the air. Everything was motionless. The wind in the sky, the flow of the air, every single movement from molecules had halted, as if all beings were in a snapshot. Tick-tock. The clocks suddenly began to move. After a slight stutter, they began to move faster and faster. The water in cups began to evaporate, and all of the birds and beasts died instantaneously, then began to decompose immediately. All sorts of objects, including the furniture, the stone walls, the gold and silver tableware, and the candlesticks, began to destabilize as well. Lu Ziyu tapped Eva's shoulder, urging her, "Wake up!" Eva finally regained her bearings and stared at Lu Ziyu and everything around them. If Lu Ziyu hadn't stopped her, the clock would have rotated clockwise, and she would have accelerated the time inside the space. Then, everything inside the space would have been destroyed. Eva looked at Lu Ziyu, completely at a loss. What was that power? The corners of Lu Ziyu's mouth crinkled. The time-freeze domain. Eva was picking out Lu Ziyu's clothes. She chose a light red pullover with a belt, which she then paired with a white undershirt, white trousers, and black boots. It was a very popular style in the capital. Eva then brought him breakfast. Though Lu Ziyu had no real physical need for food, the habit of eating had remained with him, so he continued the ritual regardless. "Master, where are you going today?" "The National Library again?" Eva asked, while she poured him a glass of wine. The National Library was the largest library in the city of Nia. As such, it had collected some books within the last few years that Lu Ziyu hadn't yet seen. This was why Eva assumed that he might be heading there. "Not today. Let's join the fun in the streets instead," he replied. The streets within the city were very lively. This was because the ambassador from the Orc nation, the Holy Civil Empire, was coming to meet the Crete Empire Emperor Zolman II. This would be the first diplomatic meeting held between the Crete Empire and the Holy Civil Empire. It would also be the first diplomatic meeting between human and orc countries in many years. The meetings were intended to help the two sides ease the tension between their races. So everyone present was in a great and hopeful mood. since the formal exchanges between their countries had been almost non-existent. Trade had only been carried out privately by individuals. As such, both sides wished to improve the situation by negotiating a series of border trade regulations, as well as a series of bilateral cooperation initiatives. At the same time, the Holy Civil Empire was struggling to combat the orc slave trade. This time, the ambassador had come with the added goals of having the Crete Empire ban orc slavery in exchange for the return of a large number of enslaved orcs. However, this goal would affect the profits of many stakeholders in both the Crete Empire and the Holy Civil Empire. A small minority of the orc nobility also engaged in the slave trade by secretly trafficking some of the weaker orc ethnic groups to the humans. As such, these slave traders had amassed a large fortune by making a huge enterprise. It's also worth noting that, at the same time, many human slaves were also imported into the land of the orcs. Added to all of this, the upper echelon of the Crete Empire intended to establish diplomatic relations with the Holy Civil Empire in order to exert further pressure upon the Church of Light for more concessions and compromises on their part. As this was the first diplomatic meeting between humans and the Orc Kingdom, there was naturally a large amount of interest. The Holy Civil Empire was a powerful dynasty, as it was the first ruling power to unite all of the orcs in the northern Allen continent. A large number of civilians stood on the streets, awaiting the arrival of the ambassador and the meeting with King Zulman II. In the early morning, the gates of the city had opened early, and the crowds had immediately streamed into the streets. People were everywhere, in the streets and alleys, and on the houses and roofs. Many women huddled together, shouting down from their perches above street level. The last war between humanity and the orcs had taken place 40 years ago. At that time, the Crete Empire and the Church of Light had joined forces and invaded the kingdom of Menkor. It had taken less than a month to ransack the country and terrify all of the orcs. None of the orcs had dared to venture south since then. Since that time, 40 years had passed. Among the orcs, there were still some who were hostile towards humans. Yet humans had long forgotten the threat of the orcs. For them, the lands of the orcs were merely some distant cold, barren, and desolate regions in the north. They also considered the orcs as being a weak and barbaric race. Compared to the prosperity of the humans, the orcs could only play a minor role. This arrogance and contempt was present in the hearts of all the members of the Crete Empire. This time, they were not here to witness the arrival of the ambassador, but to see a vassal nation pay tribute. They had long forgotten that the orcs were an intelligent race that had formed city-states long before humanity even heard of civilization. In fact, 1,000 years ago, the orcs had almost pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. If the first emperor, Golden King Ahneton, had not united humanity and defeated the 12th king, Wolf King Costa, at the Red River Plains, humanity would never have even had the chance to. Instead, the orcs would have likely invaded the south and occupied the entire Allen continent. In that case, humans would have become either a marginalized vassal state or been completely annihilated. At the moment, a large number of soldiers blocked the road and were maintaining order at the gate. This was in preparation for the reception of the orc ambassador. Although the Crete Empire looked down upon the orcs, the Civil Empire was still a powerful dynasty that had unified the entire race of the orcs. Also, its army numbered within the hundreds of thousands. No matter how much humans looked down on them, they paid careful attention to etiquette so as not to offend the other side. The gates opened, and many armored lion people knights advanced inside. They entered the city in a striking and imposing manner. The rows of the human soldiers standing at the sides could sense the battle-hardened aura that was being emitted from the lion-orc knights from the north. They were stunned, as the people of the city also witnessed the cavalry entering the gates. They gazed in awe at the hundreds of knights marching in unity. They held their breaths until the procession had passed, then began engaging in fierce debates. Was that the cavalry of the orcs? It seems like they're about to eat us. Yeah, I heard that these savage orcs actually of eating humans. That's so scary. Aren't as weak as I thought. They don't look too different from us. Their faces are a bit hairier though. The leading general is also an orc. I couldn't tell at all. Their leader was Alan Wensi, one of Verthande's original holy knights. He was a direct subordinate of Verthande and was one of her earliest followers ever since the conquest of the Amos icy field on the quest to slaughter the dragon Frost. He was also one of the greatest generals and central figures of Holy Seville. Moreover, unlike Verthande's other holy knights, Alan Wensi was a human being. As such, he had a very unique position within the upper echelons of the orcs. He was chosen this time precisely because of his status as a human being and his illustrious career. By sending a high-ranking official like him to Crete, Holy Seville was demonstrating its commitment to building a relationship between the two countries. Lu Ziyu and Evas in the crowd and watched the brown-haired, middle-aged pass by on the King's Road. There was an air of gravitas about him as he headed to the palace. As the group traveled along, the crowd surged forward, trying to catch a glimpse of the legendary Holy Knights and the famed Northland Cavalry. Master, do you know the person at the front? Though everyone else was watching the cavalry and the Holy Knights, Eva's focus was on Lu Ziyu's suddenly changed facial expression. Lu Ziyu tilted his head and looked at Eva. You know me very well. Did you guess by looking at my expression? Eva nodded. Master is usually always smiling. However, when something is on your mind, or you are reminiscing about something from the past, you tend to have a placid expression know your face. Lu Ziyu wasn't too happy to hear her words. I smile from my heart, so it sounds I seem insincere in your opinion. Eva didn't speak, her silence basically affirming this notion. Lu Ziyu then rolled his eyes and said, I have met him once before. At that time, he was just a very young boy, but Lu Ziyu's words trailed off. Then, he was silent for a long time, while watching Alan Wensi pass by. Alan Wensi did not lower his gaze or notice the two. Lu Ziyu looked on as Alan Wensi headed towards the palace. Then he finally spoke. Looks like the Crete Empire was thrown to a flurry, he said. Lu Ziyu had met Alan Wensi while he was a guard for Elias' merchant caravan. Elias had taken pity on him, hiring him when he was less than 20 years of age and had a face that seemed worn far beyond his years. Now that the man had become middle-aged, he seemed sharper and more reserved than ever. The owner of the caravan, Lu Ziyu's old friend Elias, had long since died. Since then, Alan Wensi had become a holy knight of the Holy Seville Empire and the commander of the Northern Army. He also just happened to be one of the leading figures of the land of the orcs. Moreover, Alan Wensi was the youngest son of Count Wensi, the former prime minister of Crete Empire. Count Wensi was once an influential figure of the Crete Empire during the reign of Eliot Siatai. After the ascension of Eliot Vaetor, he had been promoted and given a generous pension. During the entire reign of Eliot Tvordu, he had been the prime minister of Crete and stood among the top powers of the Crete Empire. However, he had participated in the gathering of nobles and launched a conspiracy against the Church of Light. In the end, he had been made a scapegoat, being sold out by Duke Vortigern. After the coup, Duke Vortigern successfully took over as the emperor, while Count Yi followed Emperor Elliot Fari into death. Most of Yi family was also slaughtered, with only 2 of Yi sons surviving. The older son, Pazak, died in an accident in the Empire of the Orc, which left only the young Alan Yi to carry on the family legacy. Alan Yi had often dreamed of returning to his home city, as Nia was where he had grown up. Yet, at the same time, this place was the origin of his nightmares, the reason why he woke up in horror amid so many sleepless nights. Looking at Nia, he was flooded with memories. Since his childhood days spent there, many decades had passed. Countless buildings had undergone renovations. The difference was immense. Even the King's Road had been expanded, although traces of its old form could still be seen. Alan Yi had thought about his return many times, but he had never thought that he would return to the Crete Empire as an ambassador of the Orcs. Right now, he felt like a complete outsider, as he was not representing the humans, but the Orcs' empire. The Holy Knight leading the Orcs doesn't seem to be an orc. I heard that the ambassador is a human. How is that possible? How could a human being become a dog of the Orcs? Why else? For the sake of power. Some people would even sell their parents for power, so why would it be strange to sell out to the Orcs? After finally arriving at the palace, Alan Yi dismounted amid the fierce murmurings of the crowd. His eyes were filled with a sinister darkness as he looked upon the magnificent palace hall and the prosperity of the kingdom. The faces of all of his slaughtered relatives appeared before him, the bloody faces of his father, uncle, aunt, mother, and brother. He had never forgotten the grievances the Crete Empire had dealt upon House Yi under the rule of Emperor Vortigern, and the persecution from the Church of Light. Alan Yi remembered clearly how Vortigern had ascended the throne by stepping over the dead bodies of his family, and how the Knights of Light had hounded his mother and brother, forcing them to flee to the lands of the Orcs. Finally, he could not forget how his mother gave up her life in order to save him and his brother. Each memory was like a knife stabbing into his heart. In fact, these acts of injustice were the driving forces for his continuous advancement. He had been working hard for decades, awaiting this very moment. As he crossed the King's Road, Alan Yi mouth curled up. His head lowered as he remembered the deaths of his mother and brother. His brother had uttered these last words before he had perished. "When I return, darkness will hang over the entire Crete Empire. The earth will be torn apart, and blood and fire will stain the heavens." The closer he got to the palace, the more genuine the smile on Alan Yi face became. His mount was stopped at the palace entrance, where the Prime Minister of the Crete Empire, Tembur, stood waiting to personally receive him at the top of the palace steps. Alan waved his hand, and all of the knights dismounted neatly in sync. At the same time, Alan took off his gloves and walked up the steps to greet the waiting Prime Minister Tembur. "Hello, Lord Holy Knight Alan, His Majesty is waiting for you." Tembur was a fat middle-aged man, but he was charismatic and polite. Alan Yi looked at Tembur and recognized immediately that he was the real power behind the current Crete Empire. In fact, it was already commonly said that he had more power in the Crete Empire than even Emperor Zolman II himself. "Duke Tembur, our holy civil empire came hearing the flag of friendship. We hope to resolve the trade dispute and thus end the friction between our two countries. This is a win-win situation for both of us. As such, we hope to get the full support of the Duke," Alan said while he shook Tembur's hand. Duke Tembur replied calmly, "Of course, His Majesty also hopes to be a friend of the Holy Civil Empire. He will be hosting a banquet for you tonight. We hope that you will attend. Alan Yi Wensi nodded happily. I would be very honored. Great, the Emperor is waiting inside, Timber said. Crack. Hurry up. We're approaching the deadline. If you can't finish by the end of this month, you'll be used to fill the canals as sacrifices to the gods. Work faster. As the guards yelled menacingly from above them, the scorching sun was hitting a large number of shackled slaves at the foot of the mountain. They were digging stones and carving out a canal under relentless whippings. Thousands of slaves were working on this incomplete river canal day and night. It was a grand canal, the construction on which had been started 3 years ago. At that time, the Crete Empire had gathered nearly 200,000 slaves from all over to use for free labor. The Grand Canal stretched from the south of Crete and led all the way to the Red River Plains. Ever since the beginning of its construction, it was doomed to be a river made of blood and tears, as it was the flesh and blood of countless slaves that fueled the huge project. The bodies of slaves were littered along every stretch the road in the construction site. It was as if the blood and tears of these hundreds of thousands of slaves had stained its every corner. This was also the largest man-made project in the history of the Alan continent. It was created under the auspices of Prime Minister Timber. Once completed, it would connect the southern Nami River with the Red River in the north, then pass through Crete. The 3 major lakes in the territory would then form an essential transportation route that would link the northern and southern regions of the Crete Empire. Salt City, which was located not too far from the Red River Plains, was also enveloped within the scope of this canal, as it was the largest salt-producing area in the central and northern regions. In fact, it was a natural salt field, as all living beings required both water and salt. If the migration patterns and settlements of the ancient tribes were tracked, it would be clear that they had migrated along both the sources of fresh water and the salt production areas. After all, without salt, it would have been too difficult for them to survive. Hence, since ancient times, salt has been seen as a necessity for survival, making it like a true currency, comparable to gold. The Red River Plains were the largest natural salt field in the middle of the continent. Since ancient times, the orcs and the humans had launched repeated wars and massacres, fighting over control of the salt field. As such, the ownership of the Red River Plains changed constantly throughout history. It could even be said that the war between Golden King Aeniton and the Wolf King Costa had stemmed from the conflict over this area. The establishment of the canal was due, in part, to the geographical location of Salt City and the increasing demand for salt in the Crete Empire. The original salt transportation route spanned several thousand miles, so even if the Crete Empire specially built roads for transporting salt, they could not satisfy the needs of the entire empire. For this reason, many business-minded merchants began to transport salt for a living. However, even then, they still could not meet the growing demand. After decades of peace, the population of the Crete Empire grew exponentially, finally exceeding 15 million. However, the Crete Empire still had no major salt production sites besides Salt City. In order to meet the growing demand for salt and increase the connection between the northern and southern regions of the Crete Empire, thus developing commerce and trade, Duke Timber issued a project to build the canal. At the same time, in order to win popularity with the people of Crete and most of the nobles, Timber released the bloody and inhuman Orc Slavery Bill. Originally, a large number of half-orcs had resided within the empire. After the emperor and the prime minister signed the bill, all of them became slaves. As a result of the bill, hundreds of thousands of orcs inside the Crete Empire went from living within a negative environment of rejection and suppression to being held captive as slaves, having all of their freedom and rights stripped from them overnight. As this occurred, a large number of those orcs were shipped straight away to the construction site of the canal. These slaves were brought in with ropes and shackles. Day after day, they built the project that would bring happiness and development to the humans of the Crete Empire. Yet no one would remember the tears and misery of these orc slaves. No one had ever thought that their happy and stable lives had actually been built upon the pain and sacrifice of others. The humans were drunk on the glory of their own lives, unaware that every drop in their feasting cups was stained with the blood of the slaves. Jorkins was a hard worker from a family of cat half-orcs. At his tender age, he should be at home helping his mother do farm work. Instead, 3 years ago, after Tember had signed the Orc Slave Bill, earth-shaking changes had occurred in Jorkins' world. He was sent to build the canal with his father and younger brother, while his mother and younger sister were sent to other places to serve as slaves of the Crete Empire. 2 years ago, Jorkins' father had died because his aged body couldn't keep up with the workload. 6 months ago, Jorkins' younger brother was struck in the head by a falling boulder, which killed him instantly. Jorkins knew that it would be his turn next. If it continued on like this, he was sure that he would definitely die here. He was already deemed as a replaceable product, as no one treated the orc slaves as people. It was impossible to change their destinies unless... Jorkins immediately remembered the orc slaves that had contacted him a few days ago. They were different from the other orc slaves, as there were quite a few of them. They were tall and had strong muscles and the eyes of tigers and wolves. If they are not slaves, how did they get in? What are they here to do? Jorkins was sweaty and felt dizzy from fatigue. He felt like a zombie. At this moment, he remembered these words: "Orcs will never be enslaved." This sentence was like a quiet scream, bringing peace to his mind. The notion gave a rush to Jorkins, one that worked its way through his entire body. He trembled involuntarily and echoed the line in his mind repeatedly. It was like a slogan that reignited the passion in his heart. It was already late at night, but there were still lights illuminating the way. Many people were lurking in the shadows, all of them still busily working on the canal. This was because the deadline for the project was near, and if they could not finish it on time, most of them would be killed. Moreover, the guards and officials responsible for the river project would also be punished. As such, over the last 10 days, the humans had been working them non-stop, urging them on angrily with whips and lashings. Many slaves could not bear the burden of relentless labor, so overworked and diseased corpses were strewn all over the site. These bodies would be dragged into the pits and discarded, whether the beings themselves were dead or alive. After all, it made no difference to the guards, as all of those who couldn't keep up would be treated as dead bodies. In light of such harsh circumstances, no one dared speak up. They just continued in their drudgery, as the construction workers and soldiers stared at them like vultures. Their slightest move would be treated as an act of rebellion and swiftly suppressed. It was because of this horrible mistreatment that Jorkins could sense a hidden anger within everyone's hearts. They only needed a small spark, and everything would instantly detonate, releasing all of that hidden anger and resentment. Fire, fire. Suddenly, a fire appeared in the distance. Everyone looked up and looked towards the flames, shouting and causing a real ruckus. "The camp is on fire." I wish all of those abominable human soldiers would burn to death. Someone from the crowd suddenly rushed towards the river and pushed one of the soldiers into it. He then stole the sword of that soldier with his other hand, immediately turning around to slash the throat of the chief supervisor. One by one, The other slaves followed his lead and wrestled the supervisors beside them to the ground. If they had been ordinary slaves, with no formal military training, then even if they revolted, it would be difficult to organize an effective resistance within such a short amount of time. In that case, if they had attempted to do so, they would have been defeated by these well-trained troops in an instant. However, this was not the case, as the slaves who started the revolt had planned it out meticulously. Thus, they were able to easily kill the trained soldiers. Even the Blood Knights were quickly dealt with. Kill them all. I won't be a slave. Freedom. We must avenge our brothers and sisters. Jorkins picked up a rock and smashed it into the head of a middle-aged human, whose head caved in immediately. The blood splattered all over Jorkins' face. As it did so, Jorkins recalled the deaths of his father and brother, which only fueled his rage. It felt as if all of the grievances and fears that he had accumulated throughout the past few years converged, and he howled out loudly. Then, countless other orcs joined his howl. The chaos quickly spread through the surroundings, as all of the orc slaves continued to kill their human guards and steal their weapons. In fact, the entire Canal Project region was out of control, as tens of thousands of orc slaves rushed out of the river area towards the camp. Once they arrived there, they killed the troops stationed there, then armed themselves with their weapons. Several of the leaders brought men down to the other canals to liberate the other slaves. It was clear that this slave rebellion would be a sensation all over the Crete Empire. Specifically, the slave rebellion of millions of slaves would bring a storm to the Crete Empire, which had been peaceful for many decades. Capital of the Crete Empire. A drizzling rain was falling upon the city. Inside the palace, a fierce quarrel was taking place. Alan, the messenger of the Holy Civil Empire, had reached an accord regarding the border trade regulations, as well as a series of bilateral collaborations with the Crete Empire. Yet, they remained at an impasse over the issue of slavery. Alan had delivered a handwritten letter from Lion Emperor Will of the Holy Civil Empire to Emperor Zolman II of Crete. He had passed along the word that Emperor Will hoped that Crete would abolish the orc slavery bill. In this case, the slaves would either be given corresponding rights, or the Holy Civil Empire would accept these slaves for an appropriate price. Emperor Will hoped that Crete and Holy Civil would severely crack down on the slave trade between both sides. Only then would a measure of equality and fairness exist between the humans and the orcs. This would also enable the facilitation of smooth trade and fair regulations between the two countries. However, this request was strongly opposed by the nobles of the Crete Empire. Duke Tember, in particular, completely flipped out. He said that, although the other conditions could be fulfilled, this one was absolutely impossible. The reasoning he gave was that the canal investment had been going on for 3 years and involved the interests of many people. In particular, this project was promoted by Prime Minister Tember himself. As a result, he had gained a lot of public support from the nobles and the upper class. Hence, if the orc slavery bill was abolished, it would deal a severe blow to his authority. As such, it was absolutely impossible for Tember to allow the passage of Alan's proposal. This was why Tember had voiced such vehement opposition to it. Alan stood in the middle of the hall, which had long tables that were filled with Crete's nobles on both sides. Emperor Zolman II sat on the throne, like a statue. He was idly watching the dispute between the Prime Minister and Alan. The friendly scene of peace and harmony was gone. Clearly, the Emperor was almost a complete puppet in Duke Tember's hands. As the aristocrats on the sides were having hushed discussions, Alan pointed at Duke Tember, agitated. He then said, My apologies, Duke. But in order to operate with the Crete Empire, we must have a guarantee that every orc in the Crete Empire will receive fair and equitable rights. He paused for a moment, then continued. As I can't see any trace of goodwill in your orc slavery bill, it appears that you are simply using orcs as slaves, treating them as mere property or goods. Furthermore, within the Crete Empire, there are all sorts of measures that discriminate against orcs. As such, we can only cooperate when we are all on an even playing field. Duke Tember completely tore off his amicable mask and arrogantly ripped Emperor Will's letter to shreds. He then disrespectfully tossed the pieces onto the ground, saying, "Sorry, I don't think you know where you stand." Duke Tember then turned and looked around, spreading out his hands. "Humans are the lords of this land. You orcs are just some barbarians on the borders. In fact, you are weak races that are unworthy of even our consideration." Duke Tember looked at Alan, then added, "Did you forget how our iron steeds crossed the Red River Plains and destroyed the kingdom of Menkor? The fire in the capital of Menkor burned for 3 days and 3 nights. We gallivanted through your lands, while your people cowered like pigs." He gave him a withering look, then continued his tirade. "The weak are not worthy of discussing equality with us. We have shown you our generosity and toleration, however, you are ignoring our goodwill. Report back to your emperor, then hopefully he will be able to face reality." When Duke Tember finished speaking, the nobles on both sides roared with laughter. They were looking at Alan as if he was a clown, all of them snickering among themselves. How dare the orcs try to impose conditions upon us? Yes, we have already been so magnanimous, but these animals actually want more. If they annoy us, we can always slaughter our way into their lands again. All of the people around Alan laughed wildly, while Duke Tember stepped on the letter that his master had written in his own hand. They all held their bellies and jeered at Alan. Alan was furious. As he unsheathed his long sword, a white light flashed across Duke Tember's body. The marble floor was instantly split like tofu, a crack over 10 meters in length opening on the ground. The scene suddenly became silent as Duke Tember felt a chill creep upon him. He fell to the ground, unable to stand up for a long time. Several people immediately shouted in unison, "Protect the Duke." At that moment, a large number of soldiers rushed in and surrounded Alan. As they did so, Alan sheathed his sword inside its scabbard and exclaimed, "I am a holy knight of the Holy Civil Empire. As such, I represent not only the Emperor, but also the gods. His Highness obtains his powers from the gods. If you dare insult the authority of my king, you will be smited by the gods." Alan looked at the soldiers around him, then demanded, "What do you want to do? Do you want to fight the Holy Civil Empire? Hundreds of thousands of our troops are currently stationed in the northern border." At this time, Emperor Zolman II stood up and said, "Let it go." Duke Tember stood up, stared at Alan, then finally said, "Return." Alan turned around and walked down the steps of the palace, surrounded by the elite knights. Later that same evening, Alan immediately took his elite guards and fled the city before the gate closed. Dark days followed, as the capital was barraged with wet weather. It drizzled for several days. Amid the deluge, a merchant caravan with a rose insignia approached the city. The caravan was quite large, and upon entering the city, it went directly to a dilapidated old castle in the South District. This castle was originally the ancestral home of an old noble family. The home had been sold to the merchants after the family had fallen on hard times, and had thus become their main base ever since. There were many elderly and women taking care of it, while the men conducted business outside. A large number of armed young men immediately unloaded the caravan's goods and entered the castle. The entire caravan held nearly 100 people in it. As it was such a large envoy, Men and women of all ages came to watch. Be careful to not let it get wet, you little daredevils. These goods are worth more than 10 of your lives. Hey you! Be careful. Among the shouts of the caravan's workers, Lu Jiyu found the leader of the merchants. He was a large man who looked somewhat shifty. His image did not fit the impression given off by the team's rose insignia. However, when Lu Jiyu handed him a letter and a few gold coins, he smiled and agreed to let them accompany the caravan. Lu Jiyu's goal was to travel to the desert empire Batko, while observing the local customs along the way. He also wanted to let Eva gain actual experience beyond the textbook knowledge in her head. Lu Ziyu thought that this would be more conducive for the development of Eva's wisdom and education. Currently, although she was quite intelligent, Eva had a tendency to do some very stupid things because of her lack of common sense. You must travel around and gain more life experience to become wiser. That's what I did with Verthandi, and she became the emperor of the Holy Civil Empire, Lu Ziyu said to Eva, the leader of the merchants, after agreeing to allow the pair to join them, said with a wide grin, "We will leave in 3 days. Come over before dawn, and I will arrange a carriage for you, with 2 meals per day." The leader of merchants looked Lu Ziyu up and down, then commented, "You look like a nobleman or scholar. Why are you going to the Batko Empire? I can tell you this will be a hard and dangerous journey, and it is definitely no place for someone delicate to fool around." Lu Ziyu laughed. "I am a scholar. I want to go to the Batko Empire to learn about the culture and customs of its people, then bring what I learn back to share with everyone. Also, since I am an awakened blood knight, I think I'll be able to help you." The owner's face brightened immediately upon hearing this. He then said, "That's even better. You are welcome to join our Rosa Bianca caravan. Our merchants are very powerful, as our team belongs to the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. As such, we can definitely give you a great experience." Lu Ziyu, a closer look at the logo on the carriage, seeing the insignia of the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. But, after looking around, all he saw were elderly and weak people, as well as a few guards who had undergone only basic training. Although there were many merchants, there was not a single person that had awakened bloodline abilities. Many thoughts began to run through his mind at that moment. How could such an insignificant merchant team be related to the Rosa d'Oro royal family? The leader of the Rosa Bianca merchants did not tell me the full truth, but it doesn't seem to be a complete scam either. Apparently, their merchants had no direct relations with the royal family of the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. Instead, it was a small team that was operating under the umbrella of the actual Rosa d'Oro royal caravan that had gotten affiliated to the actual team after paying a lump of money. As such, it was not weak, but it was also worlds away from being the actual Rosa d'Oro caravan. Although their use of the Rosa d'Oro royal flag was a flagrant violation of the rules, the insignia was really useful. In many places, no one dared to offend the royal family of the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro, so it saved them a lot of money and also protect them from many dangers. Lu Ziyu had trouble wrapping his mind around the thought that this unreliable-looking caravan wanted to challenge the gold route, even though the leader of the caravan had apparently once led other merchants through the sea of death. Now, he was mustering up his courage to lead his own little team to brave the road to gold and fortune. Despite his past experience, Lu Jiyu knew that the man had drastically underestimated the dangers of the gold route. After all, just being familiar with the route was not enough, as the dangers and the sandstorms in the Sea of Death were things with which small caravans could not cope. Lu Ziyu had not imagined that the team that he had just found would be inexperienced, this being their first time braving the route. It was for this reason that he was almost certain that, Once the team set out, they would be destined for complete annihilation in the Sea of Death. Lu Xiyu looked at the large number of the old who were now living in the dilapidated castle, then turned to look at the sly but well-intentioned big man in front of him. Despite many misgivings, he agreed to travel with them anyway. "Do not worry, we will protect you and your little girl. Our merchants are the best in the industry." The leader confidently patted Lu Ziyu's shoulder. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I believe you." As he was leaving, Lu Ziyu suddenly remembered something and said, "If you trust my words, then you should try to return the elderly and the very, very young in this castle back to the kingdom of Rosa." "Doro." "Why?" the leader asked, puzzled. Lu Ziyu replied, "A war between the orcs and the humans is likely to erupt soon." The man immediately frowned. "Even if there was a war, it would not spread here. After all, this is the imperial capital of the Crete Empire, its most impregnable city." Lu Ziyu said no more, only nodded. He then turned around and left, Eva following close behind him. The brow of the merchant furrowed, as he contemplated Lu Ziyu's words for a long time. For some reason, Lu Ziyu was very convincing and had gained his trust easily. Due to the recent state of affairs in the city, as well as some bad news that he had received, the merchant leader began to also have some doubts. "Open the city gate." In the early hours of the morning, a soldier who had rushed for 3 days and 3 nights on horseback finally arrived at the capital, calling out to be let in. He was allowed inside, after showing his credentials. Panting, he handed over a letter from the governor of the northern Urabel province, which was controlled directly by the royal family. The letter was immediately sent to the palace. Apparently, in the middle of the night, all of the top officials of the Crete Empire were notified about the uprising of hundreds of thousands of orc slaves, as well as the chaos that had ensued in the aftermath. The governor of Urabel quickly mustered thousands of his troops in an attempt to suppress the orcs before they could completely organize. But his men were defeated by the rebel leaders, who led tens of thousands of mutinous slaves. The governor had been killed in the chaos, and as a result, the entire Urabel province had fallen. Emperor Zolman II and Prime Minister Tember had held an emergency meeting overnight, within which Emperor Zolman II seemed extremely agitated. He kept demanding for troops to be sent out immediately in order to silence the rebellion at Urabel. His urgency could be explained by the fact that the Urabel province was an important source of tax revenue for troop recruitment. In recent days, Emperor Zolman Ii's power had been severely weakened due to a series of bad political maneuvers on his part. As a result, his uncle, Duke Tember, had seized power, even gaining partial control over the military. In addition, Zolman Ii's relationships with most of the royal family were strained at best. So if he lost these royal territories, then he would fall completely out of favor with them. Although it had not been long since the last emperor, Vortigern, had passing away, Zolman II had already destroyed the progress he had made during his reign. However, during the meeting, the Duke of Tember and the other nobles were not as impatient as Zolman II. The way they saw it, this was only a rebellion that had been started by mere slaves. Among these slaves, there was not even a single trained soldier, much less any blood knights. Instead, 200,000 peasants had simply picked up weapons, divided themselves into several factions belonging to different forces, and launched a revolt. In light of this fact, they would only need to send some of them their knights to easily suppress them. Moreover, these slaves were not human, but were only some orcs. They would never be able to get any support in the Crete Empire, nor would they get any sympathy from the commoners. Most importantly, the current chaos had not occurred in their territory, as most of the participants of the conference were direct allies of Duke Tember. As such, they were more than happy to see the influence of Emperor Zoman II weakened. At the same time, this matter also dealt a major blow to the prestige of Duke Tember, who immediately began looking for a scapegoat. In actuality, this group wasn't worried about the rebellion of the 200,000 slaves, but rather the attitude of the empire of orcs in the north. The diplomat from the Orc Empire had taken a strong stance against Crete, which had ended in discord. Soon after, these slaves began a rebellion, which now posed an unbelievable coincidence. We must first suppress the rebellion initiated by these darn orcs. Yes, no matter what conspiracy the Orc Empire is orchestrating, whether they have sent troops to our empire or not, we must first suppress these slaves. Who are we sending to clean this mess up? Have the nobles from the nearby territories sent troops? Asked to annihilate these rebels in the name of His Majesty the Emperor. Amid a wealth of commentary, several documents, which had been signed in the name of the Emperor, were immediately distributed from the capital. Within a day, most of the people in the city had learned of the slave rebellion. I heard that the slaves had rebelled. There were 200,000 of them. They scorched and looted the province of Urabel. The entire Urabel province fell, and even the governor was killed. People continued whispering everywhere, even in pubs and alleyways. They're only mere slaves. The Emperor and Lord Tember have sent troops that will quell the rebellion soon. What about the Orcs Empire? Some time ago, the messenger of the Orcs Empire had asked us to release the Orc slaves, which led to a dispute. A small misstep in this situation is likely to lead to a war. Meanwhile, Eva changed her outfit, putting on a cloak and a hat. She then dutifully followed Lu Jiyu, listening to the chatter en route. Master, why do humans have strange things like war? She asked. After looking at Eva, Lu Jiyu said, because of their desires. Since human beings have desires, they will have disputes and differences, which will lead to wars. As long as desires exist, wars will as well. Eva frowned at Lu Jiyu, then thought for a long time. Although she had some thoughts on the subject, she did not fully understand it. After entering the old castle of the Rosa Bianca caravan, they saw that the merchants were all packed up and ready to go. Many people, who seemed to have been living in the castle, were also packing up their things. In fact, it seemed like they were leaving the capital. The leader of the merchants had heard about the recent rebellion and the conflict between the Crete Empire and the Holy Civil Empire. So, he had chosen to abandon their base here to return to their hometown in the kingdom of Rosadoro. Lu Ziyu would be traveling with them through the Mika province and the Sea of Death to the mysterious desert empire, Batko. Lu Ziyu was careful to not interfere with the war between the humans and orcs. After all, he was solely focused on his breakthrough to level 8 mythical wizard and the mid-level mythical life template design. After Eva had gained the ability to interfere with the time freeze domain, he was finally able to move this agenda along. Although Eva's time freeze domain was very powerful, it was still inferior to the abilities of a mythical wizard. As a level 4 wizard, her degree of control, her range, and her environmental effects were heavily restricted. However, it was clear that this sort of mid-level mythical ability was formidable. In the range that she could control, all of the special abilities of the other party were completely neutralized. Thus, she was the master and ruler of her domain. For comparison, Lu Jiyu could utilize the divine kingdom Gaia in the sky to create an impossibly huge domain. Lu Ziyu was going to upgrade his low-level mythical life template, Dream Control, to a mid-level mythical template. Lu Ziyu would combine this area of affectability with his ability over dream spaces, since they were extremely compatible. In this way, the originally intangible dream space could directly change the real world by interfering with reality and manipulating the laws of the world. This was not the same as the previous dream field, which had been created from his awareness and was based on the information plane. Instead, this one was based on a true interference upon reality. As such, its existence was projected upon reality. Now, Lu Ziyu's ability was finally both illusory and real. Lu Ziyu was going to call this ability Dream Projection, and then name the mid-level mythical template Dream Lord. The Dream Lord mythical life template was still based upon the calculations of the subbrain on Gaia in the Divine Kingdom. This meant that, as soon as the construction of the template was complete, Lu Ziyu could finally become a level 8 mythical wizard. After the decree from the Emperor of Crete, the counts and viscounts of several large territories in the vicinity immediately organized all of the local nobles to gear up and dispatch soldiers. The knights then mounted their war horses and charged together. Under the command of the emperor, they began their bloody campaign. As the lords led an army of cavalry and soldiers, many merchants followed along to sell their products. The logistical support team followed behind them in a long line. These merchants were tasked with handling all of the materials that were consumed, properties that were looted, and all of the needs of the soldiers. As such, every war yielded them a significant profit. The cavalry took the lead. Close behind them were the infantry, the archers, and the spearmen, who wore chainmail. They all marched in neat rows, the sound of their footsteps thundering across the earth. As they moved, dust rose up, kicked up by both the horses and the men's footsteps. An oddly oppressive and tense atmosphere was created by the clanging of the long swords against the shields as they marched. Their flag fluttered in the dusty skies as the army crossed into the borders of Urabel and opened the curtains of the war. Simultaneously, in the province of Urabel, chaos and violence was erupting. All of the cities and towns were closed off, while all of the young people in the city were being mobilized to guard it. "Hurry, let us in. I heard that the orc slaves are coming soon. Can we defend the city?" All the civilians from the towns and villages took their families and all of their belongings to flee to the cities, hurriedly congregating at the gates to enter and hide. Soon after this, a large orc army appeared in the distance. As they traveled, they cut down trees, quickly building various siege weapons out of them in order to attack the city. As soon as the orc army arrived, they crazily mounted the city wall, thus starting a fierce struggle against the armed self-defense forces led by the youths. The ordinary people within the city hid and shivered in fear. The village was soon burned, flames lighting up the skies. The thick black smoke could be seen from dozens of miles away. The 200,000 orc slaves had broken free from their shackles, only to return to suffer 1,000 times over in the Crete Empire. As such, many of the crazed orcs were filled with hatred and anger, leading them to slaughter and loot everyone and everything that came into their paths. A large number of cities were destroyed amid the crazy frenzy. The orcs seized an abundance of wealth as they burned and looted the towns. Currently, the slave army was now surrounding the Urabel governor in the provincial capital of Maples. Seeing that the slave army had completely spun out of control, the group that had secretly planned and instigated the rebellion disappeared into the night. Their hearts were grieved to see that they brought such a huge disaster upon the entire Urabel province. The army that entered Urabel did not rush to face the orcs. Instead, they began to rout some of their smaller forces elsewhere, scattering them around the outskirts of the city. Thus, the areas that the orcs controlled were gradually eroded away. The orcs' options were beginning to shrink rapidly, as nearly 200,000 orcs had jointly attacked Maples for more than half a month. Yet the city still refused to fall. A large number of bodies had been left, piled up by the city wall. The whole situation immediately seemed to have tilted in the favorable direction of the Crete Empire. Sensing this shift, the slave army was in the final throes of madness. A large number of surviving orcs formed scattered temporary regiments, armed only with the weapons that they had stolen. They began to look at Maples again, seeing it as their last hope for survival. They also sent messengers to their home base, the powerful Holy Civil Empire, in search of aid and reinforcements. Meanwhile, back in the Holy Civil Empire, a large number of generals and noble knights in Sargas City were crowded in the palace hall. They were all extremely excited. However, the Emperor Verthandi was not among them. Do these darn humans think that we are still the same as we were a few decades ago? A wolfman slammed his fist down on the stone table. How dare they humiliate the Emperor this way? We cannot tolerate this. It is time to release the decades of hatred that we have accumulated since the destruction of the kingdom of Menkor. They took the lives of hundreds of thousands of orcs, after all. A leopard man proclaimed. As he spoke, the generals seated around the table all showed a deep hatred in their eyes. The leopard people would never forget the damage that the Crete Empire and the Church of Light had dealt upon their homeland. It's time to decide the fate of the humans and the orcs. Who is the remaster of Alan Continent? We have to show them how we have changed. We are no longer little powerless beings that they can bully. We are the powerful Holy Civil Empire. A man from Verthandi's own race, an old lion noble, shouted out, then added, "We shall slaughter our way up the entire Red River Plains. This has continued for far too long. It is time to restore the glory of the orcs from the ancient times." Everyone was exuberant. The Holy Civil Empire had long been eager to start a war against humanity, but had only lacked a good enough reason. The suppression of His Majesty, the Emperor, had finally supplied one. Verthandi had been thinking about establishing diplomatic relations with the Crete Empire, which would enable them to start trading, to cooperate in maintaining peace, and to suppress the warmongers in the Holy Civil Empire. However, after Alan was sent to the Crete Empire, the situation had completely changed. The arrogance of the Crete Empire, coupled with the sudden rebellion of hundreds of thousands of orc slaves, made the voice of the main war party much more compelling. A large number of Holy Civil civilians were sympathetic to the plight of these orc slaves, and they hoped that the Empire could save their enslaved brethren. As such, they pleaded with the Empire to send troops. Verthandi stood in the lounge behind the palace hall, where 8 of her personal holy knights were standing by. She had gained control over the entire Holy Civil Empire with their support. The armored knights dared not say a word. They simply sat on the long table in the lounge, gazing at their emperor as she leaned on the window, a troubled expression on her face. Verthandi wore a skirted armor with a gorgeous cloak, a crown laid upon her golden hair, which she tied back from her face. Her white skin and soft face were creased in a solemn and dignified expression. Her beautiful golden eyes looked at the clouds in the distances. She knew that she had to make a big decision. Even the emperor would not be able to ignore the voices of so many nobles and civilians in the Holy Civil Empire. She also knew that she could not abandon the hundreds of thousands of orc slaves. However, she also was aware that, if she decided to engage in war, It would mean sacrificing the lives of countless humans and orcs. Outside the lounge, a rush of footsteps could be heard approaching. The guards tried to stop the intruder, but were forcefully brushed off. "Stand down!" All of the holy knights stood up immediately, yelling out in unison. They looked at the door in fury. Yet, they relaxed when the armored intruder entered and took off his helmet, as they saw that it was actually a blonde wolf girl with crimson ears. Each of the knights fell silent and sat back down. It was Delmidi. She was already 14 years old. She had grown so much since when Lu Ziyu had first seen her. She was much taller and more beautiful now, yet she still had a masculine temper, just like Verthande had when she was young. Only, Delmidi was brasher and far more unruly. As soon as Delmidi came in, she saw Verthande standing in front of the window and exclaimed in anger, "Respected father, we should immediately declare war on the Crete Empire. Those who dare to tarnish your glory should all." Verthande's slender eyebrows wrinkled as she looked at Delmidi, then commanded, "Get out." "Who allowed you to enter?" "Take off that armor. It is not yet your turn on the battlefield." The dispute between Delmidi and Verthande ended with Delmidi storming out, but during their discourse, Verthande had made a decision. As such, she turned and headed out. The holy knights opened the door to the lounge and followed her into the hall, where a large number of holy civil nobles and knights were waiting. Since Verthande was clad in her full gown, the holy knights immediately knew that the emperor had made an important decision. All of them stood up in her presence accordingly. Everyone looked up and were chattering as Verthande took her seat on the high throne. "Everyone, rally your troops. We are going to welcome our compatriots." Verthande drew the sword of the king behind her back. The crowd cheered and all of the orcs roared in approval. The Holy Seville Empire was an empire of iron that Verthande and the Holy Knights had built with the support of the faith of the sun, in order to weaken the relationships that the people had associated with tribal powers, as well as to promote the integration between the various ethnic groups. She had governed the country by the strong rule of law. As such, the Holy Seville Empire had been completely transformed into a large and sophisticated machine. After the emperor's order was issued, the entirely Seville Empire was mobilized. The 8 Holy Knights Corps had a total 160,000 men in its cavalry, with the addition of regional regiments and the private armies of the nobles. A total of 400,000 troops headed south and crossed the Red River Plains, soon arriving at the border with the Crete Empire. This was the first time in centuries the orcs had started a war against the humans. A large number of orcs were wielding long spears. They looked like a dense forest from the distance, the horses brayed as fully armored cavalry shone in the spring sun. The infantry had their long swords hidden in their scabbards, with their shields polished till they shone like mirrors. The flag of the Holy Seville Empire fluttered in the skies, and under the guidance of its holy banner, the army descended on the border. The Crete Empire had not fought a war at its northern border in many years. However, the structure of defense at the border was an ancient fortress that was built over 100 years ago. Thus, the soldiers who were stationed there now were no match for the original elites. "It's a cavalry. The orcs are attacking." Folk sound. "The orcs are coming." Above the city wall, the sleeping guard, who discarded his sword on the side, immediately woke up and saw the invaders. He started shouting and sent out a warning horn blast. The news of the invading Holy Seville army immediately spread throughout the northern region. The smell of smoke from the border spread throughout the northern border cities of Crete. As it was clear that war was on the horizon, the Holy Seville soldiers awaited with their arms pointed straight at the Crete Empire. As long as Crete made one wrong move, the two sides would immediately launch into an all-out war. This war might even involve the largest number of people in the Allen continent's history. With the greatest amount of troop variations present, the Crete Empire had reached great heights within the last 200 years. On the other hand, the Holy Seville Empire was the first unified empire of orcs. As such, it was widely known that to have huge war potential. In the spring of the 661st year of the San calendar, the Holy Seville Empire, 400,000 troops to the border of the Crete Empire, where they asked for the unconditional release of the 200,000 orcs slaves who were trapped in the Urabel province, the abolishment of the Orc Slavery Bill, and for an official response from the signer of the Orc Slavery Bill, Prime Minister Tembur. With the mobilization of such a huge force and the expenditure of this many resources, the Holy Seville Empire demanded that they must gain something. This was the decision that was made by the top officials of the Holy Seville. After much deliberation with the emperor, an emergency letter was immediately dispatched to the capital, detailing the arrival of the Orc army at the border overnight. Concurrently, the war in the Urabel province had reached a climax. Blood stained every corner of Naples, which was the administrative capital of the Urabel province. The 100,000-strong slave army had fallen into a deep despair. This was because the army of 30,000 Crete soldiers was marching towards them. They had defeated all of the slave regiments that were stationed at the cities en route and were about to arrive. The entire Urabel province was an endless flat expanse. In fact, only Naples was located in a valley at the foot of the mountain. As such, its terrain was dangerous. Since the Cretan army currently had a great amount of siege equipment, the city was extremely vulnerable. Moreover, there were only a few thousand defenders in Naples, along with a few thousand youths and a large number of old and weak citizens. They had held the city for a little over 20 days under the fierce attack of the 100-strong slave army. The severity of the casualties had greatly affected Naples. Countless bodies of the defenders were strewn everywhere, and almost all of the survivors were injured. All over the city, the screams and moans of the sick and injured sounded day and night. A heavy price was also paid by the slave army that was camped outside the city. More than a dozen miles outside of Naples, the main camp of the orcs had been posted. All of them were mourning, as no one had thought that Naples would be such a difficult conquest. Although they were not elite soldiers, they had attacked the city over 10 times, hoping that they could attain victory by sheer numbers. However, the city still hadn't fallen, even after 20 days. This had caused a huge blow to their morale, especially as the army that was led by Count Tito was pressing hard and steady at their heels. At this moment, they had no way to retreat. If they did not take the city, they would die here. The slave army, which had been created as a temporary fix, had its morale completely crushed. If Count Tito had not been pushing them to the brink of despair, they might have already scattered. Inside the camp, everyone was despondent. They looked completely different from the crazed army that had been rampaging towards war just days ago. All of them seemed to now be recalling the fear that the Cretan army had instilled within them before. Their thin, bony bodies huddled next to the fires, as they stared at the silver moon in the darkness. They did not know what their futures held. Several of the leaders were arguing in the tents. Finally, a tall tiger man stood up and roared. He then said, "The Holy Seville Empire should have received our request for help by now. The Empire will not give up on us. Our Emperor will not abandon us. Right now, we only have one goal, and that is to take down Naples. That is our only chance for survival." The next day, the 100,000 cornered slaves attacked Maples like madmen, leaping upon the siege ladders and descending upon the city. They desperately pushed past the lethal waves of rolling wood and falling rocks, past the flaming oil and boiling water, their comrades falling on all sides. They charged forward like crazed beasts. Maples stood under the assault of the nearly 100,000 slaves. It was like a leaf fluttering in a huge storm. Several orc leaders led the soldiers into the city on the front lines, as both sides engaged in a fierce battle on the wall. As the sun rose, a bright red cloud seemed to cover the top of the city. Blood was splattered everywhere. The Tiger Man was the leader of this carnage. He waved his broadsword, slashing through several soldiers. Then, after his sword soared through a young human soldier, he pushed his body off the wall. After the endless stream of orcs climbed up the wall, fewer and fewer soldiers were left alive to defend it. Finally, the gates of Maples were pushed open. The city had finally fallen. In the capital of Crete, a large number of high-ranking officials were having a tense discussion. Many people were arguing about the contents of the intelligence report, particularly the demands posed by the Holy Sepulchre. Crete needed to make a decision fast. Prime Minister Tember was quite concerned about the situation. After all, he was the main advocate of the orc slavery bill that the Holy Civil Empire wanted to abolish. As such, he would likely be held responsible for the whole debacle. No one would remember that many people had benefited from the passage of the bill. They would only remember that Tember had brought war and strife upon them. While many of the nobles were expressing their displeasure with Prime Minister Tember, the emperor was also secretly trying to undermine him. The emperor had no sentimental feelings for his uncle. In fact, he only felt complete hatred towards him. Moreover, as soon as there was the slightest chance, Zolman-II would immediately remove Tember to regain his full power. On the central table, there was a map of the Crete Empire that showed the troop movements of the Holy Civil Empire. Many generals and nobles crowded around the table, trying to plan out the possible routes that Holy Civil would use for their invasion. One of the officers took the lead, saying, Holy Civil claimed that they mobilized an army of 800,000 troops. According to our intelligence, there should be at least 340,000 men there. Of those men, there are over 100,000 knights. Against that many elite troops and such huge army, it would be very difficult to face them without adequate preparation. He continued. With 300,000 or 400,000 troops, these two places would be the only possible routes. No other places can accommodate such a military advance without being vulnerable to our interceptions. Thus, the route that they are most likely to take is the one along the Red River Plains, right by the Depths Grand Canyon. Someone immediately replied, We have a dozen unbreakable fortress cities blocking that route. As soon as we mobilize for war, we can send enough soldiers to deal with them, so that we would then have nothing to fear from the Holy Civil Empire. Yes, we have strong soldiers and legions, and we are the powerful Crete Empire. We are not afraid of anyone. At this time, Cardinal Leon from the Church of Light stood up in the back. He wore solemn red and black robes that were embroidered with the sigil of the sun on the front and back. He looked at everyone, then said, I am here today on behalf of the Pope to declare that the Church of Light will not participate in this war. This declaration caused an uproar. The Church of Light's support was very important to the Crete Empire, as the Church of Light had directly announced that it did not support the war. Crete had just lost a powerful ally. Emperor Zolman-II stood up, immediately asking, Why should there be a war at all? Have you all considered the opinions of the nobles and civilians in the entire Crete Empire? What we need is peace and stability. Why should we make such stupid choices for foolish reasons? We can choose to live in peace with the Holy Seville Empire instead, as Zolman II strongly criticized Prime Minister Tember. Most of the nobles also began to whisper among themselves. After all, it was not in their interest to launch a war. In fact, it was completely unnecessary. Though many of them were the confidants of Prime Minister Tember, they also had their own interests to consider. At this time, a guard rushed in. He was holding a letter from Urabel. "It is a letter from Count Tito." "What happened with the slave rebellion in Urabel?" The emperor immediately took the letter from the guard. Count Tito was Tember's nephew and a cousin of Emperor Zolman. He was a stalwart ally of Duke Tember, so he had been placed in charge of suppressing the rebellion. As such, he had steadily annihilated the rebellion in Urabel. However, while doing so, he had also weakened Zolman II's power within the province. By the time he finished this conquest, it was likely that the royal family would have lost complete control of the province. This made Zolman II hate his own cousin quite a bit. But when he saw his letter, he began to laugh. As long as Count Tito pacified the rebellion enough to negotiate the exchange of the 200,000 slaves with the Holy Seville Empire and weakened the power and influence of Duke Tember enough to drive him away, Zolman II would be delighted. However, after reading the letter, Zolman II's face turned blue. The letter slipped from his fingertips, while a sinister smile appeared on Duke Tember's face. Duke Tember picked up the letter, looked at it, then passed it to the other nobles around him. He tapped the gem above his cane and said, "We are past the time for negotiations. The war between us humans and the orcs is unavoidable. Since we have received this letter, the orcs at the border should have also received this news. As such, they will immediately cross the border and launch the war." He paused, then said urgently, "We have no time to hesitate. I strongly suggest that we draft a war mobilization order immediately to deal with this war." And Maples was a low-lying city that was located near the lower reaches of the Nami River. It was originally a beautiful and large city that overlooked the mountains and the river. Yet, right now, the whole valley within a radius of 100 miles had been reduced to a soggy marshland. Countless dead bodies floated in the water. They were pale and bloated and emitted a putrid stench. These bodies extended all the way to the horizon. There were so many of them, it was impossible to row in and out of the city without dragging along the clothes of the dead. Several fishing boats carried more than a dozen soldiers into the city. Along the way, they paddled past hundreds of thousands of dead bodies. Even the sun seemed dimmer here. It was as if the entire population of Maples had been eradicated. The group stood up and saw the peaks of Maples' city wall in the distance. It stood in the center of this vast swamp, surrounded by piles of the dead. There was not a single living soul in sight. The water for the city had been diverted. The city was originally the last stop that was connected to several large lakes that passed through Crete and ended by the Red River. Count Tito had redirected the canal and flooded the entire city, thus drowning all of the orcs that were inside it. Without sacrificing a single one of his men, Count Tito had easily killed more than 100,000 orcs. If they had engaged in direct combat, it would have taken far longer and resulted in far greater casualties. Count Tito had gotten rid of his enemies with the most expert method. Above the Red River plains, the soldiers of Holy Seville stood in the setting sun, mourning the dead. Many soldiers were beating their shields with their long swords, as if trying to summon the souls of the departed. A large number of clergy from the Faith of the Sun and their temple knights were kneeling on the ground. They kissed the sigil on their necks as they prayed in the direction of the sun. They were praying for the forgiveness of the gods. urgently hoping for a response from the divine. Why did they do this? Jorkins was wearing the uniform of a Holy Seville soldier, a sleeveless chain armor. He had a shield on his back and a long sword at his waist. As the initiator of the original rebellion, he had garnered considerable respect within the rebel army. But, since the beginning of the rebellion, he knew that they would continue to be pressured by the Crete Empire. He had negotiated with the other leaders to lead a small number of his own followers away in the dead of the night. They had snuck through the border of Crete to ask for help from the Holy Seville Empire. Then, after Holy Seville began sending troops, he had also volunteered to join them, thus becoming a captain. He then led 10 men and followed the mighty army back to the border. Jorkins had hoped to meet his hundreds of thousands of compatriots back in Crete, but they had all been killed, dying at the hands of the Cretan nobility. Jorkins recalled each painfully familiar face, while he also thought of his father and younger brother, and of his mother and sister, who were still missing. The memories washed over him like waves, filling Jorkins' face with tears. His eyes were bloodshot too. I will never forgive them. I want them to pay. Jorkins slashed his arm with his long sword, then raised his bloody arm into the air with fury. This debt must be paid with blood. The anger within the army was ignited by his act, sending everyone into a fit of roars and battle howls. Each of them raised their weapons and roared in unison, an eye for an eye. All of the holy knights and the nobles were huddled in the command center. All of them looked at Verthandi with red-rimmed eyes, hoping for her immediate command to dispatch the troops to hold the Crete Empire accountable for their heinous crimes. Your Majesty, send troops. Do they think we are the same as we were decades ago? This time, they shall pay the price for the decades of humiliation that they have caused us. We can't tolerate any further disgrace. They murdered hundreds of thousands of orcs right in front of our eyes. This is a clear declaration of war. They can only repay us in blood. At this time, a loud roar was heard from outside the tent. Everyone was immediately alarmed and stopped shouting. They walked outside and saw the excitement of the crowd. As Verthandi, whose brows were already knit in consternation, heard the fury of thousands of her people, she could no longer suppress her own wrath. She drew the sword of the king and pointed it in the direction of the Crete Empire. Her golden ponytail was swaying and her golden eyes burned with anger. She then yelled, "We're moving out. They shall repay us in blood." All of the holy knights and the nobles howled in approval. The anger of hundreds of thousands of people resounded through the heavens. It seemed to set the sky itself on fire. All of the soldiers in the camp packed their bags and arranged themselves into neat formations. They were divided into clear combat units under the control of their respective officers and lords, awaiting for the command of their emperor. Verthandi, riding atop a white horse, led the holy knights to the very front of the army. All of the soldiers and knights looked at their emperor in awe. As the emperor had rescued the orcs from war and disaster, they had no doubt that she would lead them to a future of peace and prosperity. As such, they would always follow her, even to the ends of the earth. It was clear all of the soldiers had unconditional trust and admiration for Verthandi. It was as if the blonde figure in front of them was their faith and their everything. Verthandi held the sword of the king high as she passed her men. The streamer on its hilt fluttered in the breeze. Wherever she passed, cheers resounded like thunder. Long live the king! Long live the king! Long live the king! The cheers continued all the way to the horizon as the passion of the men had been ignited. The only thing in their eyes was the figure before them. The world seemed so small and so insignificant beneath her rule. We will fight for justice. We will judge their sins. Verthandi only said these two short sentences, yet all of her men seemed to take them as profound wisdom. Their eyes glistened with unabashed tears, and they trembled with excitement. After receiving Verthandi's orders, the army immediately launched into action. The troops crossed the Red River plains and broke into the Crete Empire. Smoke and war swept over the earth. Once again, the millennium of conflict between the orcs and humanity had resumed. In the capital of Crete, thousands of people were gathered around the palace. Many soldiers had been recruited, and the knights were spread across the square in front of the palace. Even more civilians were standing off in the distance. They watched as Duke Tember signed the war mobilization order. Afterwards, Emperor Zolman II also signed the order with an ashen face. He was clearly under extreme pressure. At this point, this war was absolutely inevitable. The ordinary people of Crete were divided into two camps. One was extremely worried about upcoming war, while the other thought that the orcs were complete jokes before the might of Crete. The nobles and soldiers of the dominant war faction were still soaked in the might and glory of their bygone days. They cheered impatiently after the order was signed. Duke Tember raised the war mobilization order high in the air, the ink on the gilded paper still wet. He stood at the front of the stage, soaking in the cheers of the crowd. The soldiers longed for the glory, titles, and riches that they had been promised. They knew that this war was their only way to obtain those things. Prime Minister Tember waved the document under the fluttering flag of the Red Bull of Crete as he shouted, "This war is righteous, so we will win the ultimate victory. We will show those barbarians that we are the real masters of this land." Tember's passionate speech inflamed the soldiers to cheer again. They screamed to the rhythm of Tember's swaying arms. Victory! Victory! The skies of the Depths Grand Canyon were completely covered by a horde of black crows and vultures. The canyon seemed to be covered in a gray mist that obscured everything in the darkness of the dusk. Amid the smog, countless scavengers were preying on the piled layers of bodies. The birds of prey were constantly hovering over the airspace, cackling with endless, terrible cries. Human bodies had been dumped everywhere. The banners of Crete and its various noble families were scattered among the bodies, having been placed beside their dead masters. Boer and his protege Edward had rushed over and witnessed this shocking scene. They couldn't help but stand there, completely dumbfounded. The tragedy and the sheer number of deaths from this great war between the humans and the orcs was terrifying. The total casualties from all of the wars in the previous centuries together paled in comparison to the catastrophes in Urabel and the Depths Canyon. After they heard about the war, they rushed over to witness the power of the divine artifact, but they were too late. The Crete Empire had already been destroyed. Edward stood at the entrance to the canyon, staring at the mountain of corpses and the countless vultures and scavengers circling over it. He looked to the left and right in shock. Boer also frowned while he watched the scavengers feast on the mountain of bodies. He then said, "Crete is doomed." Its 300,000 coalition forces were surrounded by Lion King Will. Other than the cavalry that was led by Count Tito, which escaped by abandoning the rest of the troops, the rest were all obliterated. In fact, almost all of the elite troops of Crete have been completely annihilated. He then added, "Crete is now unable to defend itself against the advance of Holy Seville. Humanity's largest empire, its most powerful cultural and political center, has been destroyed in this battle." Meanwhile, Boer Palermo rode his horse across the canyon. He looked at the bodies of the young soldiers, which were all stinking carcasses now. In the center of the battlefield, a fan-shaped gash gouged almost a kilometer of space. The entire ground was leveled and stripped away in this section, immediately attracting their attention. Bor dismounted immediately to observe the phenomenon, then asked, "So, this is the divine artifact, the sword of the king? How such a seemingly arbitrary tool can hold such power is beyond my imagination." Bor carefully observed the traces left by the artifact, while he continued to mumble faintly. It was clear what sort of impact this attack had made when it had first descended on the battlefield. When the two sides clashed, the white light of the sword fell from the sky, then ran through the entire enemy army. It had even swept away the vanguards of the army. This was not even the primary ability of the artifact. Bor had also heard rumors that the sword was linked to the kingdom of the gods, and that it allowed its wielder to borrow the power of God himself. Edward followed his teacher Bor. He couldn't help but recall the comet that the great sage had summoned. That was a true apocalyptic power. "There is nothing to see here, so let's go to the capital." Bor drew the reins and turned his horse around. Edward immediately asked, "Will we tell them to evacuate?" Bor shook his head. He had already looked at the information that had been passed along via the wind ravens, so knew the situation. He replied, "No, they have already received the news of the defeat of the coalition forces, which was distributed by a messenger. It has likely already spread all the way to the kingdom of the Church of Light to the ears of Pope Hodap by now. The army of Holy Civil is surely already at the capital's doorstep, en route, completely destroy the Crete Empire, thus occupying the most fertile place on the Alan continent." He then added, "Pope Hodap has issued a declaration that the entire kingdom of the Church of will send troops to assist the Crete Empire. Even Saintess Kelly has promised to step out of St. Sarl City." He took a breath, then continued to explain in a monotone and report-like manner, "Various other monarchs will send troops. Dragon Tamer Rooney of the Kingdom of Rosadoro has already crossed the Moor province and entered the kingdom of the Church of Light. The coalition forces will enter Crete Empire and head to the capital in a few days." Edward was shocked by these two names, as they were figures from myths and epics to him. The Dragon Tamer King Rooney, and Saintess Kelly, who never leaves St. Sarl City. Hearing these names, Edward realized that this was no longer a war between Holy Civil and Crete, but a war between humanity and the orcs. Edward calculated that the army of Holy Civil had only departed yesterday. So, in order to the capital, which was in the south, they had to cross several provinces. This would slow down their progress quite a bit. If the Holy Civil Empire took the capital, control over the Crete Empire would completely transfer to them. The power of orcs would then grow exponentially, thus destroying the current balance of power between the humans and the orcs. Such a strong orcs empire was something that no human being desired. As such, it was no wonder that the other countries took the initiative to send troops. In any case, the Crete Empire could not be captured by the Holy Civil Empire. This battle would set the tone between the orcs and humans through the entire Alan continent. Both the Holy Civil Empire and the human allied forces had already mobilized their most powerful forces. Now, the Holy Civil Empire was going to seek revenge by seizing Zolmandu and Tembur, since they were the ones who provoked the war, as well as Count Tito's entire family, since they murdered 100,000 orcs. In the meantime, they would also move to occupy the Crete Empire. If they managed to subdue the Crete Empire, the Holy Civil Empire would rush out of the cold and barren north. The size of their territory would be doubled. After achieving political and religious unity, a vast and unimaginably powerful orcs empire would appear in the Alan continent. Getting access to the rich and fertile lands in the center of the continent would lay the foundation for an intercontinental conquest. and the Holy Seville would become the nightmare of all human beings. At the same time, this was a battle of faith between the Church of Light and the faith of the Sun. The Church of Light had declared the faith of the Sun to be a heretical sect over 20 years ago. As such, no believers or preachers were allowed into the human kingdoms. Thus, the Church of Light and the Joint Human Alliance were going to try to stop this development by driving the Holy Seville Empire and the faith of the Sun back to the north. They were hoping to destroy the ambitions of the Orc Empire and its crazy expansion. If not, all of humanity would be embroiled in an endless war. Boer and Edward became extremely solemn, while they goaded their horses onwards to chase the tracks of the Holy Seville troops. Inside St. Sarl's City, within the Temple of Light, the church had hired talented artists to paint murals on the walls. These murals were intricately designed and very beautiful. It was as if they depicted the solemn benevolence of the kingdom of God. In fact, the whole temple seemed like it was the center of the kingdom of God, with all of its tall statues and beautiful murals. Standing inside this pure white space, one would feel as if his entire soul was being cleansed. At this moment, a beautiful fairy-like maiden was standing barefoot in front of the statues. She was dressed in a simple long robe, and she had long black hair and the face of an angel. Her tall stature and feminine grace made her appear to be a specimen of flawless perfection. Saintess Kelly was also standing in front of the statues. Before her was the goddess of light Maria, as well as the statue of the legendary archangel. Her eyes shone like the starry sky and could entrance countless people. However, at this moment, her starry eyes were focused only on the archangel statue. She had been looking at the statue and praying in the temple for decades. After all, decades seemed like mere days when you spent every moment praying and waiting for a response from God. In the eyes of Your Excellency, our desires and conflicts must be pitifully laughable. I created a heaven on earth for you. Can you see it? Yet, the ugliness of sin still exists on this holy ground. Salvation can only be received within your kingdom. Saintess Kelly stood alone before the statue, exposing her most inner thoughts, believing wholeheartedly that God could hear her. Kelly had a dream about the idyllic village that Lord Faros had shown her. She recalled the beautiful town by the mountain slope that he had talked with her about, all while they sat under blue skies. He had then disappeared from her dream. Whenever she recalled that dream, she could not help but tremble. The corners of her mouth would also starting to curl up, while her face would show a rarely seen expression of pure bliss. Kelly knelt before God and finished her prayers. Slowly, she put on the mask of Faros and walked out through the corridor of white pillars. The doors of the temple slowly opened as she stepped outside. Outside of the temple sat the upper echelons of the Church of Light, including Pope Hodap and all of the cardinals and priests. They were all wearing elaborate robes and waiting respectfully to greet Kelly as God's bloodkin on earth. On the platform stood rows upon rows of fully armored Knights of Light. All of them had swords and shields that were engraved with the sigil of the church. Even some monarchs and guards from surrounding nations were present. Although these knights may not have been happy with the political interference of the church, their devotion to the faith remained genuine. Many of them were devout believers, so they were fans of Saintess Kelly, as she was the kin and messenger of God. Saintess Kelly stepped into the hall wearing the mask of Faros. The noisy scene quieted down immediately. The silence throughout the hall was so pervading, you could hear a pin drop. All eyes concentrated intently on Kelly, as if the people present could not wait to kneel at her feet and pray. This was St. Sarl's City, the city of God's descent. It was also the capital of God's kingdom on earth. Defend the eternal glory of God. In God's name, advance. These words of Kelly's were enough to ignite the passion of the entire city. Everyone cheered and yelled in a frenzy, while they raised their swords and shields. By God's name, advance. Everything is for the Lord. Move out. Move out. Even the elderly Pope Hodap had joined in the cheering. Hodap was already well past 100 years old. Although he was a master of divine incantations, his innate talent was weak. As such, he had not managed to break through to increase his lifespan. Thus, he was well on his way to returning to God's kingdom. So, the church had started the preparations for the selection of a new pope. A large number of knights and soldiers flowed out of St. Sarles City, then regrouped with the army outside. They started moving out of St. Sarles and towards Crete, setting off towards the essential battle between humanity and the orcs. The Alliance army and several of the church's priest corps set out to meet with Holy Civil's army. This was a war between two ideologies and a supernatural face-off between the Church of Light and the Faith of the Sun. The most anticipated battle was between the Saintess of the Church and the Emperor of Holy Civil. This war would show which race God favored, as both were fighting in the name of God and glory. This is also the war that affected the most people on Aelin. There were 1 million soldiers who were fighting in the war. This was also the first major military conflict that involved special abilities. As such, the tensions were high as Holy Civil and the Church Alliance army were quickly converging upon the capital of Crete. Within the of Crete, although the empire focused its efforts on a cover-up, news that 300,000 elites had died in the depths Grand Canyon at the hands of Holy Civil had already been leaked. Hundreds of thousands of orcs were headed straight towards them. Originally, Holy Civil was coming for revenge. However, its aims had changed a bit since then. Part of the reason for that was that supplies to Crete had increased greatly after the orc army took over more cities. This led Holy Civil to offer the nobles of Crete 2 paths. They could either adopt the faith of the sun to become citizens of the empire, thus receiving equal rights, or Holy Civil would enter the city by force, enslave all of the nobles, and subject the civilians to heavy taxes. All the cities en route had fallen swiftly under Holy Civil's assault. The capital was in chaos, and the arrogant Cretans, who looked down upon Holy Civil, were now trembling in fear. Many of the civilians tried to escape. Even the royals abandoned their estates. The highest commanders had split into 2 parties. One was in favor of reconciliation, and the other wanted to surrender. By now, neither Emperor Zomanu nor Prime Minister Tember held any control. They had lost 300,000 elites and the trust of their people. Even the common folk were disparaging their names. Within the city, countless families had lost their sons and husbands, which sent them into deep depressions. As a result, all of the nobles began distancing themselves from them. Suddenly, the church's army appeared under the leadership of Cardinal Leon. The guards opened the city gates and allowed the robed knights onto the king's road. They surrounded the Cretan palace and stormed in. They then took control of the city in one night. The cardinal took some knights and stormed the room where the other vigilants were meeting and surrounded them. Tember stood up and looked at Cardinal Leon, asking, "What are you doing?" "This is the royal palace of Crete." Leon kicked Tember and waved an order from the church in the air, terrifying the crowd. He then announced, "In the name of the church and God, we are excommunicating Emperor Zoman II. He shall be judged here and now." Leon looked around, watching as the knights behind him moved out. He then added, "Zolman II, Tember, and Tito, you are now under arrest and shall face the judgment of God." The young Emperor Zolman too slid onto the ground from his throne as Tember shrieked. Only Tito, with his blood-stained hands, was peaceful in his surrender. He had always known that retribution would eventually come for him. All three of them were then dragged out, the ruler of the Crete Empire officially changing at that very moment. Cardinal Leon had temporarily taken control of all military power in the capital. As such, he directed the guards on the city wall personally. If he had not done so, all of the guards would have been paralyzed by fear. The arrogant Cretans had been completely demoralized by the recent news from Holy Seville. If the cardinal had not brought 20,000 soldiers as reinforcement and personally reassured the people that the Pope and Saints would send help, the capital would have fallen already. In the last few days, they had received intelligence that the Holy Civil Empire would arrive today. As such, they had taken their weapons to attack the capital. Leon knew that the Human Alliance army was heading over. However, if they could not arrive before the Holy Civil Army, he knew he could not hold this city than 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, the other side had the Holy Knights and a divine artifact with a power far beyond common weaponry. So, he knew how terrifying it would be if Saintess Kelly personally led the priests into battle. Dong dong. The emergency bell sounded. However, it was unnecessary, as all of the guards on the wall could already see the huge army looming on the horizon. There. Here. So that the army of Holy Seville. Lion King Will is coming. That legendary king of the orcs who was chosen by God to wield the sword of the king. All of the people on the city walls were looking at the black dots on the horizon. Many knights were carrying banners with countless infantry following behind them. The lines stretched as far as the eye could see. The enemies were like waves in the ocean, covering all of the earth with dense formations of pointed spears that gleamed in the sunlight. Many of them held flags denoting the various militias and families within the Orc nation. The flags fluttered in the wind menacingly. The most eye-catching flag was the flag of the Emperor. It depicted a golden lion on a scarlet flag, and it was flown high above the others. Verthande's Holy Knights of the North were grouped around it. Once again, the city was overcast by clouds. Even though this was another cloudy day, the citizens in the capital felt personally forsaken by God. Neither light nor warmth reached them, and they found the oppressive atmosphere to be suffocating. Cardinal Leon stood on the city wall, clothed in red and gold. He had a battle scar on his face that emitted an air of authority and intimidation. But right now, even he felt a deep sense of uncertainty. Emperor of the Holy Civil Empire Will Ehrenbell. Someone in the crowd shouted, as the sound of hooves stampeding from afar and the screams of the war horses traveled across the plains. As the hundreds of thousands of soldiers descended, they generated a massive dust storm. No one had ever seen such a terrifying scene before, including Cardinal Leon. No one believed that the troops within the city would be able to defend against this attack. As all of the elites were killed in the depths Grand Canyon, other than the reinforcements from the church, the soldiers were new recruits. After witnessing the march of the hundreds of thousands of enemy war veterans, the recruits' knees were weak and shaking. One young man, who had just donned his armor for the first time, said despondently, "We're all going to die here." A middle-aged soldier kissed the ornament on his chest and said, "God of mercy." A teenager who had yet to grow a beard dropped onto his knees and clutched his head as he repeated to himself, "Don't be scared. Don't be scared." Cardinal Leon sighed. It seemed the human reinforcements would not make it on time. As the Cardinal of the Church of Light and the highest commander within Crete right now, he could not retreat. After all, he was the defender and representative of his faith, so he could only die here fighting the infidels. Leon drew his sword and roared, For God. Across the wall, all of the soldiers of the church drew their swords and also screamed, For God. The atmosphere then stabilized, as most of the troops accepted their impending deaths and reignited their faiths. The rest of the troops also settled down, gaining immeasurable courage from their religious beliefs. Just as everyone braced for the attack, the army in the distance stopped. The defenders became confused for a moment, but then they heard noise coming from the other side. What is that? It's the reinforcements. They're here, the Knights of the Church of Light and the allies of the human country. There are the allied nations, the Kingdom of the Church of Light, the Kingdom Rosadoro, and the Duchy of Creer. On the horizon, troops carrying flags with the insignia of the sun had just appeared. Human knights finally rushed over, while the huge army appeared by the southern hills. The Holy Civil Army had also seen the incoming human army, which is why they had stopped. As the capital was situated on the largest plateau within Crete, it was on a very flat area. As such, you could see armies coming in from all directions. No one thought that both armies would arrive at the exact same time. The human allied army had barely made it in time to stop the advance of Holy Seville. Our allies are here. The reinforcements from the church have arrived. Her Holiness has led the army outside the city. We are saved. When the guards within the capital received this news, all of them were so relieved they burst into tears. Many of them cheered as they walked outside. All of the soldiers hugged each other, thanked the Lord, the church, and the saintess. Outside the city, both sides now amounted to over 1 million troops. At this moment, on the Sumerian plains, the armies on both sides were marching towards each other. Standing on the city wall, everyone felt excitement coursing through their veins. They were watching the birth of a legend. The people were beyond themselves, exclaiming loudly, Are they going to fight? This will be a war. It will become the stuff of legends. We are witnessing the creation of history. Fight, fight. Many knights from the church corps within the city wanted to open the gates so that they could go out and join the human allied army under the banner of the saintess. They felt ready to fight the barbarians and the infidels. The commander of the allied coalition wishes audiences. A cavalry arrived under the banner of Verthandi and bowed to her. We accept. Verthandi wore a pure white cloak with a silver-skirted armor. Countless knights and soldiers of the Holy Civil Empire gathered around her. The entire scene resembled a mythical epic. The two sides glared at each other as dark clouds loomed in the sky. The wind above the plains blew and screamed, causing the battle flag to wave rigorously. Then, the horn sounded, signaling the beginning of the war. The two sides faced off around the city. The neutral zone in the center divided the forces for several kilometers. They looked at each other across the horizon, while their forces spread out across the hillsides. Within the oppressing atmosphere, people could not help but swallow hard as they held their weapons and shields. The number of troops had now become meaningless. In the middle of the two sides, dozens of cavalry units rushed out. Their longs that dragged behind them fluttered like banners. Their horses neighed as they continued to accelerate and gallop towards the center of the battlefield. Verthandi pulled back on her reins and waved her hand. Immediately, the cavalry pulled to a stop, under the watchful gazes of both armies. The saintess of the human army and the supreme commander of the Holy Civil Empire met. The two women eyed each other. This was the first time they had met in person. The saintess Kelly wore a human-styled armor under her scarlet gold-rimmed cloak. The sigil of the sun was engraved on the white mask, which covered Saintess Kelly's face and made her look quite mysterious. So, you are Her Holiness, Saintess Kelly of the Church of Light. Verthandi clutched the reins tight while she looked at the mask on Saintess Kelly's face. She immediately recognized it as the legendary divine artifact, the Mask of Feroce. Saintess Kelly looked at Verthandi's face and the sword of the king at her waist, then said, "Emperor Will Arunbel of Holy Civil Empire. You look different than what I imagined." Verthandi frowned, then looked at Saintess Kelly and said, "I hope you can retreat. This matter is between the Holy Civil Empire and the Crete Empire. You don't have to be involved." Saintess Kelly shook her head. "No, this is not just a matter between you and the Crete Empire. You have done enough. I can assure you that the Crete Empire, Emperor Zomantu, Tember and Tito will all be punished accordingly. I hope that you can stop here and lead the army of the Holy Civil Empire withdraw from the kingdom of humankind." Verthandi shook her head. "That's impossible. Not only will Zolmantudu, Tember, and Tito be executed, but the Crete Empire will belong to the Holy Civil Empire." The expression of Saintess Kelly gradually became cold. "You are the Orc King chosen by God, but this is the kingdom of mankind. You should not get involved. Retreat, or there will be war." The tension in the atmosphere increased exponentially. The plains were so quiet, one could hear the sound of the wind and the fluttering of the flags. The two women remained silent. The wind picked up under the dark clouds, while everyone watched the negotiation. What happened next depended solely on the choices of these two commanders. One had the blood of God, and the other was an Orc king with the divine authority to rule. They were the protagonists of this war and heroes of this continent. "I refuse," Verthandi insisted. She couldn't possibly ask her impassioned troops to retreat right now. After all, the Orcs had been suffering in the barren northern lands for a long time, and the fertile land of the Center Plains had long been coveted by Holy Civil. Saintess Kelly nodded and said, "I hope you won't regret this." The two sides immediately returned to their respective sides, accompanied by dozens of knights. After that, the two armies immediately prepared to charge. The soldiers drew their swords and readjusted their helmets, then kissed their sacred ornaments and offered prayers to God. The knights covered their visors and adjusted their spears. Both sides knew that this war was inevitable. One could see a myriad of expressions on these soldiers' faces, ranging from passion and fear to fanaticism and piety. Regardless of whether they were orcs or humans, no one knew if they would survive or how this war would end. After all of the preparations were made, both armies charged forward. A wild stampede ensued, the thundering of the horses' hooves feeling like the very continent beneath their feet was being torn asunder. Thus began the biggest war that Alan had ever seen. In the name of God, God's glory. Both sides uttered their battle cry as the enemy side approached. All of their eyes filled with murderous intent as the two sides collided. The cavalry was positioned at the front, and many knights fell from their horses or got wounded while riding upon their steeds. The long spears interspersed with each other, while flesh and blood flew everywhere. The infantry then caught up and made a second wave attack. Their round shields smashed against the enemy's square shields, while battle axes and the broadswords interlaced. Whenever any of the soldiers was cut down, others rushed up to fill the space. All of the troops met at the center, the entire regiment of the army constantly slamming together like the top and bottom jaws of a tiger, split between humans and orcs. It looked exactly like the battle from 1,000 years ago that occurred between Golden King Anatin and Wolf King Costa. Once again, this had reinitiated a battle of destiny between races. In the middle of the battlefield, the first major battle fought between the priest corps under Saintess Kelly's command and the Northern Knights, who were led by Verthandi. This were followed by a battle between the Knights of Light, with their church corps against the Holy Knights' corps that were led by 8 Holy Knights. Saintis Kelly was the Stafkalaris with Emperor Verthande of the Holy Civil Empire. The flag of the Church of Light on Kelly's spear stood still, and a golden streak shone at the center of the battlefield. Verthande's cloak danced in the breeze, and the sword of the king lit up with mysterious runes, emitting a radiant light that tore through the sky. The realm of God. Realm of God. As the two sides shouted the exact war cry at the same time, a spiritual domain unfolded instantly around them. The clash of the powers had clearly caused a dramatic meteoric impact, which had caused the entire area to be torn apart. A large number of knights were killed immediately, while another group of holy knights and priests used divine incantations to protect themselves. With the protection of Verthande and Saintis Kelly's areas of control, they had managed to preserve their lives. All of those people who were standing inside the capital were amazed, their jaws agape. The power of these two was as clear as day. Then, occupying the center of the entire battlefield, the crowd saw 2 giant balls of light collide, sending up a puff of smoke, and that covered the entire battlefield. Is this the power of God? Oh my God! Bless Her Highness Saintis Kelly. Looking at this shocking scene, everyone began to fear for their lives, since it would only take one of those hits to erase the city from existence. After all, Verthande and Kelly were far stronger than when they had first obtained the artifacts. However, since their powers seemed to stem from the same source, they negated each other. As the soldiers on both sides of the battlefield were shrouded in dust, the fighting paused. No one knew what to do. They looked to the center of the battlefield at the fight between Saintis Kelly and Verthande. Then, the smoke scattered, revealing the two, standing in the sky. The pair's realms of God overlapped, then pushed against each other in undulating waves. Images of golden chains appeared in the sky behind Saintis Kelly, which she shaped into a writhing, interlocking platform. "Chain of God," she yelled, as chains surrounded and entangled Verthande from all directions. Meanwhile, Verthande's realm slowly revolved around her, forming a pulsing white light. Under Verthande's command, the sword of the king shot through like a burning comet, breaking through the chains. The two then shot through the air, constantly intertwining with and attacking one another, while piercing through the dark clouds like living gods. At this point, Bor Calermo and his protégé Edward arrived. They now observed the flashing blurs in the sky from a distance, finally witnessing the power of these divine artifacts. Perhaps only a level 7 mythical wizard can match their powers. Can a divine artifact alone really increase a person's power to this level? Into the realm of the gods? As wizards, we aim to discover the truths of this world. But there is still such a long journey ahead of us. Although Bor Calermo had reached level 4 in his witchcraft, if he were to join the fight, he was sure that he would not be able to withstand a single normal blow from either of two, not to mention their signature attacks from the realm of God or the judgment of light. Thinking about how limited his witchcraft was, Bor Calermo suddenly recalled Instructor Anthony's words. He had asked, "Who do you think you are? Who do you think God is? Do you see yourselves as being the followers of God? Do you think God needs your prayers? To God, you are nothing. Do you think God would care about whether ants looked at him with respect or rage?" Bor sighed and lowered his head, then mumbled, "We have a long way to go on the path to the truth." In the skies, the powers of the gods crisscrossed as they lit up the earth. The clanging of the chains echoed as the sword of the king continued to clash with them. The war continued fiercely on the ground, while the humans and the orcs fought each other to a standstill. The priests and the northern knights showed the fearsome powers that were held by military forces with special ability. Light flashed everywhere as they tore through the battlefield. Though they were few in number, the intensity and danger level of the battle here far surpassed all of the other areas of the battlefield. On the other side of the battlefield, another fight attracted the attention of a large number of people. It was a battle being waged between an armored knight, who was wielding a long spear, and an old king, who was riding a black dragon. Delmidi had been in charge of a small platoon of holy knights. As soon as she saw the huge black dragon, she arrogantly chose it as her opponent. As such, the huge dragon immediately pulled her into a difficult battle. In order to protect her, as she was the child of the emperor, the holy knights joined the battle. Roar! I'll kill you. The roar of the dragon, followed by Delmidi's furious battle cry, officially began the battle. Delmidi's forehead shone brightly and the surface of her body was covered with a layer of white scales. She was clearly stretching the power of her dragonglass to its limit. The dragon spewed a scorching flame, which was immediately blocked by a huge ice shield. Delmidi constantly rushed forward, her silver spear aimed directly at the black dragon. The black dragon's flame and its ability to control fluids instantly killed many knights and their horses by quickly drawing out their blood. Yet, these tactics were useless against Delmidi, who had strong dragon-like regenerative powers that allowed her to resist them. Delmidi then used her immense abilities to forcefully battle the dragon, without losing the advantage. In fact, she found it surprisingly easier for her to deal damage to the dragon due to the flexibility of her small stature. Large ice spears and ice shards continually fell from the sky, piercing the closest human soldiers. The old King Rooney, who was riding on the dragon, could not keep up with her. He had tried to hold off Delmidi and the huge amount of charging holy knights, but could not. In the end, Delmidi rushed onto the dragon and pierced her long spear into Rooney's skull, hitting him right between his eyes. The legendary king, dragon tamer Rooney Elvis, had died on the battlefield. The soldiers and knights of Kingdom of Rosadoro all stared at the body of their legendary king in its pitiful state. They were so filled with emotion. They roared, "Kill her! Avenge the king! Kill her! Revenge!" The human knights and soldiers of the Kingdom of Rosadoro rushed forward, determined to kill Delmidi. "I am the child of the Holy Seville Empire Emperor Will Arambel, and I will be the next emperor of the empire. You seek to tarnish my father's glory. Go to Hull." Delmidi tossed the body of dragon tamer Rooney down and laughed wildly. She then continued to fight with the soldiers of Kingdom of Rosadoro, while the holy knights fought closely by her side. The black dragon then took Rooney Elvis' body away, soaring off into the horizon. This legendary king, who seemed to always have destiny on his side, had finally died. Translator, Nyoibo Studio. Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The light of the sunset had turned the sky into a burning orange color. It was shining from the end of the sky and reflected upon the thick stormy clouds and on the earth. By now, the war on Earth had escalated to an unimaginably brutal stage, and mountains of corpses were strewn all over the place. Their blood flew across the field like a streaming crimson creek, especially in the center of the battlefield, where the bodies were piled up like a small mountain. Blood was everywhere. Countless people charged in and stepped on the corpses, only to later become a part of this mountain of corpses themselves. Everyone was killing each other, vengeance and madness surging in their hearts. Normally, when a war progressed to this stage, there must be a side that couldn't stand it anymore and would start to have a major breakdown and run away. However, even though the battle between the two representatives of the gods had reached its critical moment, no one would dare to retreat or give up. At this moment, everyone had turned into the most devoted mad believer. So regardless of whether it meant the spilling their blood or the loss of their heads on the battlefield, nothing made them fear. Nay more. Everyone was shouting the name of their gods at the tops of their lungs and were holding the flags of their gods. Then, one by one, they charged into battle. For His Majesty, an orc chanted as he charged in. He was Ibu, the holy knight of the orcs, and he was already full of scars at this moment, as he slaughtered his way across the human army, while holding a knight's long sword and standing on thick piles of corpses. He shouted with all his might, "We are going to be victorious. Long live the Holy Civil Empire." Every temple knight stood in front of the orc army and was stopping them with their lives. Their armor and cloaks were all dyed red with blood, and the sigil of the sun that was there before was now barely visible. "Kill them all! Avenge the Majesty." This shout coming from one of the remaining elite knights of the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. The royal guard of Verthandi had been gradually separated and eliminated during the charge. The last remaining few were still chanting all together, "For the honor of Northland cavalry." In the sky, Verthandi and Saintis Kelly were both covered in blood. Verthandi saw that the battle under the Virginia capital had gotten more and more heated, with both sides fighting to the death. In fact, the ratio of casualties had increased to a shocking extent, as everyone here in the battlefield had been raised by her from Holy Civil Empire, and every one of them had marched tens of miles to get here, with dreams and faith in her as their motivation. Seeing such a vast number of casualties disturbed Verthandi greatly. Both of their suits of armor had been broken beyond repair, and their clothes had been dyed red with blood. Moreover, their hair, which was tied behind their heads, had become untied and was now fluttering messily in the wind. Clank. Clack. The chain and the sword kept colliding, and at this moment, the distance between the two were no longer than 20 meters. The flag spear that Saintis Kelly was holding had been entangled by the chains, and her body was also surrounded by many chains. However, the pair just kept charging at each other, trying to crush each other. In this close proximity, any mistakes that either of them made would surely mean their death. The pair's movement was so fast, only moving stripes of white light could be seen between them. Moreover, Verthandi's sword light was flashing, and her attack speed was so fast. One could see that the chains been continuously separated and entangled. Between the two of them, Saintis Kelly was the one with less battle experience, as she had spent more time worshipping and praying to God. Therefore, compared to Verthandi, who had always been focused on conquering, while traveling around the world on her horse, Saintis Kelly's experience was pitifully little. Now, this difference in experience was pushing her closer to the danger zone. Moreover, because of Saintis Kelly's continuous usage of divine incantation and the realm of God, she had almost reached her limits. Seeing how Verthandi kept throwing herself at her, she decided to release her last attack. As the chains that were surrounding her started loosening, Saintis Kelly put on her mask and opened both of hands, while her cherry-red lips started to move beneath her mask. Sacred Advent! The whole mask suddenly separated, then dissolved into her body in the blink of an eye. Saintis Kelly's body had turned into light and transformed into a demi-mythical creature. Moreover, that creature had inherited a part of its ability of Lu Jiyu. In this form, she could even borrow the power of Lu Jiyu from his divine kingdom. Meanwhile, a giant shape appeared in the sky. Then, a large wing spread out behind Saintis Kelly. It was as if the sky was raining down rays of light, and a blinding light was shining like the sun. At this moment, everyone was shocked, as this was no longer a form that belonged to the human realm, but was the form of a god that was used by Saintess Kelly, who the representative of God. This phenomenon had all of the believers, who were fortunate enough to witness it tearing up. "Oh God, God is coming. Oh my God, bless us." Victory to the humans. All the peasants within Virginia also saw the giant shape in the sky, and every one of them fell on their knees. In their eyes, she was no longer a deity on earth, but an angel of God from the sky. Even Bourquillermo and Edward were shaking in excitement. Bourquillermo looked up to Saintess Kelly in her current form, and he was so shocked, his face twitching. "So, this is the mythical creature form. It is the very one that the teacher taught us about, the form that surpassed the limitation of the human realm," he exclaimed. Edward didn't catch a bit of what his teacher had said, but was only mindlessly lingering at the presence of Saintess Kelly, with his mouth opened wide. He then mummed, "Mythical god's form." Amid all of the dazzling lights, Saintess Kelly made her first appearance. Her divinely pure face was like the angel of God. As the giant wings of light moved around her, an endless amount of extraordinary power followed. Then, Saintess Kelly extended her slender finger and pointed towards Verthandi. "Divine judgment," she yelled. Then, an intense light, just like a sword swung from the sky, suddenly surging on her hand and continuously enlarging until it formed a pillar of intense light that was heading straight towards Verthandi. The surging light from the pillar shook intensely and straightway pierced the sky. Now, even Verthandi could sense the threat of death when facing this attack. It was as if she was receiving punishment straight from God. This completed surpassed the limit of what any ordinary person could ever imagine. At that moment, the sword of the king started to dissolve on its own, rushing into her body. She could feel the same feeling that she had felt when she was first given the sword of the king by Lu Jiyu. It was as if the old man's voice started to ripple in her ear once again. Humble justice, mercy, heroic, fair, sacrifice, honor, spirit. Verthandi, are you willing to accept the sword of the king and become a true ruler, protecting all of the people who need protection? All of a sudden, countless shapes of swords rushed out of her body, forming her unique realm of God, while a long shape was also extending from behind her. The demi-mythical creature form of Verthandi was illuminating long sword in her hand. Verthandi's realm of God resisted valiantly against the divine judgment attack from Saintess Kelly and was pushing up against the current of power. All that was remaining in Verthandi's body were her battle instincts and her desperate wish to end this war. As the sword flashed before Saintess Kelly could even react, her realm of God had been torn and the sword had pierced through her chest. Saintess Kelly was so stunned by the sight of Verthandi's divine sword piercing through her chest, her mind went completely blank. How could this be? Had my mission already been completed? As Saintess Kelly's angel form was slowly fading, her wings of light were retracting bit by bit. Finally, they broke down into tiny pieces of feathers, then completely faded away. As for Verthandi, her realm of God had been deactivated as well, and she was tightly holding the sword of the king that had just pierced through Saintess Kelly's chest. As Saintess Kelly looked towards Verthandi, she had a sad smile on her beautiful face. She then immediately turned pale, and blood was leaking out from the corner of her mouth. "Maybe you are the one who is more beloved by God." Saintess Kelly then suddenly smiled a smile that was full of happiness, then looked up into the sky and wondered aloud, "Lord Faros, am I coming back to him now?" This representative of the gods, who had single-handedly raised the light to its peak, then slowly closed her eyes, drew her last breath. The mask of Faros was separated from her body and was dropping down from the sky along with her. At this moment, all of the conflicts on Earth suddenly stopped, as everyone was stunned by this scene in the sky. No one could believe that this legend on Earth, the purest of all humans, had just fallen in this battle. The entire human force had just lost their will to continue the battle. In this battlefield that was covered with flesh and blood, everyone was badly injured. However, no one even cared about their own well-beings anymore. They just looked blankly into the sky and felt as if their faith had been broken. The soldiers in the center of the battlefield all felt like they had lost all their strength, lowering their long swords and shields. It was as if their faiths had been destroyed, and they all fell on their knees and cried out in an agony and regret. The saintess, she's dead. How could this be? I can't believe this. No way. Why am I here then? What was the purpose of this slaughter and war? While this was happening, dozens of miles away from the battlefield, Lu Ziyu was taking a nap in a horse-drawn carriage, as it was already nighttime in the eastern part of the world. An unsettling feeling suddenly came across his mind, which caused him to wake him up in a cold sweat. Lu Ziyu quickly stormed out of the carriage and looked towards the west, his face full of denial. He suddenly felt like he was completely surrounded by nothing but loneliness. Underneath the city of Virginia, the Sumerian plain seemed dark and depressing. Add to that the doomsday-like battlefield, and it looked like a scene straight out of a mythical legend. At the exact moment that Saintess Kelly's body was dropping down from the sky, along with the mask of Faros, the clouds suddenly cleared, leaving only a holy light that was shining down on Saintess' body. Suddenly, as everyone lifted their heads up and looked at the sky, a ginormous projection of a divine kingdom appeared on the top of the clouds. The clouds separated and covered that entire edgeless kingdom. This blinding light brightened up not only the kingdom, but the whole world. Bong! The sound of the bell from the kingdom above spread across whole world. Countless people rushed outside of their houses, forming a sea of people in the street, all of them looking up at the projection of the kingdom in the sky. The crisp bell continued to ring, as if it was announcing something big or welcoming someone special. The kingdom of the gods is arriving upon the earth. O Lord, so is this your kingdom? Whether it was believer from the Church of Light or the Faith of the Sun, they all kneeled and were singing and praying together. Underneath the city of Virginia, everyone had dropped their weapons and gotten down on the ground at the same time, while in the city, everyone walked out of their houses, taking to the streets and praising the gods. Amid the ringing of the bell, the gate of the divine kingdom was slowly opening. It was so huge, only a very small portion of its bottom half could be seen. As it was now held within that ray of holy light, Saintess Kelly's body began to become radiant once more. Her scars had slowly disappeared, and as her body slowly faded, a Holy Spirit walked out of it. The spirit was wearing a pure white robe. Her clever eyes opened once again and were looking at the stairs that led to the gate. The staircase then miraculously extended, slowly stretching down from within the kingdom above to appear directly before her feet. Meanwhile, the mask of Faros and the sword of the king had also dissolved into particles of light, and had slowly been absorbed into the gate of the divine kingdom. While Saintess Kelly was stepping up the staircase to the divine kingdom, her beautiful and sacred face beamed with a smile that was full of happiness. As she was walking up towards the sky, with every step she took, the staircase shortened. Within the divine kingdom, the angels were singing and rushing out, eager to greet her with laughter and joy. She slowly walked up above the clouds, then finally reached the divine kingdom. Everyone opened their eyes wide and craned their necks, trying to see what the inside of the divine kingdom looked like. But no matter how hard they tried, all they could see was Saintess Kelly being welcomed by thousands of angels at the entrance. The moment Saintess Kelly entered Divine Kingdom, the gate that had filled up the entire sky slowly closed and completely vanished, along with the rest of the world below. In the spring of the 61st year of the San calendar, a crusade took place in the Sumerian plain. After Saintess Kelly fell in the battlefield, the Divine Kingdom arrived to welcome her ascension into eternal life and joy. The gods were angered by the war that had been triggered by the mortals. Therefore, they took the sword of the king and the mask of Pharaoh back from the ungrateful beings. As for the army of the Holy Civil Empire and the alliance of the humans, as both sides had suffered extreme losses, they had signed a peace treaty between the humans and the orcs under the city of Virginia's authority. Soon after that, the Holy Civil Empire's forces had retreated from the Crete Empire, and the remaining forces followed Lion King Will Arunbel to return to the Northland once again. In the same year, the Crete Empire had dissolved, as the Church of Light had lost its ability to control the empire and the central province was once again separated. The establishment of small nations and the uprising of the royal families had made the province fall into chaos. Meanwhile, a large number of orc slaves and orc tribes had started entering the central province, making this province a bit of a special region above the clouds. Although there was no sun, dazzling lights shone from the pale blue sky, reaching every corner of the Divine Kingdom. A crowd of onlookers gazed in awe as Saintess Kelly slowly ascended above the kingdom in a holy white robe. Many prayers were being offered as the onlookers lowered their heads in respect and devotion. The god's body looked down and gazed at Saintess Kelly, as Lu Zhiyu's mind instantly connected to the subbrain of the Divine Kingdom, his consciousness now appearing inside of it. Saintess Kelly looked up at the god's body of Lu Zhiyu, but could only see the giant seats that were levitating and orbiting around the sky, like small islands. Despite this, Saintess Kelly could still sense that he was the god that had made her the descendant of God, Lord Pharaoh. This had been the second time they had encountered each other, as the last time was in her dream. Saintess Kelly had thought of this moment countless times, wondering what she would say and so on. But now all she had in her mind was a feeling of complete peace. Besides, simply being near him would already be an honor that could never be surpassed by anything else. Lu Ziyu was sizing up Saintess Kelly, as she was the first believer to ascend to the Divine Kingdom in spiritual form. Today's situation was unexpected, as normally, to climb up to the god's seats, level 7 had to first be reached, thus completely transforming the individual into their mythical creature form. The sudden death of Saintess Kelly had completely interrupted this plan. But Lu was no real god. He had to not be too controlling and unbending. After all, only gods could control everything, especially fate. By my name, you are now the leader of all of the angels. You must guide the ascended ones to Divine Kingdom and guard the gate. Lu Zhiyu pointed his giant finger, that was condensed by light, towards her forehead. Your will is my everything, she eagerly agreed. The light of the Divine Kingdom quickly condensed around Saintess Kelly's body, then transformed her into a holy angel form, as she was now in charge of a part of the Divine Kingdom's authorities as, well, the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Most importantly, through the control of these authorities, Saintess Kelly could now strengthen her soul. Lu Ziyu hoped that she could one day reach the god's seats by herself, thus being able to take on partial authority over Maria's worlds. This meant that she would be helping him maintain and run Maria's world, while also strengthening his Divine Kingdom. As for now, this leader of the angels' position was merely a stepping stone. Saintess Kelly flapped her wings and orbited once around Lu Zhiyu's gods, then stood in front of his god's body, staring into his eyes. As Lu Zhiyu nodded at her, a joyful smile blossomed on her face. She was the first angel in the kingdom of Lu Zhiyu, and she was also the embryonic form of the angel, making her the level 7 mythical creature that Lu Zhiyu had envisioned from the beginning. Once Gaia improved even more, these angels would even have the chance to be reborn into brand new forms. Meanwhile, the whole inner part of the divine kingdom of Gaia was also undergoing some changes. Lu Zhiyu's middle-tier mythical creature template, the Lord of Dreams, had finally been completed. Also, after the death of many priests, temple knights, and a few saints, their ascensions had further strengthened and improved the divine kingdom. Now that the kingdom had its first generation of archangel, Saintess Kelly possessed a complete soul that would enable her to assist Lu Zhiyu in managing, protecting the divine kingdom. Mind power scale of the divine kingdom had reached near 10,000. The mythical metallic cells of the Lord of Dreams had been constantly replacing the original Gaia, as it was also constantly consuming the silver moon, wanting to modify the entire silver moon with metallic cells. According to Lu Zhiyu's calculation, it would take about 1,000 years before Gaia could consume the whole moon and replace the silver moon in its current form. By then, Gaia would become a giant object, floating in between the sky of Maria's world and the Bitwall, just like a moon. However, when that time comes, it will be an even more unbelievable task for Lu Zhiyu to transform the entire silver moon into its mythical creature form by enhancing the metallic cells within it. This was because the current divine kingdom of Gaia only had a very small portion mythical metallic cells. To be able to consume the whole silver moon, then have it undergo metallification to prepare it for use in the completion of the divine kingdom, that is too astronomical. Lu Zhiyu had his doubts, but was determined to stay positive. Currently, the process of replacing the old template with the new one had been underway in the inner part of the divine kingdom of Gaia. The ability to project the divine kingdom before, meaning projecting the kingdom across the sky above the Elan continent, was made possible by the power of the new template, the Lord of Dreams. Even though most of it was unreal, Lu Zhiyu could feel that it could already influence the material world. Once his mind power scale had reached a high enough level and the divine kingdom had become strong enough, he could even summon the true divine kingdom into the material world. Moreover, with this progression, Lu Zhiyu's divine kingdom, as well as the hypothesized divine system, had been improved drastically. In the future, the Lord of Dreams would drastically improve the divine incantation of the temple knights and the priests. Unlike before, they could only simply borrow part of the power given by Lu Zhiyu's deified cell template to channel simple healing, the judgment of light, and other minor abilities that were brought by the dreams. If they were faithful enough, they could then directly link to the divine kingdom and project some strong abilities to it in order to aid them in battle. They could even summon the gate of the divine kingdom or some strong prayers into the material world. As the replacing processes came to an end, the entirety of Gaia was illuminated with an intense light, and with the power of projection, it overshadowed a large region of the silver moon. If one were to look at the silver moon from the Earth at that moment, they could see that it had slowly changed from a crescent moon to a full moon. This meant that Lu Zhiyu had advanced from levels to become a level 8 mythical wizard. Sea of Death, Great Khafra Desert. The Great Khafra Desert was at the edge of the core region that belonged to the Crete Empire. It was also a borderline between it and the legendary Batco Empire. 100 years ago, the existence of the Batco Empire was just a legend to the humans that were living in the southern and the western parts of the world. The desert empire in the legend was full of mysteries. According to legend, people in the Batco Empire lived in the desert. Many people in the central province thought that, as they were living in poor and lifeless land, they had to have a special bloodline that enabled them to survive. It was during this time that the talented and genius first emperor Yip Ima Batco had assimilated his tribe and clan into the surrounding smaller tribes, infusing them with power. Under Yip's command, they conquered and united the whole Batco area, then built this huge nation, which is now known as the current Batco Empire. However, the Batco Empire had been decaying for over a century. This was no real surprise, as it was only natural that an empire that was maintained and controlled by tribes and bloodlines would decline as generations passed. As such, the emperor was no longer capable of holding the entire empire together. During this time, many tribes had risen up and declared their independence, and were starting to refuse to follow the king's orders. They even stopped paying taxes. Soon after this, the city of Fance from the Teuton dynasty invaded the Batco Empire. The Teuton dynasty was an alliance of cities, the city of Fance being the most powerful of them all. In the 46th year of the San calendar, an alliance was formed by the city of Fance, which had been killing and robbing their way, pillaging all the way up to the political center of Batco, the city of Babe. In a short period of time, they took over the city, officially marking the end of the Batco Empire. They burnt down the palace, killed the last emperor, and took everything from the city. The death of Batco's royal family and the loss of the city of Baber had spelt the end of the dynasty of the Desert Empire. The Batco area now returned to being governed by tribes and families. The tribes constantly fought and killed each other, fighting over the limited sources of water and farmland. The chaos and conflict soon spread across the entire area. Meanwhile, as the Church of Light had just started their own uprising, there were many other religions being formed. Since these newer religions were isolated and harshly suppressed by the Church of Light, the believers of these new religions had gradually escaped from the central province and the west, fleeing to the Batco area and other nations in the south. As for the Teuton dynasty in the east, due to the way that the nation was being governed by the alliance of cities, their special religious and cultural structure made it very difficult for these religions to fit in. In the following dozen or so years, these religions were slowly integrated into the tribes and clans of the Batco area. In fact, religion was the only thing that had seemed to bloom in this poor land, as people began to crave something to believe in even more when faced with suffering and disastrous conditions. As such, many temples were erected, which added a unique dynamic to the area. Presently, Lu Ziyu was riding on a camel, while Eve followed along behind him. Both of them were wearing cloaks and had cloths over their faces. The desert was not completely lifeless, as they would occasionally see cactus and shrubs appearing, some of which were actually special landmarks that the traveling merchants used for navigation. Everyone in their group was spiritless. Back when they had just entered the desert, some of the people had found the surroundings new and refreshing and were constantly asking questions. However, that newness had now faded, and the entire group was just moving forward like mindless drones now, having fallen into a dead silence. As of now, Lu Xiyu and the Rosa Bianca merchants had already been in the desert for a month. If Lu Xiyu hadn't found an oasis with the special water-finding method that he read from a book, they would surely have died of dehydration and exhaustion in the Sea of Death already. Fortunately, aside from encountering a magical sand snake beast that kept hacking them, plus a guard's being stung by a scorpion, they hadn't encountered any real dangers. As for Lu Ziyu and Eva, they had been treated with utmost respect. In fact, many of the people from the group thought that this couple was as pretty as a painting. However, as the journey progressed, everyone was reaching their limits. It also didn't help matters that all that they could see the whole day was just an endless amount of sand. At first, one was drawn in by the unique beauty of the desert. Yet now, all they could feel was fear and terror. Every step they took, their feet sunk down into the sand. Then, as they would try to extract their feet from the sand, the movement of lifting their feet up and down made their feelings of heaviness and lethargy even worse. Many of them soon drifted into daydreams of delusions and despair. Where are we? How long will it take before we can get out of this desert? Why does this place feel so familiar? Are we walking in circles? Everyone felt sweat trickling of every pore in their bodies. They were so exhausted, anyone could pass out at any moment. A few of them were already showing symptoms of heat stroke. However, at this moment, someone started screaming. This was because a strange noise had just been heard coming from the rear of the flank. They looked towards that direction, only to see that a yellow dust had covered the sky. What's more, it now rushed towards their direction like a monster with an open mouth. "What is that?" someone asked. "Sandstorm," someone else shouted in reply. The arrival of the sandstorm scared a lot of the horses, which bolted. This turned the entire group into a chaotic mess, as many people were running away to escape the affected region. "Do not run away. Everyone, stay calm. Stop them. Do not panic." The of the merchants shouted as he attempted to stop the runaways. It was an extremely foolish idea to try to escape the massive sandstorms anyway. After all, one's escaping aimlessly would only lead to his getting lost and ultimately dying in the storm. While Lu Ziyu was hurrying the camels along, he said to Grumman, "We need to find some cover. Anything that can shield us from the wind." Grumman nodded and shouted, "You're right, we need to find something like that. Let's head this way, then once we get over the sand dunes we should be able to find a hiding place. Follow us, do not fall behind. Everyone, look around yourselves, do not fall behind." As Grumman and his guards shouted out orders, the merchants immediately headed in the opposite direction of the sandstorm. However, it didn't take long before the storm caught up to them, and the whole group was swallowed by the yellow storm. Everyone covered their noses and ears' faces with cloths, while the wind and the sand swallowed the whole world. The yellow sandstorm took over all of the visible space, making them all feel like their ears had been placed next to a roaring sound machine. They then lost their eyesight and hearing. All their skin that was exposed to the storm was in agonizing pain. In fact, it felt like it was being cut by countless little knives. The merchants were moving away, while hurrying their camels and horses along. The camels were trying their best to keep up, while the bells on their necks were ringing constantly in the wild sandstorm. Everyone was focused on sticking with the group, because they knew if they were to fall behind, they would surely die. At that moment, Lu Ziyu and the many merchants, including Grumman, noticed that a group of blurry shadows had appeared within the sandstorm, coming from another direction. At first glance, no one had any clue as to what they were, but as the shadows came closer, they realized that it was another group equally unfortunate merchants that had been caught in the sandstorm at Fulanind. Namp amp 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 ampt. They shouted in some language from the Batco area, desperately trying to communicate with the Rosa Bianca merchants, but their language and accents didn't make any sense to the Western merchants. They are the Batco merchants. They are speaking the language of the Puzuote clan, so That means that they must be among the tribes of Peugeot. Grumman thought might have understood their language, so he quickly answered back. The Batco merchants also had a big group of camels and people, so the two groups combined forces and kept moving forward together. As the sandstorm had grown even worse, their visibility had also gotten worse. Also, the sky had gone completely dark. Then, a hurricane that was carried in by the sandstorm almost blew them off their feet. "Get up! Get up! Run, you goddamn animals," one of the merchants screamed. Now, even the camels refused to move, as they sat completely still on the ground, no matter how hard the merchants whipped them. Grumman asked anxiously, "What do we do? I remember there was a rocky area around here before. So why is it not here? Oh my God. Maybe we went in the wrong direction amid all of the panic." A man who was wearing a hood and was wrapped in cloth explained to Grumman loudly in his strange language, then proceeded to hold his own head as if he had gone mad. Lu Ziyu happened to be around and clearly understood the man in the language that had branched off the Batco languages. The rocky hills here were buried under the desert. "We are doomed," another merchant shouted out. Everyone had fallen into despair, as ordinary humans were no match for the power of nature. The wind speed had reached 1 to 200 kilometers per hour, and many people started to feel dizzy and began to suffocate. "We are going to die here. This is the god of the desert's will." Those from the Batco group had one by one given up and accepted their fates. It was as if they had lost their wills to live. However, Grumman still ordered everyone to form a circle with the camels and horses. He was trying his best to lead this group to survive this sandstorm. But looking at the situation now, it did not look good. Eva followed closely behind Lu Ziyu. When she saw the slight change of expression on his face, she quickly asked, "Master, would you like me to block the sandstorm?" Grumman had fallen into painful despair by now. When he just happened to hear Eva's voice, Grumman moved towards the two of them with great difficulty amid the sandstorm, as he tightly pressed the cloth against his mouth and nose and asked furiously, "What are you two babbling on about? Go hide quickly." He then put his hands together and said, as if praying to the gods of the skies, "Please, let us survive this disaster." Lu Ziyu looked at Eva and Grumman squinted his eyes, then patted Eva's shoulder and said, "Let me handle this. Your ability is not fit for a situation like this." Within the sandstorm, the wild wind was still constantly carrying sand, but as Grumman saw Lu Ziyu open his arms wide, the power of the middle-tier mythical creature Lord of Dreams realm quickly started covering the surroundings. Soon, the whole earth was covered in mind power force fields. "Projection!" Grumman shouted in awe as he looked at Lu Ziyu as if he was weaving the fabric of the world. Huge stones orbited around, surrounding the merchants. They then accumulated to form thick walls. The sandstorm had been blocked, as the stone walls were erected and the harsh sand and wind that was torturing everyone could not penetrate them. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lu Ziyu. This kind of control over the world amazed them all, causing most of the people cheer joyfully. Grumman took off his cloth and was blankly staring at Lu Ziyu, as he never would have thought that this noble-looking young man who had been alongside him throughout the whole expedition had such great power. This power far surpassed his imagination. It was almost as if it was the power of the gods. Many of the Batco merchants had all kneeled down, and their leader, who was a skinny middle-aged man with short hair, even thought that Lu Ziyu must be a prophet of the god of desert. Hence, he had knelt down on the ground before him. Then, right before everyone's eyes, a stone castle-like structure was built around them. For Lu Ziyu, this was something that he would have easily been able to do before, but was not such an easy feat in his current form. His abilities of realm and projection, since his becoming a level 8 mythical wizard and the Lord of Dreams, allowed him to edit the rules of the normal plane within the realm at will. So, if he knew the working mechanisms of the rules, then he could freely control and edit nature, as this was only the most basic of applications. Lu Ziyu opened his arms, manipulating the walls like he was playing a piano. The walls built up higher and higher, and finally, as his hands closed together, a luxurious white stone castle appeared in the middle of that crazy sandstorm. As for the Rosa Bianca merchants and the Batco merchants, they were now all under this castle's protection. The sandstorm was still ravaging outside the castle, but everything and everyone within it was calm and safe. The sandstorm continued to blow through, but when it reached the stone castle, only the sound of the wind blowing through the stone wall could be heard. However, it was clearly getting more severe, as it showed no signs of stopping. Inside the huge stone castle, torches and a bonfire were lit. Unlike the fears that had filled it in the past, the stone castle was now filled with cheers. Everyone was relieved that they barely escaped with their lives. Laughter could be heard everywhere. Slowly, more people started looking at Lu Ziyu and Eva with great curiosity, as well as shock, fear, and even respect in their eyes. Nobody expected that Lu Ziyu would have such power. Merchants who had been in contact with Lu Ziyu before were now too scared to come and greet him. They only looked at Lu Ziyu from a distance, avoiding eye contact. They did not even have the courage to discuss Lu Ziyu's power and identity. It was almost as if they were afraid he would hear them with his superpowers. Grumman, the owner of the Rose Merchants, stood behind the campfire near Lu Ziyu and Eva, yet dared not approach the pair. However, when he met Lu Ziyu's gaze, he plucked up enough courage to sit distance across from Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu smiled at Grumman, who was bold and a bit aggressive. He looked nervous. "Who are you, anyway?" Grumman finally opened his mouth for the first time to ask the simple question. He found this so-called scholar, who had paid a lot of money to follow him to Batco, was quite mysterious. Grumman did not know his true identity, but he did know that he was absolutely not a nobleman. After all, Grumman was not an ordinary Jur. He had some knowledge of the world, as he had traveled to the south and north, which were journeys that revealed many secrets of the world to him. "Are you wizards?" When Grumman asked this, he was trembling. The existence of wizards, for ordinary people, was a major terror. Just hearing the words was enough to make people shiver. Lu Ziyu couldn't help but laugh. "Is this as important?" Lu Ziyu bowed his head and played with the fire embers. "I pay, and you take me to the Batco Empire. We have a contractual relationship. That's all, isn't it?" Grumman listened to him with relief. "I understand. Thank you for your help in explaining. Both I and the Rosa Bianca merchants will always remember your kindness." At this time, the Batco merchants, who had suffered through the sandstorm together, took out some dried meat and shared it with the others. Then everyone ate the food and laughed together. As they were eating, a teenager in a ragged shirt was holding a silver plate that was filled with meat. He kneeled in front of Lu Ziyu, offering him food and goat's milk. Lu Ziyu hesitated while he looked at the leader of the Batco merchants in the distance. At that moment, Grumman was looking at him piously, then bent his head down to salute him. After seeing this, Lu Ziyu nodded and accepted the food that the teenager had just offered him. Lu Ziyu looked at the teenager, who was a typical Batco citizen with dark skin, dark brown hair, yellowish pupils, an extremely thin body, and a mark of slavery on his clavicle. The teenager, with fearful and longing eyes, looked carefully back at Lu Ziyu. What had just happened had led all of the Batco people to believe Lu Ziyu was the messenger of the god of the desert. This was because, in their minds, only the messenger of such a god could have such power. This was also because the people in Batgo had never seen church priests, and even wizards hardly came around. So, when they see magical beasts that have extraordinary powers, they believe that they were sent as punishment, living disasters that were brought by the gods. Lu Ziyu asked the boy, "What's your name?" The teenager heard Lu Ziyu, then pointed anxiously to his ears and mouth. Only then did Lu Ziyu discover that the teenager was deaf and mute. "Don't move, just relax." Lu Ziyu looked at the teenager and put his hand over his ears. The teenager's back muscles tightened up immediately as he was too nervous to move. Lu Ziyu was using the body modification technique, which was the first witchcraft that he had created, as well as the first witchcraft of the blood wizards. The whole structure of the teenager's brain immediately appeared in Lu Ziyu's awareness, while the teenager closed his eyes. At this time, everyone around Lu Ziyu was watching him with this deaf and mute person. They did not understand what Lu Ziyu was doing. When Lu Ziyu released his hand, the teenager immediately felt that something shocking. It was something that he had never felt since his birth, and it was pouring into his head constantly. It was sound, wonderful sound. People's voices, the sounds of the flames cracking, and even the sound of the wind rushed into his consciousness. All of these sounds were so beautiful, he could not help but tremble. The teenager opened his eyes and looked around him. All of the voices kept coming into his ears. He stood up in the middle of the castle. It seemed as if the whole world was spinning around him, its myriad sounds constantly in his ears. "Ah! I hear." The teenager constantly adjusted his voice until he could finally say a complete sentence. Everyone began talking at once, as they were amazed at what they had just witnessed. For the ordinary people of this era, being deaf and mute was as a punishment from the gods that could not be cured. Watching Lu Ziyu cure the teenaged slave was like watching someone God's curse on them. The Rosa Bianca merchants and the Batco merchants immediately knelt on the ground and saluted Lu Ziyu. The young man just looked at Lu Ziyu in an amazement, not knowing what to say. He was not very tall, so he only reached Lu Ziyu's shoulders. At the moment, his eyes were filled with tears. In his view, Lu Ziyu was the incarnation of the gods, the one who had come and rescued him from hell. After wiping away the tears on his face, the young man knelt on the ground to kiss Lu Ziyu's boots. He then stuck his head to the ground respectfully. This was the most pious courtesy that could be shown. "My name is Satesius," the teenager said. The wind lasted for most of the night, only stopping when the sun was about to rise. It took more than a month for Lu Ziyu and the Rosa Bianca merchants to leave the sandy and deadly quiet of the Great Kafra Desert to reach the Batgo border. Once they arrived, they saw small oases, large palm-like jujube trees, and numerous Batgo people. The men and women here either wore simple clothes, such as long gowns that were made with whole pieces of skin, or blouses with short sleeves and long skirts. Some of their unique clothing even exposed their thighs and belly buttons. When the Rosa Bianca merchants rode their camels through these small oases and villages, the hot women with bare thighs flirted with the merchants. As the women approached them, the guards all straightened their backs and puffed out their chests as these beautiful women made them want to strut their stuff. Lu Ziyu quietly observed the people in Batgo. Compared with the people in the Western world, the people in Batgo had much darker skin. Most of them were also very lean. In fact, there were hardly any fat people there. This was not only due to the lack of food, but it was also because most of the people were not rich enough to be able to buy food, even if it was available. When Lu Ziyu had designed their race, he gave them different gifts from the West. In addition to those differences, long-term isolation from the West had also resulted in there being a very different race from the empire, the Golden Rose Kingdom, and the Mara Kingdom. Look, it's Pujuot. We Pujuotes are the largest tribe in this area. We have a large area for keeping cows, and we rule the place where the Hasha River flows. Hence, we're the strongest. Anki pointed to the city in the distance. The city walls were made of yellow earth, and the buildings in the city were made with a mixture of earth and stone. Some of the large buildings had been built with stone, while the houses of ordinary people were built with simple earth. The Batco Empire had a unique architectural style. As such, there were few Western-inspired wooden houses here. Anki was a slim middle-aged man with short hair. He was a nobleman in Pujuot. Most of the merchants that he led were soldiers, while the rest were slaves. As the group of merchants went into the city of Pujuot, a large number of pedestrians and camels were walking along the street. On both sides of the street, there were also many peddlers, all of whom were selling pots, gold and silverware, fruits and salt. Today was the monthly market day, so the city was very busy. Everywhere, the sound of bargaining could be heard. Here we are, we will do business here, then go to the next city. After that, we return to the Church of Light. Do you want to come back with us? Grumman asked Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu got off of his horse and stroked its neck while letting it drink some water. No, I just may stay here for a long time. Lu Jiyu found himself somewhat fond of the unique culture here. He now preferred to be around a crowd rather than doing experiments in the laboratory alone. Even looking at the bustling city, he felt instantly comfortable. Compared with being called a god, Lu Jiyu much preferred to be called the explorer of life evolution. His plan was to gradually complete the divine system here, improve the level 8 mythological wizards, and intermediate the mythical creatures and the Lord of Dreams powers. In addition, Lu Jiyu wanted to work with Eva to improve mechanical alchemy. Back in the Wizard Tower's library, Pyros had collected a lot of ideas about the new generation of wizards and new witchcraft. Lu Jiyu would often read through these materials. Although they were mainly about low-level wizards, some of the fantastic ideas and creations always gave Lu Jiyu unexpected inspiration. At this time, the teenaged slave Ctesias stood behind Lu Jiyu and said in a respectful way, "My master, Anki Puzuotahuru, would like to invite you to his castle in the city." Ever since he had known of Lu Jiyu, Anki both feared and revered him. As such, he dared not speak to Lu Jiyu ever. This was why he had relied on Ctesias to deliver his message. Puzuote was his surname, Hulu was his fiefdom, which was located in a small village in Pujuot. Lu Jiyu turned his head and looked at Anki, who immediately bowed to Lu Jiyu. Then he spoke to Lu Jiyu for the first time. "Honorable messenger of God, I hope that you can accept my hospitality. It would be a great honor." Lu Jiyu thought about it, then nodded. There was ecstasy on Anki's face, as everyone in Pujuot believed in the god of the desert and worshipped the ancestors of the other gods. In Pujuot, there were many temples. The priests in these temples had great power in the city. In Pujuot, the tribal leaders, priests, and nobles formed the special ruling authority. "Thank you. Everything is ready," Ank said. Ank's earth castle was similar to Crete's castle, but was much shorter, having only 3 floors. Aside from the temples, it was the main building style in Batco. A large number of soldiers and slaves in the earth castle were busy unloading commodities for the castle's use. Ank quickly arranged for Lu Jiyu and Eva to stay in the master room. The spacious upper floor had a bathroom, living room, and bedroom. As they entered, several tanned, beautiful Batco maids opened the windows, through which they'd see the scenery of the entire city of Pujuot. After Lu Jiyu bathed, several maids helped him change into white clothes that looked very similar to a large sacrificial robe. Lu Jiyu found this fact quite interesting. The Batgo maids who changed Lu Jiyu's clothes were clearly smitten with him. When changing his clothes, they even snuggled Lu Jiyu's chest, while their faces flushed. All of this, Eva's discontent. Both within the West and in Batgo, nobles did not undertake manual labor. As such, household slaves and servants were responsible for every trivial thing, such as bathing, cooking, and so on. In the evening, Ankh sent Lu Jiyu food and books that were related to the god of the desert. It seemed that Enki really regarded Lu Jiyu as the messenger of gods, so he was being a very cautious and perfect host. This desert god's theological propaganda is full of Western style, but also with some local color. It is estimated that it was founded by a religious believer who escaped from the West. Now, it seems that it is still developing well. Lu Jiyu flipped through the books while he chatted with Eva. However, Eva wasn't speaking. Lu Jiyu closed his book and looked at Eva. I didn't think you were learning to be jealous and angry. It seems that emotions come not only from the body, but also from memory and experience. I'm not angry. I just feel that the human women don't respect you. Eva sat stony-faced while talking to Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu laughed, then moved on in the conversation, giving her time to simmer down from her temper tantrum. I like Pujuot. We'll stay here for a while. After the return of Ankh's merchants, rumors of the messenger of the gods spread throughout the city. Stories that were filled with a huge stone castle that suddenly emerged in the desert. A slave named Ctesias, who could suddenly speak and hear, and other merchants that had seen the castle, all proved to everyone who heard them that Lu Jiyu was indeed this messenger. In fact, everyone was talking about it. The common people, the slaves, businessmen, and nobles spread the news. It even reached the ears of the senior priest of the palace of the god of desert, and the leader of the Puzuoti tribe. The leader of the Puzuoti tribe was also the tribe's governor. Originally, this position was appointed by Yep-Ima Batgo, the early king of Batgo, but in the later period, the tribal leaders naturally became the governors. The original rotation system was thus abandoned, giving way to a lifelong inheritance system. However, it was not the offspring, but the young brothers who became the next leaders and governors. The governor's house was like a palace. Within the palace, a large number of colorful murals covered the walls, each depicting gods and sacrifices. At this moment, the leader of the Puzuoti tribe was in a meeting. Someone asked about the messenger. I don't know if you've heard of the recent emergence of the messenger of the desert god. Several other tribal leaders, and some of the noblemen in Puzuot, were not interested in this topic of discussion. One of them said, the palace of the desert god should take care of it. Beliefs and sacrifice are their business, while the territory and the population are our concerns. This is the agreement we signed long ago. After all, this was not the Church of Light. Basically, since no one had witnessed any miracles here, there was no single, unified belief here. This meant religions and beliefs were not simple here. Instead, they were quite intricate. Moreover, apart from the common people, most of the others did not care so much about beliefs at all. Someone else in the room piped up. But that was a miracle. He clearly had the power of God. After a long debate, the governor said, let the high priest deal with it. As for whether he really is the messenger of the gods, they will find that out. The palace of the desert god was luxurious, and it occupied several times the amount of space that the governor's house did. The palace was situated in the south, and its tall stone pillars were engraved with monsters, beast heads, and human bodies. There were also rows of kneeling statues that lined the aisles inside the palace. The grand gate was inlaid with dazzling jade and gemstones. There was also a statue inside. The statue depicted a monster, which had a human body and hair like countless snakes intertwined. This was the legendary god of the desert statue. If Lu Ziyu came to see it, he would feel that it was someone with whom he was already familiar. This was because the statue monster looked exactly the same as the monster that he had created earlier, Medusa. Although Batco was originally rich in gold, after hundreds of years of mining, not much gold remained. However, this tall statue was made of gold, which only made it more priceless. From the luxurious style of the palace, one could tell how much manpower, material resources, and money had been spent to build and furnish it. Sadly, most of the resources that were used for the palace came from a large number of greedy priests who would take a large amount of money from the lower class people every year. Those poor, faithful, and underfed people gave everything they had to them. Was how this palace had become so ornate and posh. Now, in the side lounge of the palace, Hatton, the high priest, was in a rage. Rumors were circulating in the city that were very threatening to him. Supposedly, a messenger of God had come along. Such, Hatton's authority to host sacrifices and explain the will of God would be severely threatened. If the lower class people and nobles in Peugeot believed this so-called messenger, it would greatly limit his power as the high priest. What made High Priest Hatton even angrier was that not only were the common people believing in the power of this liar, but a large number of nobles were also buying into the hoax. Even inside the palace, some priests secretly went to the messenger's residence to pray. As these various legends continued to spread throughout the city, more and more people began to believe them. If the whole city believed that it was true, Hatton would be in an awful fix. "Damn that liar! I am the only spokesman of the gods, the one who was chosen by the god of the desert. Only I can represent the authority of God. That fellow is just a blasphemer. It's the evil god who sent him here to try to divide us." Hatton was really having a fit now. Hatton was a fat man, which was rarely seen in Batco, and he kind of looked like a person from the Northern Crete Empire. At the moment, the fat on his face was jiggling as his cheeks shook with rage. He then shouted, "I can no longer tolerate this demon that was sent by evil gods. I need him to know that the honor of the god of the desert is at stake." A bald priest next to him asked, "What should we do?" The Peugeot people agreed not to interfere with our affairs. "Shall we go straight to catch the liar ourselves?" On the other side, another priest said faithfully, "Yes, such a liar who defiles the god of the desert must be buried alive in the sand and suffer eternal punishment from the god of the desert." Hatton wished that he could go right away. After all, he knew more than ordinary people and nobles in Batco. There were a lot of extraordinary people in the far western region of the Church of Light that he could recruit for his cause. He defined extraordinary as one who transcended a bloodline's limitations. This was the power of gods and devils. It was something that mortals couldn't understand. Ordinary people, no matter how strong they were, couldn't hurt them at all. Many within the Church of Light were considered to be extraordinary saints and priests. One of the most powerful of these was Saintess Kelly. As some of these Church of Light members had gained their powers from the devil, they also claimed to be masters of witchcraft. But Hatton was more convinced that they had simply traded wickedly with the devil in exchange for their powers. In light of this fact, Hatton guessed that the liar was probably a wizard from the west. So he dared not confront him. Although Hatton claimed to be the spokesman of the gods, he knew that he was just bluffing and lying in the name of the desert god. In the face of evil magic, Hatton felt scared, and he dared not face it head-on. Hatton thought for a moment. then pulled over several of his most trusted priests, ordered to make plans secretly. You, when the right time comes, announce this news to the whole city of Puzuote. Then, I will come out, and the swindler will have no place to hide, not within the entire city of Puzuote. Belief and worship, and suspicion and fear were the same things. As such, ordinary people would naturally follow the masses. Basically, people tend to easily believe what others say, but it is difficult for them to stick to their own ideas. A few days ago, when Lu Ziyu stood near the window, he could see a large number of people coming towards him, including nobles and wealthy businessmen. When they arrived, they knelt down and wanted to get a blessing from him, but were stopped by Enki. A few days later, the pilgrim-like believers dispersed like smoke. Not only that, those people who had respected Lu Yu so much were now suspicious of him. Many people were discussing Lu Ziyu in secret, most of their conversations being highly unfavorable. On the third floor of the castle, Lu Ziyu flipped through the books that he had been brought. He marked certain pages and highlighted others. The structural drawing on the book was Eva's body structure. Lu Ziyu made many notes about important data and things in need of attention. Lu Ziyu had been wanting to further improve Eva's metal alchemic life form for some time now. As she was the first super metal alchemic life form, her model obviously had its weak points. Lu Ziyu also wanted to know the requirements for the formation of alchemic life forms, as well as for the formation of awareness and wisdom in the brain of metal cells. This was because Lu Ziyu had never succeeded again after initially mimicking Eva. Eva was sitting quietly beside Lu Ziyu. If there was nothing to take care of, she would not move. Eva suddenly, without being asked a question, which was rare for her. "Master, don't you care about them? They are speaking ill of you in private." Lu Ziyu simply bowed his head and said, "Don't bother yourself about them. They are just ordinary people who are following other people and believing gossip." Eva then said, "Ctesias came to me yesterday and told me to be careful. There are rumors circulating in the city that do not bode well for you. It is likely that someone will do something bad to you, but at least he and his master, Enki, still believe in you unconditionally." Lu Ziyu raised his head and asked, "Why do they believe in me?" "I didn't tell them who I was or where I came from." Lu Ziyu paused, looked out of the window and said, "As for what happened in the city, don't worry. At least they are about to do something finally." Within the following few days, many strange incidents happened in the city. Many people were killed. What was even more strange was that every deceased man had his heart dug out. Their deaths were horrifying and terrifying. In this city with tens of thousands of people, this immediately caused a sensation, leaving everyone to murmur among themselves. "They are devils who devoured their souls. This man is no longer able to go to heaven. His soul is cursed, and he will always be tormented by evil." People couldn't stop discussing what was going on. The businessmen, who watched as bodies that were covered in white cloths were carried away, looked pale. They were thinking how sad it was the hearts had been dug out, as the heart had a special meaning in Go. Specifically, the people believed that their souls existed in their hearts. Although many people might not be afraid of death, they believed in the world after death, which they called the afterlife. If the heart was swallowed up by the devil, people could not enter this world. This was the most frightening thing for them. At this time, neither the common people nor the nobles dared go outside at all. Rumors about monsters and endless dark evils spread rapidly throughout the city. It is the evil being who ate their hearts. The monster is still in town. It's staring at everyone, and soon it will devour you, or maybe me. We have to do this monster. Some people took this opportunity to spread all kinds of ill-intentioned remarks, which only heightened the panic. Why hasn't this happened before? In the streets and alleys, many people ask this same question. Immediately, someone seemed to know what had happened. It's the man. All of these things only started happening when he came. Then, a series of unfavorable remarks about Lu Jiyu spread throughout the city. Yes, he has been hiding in the castle and refuses to come out. He must have a secret. He's making evil plans. He's been sent here by evil gods. At this time, the priests of the palace came and preached to the people. One of the priests said, "The great god of the desert has sent down an oracle." He told his spokesman on earth, High Priest Hatton, that this man was not a messenger of gods, but a blasphemer of gods. The square where they were at was crowded with people. After the priest's speech, even more rumors started to circulate in the city, instantly being accepted as truth in all of the people's minds. People who were already fearful immediately felt as if they had been fooled by Lu Jiyu, and anger surged into everyone's hearts. That servant of the evil god was sent by the pagans. He will only bring disaster and death to us. This is only the first step of his abominable plan. If we can't stop him, the city of Puzuod will be ruined. All of our souls will fall into the abyss and suffer eternal torture. The roar of one of the priests ignited fury in everyone's hearts. The crowd on the square was enraged. Many families of the victims came out and shouted, "Burn the evil god's servant! He must be punished. Yes, kill him. May the god of the desert bless us. We are not afraid. Expel the evil villain." Everyone held their fists high. They all had red eyes, as if they were all being controlled by something beyond this world. "Here comes the high priest, Lord Hatton," one priest announced. At this time Hatton, accompanied by a large number of priests, walked out of the palace. As Hatton came among the crowd, the entire square immediately became quiet. "God told me that this villain will bring us disaster." Hatton spoke with a loud voice that could be heard throughout the square. "We must get rid of him. Only by getting rid of him can we then return to our peaceful and happy lives. Then, the glory of God will shine on us again." Hatton held up his golden scepter, his facial fat shaking. "I am God's spokesman on earth. In the name of God, let's go punish him. Kill him." All of the people in the square roared with Hatton, "In the name of God." The people then turned and swarmed the streets, heading straight for the castle where Lu Luziu lived. Every household had a weapon. Each person approached the palace, armed and angry. These people were like angry hooligans. Everyone was steaming mad and headed straight for their target, which was Lu Ziyu. Oh no. The priests of the desert palace were stirring up people in the city, inciting them to kill you. As Ctesias had run to the palace from a distance, he was out of breath when he arrived to warn Lu. "See you." Lu Siyu put down his quill pen and saw Ctesias kneeling at the door. After saluting him, Ctesias looked up at Lu Ziyu and said in a hurry, "Ankh sent me to you to let you know that he has arranged a way for you to escape. Follow me now, please." Now that everyone believes Hatton, there is no time to waste. However, you can rest assured that Ankh and have absolute trust in you still. Lu Ziyu did not seem worried. "Don't worry." Lu Ziyu didn't care too much about this new piece of news, neither did Eva. So, Ctesias could only kneel outside the door. In contrast, all of the other people inside the castle were in a panic. After getting the news, they all ran out of the castle immediately. The maids accidentally smashed the pots that they had been holding, as they were in such a hurry to run away. The slaves hid in the cellar in the backyard. After all of the chaos, there were only 3 people left, Lu Jiyu, Eva and Ctesias. Soon, a large number of angry Puzod people poured into the castle. Many of the people outside surrounded it. It was almost as if they were afraid that the evil guy inside might escape by some dark magic. Thousands of agitated people filled the broad streets outside, all of them shouting, "Kill him!" Under the command of several priests, people kicked down the wooden castle gate and broke into the castle. Those hiding in the dark trembled as they were listening to the roars. The people who broke in came straight to the center of the castle. Was exactly where Liu was. Ctesias was very nervous at the moment. He was guarding the door that led to Lu Ziyu's room, holding a spear that had been hanging on the wall. He was trembling with fear. As Lu Ziyu heard some rushed footsteps, several big men ran up the stairs towards him, each of them holding either a dagger or an axe. As Ctesias recalled the moment that Lu Ziyu gave him the chance to hear and speak, he became fearless and screamed, "You can't hurt him," as these agitated mobs would never be afraid of such a small fellow as him. They thought he was a mere twerp of a fellow who had turned to evil gods. So they raised their axes at him immediately. As the young slave rushed towards the group of men, a big man kicked him to the ground and pointed his sword at him. "That's it. I'm dead." Ctesias had only one thought in his mind at the moment. It was too late for him to escape. He could only watch the shimmering dagger coming at his neck. "Stop!" Suddenly, a voice, accompanied by a force that seemed to be coming from out of nowhere, made all of the people stop. Even the grim looks on their faces were fixed, unmoving. Eva, wearing a black robe, went out and saw a large number of people frozen. No one could move. People who were just coming in from the outside were shocked. All of those people who had rushed into the castle in front of them stood still like stone statues. "Don't go in. It's the power of the devil," an onlooker shouted in terror. The crowds who were moving towards the interior of the castle trembled with fear at this strange sight, then quickly retreated back. Mobs who were near the gate of the castle crawled away in horror. A beautiful woman, who was much more graceful than any human being, suddenly emerged from the castle. The mobs, after seeing the strange scenes inside the castle, dared not to make any moves. Several priests outside wanted to flee, but they found that they could not move one step at all. Eva held out her hand, then clenched it tight. As she did so, one of the priest's bodies shrunk in the middle. The squeaky sound of his shrinking, mixed with his cries, made all of the others' teeth tremble and their legs weaken. Eva then looked at another priest. Like she was pinching the ends off of string beans, she pinched that guy to death too. Then many others collapsed and screamed wildly. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It was Hatton who made us do it. It made us kill people in the city, pull people's hearts out, then blame it on you." The words of this priest confused everyone present, and all those who were agitated finally felt like fools. How could it be Hatton? "You killed people. Liars. You are all a bunch of liars." Everyone felt that their beliefs and trusts had been violated. Realizing that they had been deceived, many people fell on their knees in despair. After the third priest confessed, the others surrendered. But Eva still did not stop, but pinched all three of them to death. At this moment, everyone lost their trust in the desert palace and Hatton. Why did they deceive us? Why did the high priest do this? Why did he kill my brother? A child. Having hurried to the scene, Anki cried out from among the crowd, "Because the real spokesman of God is inside. Hatton is just a liar who is falsely speaking in the name of God." Anki pointed inside the castle, then said, "Look, that's the power of God. Can Hatton build a huge castle overnight in the Sea of Death? Can Hatton cause Ctesias to hear and speak? Can he save me and my merchants from the sandstorm? No! Only the messenger of God can do such things." Asanki's words were very convincing. Everyone once again looked inside the castle, as if they had found meaning to their lives again. Then they immediately cursed Hatton. That Hatton is the real blasphemer, as he deceives us in the name of God. His sins are unforgivable. Yes, God's messenger is inside the castle. We need to welcome the real spokesman of God. We need to listen to the commandments of the true God. As Luziyu hadn't shown up yet, the people looked to Eva. They immediately knelt down and worshipped her devoutly, as if they had completely believed Anki's words that Eva and Luziyu were the spokesmen of God. Luziyu watched the farce outside quietly. He had achieved his purpose. When Anki invited him to stay here, Luziyu had a simple plan, which was to apply to the east of the Alan continent an extraordinary power and divine system. This was a desert of extraordinary power. Neither divine incantation nor witchcraft had been spread to this area. Wizards and priests seemed to have no regard for this barren and uncivilized region. Instead, they chose the prosperous central province as the core area for their own development. With more and more ferocious magical beasts emerging here, people found no way to resist them. Even many religions worshipped magical beasts as gods now. Moreover, the eastern population was no less than that of the west. Once the divine system spread here, the developmental speed of Luziyu's divine kingdom would be further accelerated, which was part of the reason why Luziyu had come to Batko. Luziyu hadn't even had to make an effort, and the whole situation had turned out so favorably. Luziyu then joined Eva, and the both of them, dressed in a white robe and a black robe respectively, then went into the desert palace. Amid all of the confusion, the clueless high priest Hatton had not yet figured out why he was suddenly surrounded by the same people that he had just incited to kill Luziyu. Hatton wanted to escape, but he was caught by the angry people and sentenced to the cruelest criminal punishment in Puzuote. He was cast alive, made into a kneeling bronze statue, and placed in front of the palace. Then, Luziyu, who had been previously denounced as the villain of evil gods, was greeted respectfully by the nobles, the tribal leaders, and the remaining priests of the desert palace in the city. Luziyu then became the spokesman of God on earth. He soon had hundreds of thousands of followers. Then, Anki was chosen by Luziyu to be the new high priest of the palace. In year 62 of the Holy Calendar, the desert palace was renamed the Heavenly Palace, and Randall, who was called the God of Gods, ruled over all of the gods. A polytheistic sect now dominated Batko, and its unique belief system was vastly different from the Church of Light on the west coast of the Sea of Death and the Orcs Church of Light in the northern part of the continent. Within the wizard tower, a large number of wizard apprentices were in a hall on the second floor. Everyone was talking with each other. There were many former apprentices who had graduated from the wizard tower that were sitting in the back seats. They had now become wizard staff members or mentors. Edward stood in front of the stage to speak. Although he was young, he had already completed his courses in the tower, thus graduating from the tower to become a wizard. In fact, just a few days ago, he had successfully achieved level 4, but even so, he was still not quite qualified to stand here. This time was a rare exception, as he was giving speech on behalf of the master of the tower, Borcalermo. The speech was to focus on some of his pioneering discoveries and progresses that were likely to pave an exciting new path for future wizards. Today, I stand here to talk about the idea that, in the future, there will be a new generation of wizards, the Dream Wizards. Most of what I'm going to talk about today comes from the teachings of Anthony, the founder of the Wizard Tower. Anthony's notes say that the origin of dreamcraft can be traced back to the divine incantation. It is related to the rules of origin and mind-power interference in reality. Like the Philosopher's Stone, it relates to the mystery of mind power. He took a breath, then continued. Since the end of the war between the orcs and the humans, wizards have again come into contact with priests and holy knights. Their divine incantations have developed, becoming more complex and flexible. They can now call up divine creatures and even powerful saints who have passed away. Priests, though they look weak, have great fighting power. They can actually interfere with reality via illusions, thus being able to cause harm to our bodies and kill us. As he watched the audience's eyes widen, he continued. Their divine incantations are only being more and more powerful. In fact, they are not even inferior to our blood witchcraft. Also, the Church of Light, after the end of the war between the humans and the orcs, though it lost its artifacts and its beloved saintess, didn't decline. Hence, in the face of such power, we are still at a disadvantage. Edward gave some examples of this in order to illustrate the possibilities of dreamcraft, which immediately aroused the interests of a large number of wizards. As Edward was very young, even though he had earned some reputation among the students, in the eyes of most of the older wizards, he was only an apprentice with some gifts. Most of the wizards who come here were just curious about the so-called new witchcraft, and they had also come out of respect for Bor. As such, Edward was also under a lot of pressure to impress them. Although his mentor, Bor Kelermo, gave him high praise for his new research, Edward was not completely sure if he could get others to see its merits. At the moment, everyone quieted down, became interested in what he had just said. He felt relieved and went on to discuss the main topic. Dreamcraft is complex, and it includes illusionary techniques, curse witchcraft, and combining witchcraft with mind power force fields. It is a major research tool for all witchcraft. When done right, interfering with reality by using mind power is limitless. In fact, the only limits are our imagination. He went on, hearing amazed gasps from the audience. We can project the scenes in our dreams into real life, thus involving everyone in our dreams. The stronger your mind power, the more powerful your illusionary technique will be. He then concluded, I believe that there are many techniques of dreamcraft that are just waiting to be developed. But I can't do it all on my own. This requires numerous wizards to study and explore, just like blood witchcraft. Everything Edward had just said caused the audience to erupt in a round of big cheers. Everyone seemed to be able to see the great future of dreamcraft. With such a positive reaction, it was very likely that it would become an important branch of witchcraft. Many people were reading the brochure that Edward had handed out when they entered the stage area, which recorded the characteristics and applications of dreamcraft. Although Lu Jiyu had given Edward's dreamcraft notes a glance and offered a few insights, Edward had relied mainly on his talent, as well as his contacts with and observations of the priests, to complete the rest. Part of Adeno's thoughts and research on the ghost witchcraft had also been included in Edward's notes. This was something that Lu Jiyu had never thought of incorporating in his own practices. As such, he knew that Edward was a genius, and so was his fellow student Adenos. A mentor suddenly stood up and said, As far as I know, it's very difficult for a wizard below level 4 to have the ability that you have just described. After all, their mind power has not been activated. Although they can use curse witchcraft to impose physical harm, it's just a lie that one of their illusions could interfere with reality. The mentor took a breath, then criticized Edward loudly. It is impossible to achieve such a thing at all. Another wizard stood up. It's not difficult for wizards to build perfect dreams and illusions, but dreams are like sandals, as they can be destroyed easily. Besides, it's not practical at all. Do you mean to tell us that every time you use dreamcraft, you have to make a lot of preparations in order to build your dreams? Many wizards immediately started to find loopholes in Edward's premise. After all, this was the Wizard Tower, where wisdom and knowledge was held above all. As such, any imprecise idea would not be recognized or accepted. But Edward didn't panic. He waited for all of them to express their opinions, then picked up a silver crystal that was the size of a bean. Here's the key. As Edward raised the crystal, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Some could not recognize what it was, but several of the mentors stood up and turned to look at Bor. The Philosopher's Stone. That's the Philosopher's Stone. Some of them shouted out at once, immediately recognizing the rare treasure. Everyone had heard of the magic stone. For the wizards, it was holy. It could transform mind power and make people step into level 4. It had originally been prohibited by the Wizard Tower, but after the return of Uruk, when Wolf and Wendy went to Yala, the prohibition was rendered null and void. For most wizards, this was the most prized artifact. Without it, wizards couldn't break through the significant threshold of level 4, even if they were strong enough. Thus, it represented the dream and hope of all wizards. When he realized that the audience did not understand what he meant, Edward went on to say, "Everything you said just now can be solved with what I have in my hand. Yes, it's the Philosopher's Stone, but not the original one, as it has been transformed." He waited a moment, while many people gasped, then said, "Like blood witchcraft that needs magical beasts, spellcasting organs and bloodlines, dreamcraft also needs something special. That is what I have in my hand. I call it the Stone of Dreams, and it has been made from the Philosopher's Stone." He smiled, then continued. "The Philosopher's Stone can interfere with reality by creating an illusion, which immediately reminds me of dreams. I then use mind power to consolidate my dreams within the Philosopher's Stone, then transplant the stone into my body. Then, it becomes the Stone of Dreams, which allows my dream to be projected into reality. At that point, the dream that originally was only an illusion will now become a stable dream space." As Edward spoke, he pointed to the middle section of his forehead, between his eyebrows. This was where he had transplanted the Stone of Dreams and where his mind power emanated from his brain. Immediately, a silver wolf appeared in the hall. It was being projected by his mind power. The silver wolf's image was vivid, and it looked fiercely at all of the wizards, emitting a low roar. Even its fur was waving in the wind that was coming in from the open window nearby. Many of the students hacked and turned to discuss with one another what they were seeing. "What? Is this an illusion?" "It's not a simple illusion. It really interferes with reality. It is really just like he said. This is dreamcraft." A large number of mentors and tower staff gathered around and carefully looked at the silver wolf. They watched him run around the hall and jump at Edward, just like a real wolf. But, while it was in the air, it turned into a silver light and disappeared. Only then did they know for sure that it was not a living creature, but an illusory projection. Edward went to the front of the stage and bowed to everyone. "This is dreamcraft." A big round of applause issued forth from the excited crowd. This young man, along with his mentor Bor, had pioneered a brand new wizard branch. Edward followed Bor to the top of the wizard tower. He felt very excited. Now that he had the dreamcraft practice materials, he was ready to go to the tower library and convert them into points. "Thank you, mentor. Without your help, I would never have been able to accomplish so much," Edward said. Bor replied immediately, "Thank Mentor Anthony. I didn't think you'd be lucky enough to be chosen by him. Although he taught you how to practice dreamcraft, you have perfected the whole system, consolidated several basic theories, and lowered the threshold for learning and using dreamcraft. I'm also glad to see that you have created a new branch of wizards." Bor was very proud of his protege's achievements. Boar looked forward to seeing wizards become even more strong and powerful. Edward immediately recalled the mysterious man and the event that took place in the Mara kingdom. The encounter with Anthony, the great sage, and the beginning of his dreamcraft had transformed Edward from an impetuous little wizard to a real wise man. Edward felt that this was destiny at work. They soon arrived at the gate of the Tower Library. The huge stone door of the library was open, and the library floor was covered with carpets. Its luxurious decorations were quite different from before. The library had a lot of partitions which were finely separated by wooden shelves. Each partition was 3 or 4 meters high, 10 meters wide, and had 5 layers. There were also many stairs and spiral ladders inside the library. The wizards would walk on these partitions, looking for the books they wanted. This was a real world of books. The huge library was filled with the smell of the books and the taste of knowledge. This fantastic atmosphere made people feel like they were inside a paradise of wisdom. In the middle of the entrance hall, a 3-meter-high creature, which had a human head and a lion's body, was standing near the circular workbench. While responding to the inquiries of several wizards, the creature used its mind power to control other things. As the creature was working, several goose brushes were constantly writing, while all kinds of lists and files were flying into the cabinet behind it. The lion-faced creature was Pyros. This creature was in charge of the Tower Library. It was said that Anthony, the founder of the tower, brought Pyros back from the astral. Pyros was known for its commitment and responsibility. The creature was also as knowledgeable as wizards, with some wizards even accepting it as a member of the wizard group. Moreover, it ran the Tower Library and could recite all of the books in the whole library. As such, Pyros was extremely important. In fact, as long as Pyros existed, the inheritance of the tower would never be lost. Moreover, even if everything was lost with its memory, a wizard tower could be rebuilt anywhere. "Hi, Pyros," greeted Edward. "Hi, Edward," smiled in reply. As soon as Edward arrived, he greeted Pyros. It seemed that the two knew each other well. "I need you to help me evaluate my witchcraft system. This is the fruit of my painstaking labor, a new system of witchcraft. Hence, it cannot be underestimated," said Edward. "Fairness is what we abide by. If you think my judgments are unfair, you can ask your mentor for a second opinion," Pyros replied. Edward leaned over the counter and said, "Okay, I'm kidding. Pyros, are you the only one left in your family?" Pyros looked through the materials of Dreamcraft and nodded. "Our family is unique in the Marian world, as we only have one member per generation, and each generation is the manager of knowledge." The sun was setting, and boats floated pleasantly in the wide, glittering Hashi River. Many strong young men were leaning against the wooden boats that were docked along the shore, enjoying the sunset. They had been busy working all day, so now was their time to explore the beauty and tranquility of Mother Nature. The Hashi River was a branch of the Asay River, which flowed into the territory of Batco from the south. It was this river that supplied fresh water to countless Batco people and nourished the barren land. Pusuote was close to the desert and had been eroded by sandstorms throughout the year. The Hashi River was the widest and longest river in the vicinity, forming the largest human gathering place in this area. On both sides of the river, numerous fields lot of barley and wheat had been planted, as these were staples in Batco. In fact, most people in Batco typically use these two commodities every meal, along with fruits, such as dates. Meat, like beef, mutton, and fish could only be enjoyed by the nobility and the upper class. The original desert palace had now been expanded several times, making it a truly beautiful palace. The high priest in the palace, Ankepusuoti, had claimed the royal rights of the original Pusuot family and turned the palace into the only true place of authority in Puzuote. Currently, a large number of monks were busy compiling classics in cuneiform, which was a totally different language than those used in the Western world. Ctesias, who was the priest of the palace, was also present. They were compiling the holy scriptures of the heavenly palace, as well as the legend of the gods. The whole heavenly palace had been completely renewed and rebuilt. Also, besides the addition of Randall, who was the god of gods, the gods of death, the wind, and the moon were also being added, among others. In the deepest corner of the palace, Lu Jiyu was sitting on the throne in a white gown. There were white stone slabs that were covering the ground, and the high walls were decorated with colorful paintings, which had a simple and wild style that was exclusive to Batko. Rows of bronze soldiers with long swords on their waists stood at attention within the palace, as well as outside the doors. Several giant bronze statues of silver wolves were also placed outside the palace. At this moment, these metal castings were shuttled into the palace, as if they were patrolling soldiers and guards. If there were any intruders or any strange occurrences, they would immediately wake up and kill anyone who posed a threat. Even though they did not have any extraordinary powers, their invulnerability and lethality could rule the entire battlefield. Their existence was actually a recent failure of Lu Jiyu's. Specifically, he had attempted to create life out of metals, which had been totally unsuccessful. This was because these creatures had no wisdom or consciousness. But he was at least still able to use these monsters as guards and for general labor. As long as the creatures were exposed to light, they could move and fight according to orders. Then, when they were not needed, they would become real statues again. Lu Xiyu felt that these creatures were somewhat similar to the legendary stone ghosts. They were not made of stone. So Lu Xiyu named them bronze ghosts. Even though his creatures were useful somewhat as they had turned out, the successive failures still discouraged Lu Xiyu. He could not think of a proper method for creating consciousness and wisdom. Originally, he had wanted to create real life by using metal, but in the end, he could only make a group of bronze ghosts to guard the gate. Meanwhile, within the palace, several maids in the hall were playing harps. Pottery pots had been placed all over the palace, as well as a few lovely potted trees. Eva danced to melodic songs, which had become her hobby since she had first danced for Lu Xiyu. While Lu Xiyu rested on the throne, a bronze statue ghost that was shaped like a lion was crawling beside him. It would raise its head occasionally to look around. At this time, Lu Xiyu suddenly realized that, since Pyros was a mythical creature, it could communicate with God. After the knowledge system was sorted out by the subbrain Gaia of the Divine Kingdom, it would be transmitted to Lu Xiyu. Then, would timely remind Lu Xiyu of some important information and knowledge. Moreover, any news of Dreamland wizards and the new witchcraft system would be immediately transmitted to Lu Xiyu as well. Huh? Lu Xiyu straightened up, startled. His sudden movement stirred up a group of maids, who suddenly lost their rhythm. All of them then fell on their knees in alarm, and even the golden lion statue that was next to Lu Xiyu roared. Eva looked at Lu Xiyu and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xiyu shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just thought of something. Can we interfere with spirits by using the philosopher's stone? I didn't think that was possible." The thought had just occurred to Lu Xiyu. This gave him hope, as maybe, with a little inspiration, he could think of something truly brilliant. A few years after the Year of Holy Light, extraordinary powers began to emerge. In addition to this, wizards, priests, holy knights, magical beasts, and others began to appear in Maria's world, and even more strange phenomena of spirit also gradually appeared. Ordinary life forms lose awareness when they die. which is the most basic natural rule of the world. But these extraordinary lives were different. Their awarenesses were strong and stubborn. Even if they lost their flesh and memories, their awarenesses would stubbornly remain. In the early days, this was not obvious, but with more extraordinary lives being extinguished, there were more and more awarenesses being born, especially those of level 4 and above, which had stable structures. Their memory and awarenesses were thus tied together. As such, death was not their end, and their awarenesses could still stubbornly stay in the world. In this way, the human world would gradually be full of awarenesses with the passing of time. Lu Xiyu had thought about such a problem long ago, so he had tried to create an underworld, but had never succeeded. However, he found that Edward might be able to help solve this problem. At this moment, a huge half-bit wall was constantly forming and eventually expanding into the bit wall of Maria's world. In an instant, the entire bit wall became abnormal. The stars seemed to dim at this exact moment. Although not many people discovered this scene, the astrologers in the various kingdoms and principalities were all very shocked by it. The stars have been hidden. Natural disasters are coming. The moon and stars dimmed. This is a catastrophe. Is there going to be a terrorist attack? Where will it be? People in the kingdom of Mara were shouting. They all believed deeply in astrology, after all. At this moment, the sound of rushing footsteps echoed in the court. Among them were the young queens. She wore a gorgeous long dress and her crown. She went to the top of the castle and leaned on the uneven wall to look at the dark sky. The stars and moon couldn't be seen at all, and everyone's faces became pale. "My God, what is going on?" someone asked. For the people of this era, the stars represented the gods and indicated one's destiny. All wizards, pastors, and wise men attached importance to the observation of stars, but no one could truly understand their meaning. "Do you know what is happening?" the queen asked anxiously. Two astrologers wearing star-patterned robes were flipping through their star maps and ancient records. They were sweating heavily. One replied, "Your Majesty, this has never happened before." "Never?" the queen asked. "Not since humans began to write." That same astrologer replied. Meanwhile, in the cemetery outside the city of Bubis, under the nameless tombstone that had been worn down by the wind and rain, a skeleton was undergoing a magical change. The king of the Church of Light felt uneasy. Between the battle of the humans and the orcs a few years ago and the collapse of the Crete Empire, he was already fearful. Other than the formation of the half-bit wall, no more strange things happened, and at this time, Lu Xiyu had already entered the half-bit wall with Eva. She followed behind Lu Xiyu, both exploring the area, only to find that there was nothing to it. "Master, where are we now?" she asked. Lu Xiyu said, "It's a new half-bit wall. Here is where the land of the dead will be." When Lu Xiyu reached out his hand, they both saw the light blooming in them continuously. The last huge illuminant, which was made up of metal deified cells, formed, expanded, then flew into the sky. Eva watched it into the sky, then stabilize in the sky, illuminating the whole world. She whispered with surprise, "Is that the sun?" Lu Xiyu shook his head. "That is the sun in the underworld, which is not the same as our sun in reality." Eva looked at the sky and put out her hand, then asked, "Because there is no temperature?" Lu Xiyu looked down. "The sun in Maria's world shines and gives warmth to the earth. The underworld's only projects images of the underworld." As Lu Xiyu's voice fell, the sun of the underworld instantly burst into huge lights, and the projection appeared hundreds of meters under the ground. With the glowing of light, which was its assimilation of information, the whole world seems to be woven by countless lines, quickly forming into a seemingly real world. Then, they immediately saw the dark and barren land, the flowing rivers, the mountains and the plains. The whole world was desolate, dark and full of feelings of death. Moreover, the feeble light that glowed from the underworld sun did not have warmth. Instead, it only made people feel gloomy. The two then walked in this underworld, through the land and along the river. The underworld was quite small since it had just been formed, so the two quickly traveled across the whole land. Eva felt that everything was real, but the strange sun stopped her from trusting her instincts. She asked, "Master, is it real? Or is everything just an illusion?" Lu Xiyu explained, "This is a world on the edge of reality and illusion. It is the place where the dead can stay and where reincarnation is started. Based on the Stone of Dreams, combined with the divine gem of Gaia, Lu Xiyu had created the sun of the underworld, which projected the underworld as a place between reality and illusion. Since it was impossible to let all of the awarenesses and souls stay in the divine kingdom, he thought that it might be a good idea to project a world of the dead and put them all there. At the same time, these souls and awarenesses that were unwilling to leave would also be finally absorbed into the sun of the underworld, so the underworld could continue to expand. Then, over time, the sun of the underworld in the sky would become more powerful, and the underworld would expand to a massive size, just like a real world. Lu Xiyu stood in the middle of the initially formed underworld, looked at the sun in the sky, then meditated for a while and said, "The underworld needs a lot of management personnel to maintain." Order. Lu Xiyu immediately recalled the heavenly palace in Batko. He was considering its divine system in particular. The inhabitants of Batko had many mixed beliefs and many gods, but they all had one interesting thing in common: their faiths and their devotions to death. They believed in the afterlife and the world after death. Every god shared the power to govern the world of death and control souls of the dead. Even the recently compiled holy book in the heavenly palace recorded a god of death. "You mean the divine system in the world of death? That sounds great." Eva smiled. The sunlight came into the hall, and the golden murals shimmered. Although Lu Xiyu was respected by many people as being equal to a god, and countless believers were willing to give up everything to follow him, it was the first time that he had been worshipped as an incarnation of God. This gave Lu Xiyu a novel feeling. Lu Xiyu had lived for almost 100 years, which normal people couldn't achieve. Although there were no signs of aging on his face, time had still shaped his mind. For instance, he was no longer naive, and he had no sense of excitement while doing things that he used to like doing. The foundation of the palace was 10 meters high, so it could be seen by everyone in the city of Puzuote. If he was standing on the outer corridor of the main hall of the palace, a man could also see the whole Puzuote city. He could also see the Hashi River, as well as merchant ships and fishermen who were arriving at the docks. The merchants and the tax officials of Puzuote could even be seen as they were putting different seals on shipped goods, indicated that the proper taxes had been collected. Lu Xiyu looked at Eva, who was standing next to him. He then asked, "Who do you think I should choose as the lord of the underworld?" Eva glanced at Lu Xiyu, then answered, "I feel that Master does not care about this matter. After all, the lord of the underworld is of no importance to you." Lu Xiyu smiled. It was as if Eva had read his mind. He then said, "You are right." Lu Xiyu turned around. Then, after a bit of thinking, he asked, "Do you want to be the lord of the underworld and take control of the world of reincarnation and death?" Eva shook her head and looked at Lu Xiyu. "I don't want to, because where you are is where I want to be." Lu Xiyu actually saw a slight smile on her face as she spoke. Lu Xiyu curiously asked, "Aren't you curious about who I really am? I have never told you, and you've never asked." Eva stood in front of Lu Xiyu, blinking her jewel-like eyes at him. She then said, "You are my creator." Lu Xiyu stood silently for a long time, wanting to say something. He finally looked out of the hall and announced, "There are guests coming." Outside the main hall, young Ctesias was wearing a ritual robe. He walked up the high ladder, then bowed. Immediately, he saw the statue ghosts, each with a rifle, step away. Ctesias passed through the bronze statue ghosts and went into the palace. Ctesias had suffered a lot, but his experiences had only made him stronger and better able to understand the suffering of the lower class. After all, he did really care about others. Anke had been a generous and good master of Ctesias, and he had even allowed Ctesias to study with his son. As a result, Ctesias really liked to read. Even before he could speak, books had been his whole world. When he met the incarnation of God, Randil, he felt that his world was completely turned upside down. He had then begun to forge his own beliefs and go after his own pursuits. He had even found his life goal, which was to spread the belief in God to the entire Batko region and the entire Eastern world. "I've been saved by God, but that's not enough. Everyone in the world should be loved by God and should be the proof of a miracle." Compared with physical pain and suffering, the lack of belief is the most horrible thing. Everyone should have beliefs. More than once, Ctesias had expressed similar musings publicly, both in the palace and in the city of Puzuote. As a result, many poor people and laborers became his faithful followers, as they liked to listen to his speeches about God. While he was awaiting the arrival of Ctesias in the divine palace, Lu Xiu stood on one side of the main hall. Ctesias arrived in a rush and greeted him with polite and proper etiquette. Lu Xiu looked at Ctesias, a slave who had gradually become a young qualified priest. Compared to other priests, Ctesias was much more interesting. Ctesias was a firm believer, but his belief was not only in God, but in saving all beings. He wanted to spread his beliefs throughout the world and build a country based on his ideals. "I am confused, so please enlighten me." With so many gods, and each god having a different power and philosophy, then how can we find our own belief among them? Ctesias asked Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu thought a bit, then said, "The establishment of our god system represents the unity of thoughts and beliefs. Therefore, there may be many gods in the god system, but there is only one unified belief. This is why I asked you to compile the holy book. The inheritance of the belief is the foundation of the god system." Ctesias then asked, "So, what kind of belief should it be?" Lu Xiu said, "It is what you believe in your heart." Ctesias said excitedly, "You agree with what I believe." Lu Xiu said, "You are the inheritor of my will. You are guided by gods without fear, panic, or doubt. You must build an ideal nation, one where good will be rewarded with good and evil with evil, where people no longer seek pleasure and enjoy fighting, and where there is no prejudice or hatred." As Lu Xiu continued speaking, he gently stroked Ctesias' head. Ctesias bowed his head devoutly. He found that the light in his hand brought a glow that covered his whole body, and a large number of mysterious characters also flowed over his body. A mark that was similar to the sun of the underworld then appeared on his forehead. This mark was a divine incarnation, one that was much different than that of the divine kingdom of Gaia. This was because it was from the underworld. The underworld divine system was established in accordance with the underworld rules. It had trials, curses, summonings of the underworld creatures, the projection of the underworld, and the divine seeds that would gradually form a unique space in the underworld, each of which would have special powers. After priests in the heavenly palace died, they would be absorbed into the sun of the underworld and become governors of the underworld. Now, as the underworld was currently empty, as more priests died priests, the whole underworld would continue to expand. As Lu Xiu put his hand on Ctesias' forehead, Ctesias felt the infinite knowledge and power from Lu Xiu's palms pouring into him. An inexplicable feeling and joy surged in his heart. This is a revelation. God has chosen me to be his spokesperson, he exclaimed. The dark sun of the underworld gradually became full, and Ctesias opened his eyes and immediately saw the projection of the sun of the underworld in the sky. It was expanding. At this time, people in the city of Puziota discovered that, as the sun set, a strange sun rose slowly from the top of the heavenly palace, and a large number of priests poured out into the palace. At this moment, all of the monks looked at the great palace that rose high in the center, many of them exclaiming in wonder, "What is that? Is that a sun? How be a dark sun?" All of the people of Puzuai walked out on the streets. Nobles, businessmen, hawkers and farmers were all shocked as they looked at the rising dark sun. They didn't understand how this could be happening. But they knew that the sun was rising from the direction of the palace. The heat and light of the sun radiated throughout the city of Puzote, making the deepest parts of everyone's souls feel touched. This was the awareness that was attracted by the sun. Living people couldn't feel the light of the sun of the underworld, but one's awareness and one's soul could feel its warmth. That is coming from them the direction of the palace. This is a miracle. Many people shouted, and at the moment, the noise of the outside world was in sharp contrast with the silence in the great palace. At that moment, Lujiyu saw Ctesias stand up slowly. They looked at each other, and Ctesias began to shed tears. "Are you leaving?" he asked Lujiyu. As he was standing outside the palace, the night wind blew Lujiyu's robe, and the stars all over the sky seemed to shine again. The god of the sky is in charge of the space world. The god of death is in charge of the underworld, and you are in charge of the earth. When Lujiyu said this, he saw his body and robe blowing with the wind and gradually turning into smoke. They then disappeared into the air. Ctesias looked at Lujiyu as he was disappearing. His whole body was shaking with excitement, while his breathing became more and more heavy. "Please don't leave. Everyone in Batko needs your salvation," Ctesias begged. As Lujiyu did not say a word, Ctesias looked in the eyes of Lujiyu and suddenly understood something. A gentle smile spread over his face, holy and innocent, like a newborn child. He then exclaimed, "Gods are in heaven, the dead are in the underworld, and the living are on the earth. I am the one who will save Batko." Then, following the disappearance of Lujiyu, all of the bronze statue ghosts within the palace also disappeared, and the heavenly palace began to expand rapidly. It was as if it had broken from its shackles. Ctesias managed to get the holy book of the heavenly palace finished and divided into 3 volumes. The Book of the Gods, the Book of the Living, and the Book of the Deceased. The Book of the Living was widely publicized as being the rule book for the guidance of gods to the human world. The priests of the heavenly palace also used it as their guiding book to spread the beliefs of the heavenly myth to all believers. The holy book depicted the ideal world in Ctesias' mind. People would go to the underworld where the trial would be held. Good people would then start a reincarnation, while the wicked ones would suffer forever. There were also a lot of debates about law and philosophy in this book, which Ctesias used to regulate believers' behaviors. The Book of the Deceased recorded the divine incantations of the underworlds and the present world's priests. He decided who would become priests to master the divine incantations. Only Ctesias knew the contents of the Book of the Gods. It was said that this book recorded the keys that could access the divine kingdom, which was beyond the reach of ordinary people. This was especially important because in the divine kingdom people could avoid the trial of good and evil. Following the completion of the 3 holy volumes, the beliefs of the heavenly palace were completely rebuilt and the prestige of Ctesias grew even more. Everyone revered his noble qualities, and all of the believers in the Puzuot region knew his name and called him a saint on earth. At this time, the high priest of the heavenly palace was still the Enki Puzuot, which was the first high priest who was selected by Lu Siyu. Now, Enki, the one who limited the development of the heavenly palace. He was also an important obstacle for Ctesias in expanding the belief of the heavenly palace. Enki Puzuot was not only the high priest of the heavenly palace, but he was also the leader of the Puzuot family. As such, he had great influence over the Puzuot region and held a great amount of both religious and bureaucratic power. The growing prestige of Ctesias and the legends about him that were circulating among the ordinary people made Enki Puzuot become suspicious of his loyal subordinate. In fact, from the moment that Ctesias received the inheritance of the gods, a deep jealousy was ingrained within him. After all, Enki Puzuot was afraid of losing his position. He liked the feeling that he was high and that everyone was looking up to him. All of this had made him afraid that Ctesias would take everything away from him. So, he began to suppress Ctesias's power and prohibit his speeches and beliefs from being spread inside the heavenly palace. However, with the completion of the holy book, the influence of the heavenly palace was gradually increasing. Hence, more people in Puzuot began to accept the beliefs of the heavenly palace, and everyone began to become believers. They all contributed this to Ctesias' teachings. After all, it was he who, at all costs, personally guided the priests of the heavenly palace to various poor villages and towns and proclaimed his beliefs. This made Enki Puzuot angry to the extreme. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a high priest who sat by doing nothing. Yet, no one knew the great efforts he had made for the development of the palace. Several wins in diplomatic warfare were to his credit, but all of this was unknown by the masses. The development of the palace was my doing. He is lucky to get the inheritance of the gods and help compile the holy book. Why him? And why was my effort not recognized? Enki was obviously feeling sorry for himself. The competition between Enki and Ctesias had become even more fierce. Inside the heavenly palace, the people had also split into two groups. Ctesias remained respectful of Enki, as he was his former master. Not to mention that Enki was the first high priest appointed by God, and his position was unshakable. As such, Ctesias would never deal with Enki unscrupulously. However, with the increasing hostility inside the heavenly palace, something Ctesias feared and was unwilling to see was bound to happen. I have to get rid of the... Only I am the spokesperson of the gods. Enki Puzuot was plotting to kill Ctesias, while the priests who supported Ctesias were preaching against Enki Puzuot. One of the priests yelled, "The high priest should give the position to Ctesias, as Ctesias is the true spokesperson." Meanwhile, Enki Puzuot had bought a poison that was made by a wizard, then had a waiter put it in Ctesias' food. This plan had been meticulously made, and hence, Ctesias did not notice anything unusual about his food when it was brought to him. However, because Ctesias had been transcribing the scriptures until very late, working straight through his dinner hour, his pet lion ate the food instead. The poison eroded its body, rotting it away entirely. Ctesias was sad and angry. He knew that if he did not do anything, the heavenly palace's beliefs would collapse and his dreams would never come true, which Ctesias could not bear to see. So, he launched a coup against Enki Puzuot. He had the guards in the city of Puzuot replaced by his followers, then killed the leader of the palace guards, thus igniting a cleansing. In the middle of the night, more killing ensued. In the faint light of the night, bodies fell with piercing screams. Blood flowed through the cracks in the slate and dyed the whole palace red. Ctesias, you are so arrogant. You will be punished by the gods. Among the violent killing spree, a priest took up a sword and roared at Ctesias. Ctesias led the people all the way into the palace. On the way, many of the underworld priests, who had learned the divine incantation, fought with the priests of Ctesias. But Ctesias eliminated all of those incantations effortlessly. All the way up to the gate of the palace, the killing continued. Above it, in the residence of the god's incarnation, which was the holy place of the divine palace, many statues of the gods stood. Ctesias stretched out his hand. With a flashing light, a priest who was standing in the palace immediately fell. He fell down the ladder and struggled for a long time, then screamed, "You kill your own brothers? You will be held to be punished by the most severe laws." So far, the whole temple of the sky had fallen completely into the hands of Ctesias. The priest who was part of the conspiracy that failed to poison Ctesias was the guardian of the sacred fire. Along with several of his men, now stood in front of Ctesias. These people all looked at Ctesias with intense hatred. In their views, Ctesias was just a big talker and madman who was willing to give up his life to achieve his goals. They also saw him as being a round peg in a square hole, sticking his own so-called moral standards. Most people couldn't keep up with his harsh standards and didn't agree with his practices and ideas. "You are just a liar using the name of the gods." After saying this, a man was immediately beheaded. The door of the palace was open, and across the tall stone pillars and the white threshold, you could see the copper oil lamps on both sides of the walls gleaming with light. The light illuminated the entire palace, and Enki Puzuoti was kneeling in the center of the palace before the god of Randil. The men who followed Ctesias into the temple were about to come forward, but Ctesias stopped them and waved them out. When the people withdrew, they also closed the thick stone gates of the palace. With a harsh sound, the hall was closed, isolated it from the outside world. Now there were only Ctesias and Enki staring at each other. As Ctesias walked forward, the sound of footsteps in the silent room was particularly clear and loud. Ctesias walked to the statue next to Enki and looked at it as if he could feel the gods watching. "Enki Puzuoti, are you ashamed of yourself?" Ctesias asked. Enki Puzuot stopped praying and replied, "Why should I be ashamed? I am the high priest, appointed by the gods. I am the spokesperson of the gods. I am also the apostle who guarded the gods and followed the gods. As the first follower of the gods, I should be the most respected and most recognized. So, after all of my efforts, how could you take what was mine?" In Enki Puzuot's view, all of this was what he deserved, and Ctesias was the one who had taken it from him. He couldn't accept this. Ctesias looked at Enki Puzuoti, whose facial muscles were shaking and whose eyes were deep and red. Ctesias suddenly so disappointed. He then replied, "I was wrong, as I thought you were like me, a devout believer. But you are just a businessman. In your eyes there are only exchanges and interests. You will not fight for faith and salvation. You be a good businessman, but you are not a qualified high priest and lord." He took breath and continued, "Enki Puzuoti, we are different. I am no longer the humble slave. I have everything, the whole of Puzuoti. There will be more in the future. But you are still pursuing ridiculous things. You have become a saint, standing at the feet of the gods, but you still behave like a mouse in a street corner, short-sighted and ridiculous." Enki Puzuot did not wait for him to finish talking, but asked with fury, "Why do we have to be like you? Are you a god?" Ctesias said, "I am the successor of the will of the gods." Ha ha ha, Enki Puzuoti could only laugh. At this moment, blood continually flew out of his mouth and he fell onto the ground. Then, after some effort, he finally moved to one side. Ctesias did not expect this. He watched Enki Puzuot leaning against the feet of the gods, the blood rushing out of his mouth. Ankepuzuoi was the spokesperson who was appointed by the gods, so Ctesias was not qualified to kill him. In the end, he could only be placed under house arrest, but he had not expected Anki Psout to make such a choice. Ankerpuzuoi looked at Ctesias with a smirk and said, I won't accept your pity. I am the high priest. Only the gods can judge me. You have no such qualification. When Ankepuzuot finished his words, he died, and Ctesias stood still for a long time. Suddenly, he felt that his path was far more difficult than he had at first thought. Facing opposition, killing, and betrayal would accompany his whole life, and Anki was just the first test. Back in the inner hall of the heavenly palace, a large number of corpses were gathered together, then put into gorgeous coffins, including Ankepuzuote. After all, he would still be buried as the first high priest in the heavenly palace, and this strife would be not mentioned in the history records. After this civil war, there were only 5 priests from the underworld left. Ctesias and several priests of the heavenly palace prayed silently with them. The bonfire was flashing, and they were constantly reading the scriptures in the book of the deceased silently. The strange scene made other people feel a little creepy and panicked. What their naked eyes couldn't see was that the awarenesses that had been left by the dead priests' bodies dancing around the fire. Under the guidance of the book of the deceased, these floating awarenesses had sensed the place of death in the depths of the earth. They had then passed through a mysterious passage, leaving the world of the living. They then penetrated into the underworld, and in the projection of the son of the underworld, they had appeared on the land of the underworld, wearing black robes and holding sickles. After they came into the underworld, the whole underworld became bigger. In the center of the underworld, there arose a palace of death, the throne of which was still vacant. These priests then entered the palace. Immediately after the awareness of Ankepuzuot entered the underworld, far away from the vast land of the underworld, at the end of the river, a huge gate of the underworld rose up. At that moment, Ankepuzuot's awareness became a huge monster that had a sheep's lower body and a human's upper body. It was 10 meters tall and had huge tusks and long hair. It also held a huge black fork and guarded the gate of the underworld. Many years later, it was called the guardian of the gate of the underworld, the soul eater, and sheep Haim. It guarded the gate of the underworld to prevent someone from breaking into or fleeing from the underworld. It liked to devour souls, and it also liked order, not chaos. So when an awareness entered the underworld, it must line up with the standards. Otherwise, Haim would pick it up with a giant fork and swallow its soul. It was said that was extremely greedy. As long as you gave him bribes, you might pass through the gate of the underworld. He was also proud and arrogant, not allowing anyone to say bad things about him. This was also Haim's weakness. With the coming of the first group of priests into the underworld finally began to function as a well-oiled machine. The expansion of the son of the underworld immediately made the powerful ghosts who disobeyed rules in the present world feel a strong attraction to it. These ghosts finally felt the call of the world of death. Some of the weak ghosts couldn't resist this attraction to the underworld and escaped the present world to come to the underworld. These muddle-headed ghosts had no memories, only some instincts, but they could still sense danger here. They looked up and saw the towering underworld gate and the soul eater above the black steps. Line up or die, Haim's voice echoed throughout the underworld. In the 66th year of the San calendar, Pusuot gradually formed its special political and religious systems under the leadership of the high priest Ctesias. The heavenly palace divided the world into 3 parts, which were the heavenly world, the underworld, and the human world. All of the gods lived in the heavenly world and were under the control of Randil, the god of the sky. Ctesias, the spokesman of gods on earth, who claimed to be the inheritor of the will of gods, supervised the world of the humans. A large number of tribes and clans and believers of the heavenly palace were under the management of Ctesius. They built the Pusiuote kingdom, which was not ruled by the tribal leaders or clan leaders. Instead, the high priest held the position of kingship and ruled over it. In the 66th year of the San calendar, under the leadership of Ctesius, the kingdom of Pusiuote started a conquest campaign against the surrounding tribes and clans. Soon, Ctesius conquered the surrounding regions and spread the beliefs of the heavenly palace to all corners of southwest Batco. He then unified all of the tribes and clans of the Hasher River before setting his sights further afield. The army of the kingdom of Pusiuote then crossed the Aro River into the tribal area of Impot. It took less than a month to destroy this ancient tribe, which had hundreds of years of history and traditions. At this time, the Pusiuote kingdom occupied nearly a quarter of the area of Batco, which shocked everyone. However, some people discovered that, in the barren southwest portion of the Batco region, a powerful country had arisen. Apparently, the conquest movement of Ctesius and the rise of the kingdom of Pusiuote had immediately caught the attention of these surrounding tribes. So, a war soon raged between them, filling the whole land of Batco. It was not only a struggle for land, but also a confrontation between very different beliefs and cultures. In the heart of Haraf, the Sea of Death, the hot air was able to melt everything. As such, there was nothing there but sand. The whole area looked somewhat hazy and vague due to the sizzling heat. It was so hot, when people stepped on the sand, they could hear the sound of their feet burning. This was the forbidden place of the Sea of Death. In that place, no living creatures survived. If ordinary people entered there, they would become dehydrated and die within a few hours. Moreover, because of the unique geographical environment, people could not tell which direction they were facing at any given time. The most terrible thing was that there were a lot of monsters there, all of which had adapted to hostile desert environments. As such, these monsters had extraordinary powers and enjoyed living there very much. Boom! Strange sounds echoed throughout the Sea of Death. Instantly, in the depths of the dunes, among glowing lights, a castle arose. The castle was 12 meters high and was built with iron. It was exquisite and magnificent. It had ample space, and all of its available space had been smartly utilized. It was a movable grand castle, across this desert's forbidden land, looking down on everything. It had a caterpillar base, which was several meters high. In a modern person's view, the castle looked like a huge caterpillar truck. The castle was running fast in the desert, blowing sand and dust everywhere. A group of giant iron-headed lizards were chasing it, as if they were chasing enemies on the battlefield. However, as the castle turned around, its giant base crushed past the iron-headed lizards, crunching them into pieces as it went. The few surviving panic-stricken lizards immediately fled. Finally, the castle went deep into the desert's forbidden land and stopped at a huge mountain ridge. The bare mountain ridge was black and it stretched into the sky. As this mountain range formed a natural blockade against sandstorms, inside it, a calm small world existed. There was a pure supply of groundwater that gushed out of the ground and formed lakes. This was especially significant because water was the source of life. Thanks to this water source, a small green zone had gradually appeared in the center of this forbidden desert area. However, Lu Jiyu was still not satisfied with this big toy that he had made. He had attempted to master alchemy, but all he had been able to make was this bizarre castle. I can't believe that after failing to make a floating city, I even can't make something that runs with 2 feet. The caterpillar base is so ugly. In fact, It's abominable, Lu Ziyu mumbled to himself. After his breakthrough in mechanical alchemy, Lu Ziyu had made this castle, which had been a dream of his since childhood. However, after driving it around the desert a few times, Lu Yu was no longer interested in it. When Lu Ziyu was trying to make a floating castle, he realized that it was almost impossible with his current capacity. He had given up and made this castle instead. To keep it moving, he had added the caterpillar. But the final product turned out to be totally different from what he had imagined. But Eva was very interested in this big toy, so she drove it around all day through the desert, and she and Lu Ziyu lived together within it. As the whole Sea of Death was uninhabited, they could drive fast without bumping into any obstacles. However, some businessmen who passed through nearby regions of the Sea of Death, as well as Batgo residents who lived in the nearby oasis, could see the moving castle from afar. The story of the moving castle had spread to the remote areas of Batgo via traveling merchants. Everyone was saying that there was a mysterious and horrible mobile castle that was kept deep in the desert. People who saw it were warned to not approach it, as once anyone entered the desert, they would never be able to get out. Lu Ziyu didn't care about all these silly stories and only focused his attentions to his own affairs at present. He and Eva drove around all day, seeing different scenery, racing with animals in the desert, running along the water source, and observing the rising and setting of the sun. As such, he found these days to be very pleasant. One day, the mobile castle stopped at a black ridge. Once it stopped, the caterpillar folded itself up and inside of the castle, which was located next to the ridge. Eva, who controlled the mobile castle, walked down the stairs and saw Lu Ziyu in the laboratory, playing with a bronze statue ghost. This ghost had undergone tremendous changes compared to the original bronze statue ghost. The transformed bronze ghost was lighter than before and was able to fly. Its combat capability had also improved, so much that hundreds of flying bronze ghosts could be dispatched at any time within this mobile castle. Unfortunately, its metal brain cells still couldn't replicate. Lu Ziyu had yet to discover the reason for this limitation. Although Lu Ziyu had made some progress in developing mechanical alchemy, it had failed in the end. However, it was gratifying to note that Lu Ziyu's Lord of Dreams of mid-level mythological template and domain projection had both gradually improved. This is indicated that the underworld would develop as planned. Since the underworld had welcomed the first batch of underworld priests, the whole underworld began to operate smoothly. Following this, a large number of dead wizards, demons, and monsters died, and powerful awarenesses began to enter the underworld. Although mere projection couldn't produce anything, it could interfere with the changing of substances. This was the ability of illusion to interfere with reality. With a large number of awarenesses merging into the underworld, over time, the whole underworld would change dramatically. After the trial in the underworld, good awarenesses were imprinted, then sent to reincarnation. After several reincarnations, they would gradually be assimilated into the underworld sun. The wicked were sent to purgatory, then gradually assimilated into the underworld sun after suffering greatly. Some impurities couldn't assimilate to the sun, so they stayed in the illusory underworld, which made the underground world undergo some changes. The lands and rivers of the underworld were gradually solidified by the power that the awarenesses and souls brought. Because of these scattered impurities, the whole underworld began to change from the illusionary form to a specific form. In the entire half-bit wall of the underworld, unexpected changes had taken place, and this was only the beginning. As the awarenesses of the deceased continued to increase, Lu Ziyu looked forward to what the underworld would look like in the future. After the prototypes of the bronze dance statue ghost version were completed, Lu Jiyu immediately started to use them. They unfolded their huge wings and rushed out of the window into the sky. They were extremely fast and flexible. They're good. Lu Jiyu became excited. He looked at Eva. Only then did Lu Jiyu discover that there was a raven perched on Eva's shoulder. "Hello, Mr. Anthony, the master of the tower. I'm your postman Pequot," the raven said to Lu Jiyu. Its appearance made people laugh. It stretched wings as if in a salute. Its bright eyes looked smarter than the average person's. Lu Jiyu recognized that this was a good friend of his student Boar. Boar had Pequot deliver important letters. When Lu Jiyu saw the bird, he knew that Boar might need help. This was because he had told Boar before that, if he ever needed help, he could come to Sea of Death and find him. "I was just saying that, but I didn't really expect this guy to come to me. He has been the tower master for so many years. Is there anything that he can't solve?" Lu Jiyu asked. Pequot laughed, but its laughter made people feel thrilled. The bird then said, "Boar was very mysterious about this letter. He did not tell me what it was about, but it should not be a bad thing." Pequot opened his bag and took out 2 gilded letters, the first of which was written in Finnish. "Why are there 2 copies? Who is the other one for?" Lu Jiyu asked while he opened one of the letters. "Sure, it's a good thing," he announced after reading a few lines of it. Eva asked curiously, "What good things does Boar want to tell you, master?" Lu Jiyu shook his head and said, "It's not from Boar, it's from Wolf and Wendy. They have built a wizard academy in the Elf Kingdom in the Yalan continent, and it has made some impressive achievements. So, they couldn't wait to send letters to tell me all about it." He then added, "Wendy named the academy the Corolla White Academy. I remember how this little girl laughed at me and said that my wizard tower was dark and ugly. I'll go and see what kind of wizard academy she built." "Ah, that fairy girl. I don't like her. She always said that I was ugly. How could that be? I was the most beautiful one. Look at my beautiful tail, so soft and shiny, and among all of the others, I could still say that I'm the most eloquent," Pequot said. Lu Jiyu pinched Pequot's mouth. He knew that the bird could talk for days and nights if it was not stopped. Lu Jiyu then opened the other letter from Boar, in which Boar greeted him and explained the recent situation in the wizard tower, as well as the changes happening in the whole Western world. Boar also mentioned his student Edward, who was very grateful for learning dream witchcraft. There were not many blood wizards in the wizard tower at present. The reason for this was that every blood wizard needed a spellcasting organ of a magical beast, and magical beasts were extremely wild. Even an extraordinary wizard found it difficult to catch one. Therefore, there were not enough blood wizards. Much of the same effect was occurring with the dream wizards. To become a dream wizard, one must first have the Philosopher's Stone, then transfer it into the Stone of Dreams. Whether it was the acquisition of the Philosopher's Stone or the making of the Stone of Dreams, ordinary wizards, it was almost impossible to collect all of the necessary materials. Adding to the difficulty, the current production process of a dream stone was very difficult and had a success rate that was extremely low. This further restricted the likelihood of becoming dream wizard. But Lu Jiyu knew that, as time went on, it would become easier. For instance, for the process of becoming a blood wizard at first, only Boar had succeeded. Yet, now the number of blood wizards was growing constantly. Over time, dream wizards and blood wizards would become more and more common. Then, the blood wizards would eventually become the typical category of all wizards. When Lu Jiyu finished reading the letters, he was in a very good mood. Eva took the letters from Lu Jiyu and folded them carefully. She then asked, "Master, Are we going to Yala to see Miss Wendy and Mr. Wolf's Wizard Academy? Lu Xiyu thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, wait till I finish upgrading of the mobile castle, then we will drive the castle there." Eva asked in surprise, "Ah, but didn't you say that, in order to build a floating city, there are insurmountable problems that couldn't be solved in a short amount of time?" Lu Xiyu immediately replied, "Of course, as it is not yet possible to create a floating city that could stay in the air. But we can still think of some way to let it fly for at least a short period of time. I have already made some progress regarding this. Once I finish, I will drive the whole castle through the sky of Maria's world and land directly on the mainland of Yala." An elliptical-shaped castle had been formed under Lu Ziyu's manipulations. The beauty of mechanical alchemy was that its products were made up of metallic cells. Even though these products did not contain any intelligence, consciousness, or the ability to think, they did possess some life characteristics. For example, they had the capabilities of growing, repairing, maturing, and modifying themselves. Since Lu Ziyu had been the one who designed their life template, aside from the insufficient technology to develop a metallic cell brain, rendered them a bit empty-headed, everything else had grown exactly according how Lu Ziyu had wanted. To decrease some weight off the Iron Castle, Lu Ziyu had designed a plan to modify it. Now, aside from the top part that still resembled the shape of a castle, the lower parts currently looked like a giant egg. Also, aside from the metal bottom and the main structure of the castle, the interior houses and rooms had all been built using a light wood. After modifying the flying castle, a large number of bronze gargoyles had then decorated and constructed its interior, and just like that, a brand new castle appeared in front of Lu Ziyu's eyes. Everything that was happening on the outside could be seen from within the control center that was located in the middle of the castle. Since he had stopped the castle in the oasis in the middle of the forbidden group within the Sea of Death for a while already, it would take some time for him to get going again. Lu Xiyu sat in the middle of the control center, while Eva stood beside him, curiously watching Lu Xiyu as he fiddled with the controls. She was very interested in seeing how Lu Xiyu could fly this thing. "Start the engine." As he gave the order, the track wheel in the bottom surface of the castle retracted into the castle, and blue flames shot out of its bottom. The heat of the flames melted the soil and sand on the ground, while the castle rose up to the sky. "Transform to flying mode. Unfold the wings," he shouted. Then, 2 mechanical wings popped out from both of its sides, while the castle glided up into the sky. From the ground, it looked like a giant egg with wings had just flown into the clouds. Soon, the flying castle was surrounded. Then, the flying castle finally reached above the layer of clouds and was exposed to the lights from the sun. At this moment, the flying castle was driving directly on a layer of clouds, and the sunshine was no longer golden as usual, but had instead become a mottled color. Eva was so amazed by this scene, she let her tiny mouth fall wide open. In fact, no one who had come from the ground would not be amazed after seeing such a beautiful heavenly view for the first time. While Lu Ziyu was laughing, he patted the metal ball in front of him and opened up a map of Maria's world which was projected in front of him. On the map, aside from the endless sea, there was the Alan continent, Swirl, and Yala. The Arctic, which was covered in ice all year, and the Dragon Island, that had recently appeared in the volcanic island region, where the dragon Rajas gathered, was also depicted on the map. Compared to when Lu Ziyu had first created this world, the whole world had since become much more lively. This was because everything was developing further and improving day by day. In fact, its evolution was so fast, it even surprised Lu Ziyu. Now, looking back, he honestly felt like he had created this world only yesterday. Target is Yala, Forest of Life, he instructed. If in the southwest region of the central province, which was the kingdom of the Church of Light, and next to the Mara kingdom, there was a triangular gap that existed. Within that gap was a mountain called Andromeda Mountain. Its name came from its shape, which resembled that of a lady who was lying on her side. On the peak of Andromeda Mountain, there was a massive snow mountain. The water from the mountain would flow down into the Mara kingdom and form large areas of wetlands in the northern part of the kingdom. This is actually what had created this dense, forest-enriched environment in the first place. Even the largest river in the kingdom, the River of Life, also known as the Nami River, had originated from here. The flow of the river had flooded a large area in the south region of Andromeda Mountain, soaking everything with water. As such, the whole area was full of thick water condensation and had a very rotten smell. This place was called Rotten Marsh, and it was full of danger, as many dangerous beasts resided within it. Since this area was not fit for humans to inhabit, it had become a no-man's land. In Rotten Marsh, a person in a black cloak and was tightly wrapped in bandages. From underneath his hood, his hollowed eyes that contained green flames were shockingly terrifying. This was a ghost with no goals or memories. He was walking on Earth after having woken up. As such, he had lost everything. Even the fragments of some of his memories were so disjointed, they seemed like mere scenes or flashbacks from another person's life. Who am I? Am I Adenos? No, I'm not him. Or am I? Yes, I am Adenos. Now that the lonely ghost had returned from his long rest, he hated humans. As he soon discovered, his current power could easily kill any human because of how fragile they were. So, if he could remember any of his old tricks from his memories, he could effortlessly destroy many of them. He had walked out of the city of Babus and had traveled through many cities and villages, but wherever he went, he never fit in. This world could not accept him, so he had nowhere to go but to this forsaken place. Adenos stepped onto the muddy ground while avoiding the deep holes in the swampy land. Then, one step at a time, he walked into the depths of Rotten Marsh, slowly leaving behind all of the human societies that refused to accept him. At that moment, a strange humming noise came down from the sky. Adenos could clearly sense it, and as he looked up, the green flames in his eyes flickered. He saw a flying castle, which had just separated from the clouds. Its metal body and its two huge wings made it look like some kind of strange bird. It then flew across the sky above Rotten Marsh and slowly disappeared. As Adenos stood in the middle of the swamp, surrounded by flooded grass, the wind blew in from Andromeda Mountain and lifted up his cloak. Adenos looked up at the sky and wondered, what on earth was that? Meanwhile, the flying castle also triggered another being on top of Andromeda Mountain. The being reached out its head from a cave within the snow-covered main peak, then shouted towards the sky. Within the flying castle, Lu Jiyu was currently sunbathing in a room on the top floor, while Eva was making coffee for him. They could see the sunshine and the beautiful views from the glass window, but that they were not at all aware of the revived ghost below, much less the familiar-looking black dragon. In the 71st year of the San calendar, 10 years had passed since the last war between the orcs and the humans, which marked the dissolution of the Crete Empire. After the end of this dynasty, which was once called the Bronze Dynasty, the Crete Empire had become an area with no ruling king. 8 years after Saintess Kelly's ascendance to the divine kingdom, Pope Hodap, though not as gifted as her, had developed the Church of Light to its peak. After achieving that historic milestone, he had passed away. The chaos and conflicts of power within the realm, along with the losses that it suffered in the last war, including the destruction of many armies, resulted in the Church of Lights no longer being capable of controlling its central province. The powerful king of Rosadoro fought and died in the Sumerian plains of the Crete Empire. The Mara kingdom only had a young queen, which left it quite vulnerable in the eyes of most people. As for the other nations, they didn't even have the military power to send forces into the central province. As such, all of the major noble families had declared their independence from the central province, which had brought even more chaos to the entire region. The half-orcs that were sold as slaves and then exiled had now moved to the central province and set up their own factions. Joining them were some orc tribes that took the chance to move in from Red River Plains. Thus, the central province had now become a region inhabited by humans, orcs, and half-orcs. As a result of the central province's constant conflicts, many practices that differed from any other human nations and orc nations were born. While many orc merchants and human merchants had been trading here, as this area had become a somewhat safe zone for humans and orcs, the line that had previously divided them had been blurred. As such, there were many unusual occurrences. For example, humans were living together with orcs, half-orcs were conducting business with humans, noble human families were hiring orcs as guards, and orc tribes were hiring human academics as advisors. The Holy Civil Empire of Orcs, as promised in the peace treaty that was signed 10 years ago, restrained themselves from invading any human nation. Thus, peace had finally seemed to arrive. In the capital of the Holy Civil Empire, Sargasiti, Verthandai was inside the palace. She was wearing a blue gown and her blonde hair was tied back beneath her crown. Outside the spacious palace, numerous guards stood at attention, while inside the palace, many priests of the faith of the Sunday were praying. Behind layers of curtains, an extremely weak woman could be seen. She seemed to be on death's door, not having much time left. She was a woman from the race of wolf people, with wine-colored hair and red wolf ears. She was about 40 to 50. This woman was none other than the wolf people prince, April. In a stark contrast to Verthandi's youthful appearance, April's had deep wrinkles on her face. However, as one could still see, she had once been an alluring beauty. For women, especially pretty women, aging was the most terrible thing that could happen. Hence, April's looking at herself aging, while her loved one's appearance remained unchanged, was the biggest punishment she could possibly have been cursed with. Part of why these signs of age and wear were so evident on April was that, when she had given birth to Delmidi, even though there was nothing wrong with the witchcraft of the Boer people's wizard, Uruk, this kind of rule-breaking witchcraft had taken a great toll on her body and drastically decreased her lifespan. Even though Uruk had warned her about this possible negative effect, she had still insisted on going ahead with it. Because the witchcraft had damaged her so badly, even the healing of the church or normal wizards couldn't cure her. In fact, none of the ordinary methods would help treat her condition at all. Berthandi leaned on the side of the bed, holding April's hand. Her skinny shoulders were trembling, which made her seem so sad and helpless. In contrast, April seemed very calm and peaceful, as if she had already resigned herself to her approaching death. "It is fine, Verthandi. Don't be sad, okay? It is really fine. I am already over 50. Death is a part of life." April touched Verthandi's face and ran her fingers through Verthandi's shiny blonde hair. Her lion-like shining pupils were now constantly constricting, keenly watching Verthandi. Then, suddenly laughed. "Everyone will one day reach the end of their lives. Besides, I am afraid of getting old, as my beauty would only continue to fade, while others stay so vibrant. I am very happy to go now, Verthandi." Verthandi couldn't hold herself together any longer, so she burst into tears. April, thank your support all of these years. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Really? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Berthandi held April's hands tightly, as April struggled to pull herself up. She then stuck her face next to Verthande's and kissed Verthande's lips, just like she had back in the Amos icy field, when Verthandi had carried her while she was sick. Thus, everything was like a loop, having started with a loving and nurturing kiss, then also ending as such. I now have to thank you, and I also have to thank God for me allowing me to fall in love with a son of God. As she finished her sentence, it was as if April had lost all of her strength. She let go of Verthandi's hand and dropped back onto her pillows. As Verthandi leaned her head over the bed, her crown dropped and her soft silky blonde hair scattered everywhere. At the same time, her usual majestic expression suddenly became soft and weak. Meanwhile, the priests of the faith of the Sun, who had been waiting outside and praying, rang the bell that represented the ascension of one's soul to heaven. Then, they recited the words of mourning from the scripture of the Sun, praying for April's soul. Many knights guarding this area also got down on one knee to show their respects. At that moment, some noise came from the corridor outside. It was Delmidi who was walking with rapid footsteps. As she rushed into the door, this sad scene met her eyes. Delmidi was wearing a full suit of armor and holding her helmet in one hand. She had just returned from the border. Arriving upon this scene, she suddenly dropped the helmet on the ground, revealing her blonde hair, which was the same color as Verthandi's, but was kept even longer. However, her face bore an uncanny resemblance to April's. Delmidi then knelt on the ground, clearly emotional. She didn't know. Then, she suddenly lifted her head and turned to demand an answer from Verthandi. Why didn't you save her? Berthandi answered in anger. This was your mother's choice, so how could I have saved her? This is the fate of all mankind. These are nature's rules that even Saint Kelly and the Pope of the Church of Light can't escape. Delmidi got agitated and her pretty face turned red. You are the Lion King Will. You are the Son of God. How could there be something that you cannot do? Verthandi said. I couldn't do anything because that was her specific request. Delmidi wiped away her tears and pointed her sword towards Verthandi. Immediately, a group of guards rushed forward and surrounded her. Verthandi signaled them to back off and quietly looked at Delmidi. Lion King Will, I hate you, Delmidi shouted. She had grown up listening to the legends of the Lion King Will, and had been proud to be the successor to the emperor since her childhood. However, Verthandi had never acknowledged her as her own child. Therefore, she had never received those maternal feelings from Verthandi. Hence, her admiration and affections were never reciprocated. Her admiration for Verthandi had now been replaced with rage, as she now suddenly burst out and slammed the door behind her. The thick clouds accumulated into layers, and they were changing into many shapes as the wind blew. The flying castle flew past the clouds amid the night sky, finally arriving near Yala. The flying castle wasn't fast or flexible, so Lu Ziyu had deemed it useless for battle, other applications. However, it was pretty good for transportation. In this era, there was not much danger in the sky anyway. Aside from some rare flying magical beasts, nothing would suddenly attack the castle, so it was a very peaceful trip. Within the flying castle, Eva was resting in bed. As for Lu Ziyu, he had closed his eyes in the bedroom and started to meditate. His consciousness flew into the world of 0-degree dimension to feel the mysteries of another dimension, as well as the power of origin held within that world. Meanwhile, the wings of the flying castle glided through the sky, separating the clouds. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled and the whole world was calm. Yala hadn't changed much. The elves who used to all live in the forest of life had now split into 3 groups. The separation of the Kingdom of Elf allowed them to leave the Forest of Life and build different cities in Yala. However, the whole continent was still like a desert in regards to civilization. The entire elf population was no more than 200,000, which was not much more than a slightly populated larger human city. Hence, it was barely worthy to mention. The elves' long lifespans and their lack of threat of being invaded had provided no motivation for them to change their way of living. In fact, the last time something happened that brought about any change to the elves was the death of the Tree of Life. Its destruction had brought huge calamity upon them, which made them reconsider their futures. Soon after that, the seed of the Tree of Life was given to them by Lu Ziyu, bringing with it hope. At that time, many of the elves decided to leave the Forest of Life to go and seek a brighter future. This was when the Kingdom of Elf had split into 3 groups. This was also the catalyst for the establishment of wizard schools. This made sense, as the majority of the elves were curious about the wizards, and they were especially amazed by their strange witchcraft and extraordinary powers. Most importantly, they admired their talent and wisdom. From the elf wizards, they could learn things like music, architecture, art, literature, and smithing. This was mind-blowing, especially for the elves that were into art and culture. The elves who hadn't even finished exploring the whole continent of Yala had realized that, in this vast world, they were not the only civilization, and that on the other side of the ocean there was an even more enriched and colorful world. Box Novel. Koeme. Deep in the Forest of Life in Yala, near the Grand Canyon in the south of the city of Silv, there was the Hagrid Grand Canyon. It was this Grand Canyon that had once changed the elves' hearts, prompting them to explore the east. In this area, a wide river flowed, then formed a huge waterfall as it reached the Hagrid Grand Canyon. The river quickly fell into the Grand Canyon, like a stream of silk, creating thousands of layers of white fog. As for the high ground that stood next to the waterfall, a snowy white beautiful tower had been erected there. The river flowed next to the tower, and an S-shaped stone bridge went over the river, leading to the gate of the tower. There were flowers blooming everywhere, and birds and animals would drink from the river. Underneath the tower was an abyss, and on the other side was an endless, dense forest. Seeing the tower from the riverside, with the white clouds as a background, it was almost like the tower was actually connected to the clouds in the blue sky. The main body of the tower was a castle, which had a high tower that was surrounded by other buildings. Between the tower and buildings, there were stairs and bridges that connected them, and even more stairs spiraled up through the insides of the castles. At this moment, many elves were walking within a special tower. This was the Wizard School of the Elves, which was held in the Corolla Tower. At this moment, was teaching a class within one of the great halls of the Corolla Tower. They were on level 3 and the waterfall could be seen right outside the windows. It was terrifying, but equally breathtaking. The witchcraft from the Wizard Tower mostly originated from a basic witchcraft called body modification technique. Therefore, we do not take basic witchcraft lightly, as it was these things that built the basis for the higher levels have attained ever since, Wendy said. She then added, "What I am demonstrating now is the basics of alchemy, known as the hand of the wizard. This is also one of the most basic witchcraft techniques, and it is essential for the study of alchemy." Wendy's voice spread across the great hall, while the elves in white robes listened to her carefully. Sire, a language that was very different from human languages, echoed within everyone's ears. There were not many wizards within the Corolla Tower. In fact, there were only about 10 qualified wizards and a few apprentices present. The ones that were in the Corolla Tower now were mostly newcomers, and on top of that, a lot of them wouldn't even be considered as wizard apprentices. Instead, they had come here to study music, architecture, art, and literature from the human world. Look at the sky. Something is dropping from the sky. It is not dropping, but flying down. In the middle of Wendy's lesson, the great hall suddenly became noisy, with many of the students talking at once. Wendy got very angry at first, but then she noticed that everyone was looking out of the window, and as she looked too, several big things with wings slowly descended from the clouds. A giant iron castle, which had lowered down from the clouds, was slowly coming closer to the Corolla Tower. Meanwhile, everyone in the Corolla Tower walked outside and looked up to the sky. They opened their mouths widely, as they had never seen anything like this before. It was far beyond their imaginations. However, Wendy could see that, underneath the base of the castle, there was a silver mark that represented infinity and the Wizard Tower. After remembering the letter that she had sent earlier, Wendy knew right away who was controlling the giant iron castle. All right, be quiet everyone. No need to panic. This is mechanical alchemy, a product of witchcraft from the Wizard Tower. Wendy spoke very calmly to the other elves, her words immediately raising many comments from among them. The Wizard Tower. They were already able to build something this big in the sky? Oh my God! If they can send a castle up into the sky, do they live in the sky as well? Then, how are they any different from the gods? At that moment, Wendy might have seemed calm on the surface, but she was very shocked as well, as she thought, oh, did the teacher actually drive that thing around half the world to get here? Every elf was leaning their head to get a better look at the flying castle, which was getting bigger as it was getting closer. It then went in a circle around the tower. As it flew, blue flames were constantly coming out from the castle. It then landed in some nearby grassland. As the giant flying castle landed, a dozen wizards immediately flew from the Corolla Tower and stopped in front of it. They already knew that the castle was from the Wizard Tower, as they had recognized the symbol at the bottom of it straight away. Aside from Wendy and Wolf, the majority of the wizards had never seen Lu Ziyu before, but they had already speculated who the person flying the castle was. It could be none other than the founder of the Wizard Tower, the legendary Great Wise Anthony. If they weren't just now seeing the flying castle with their own eyes, there was no way that they would believe someone else could have managed to produce something like this. Then, as the two giant double-layered wings slowly retracted into the castle, its gate opened and flipped down, turning into a staircase that reached to the ground. A black-haired man, wearing a silver-edged white robe, came down the staircase, followed by a silver-haired girl who was wearing a black robe. They then looked towards Wendy and Wolf. The sister and brother gathered in front of Lu Ziyu and hugged him. Wolf was the more mature of the two, so he didn't say much, but Wendy behaved like a giddy little girl, hanging onto Lu Ziyu's neck in excitement. "Teacher, you actually came. I missed you so much." "You should stay here longer," she said and smiled. Lu Ziyu started laughing and patted Wendy's back. "I came right when I got your letter." After Wendy let go of Lu Ziyu, she looked at Eva. She already knew that this was the alchemical life form that he had created. As such, she was amazed by her. "Hi Eva, we meet again," Wendy said kindly. "Hi, Miss Wendy," Eva replied. Lu Ziyu looked around the Corolla Tower, seeing that everything there, from the composition to the scenery, and even the choice of location or the architects, were all superior to the school he built. In fact, looking at the Corolla Tower felt like looking at a garden from the dream world, which was surrounded by rivers, green mountains, and the blue sky with white clouds. The waterfall only further reinforced this feeling. Wendy carefully observed Lu Ziyu's expression, and then, like a little girl, she proudly asked, What do you think? Isn't it pretty, just like the fairyland? The elf apprentices were also curiously looking at Lu Jiyu, as many of them had never encountered a human before. Furthermore, Wendy's girl-like behavior was equally shocking to them, since Wendy had always been a strict teacher in their eyes. They never imagined that she could have such an innocent and romantic side. Lu Xiyu carefully looked around the Corolla Tower and realized that he couldn't find any flaws in it. The Corolla Tower was indeed more sunny and well-designed than his wizard tower. Ahem, this looks like you copied mine. Doesn't it look similar to my wizard tower? Lu Xiyu asked. Ah, teacher. Wendy didn't know what to say, so she just blushed shyly. All right, I won't tease you. It is indeed very pretty. Congratulations on finally establishing your own wizard school. While they were small talking, Lu Jiyu followed Wendy into the tower. Along the way, many good-looking elves were giving him curious looks. The wonderful tower was inhabited by equally pretty elves, and wherever they arrived, many elves bowed down and greeted Lu Jiyu and the instructors, allowing him to once again appreciate the culture and beauty of this race. While the elves curiously observed Lu Jiyu, he was also observing them. He noticed that the elf wizards were more interested in creations and illusions, as well as the study of things like mechanical alchemy, plant breeding, magical beasts, animal breeding, and pharmacogogy. As for blood witchcraft, it was not as popular here, since the majority of the elves thought that this kind of witchcraft was blasphemous. Also, due to their long lifespan, they wouldn't be very keen on life-extending techniques. The elf race, much more compatible with the witchcraft system, aside from some elves that lacked the abilities to connect to the magic network, all of the other elf wizard apprentices could become qualified wizards with their long lifespans alone. As such, the ratio of level 4 wizards here would far exceed that of the humans. However, humans excelled in both raw power and in the advancing of the wizard system when compared to the elf race. Lu Xiyu walked across the white great hall, which was decorated beautifully. There were many plants placed within it, and the hall was decorated with many delicate paintings and statues. Even the rails for the spiral staircase looked like artwork. Instructor, a new branch has appeared in the line of the wizards, the Dream Wizards. Did you know that? Wolf suddenly asked Lu Xiyu. Lu Xiyu nodded. I had heard about this from Bohr and his student Edward. He completed the Dreamcraft system. His idea for the Stone of Dreams was truly brilliant, as it lowered the training difficulties and raised the efficacy of Dreamcraft. Wendy heard this and said, We think that Dream Wizards are very compatible with the elf race. After they pondered this for a while quietly, under the guidance of Wendy and Wolf, Lu Jiyu visited the entire tower. The overall model was copied from the system of the wizard tower, so it was quite well done. Later, in the lounge on the top floor, Lu Jiyu sat down and asked, Say it, what did you two call me here for really? Wendy hesitated, then said, Me and my brother have been preparing to become dream wizards, and we also know how to create the Philosopher's Stone, so we have been preparing for that for a long time. However, we were hesitant, because if we fail, our minds will suffer a lot of damage. So, we figured that since you are here, we thought that we could. Lu Xiyu knew what she was getting at, so he immediately agreed. Sure, let me have a look at the Stone of Dreams. How far has your preparation gone? Both Wendy and Wolf had become level 3 wizards a while ago, even though they were still far from breaking through to level 4. It was time for them to choose their paths, and compared to being a blood wizard, the path of Dream Wizard would be better for both of them. After staying in the Kingdom of Elf for a while and helping them improve some of the system and the techniques to create the Stone of Dreams, Lu Jiyu took Eva and drove the flying castle away from. Yes, again. Along the way, Lu Xiyu looked around the whole world, particularly focusing his attention on the current situation with the Dragon Raja in the Dragon Island, as well as with the mermaid race in Swirl. These two races had been born far later than the humans and the elves. As such, theirs were still weak, and there was no system. However, they were still slowly developing. It just needs some time. After Lu Xiu observed quietly for a while, he left those areas as well. After having wandered around the whole Maria's world, Lu Xiu landed the flying castle on an island somewhere in the south. He then handed over the controls to Eva and went through the dimension door, returning to Earth. Roar. Adenos, who had only his skeleton remaining, had just gotten burnt to a crisp, charred black. He was currently fleeing from the main peak of Andromeda Mountain. As he slid down the mountain and landed at its base, most of his bones scattered. He then kneeled, trying to put himself together, bone by bone. At that moment, the monster-like roaring had appeared behind him again, shaking the entire snow mountain. At the main peak of the snow mountain, a black titan dragon was hovering in the sky, roaring with rage and looking for the being that had just provoked it. The fight that Adenos had put up against the titan dragon had been an utter defeat. No matter which witchcraft he had tried to cast upon the dragon, it had no effect at all, as the scales of the titan dragon had extraordinary resistances and could easily block any small witchcraft that Adenos possessed. Even the curse that he cast with all of his power could only cause a little bit of damage on the dragon, which was not enough to take its life. Adenos wasn't expecting something this strong to be in this world, yet he had no intention of giving up or feeling discouraged. This was because he had his eyes on that titan dragon, especially the body that the dragon was guarding, both of which really excited Adenos. He could get his hands on them. He certainly could obtain an even stronger power. Adenos still felt a bit hazy and was struggling with retaining his memories. Think. What other powerful witchcraft was in those memories? Witchcraft? Curses? Forming an army of ghosts with the ghoul modification technique? Which maestrais his power? Adenos was wearing a completely torn and broken black robe and was being followed by a dozen normal soldiers that had been turned into normal class ghouls by the ghoul modification technique. These ghouls had traveled across the wetlands of the Andromeda Mountains. In fact, these soldiers were only hunters and farmers who had come to hunt or had mistakenly entered the wetlands, so they could only be modified into normal class ghouls and not into Death Knights, let alone be transformed into super powerful class ghouls. Even though his mind power had reached the level of level 3 wizards as soon as he had woken up, since he had lost his blood witchcraft, his army of ghosts, and the king-class ghouls, Adenos' power levels had now been weakened to the minimum. As his skeleton foot stepped over the vines and splashed in the dirty pond of the forest wetlands, his skeleton head suddenly looked down into the pond. From the reflection of the rippling water, he had just noticed the pale green flickering flames inside his eyes. What is this? Adenos suddenly realized that he had not been focusing on the flame inside of his head since he had risen from the grave. As such, he had no idea as to how the flame was formed nor what the flame even was. Adenos squatted over the water and continued to look down. At this moment, he noticed that his life had undergone the most strange transformations and that his structure of consciousness was completely different than that of an ordinary human. Is this a soul? Why does it take the form of a flame? It looks similar to the form of the Philosopher's Stone, but why does it transform like this? The Philosopher's Stone was the materialization of mana, so is there a correlation between mana, the Philosopher's Stone, and the soul? Adenos felt that if he could solve this mystery, he could discover and gain the most original and strongest power in the world. As Athenos pointed his finger to his forehead, he saw the flames in his eyes flicker even more intensely before slowly breaking out. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. In this moment, he realized that his soul was burning and his soul flame had not yet reached the complete structure of a level 4 wizard's. This was because it was flawed. Or, it could be said that, for the structure of one's soul, the form of the flame was abnormally mutated to begin with, or is not the right path of evolution for a soul. Do I only have 10 years? Athenos had just realized that the power of the soul flame could only last for 10 years, and after that Athenos would die. However, his mutated soul flame was far stronger than normal souls. In other words, it possessed an extremely strong, devouring power. As such, it could devour and turn others' consciousnesses and souls, then turn them into nutrients. However, this extreme power had a drawback, as it would hurt others, but also would harm him in the process. Even knowing this, Athenos didn't feel any fear. Instead, he felt a hunger and strength surging constantly from within his soul. This was a power that was surpassing the last Athenos, the power that involved the origin of souls and the power of the gods. So, this is the power of the origin of death. I have discovered the truth of this world. Athenos kneeled down in the dirty pond, rubbing his face excitedly with his skeleton hands. The soul flame within his eyes felt like the warmth of his soul burning. Ha ha ha. His sharp laughter was like the squeaking sound of old doors closing. Athenos laughed towards the sky while holding his face with both of his hands. I really am the lucky one. I will bring the honor of death upon everyone in the world. Then let them all taste its beauty. How very interesting. This is such a wonderful world. Meanwhile, the black dragon Giska was resting in a giant cave within Andromeda Mountain. Giska was a strange one. As Titan dragons were accustomed, Giska had been raised by a human, his master, Runi Elvis. Giska was fiercely loyal to Runi Elvis, which was unimaginable for an evil and greedy black dragon. The black dragon lay on the cold, hard snow in front of a cave. In the depths of the cave, there was an ice coffin and the body of an elderly old man who was wearing a golden mask. He was none other than the founder of the kingdom of Rosadoro, the dragon-riding king that had ended and replaced the Lumen kingdom, the legendary gifted man, Runi Elvis. Since his death 10 years ago in the Sumerian plain, after he was pierced in the head by the spear of Delmidi, his body had been brought here by the black dragon Giska. The loyal dragon had wanted to protect his body. After Giska awoke from his nap, he looked at Runi Elvis' ice coffin. He then turned back to lick his wounds. The curse of Athenos had damaged his body, but with the strong regenerating power of the Titan dragons, the wounds should have healed by now. However, there was a strange power that was hindering this process. Giska had never met a strange being like this before. He knew the existence of wizards, had seen magical beasts with extraordinary powers and priests with the power of God, and had even temple knights on the battlefield. However, he had never seen a skeleton that could still move. That damn skeleton. Next time, I am going to twist his skeleton head off. Giska was licking his wounds while letting out raging dragon roars, when a sound emerged from just outside the cave. Then a giant fireball came straight into the cave. The light and the fire suddenly brightened up the whole cave. Giska reacted in an instant, breathing his fire to stop the fireball. The two flames collided, instantly melting an area of snow before they dispersed into a ring of fire. After Giska stopped breathing fire, he couldn't hold in his anger and rushed outside with his wings. This power, this scent, Godinit, it's you again. This time, I will let you taste the wrath of the black dragon Giska. Giska rushed outside the cave and then quickly opened his wings, surging into the sky. Soon, Giska spotted a man in a black robe. Amid the white snow, his black robe was eye-catching, just like a fly in soup. The black dragon Giska spread its giant wings and looked down at Adenos. Its fearful vertical pupils stared right into the skeleton that was standing in the snow. "You damn thing, how dare you show yourself in front of me again? This time, I will burn you to the ground." The black dragon turned its long neck and opened his mouth. As soon as it lifted its head up, an intense fire instantly moved across the sky and, striking down onto Adenos like a pillar of light. "This time, I am not the same as I was last time," Adenos yelled. As he lifted his head, the cold wind on top of the snow mountain made the torn black robe shake violently. Adenos quickly concentrated his mind power to his hand and blocked the dragon's fire with a mind power force field shield. Thus began an epic battle between a titan dragon and a skeleton on top of a snow mountain. As Adenos' round shield collided with the dragon's fire, it was weakened, then starting being consumed gradually. Adenos then lightly jumped away before zooming around the mountain. The ice and snow got carried along the wind, forming into upward torrents that flooded towards Adenos in an attempt to trap him and pin him down. The whole snow mountain was surrounded by a huge water tornado. All the while, the Titan dragon was attacking Adenos from above. The force of just one of Giska's tail strikes would be enough to scatter the skeleton of Adenos. And if he were to be held down by the claw of the Titan dragon, he would not be able to get away, no matter how rigid his bones were. Thus, there were no good ways for a wizard to fight against a Titan dragon. The Titan dragon kept chasing Adenos, suppressing his survival space, while the curses, fireballs, and poison gases that were cast by Adenos continuously disturbed the Titan dragon's vision, preventing Giska from catching up to him. Vox novel, coeme. Adenos then rushed into the cave. Seeing this, Giska let out a loud roar, then also zoomed inside the cave. This completely triggered Giska, who shouted, "Don't you dare to touch my master, you darn skeleton. If you dare to touch him once, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth." Giska's loud roaring had shaken the entire cave, and in the heat of his anger, the Giska didn't realize that he was not speaking in the human language anymore, but in the ancient dragon language of the Dragon Raja. At the moment, Adenos was sitting on top of Rooney Elvis' ice coffin, which was fixed in the wall more than 20 meters above the ground inside the cave. Adenos looking down onto the raging Titan dragon that had just crashed into the cave. "Who said you could sit up there? Get down." The dragon lowered his body and lifted up his neck, and his scales were opening and closing because of his intense rage. Adenos looked at the black dragon and asked, "So, this is what you cared about? Truly interesting. A dragon that was raised by a human." Adenos' attitude was quite high and mighty. He tilted his head to look at the black dragon, then opened his jaws wide in laughter. "Do you see him as your father? Are you a dog? Ha 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 ha, a dragon dog." Giska looked at Adenos, completely filled with rage. He then tightly blocked the exit of the cave with his huge dragon body. He looked once again at Adenos and shouted, "You can't run. I am going to tear you into pieces and your damn head in my feces. I will shame you forever." While the Titan dragon was speaking, flickers of fire were coming out of the corner of his mouth. He was clearly waiting for the best time to strike. Adenos stood up and looked down at Giska, again showing the same level of pride as the last Adenos had. He then asked, "Why would I need to run? The only thing you should be worrying about is you, little puppy." Adenos opened both of his arms and stared into the black dragon's eyes. In the dark cave that was brightened only by flickers of fire, his eyes collided against the Titan dragon's raging pupils. "You arrogant bastard." The black dragon jumped up, trying to trap Adenos. However, Adenos had no intention of running away. Instead, he jumped down and struck straight towards the dragon's face. Giska was shocked by this sudden move and screamed, "You are looking to die." The black dragon then opened his huge mouth, ready to spit out flames and burn Adenos to cinders. However, Adenos was covered in his green flame, and suddenly, before Giska could release his fire breath, Adenos broke into Giska's shocked pupils and reached his brain. Adenos laughed madly. "Come, be one with me, be a part of me." Giska suddenly felt like his brain had been ignited in flames. The burning sensation had soon filled up his entire body. "What is this? How is this possible? My dragon glass, my consciousness, my mind power. What did you do to me? Are you eating me?" Giska uttered the questions in agony. He felt like this was the most sadistic torture in the world. Giska proceeded to crash around in the cave, roaring in pain. He felt the power from Adenos constantly devouring him and assimilating him into Adenos' very being, turning Giska's power into his own power. Giska wanted to escape outside to cut off the connection between him and Adenos, but he noticed that Adenos had grabbed him tightly, not allowing him to escape. At that moment, Giska came to the terrifying realization that he would die here. The cunningness of his opponent had completely superseded Giska's imagination. "Monster! You're a monster. I am going to kill you." Giska crazily charged into Adenos, trying to take his life along with him. However, as Giska spread his wings and tried to fly up to reach Adenos on the top of the cave, he was too weak and simply fell back to the ground. Giska struggled for a while, yet was still unable to get up. Then, body shape started to transform into his ghost form, while his consciousness and strength were slowly devoured by Adenos. However, the last thing that Giska saw was the ice coffin of his master, Rune Elvis. Giska's shiny vertical pupils were leaking out human-like emotions at this moment, as tears began to leak out from the corner of his eyes. "Master, my father, Rune Elvis." Then, Giska's giant head was finally crushed into the ground. The giant dragon shrank down immediately, turning into a black and horrifying zombie dragon. Adenos then levitated in the air and finally completed his ghost witchcraft. Countless memory fragments, as well as Giska's personality and consciousness, had all flowed into Adenos' mind, and as his soul flame strengthened, even its color deepened. The zombie dragon then spread its wings and flew away. After Adenos extracted the ice coffin on the ice wall, he jumped on the zombie dragon and rushed out of the cave. The Amazon rainforest in northern South America stretched over 8 countries. In fact, it was the largest, most diverse rainforest in the world, resulting in its being called the Lung of Earth. A few motorboats were going down the river at the moment, entering the depths of the rainforest. This particular river was the Marañón River in Peru, which was the source of the Amazon River. As Lu Jiyu passed the valley of the Mountain Andes in a helicopter, he saw a wondrous multi-layered waterfall. This place was already in the depths of no man's land, making it a paradise for animals and other strange species. Box novel. Koeme, why do we have to get out of the helicopter here? Lu Jiyu asked. Because there is an unknown magnetic field that will interrupt helicopters and other transports, so we can't access there, sir. Instead, we have prepared boats and paddle. While Lu Jiyu was listening the instructor's reply, he was disembarking from the helicopter and boarding an awaiting boat. There were 7 to 8 mercenaries already sitting in other boats behind theirs. As they made their way to the depths of the rainforest, Lu Jiyu observed all kinds of animals, including colorful insects, snapping turtles with sharp teeth, and some other beasts that were drinking. On the side of the river, Lu Jiyu also noticed that the beasts here were all bigger compared to the size of the ones outside of the rainforest. they were also much more aggressive. In fact, their wooden boat had already been attacked by giant crocodiles and bull sharks multiple times. After they continued down the river, once they stopped their boats and were camping that night, they were then attacked by many giant otters. Luckily, they survived the attack. However, Lu Ziyu soon began to realize that the closer they got to their destination, the more frequently they encountered the giant beasts. Lu Ziyu had been tracing the remains of the silicon-based life forms all along the way, as he was very curious about their origins especially. He also wanted to understand how they got their powers, as they were clearly not from Earth. According to the information that was gathered by Nicholas Iblas, the remains of silicon-based life forms were initially discovered by an ancient indigenous tribe. But with further research, he found that in ancient times, these remains were worshipped as gods by the indigenous people. After even further research, they had discovered a temple that was hidden in the depths of the Amazon rainforest, which was supposedly right around this area. Bling. A strange life force field and wave resonance immediately spread out and covered a large area of the forest. Even though neither the instructor nor the mercenaries noticed it, Lu Ziyu clearly felt it. The place you were talking about, is it in this direction? Lu Ziyu, who was wearing a full camouflage suit, turned around and asked the instructor. The instructor looked amazed. Yes, how did you know? They soon arrived at the ancient temple, which was covered in green vines and moss. When they light brushed the vines away, they could see the ancient marks on the temple. Lu Ziyu scanned the temple with his mind power, and instantly had an image of its 3D structure in his head. He could see that this temple was about 30 meters tall, but that 20 meters of it were buried underground. Moreover, all of its entrances were blocked by collapsed walls or were buried in the ground. The instructor quickly said, "This is it. However, if we are going to dig into this place, we might need more manpower." Lu Ziyu quickly responded, "No need." There was no way Lu Ziyu was patient enough to wait for the slow process of digging. So he put up his hands and the ground immediately started to wiggle. Then, the surrounding soils gathered at his feet and the ground was slowly elevated. The temple that was buried underground was slowly being raised up. "Oh my God, what's happening?" The instructor was panicking. "Wow, are you a wizard?" When the mercenaries noticed what Lu Ziyu was doing, they were so shocked, they had their mouths open. "This is a supernatural power. It's so cool. You're like a mutant." One black guy was cheering and shouting like crazy. The miles of soil that had been covering the temple were lifted up by Lu Ziyu by brute force. And finally, after being buried for 1,000 years, the temple was revealed once again. The huge temple was made of stone, and there were giant statues, a stone gate, and some broken stone pillars at its main entrance. The moment Lu Ziyu lifted the temple up, he felt that there was a change in the temple. All of a sudden, as a strong power condensed within it, a strong wave came out of the temple, causing changes to the magnetic field of the area. This is not good. Lu Ziyu wasn't expecting that his being inside the temple with his consciousness had disturbed it. Then his digging it up by brute force had caused its immediate retaliation. A ray of intense plasma suddenly burst out of the temple, evaporating everything in its path with intense energy and light. Lu Ziyu immediately released his mind power force field, tightly blocking the plasma attack. Once the plasma beam struck on his shield, the whole world turned white, as the particles of the beam had struck the sky like fireworks. Lu Ziyu had spread himself into the form of the Lord of Dreams, surrounding the whole area. Then, he quickly noticed that there was a metallic skull looking in his direction on the 15-layered huge altar, which was in the core of the temple. "I got you!" Lu Ziyu quickly zoomed through the many layers of walls. He arrived at the altar and quickly grabbed the metallic skull. He then trapped the skull within his mind power force field. Meanwhile, the mercenaries and the instructor were still outside, surrounded by melted earth that had been scorched by the heat. There was also a giant fissure that had emerged from within the depths of the temple. The ground still had black smoke oozing out of it. In fact, nearly everything had been ruined by that plasma beam. This scene sent a chill down everyone's spines as they all stood still and were shivering non-stop. The high platform in the central hall of the Divine Palace had 15 steps, all of which were nearly 20 meters, and were paved with huge stones. The ceiling of the palace was inlaid with precious crystals, which looked like stars, and Lu Ziyu observed that this was actually a star map. On the surrounding walls, there were some abstract murals. These murals depicted gods fighting or falling from the sky, and people praying to gods for eternal life. The murals made Lu Ziyu think of the barbaric era thousands of years ago, when the early human beings had witnessed the battle between these silicon-based lives and worshipped them as gods. Lu Ziyu's research taught him that, thousands of years ago, the destroyed silicon-based lives fell from the sky. Then, their scattered bodies were picked by tribes in the Amazon basin, and their heads were worshipped as gods by the tribes. Currently, the right hand that Lu Ziyu held was from a human-like creature whose bionic form was very similar with human beings. When Lu Ziyu looked at it, it was also observing Lu Ziyu. Its electronic bionic eyes were constantly sending out signals to scan Lu Ziyu, trying to gather energy to attack him. However, it could not harm him as it was locked up in his mind power force fields. Why is an extraterrestrial silicon-based life similar to human beings? Either they were made by a kind of life form that was close to human beings, or the emergence of human beings had some connection to them. Suddenly, Lu Ziyu frowned, as he had all kinds of thoughts racing through his mind. Are human beings also the products of experiments, and are we also just like guinea pigs in laboratories? Warning: we are approaching a dangerous dark red target. Danger. Code recognition. Found. Enemy aircraft. Destroyed. Self-destructive device damage. No self-destruction. The silver metal head in front of Lu Ziyu was constantly struggling to send out information that it had collected, but it was being blocked by Lu Ziyu. Since Lu Ziyu couldn't understand its language, he used his mind power to penetrate into its core. Only then did he discover something very striking. How could a silicon-based life have no awareness? Is your head just an ornament, like the ghost copper toys I made? You clearly are a life form, but how could a wise life have no awareness? Lu Ziyu had always thought that this kind of silicon-based life must be a perfect intelligent creature and a complete life form. If it was not man-made, then, just like other ordinary life forms, it must have awareness. After all, if it had no awareness, Lu Ziyu could use unconventional methods to access its memory and information, but could only take it back and let others decode it in a conventional way. Lu Ziyu's desire to know the origin of this silicon-based life grew even stronger. Lu Ziyu held the silver metal head tightly in his hand and saw a layer of kyanite gradually cover its surface, freezing it thoroughly. Even the transmission of information inside the metal brain was stopped at this moment. At this time, the entrance sparkled with a torchlight, illuminating the entire hall. Several mercenaries, who were carrying green backpacks, guarded the panicked guide and slowly went inside. Everyone was shocked by the presence of Lu Ziyu and started shooting at him. Lu Ziyu ignored them and said to the guide, "I need everything, including the star map and all of the materials that have words on them. Take them all back." The guide was terrified and kept nodding non-stop. In his view, the man in front of him was not a human being at all, as no one could resist such an attack. After all, it was beyond the science and technology of the modern era. Moreover, the man in front of him was completely uninjured. When Lu Ziyu finished speaking, he opened the dimensional door and returned to the Pacific Ocean. Burn Island Underground Base. Now, the entirety of Burn Island had been transformed into a completely different shape. It had become a huge sea fortress, where every day a large number of robots were constantly doing work. Meanwhile, at the Robot Manufacturing Research Institute, Lu Ziyu sat off to the side and watched Fabio Rossi, who was standing in front of several computers. At the center of the laboratory, a silicon-based life brain had been dismantled into dozens of parts. "Oh, that's wonderful! The plasma gun can be reduced to such a small size, and the bionic metal brain computer at the core has far exceeded our imagination. I want to see," Lu Ziyu exclaimed. In addition to Fabio Rossi, scientists from many other departments had gathered here. Among them were 2 linguists who had been specially invited by Lu Ziyu. As many of the people present couldn't stand Fabio Rossi's amped-up energy, they stepped far away from him. This guy had been excited ever since yesterday. Even without rest, he had kept a state of constant excitement, and there was no sign of decline. Lu Ziyu asked, "Fabio, when can you crack it? I want to know the information inside its brain." Fabio immediately said, "Its electronic password is somewhat similar to some of our ancient numbers. Damn it, do these guys use our human numbers too? I'll be ready in a minute." There were a lot of codes appearing on the computer screen. Lu Ziyu even used the SS Eternity subbrain to help him analyze the internal information of the silicon-based life brain. He was very eager to know what was in that brain. Lu Ziyu then turned towards a linguistic expert who held a large number of pictures and was doing comparative analysis on a computer. He then asked, "Any progress?" One of the older white men said, "This language is very similar to one of the languages we saw in Egypt. During the days of the early pyramid construction, a similar language was used. It was known as the language of the god of the sun. But I need more samples to do a true comparison." When Lu Ziyu heard that, he was not happy at all. Instead, he felt a little sad. Sure enough, these things were closely related to the origin of human beings and the development of their civilization. At this point, Fabio suddenly turned around and said to Lu Ziyu, "Boss, it is not a robot, but a silicon-based life. You thought they had the ability to live and think by themselves, and I actually think you were right." Lu Ziyu did not want to mention awareness yet, so he said, "At present, we found that they do not have the ability of self-thought, and they were operating in accordance with established failures." Fabio said to Lu Ziyu, "Boss, this kind of mechanical life can't be treated as a normal life form." When Lu Ziyu looked at Fabio, he immediately understood that he might have been wrong before. "You say this kind of life is similar to artificial intelligence, and that it is commanded by a master brain that can think and have intelligence. So these machines are only part of them?" Fabio snapped his finger and exclaimed, "Yes, boss, they are no different from AI. Everything is controlled by a master brain that has an enormous computing capacity, one that is far beyond our imagination. All other machines are just tools and consumables. This is AI and mechanical civilization." He took a breath and then continued, "I am sure that this intelligent brain must have problems or has left the Earth long ago. Otherwise, there would be absolutely no room for our human development and survival. This kind of existence, even if it is only the primary artificial intelligence and mechanical civilization, is not something that human beings could confront. Moreover, their current science and technology level seems far more advanced than we could even imagine. At this time, Lu Ziyu saw a row of blue characters suddenly appear on the computer in front of Fabio. Immediately, Fabio jumped up from the swivel chair and shouted, "Success! In Antarctica, under endless snow and peaks of ice." An enormous city was completely covered by ice and tilted it into the depths of the sea. There used to be a prehistoric lake in this place, before the Antarctic continent had frozen, and there had even been birds and flowers. However, after thousands of years, it had become the coldest area in the world, a place where no one ever set foot in. The whole huge city was completely covered by ice sheets. The temperature was -70 degrees most of the year, and it was always as dark as night. The city was located between Antarctica, Ijsdome, and the South Pole. It would take anyone a long time to get here, whether they were coming from China Kunlun Station in Ijsdome or America Amundsen Scott Station at the South Pole. A journey of such a vast distance was enough to kill most people. At this moment, a team of scientists from Amundsen Scott Station drove 7 or 8 snow cars, equipped with searchlights, to the depths of Antarctica. They took nearly half a month to get to their destination, as the conditions were rough and the snowmobile constantly needed repairing. "Dr. Matt, have we reached our destination yet?" a scientist asked. The Antarctic continent was in complete darkness, except for the stars in the sky. You could even see the auroras in the cloudless sky, which looked like floating ribbons. The whole world was quiet. If not for the bone-chilling coldness, the science team would have enjoyed this beautiful scenery very much. Now, they just wanted to go back to warmer weather. Besides, there was not enough fuel and food, and they only had 3 operational snow cars left. If something were to go wrong on the way back, the whole team would die here. However, Dr. Matt, who was an American man in his 50s with gray hair, still looked energetic. He ignored the question and exclaimed excitedly, "Find it!" "It's here." Dr. Matt pointed to the star map in his hand, then compared it with the stars in sky, saying, This is where we are on the map." This was actually a prehistoric lake. Before Antarctica was icebound, it had been a huge land lake of 2,000 square kilometers. Its presence was a miracle, but no one knew whether it was a freshwater lake or a saltwater lake. Everyone skied down the glacier cliffs of the prehistoric lake to get a closer look. Hours later, they found a huge, abyss-like ice crevice, from which they could enter safely into the frozen prehistoric lake. They then erected brackets and rope baskets and used them to gain access to the inside. As Dr. Matt hung on one of the ropes, nearly a kilometer below the ice-covered prehistoric lake, he saw the dusty city in the gleam of his flashlight. The group shouted it in surprise. "Here it is, Atlantis. We finally found it. Here it is. There really is a city down here." Underneath their feet, half of a metal spire emerged from the ice cap, the top of it glittering like a lighthouse that was summoning ships that were lost in the sea. Matt stuck to the ice and observed the interior scenery. He then shouted, "Let's go down and have a look." As Matt gradually approached the spire, he found the building's surface was so smooth, it didn't even feel like metal. There weren't even any lines or bulges on it. Several members of the team arrived beside him and also looked at the spire. Suddenly, someone said, "It's not like a city, but more like..." Matt looked at him, then interrupted him suddenly. "A spacecraft, don't you think so?" The team nodded, and everyone felt it was unbelievable. Many of them began asking many questions at once. How could it be possible for a large thing to fly? What kind of fuel could supply such a large spacecraft? Impossible. At this time, the spire suddenly shone even brighter, and a strong wave swept across the ice crevice. Then, a burning light glowed out of the spire. "What's that?" "Dan, this ship has a self-defense system. It found us. It's really a spacecraft." Before they finished oohing and ahing, lights swept through the ice crevice. Large pieces of blue ice splintered in an instant, and the whole crevice collapsed, while those who were in the crevice were all evaporated by a strong force. Other group members, who were observing everything from above the ice crevice, were shocked. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared from the ice crevice and shot directly into the sky. The ground shook sharply, causing several members of the team to fall to the ground in an instant. Before they knew what was happening, they saw several bionic robots flying out of the ice crevice. The fierce plasma gun fired suddenly, and the members of the scientific research team who were above the ice, along with their supplies, were completely destroyed. Then, the robots made one loop on the ground before returning inside the ice crevice. They then entered the building from the door at the spire. Nobody knew what had happened on the Antarctic continent, and the entire team that was led by Dr. Matt would only be documented as a sad example of a failed Antarctic exploration. And Orion from Atlantis, an alien civilization? Lu Ziyu asked. Orion Nebula, to be exact, a linguist replied. Orion Nebula. Would such a place even have a civilization? Are you kidding? It's impossible that a species could survive on it, Lu Ziyu said in disbelief. It depends on what civilization it was. There might be some strange species and civilizations, another linguist said. Lu Ziyu looked at the star map and became lost in his own thoughts. Orion was at the center of the map, indicating that the civilization behind this silicon-based life was probably a civilization from the Orion Nebula, which was about 1,500 light-years away from the solar system. Also, the language that they used was identified by two linguists as the language of Atlantis. Even though they had identified it, they could still only recognize some of the words, as it was impossible for them to fully comprehend the whole content. The information inside the brain of silicon-based life, which was given the codename Cain, was also deciphered by Fabio. This was because they had needed a person who was fluent in the Atlantis language to translate it into information that human beings could actually read. Then, who can read this kind of writing? Lu Ziyu looked at the two linguists and asked. One of them said, Dr. Matt can. But, to be honest, we used to think that this civilization was a legend. Only he believed that it was true and had been looking for it for a long time. We had no idea that it really existed. It paused, then smiled and said, It seems that Matt was right. His discovery will astonish the whole world, as he discovered that Atlantis actually existed on Earth. Lu Ziyu had no interest in the so-called shocking news. He just wanted to find the location of this Atlantic civilization immediately. So he asked, Where is Dr. Matt then? Guchoran said to Lu Ziyu, Boss, Dr. Matt set up a scientific team a few months ago and entered Antarctica. He has not returned yet. Lu Ziyu nodded. Then when you hear from him, contact me immediately. Although this last bit of information was a bit troublesome, Lu Ziyu was still satisfied with today's progress. Most importantly, besides Cain's left hand, the Vatican clan had brought back most parts of his silicon-based life body. At present, Cain's whole structure had been carefully analyzed. The research institute could only slowly analyze and imitate some of its core technologies, but Lu Ziyu could still use them as a reference. Such a ready-made and powerful mechanical bionic robot, if combined with Lu Ziyu's mechanical alchemy, would play a very powerful role in Lu Ziyu's future endeavors. The decaying swamp forests in the Andromeda Mountain were darker and wetter than they had been a few years ago. Legend had it that, in the depths of the Andromeda Mountain, there was a demon that could control death and manipulate souls. Specifically, he dealt with human souls that fell into his hands. These specific souls belonged to those who could not rest peacefully in the underworld. There was also a black horrible death dragon, along with headless death knights who were riding incubuses and countless ghosts that were unwilling to leave. These creatures all wandered among the dark swamp forests, taking the lives of the living. Every night, the voices of the undead could be heard. They were singing songs in the decaying swamps. All those who entered the depths of the Andromeda Mountain could not return, so it had become a forbidden place. If one crossed the swamps into the snow-covered northern region, they could see that the dragon cave above the snow mountain had changed a lot over the years. Originally a shallow and broad cave, due to continuous excavating, it now had a labyrinth-like basement. Adenos, who had inherited Li Weixi's knowledge system, seemed to have also inherited Li Weixi's love for underground mazes as well. At the bottom of the cave, a demon was digging. Its body was covered with scales, and its claws were sharply drilling deep into the ground. Several stories below, a square hall had been formed. Steam lamps that were commonly used by wizards were hung on the walls, illuminating the entire hall. "It's wonderful!" Adenos stood on the steps, above which was a throne made entirely of bones. A giant dragon dozed under the steps, as Adenos laid his palm on the head of a pale young man who was tied up tightly, trembling and howling. Adenos carried a blood-red crystal in his hand. With a flash, which was emitted by the blood-red stone, the young man lost his breath and collapsed onto the ground. The flame in Adenos' skull became hotter, as if someone had added a handful of firewood to it. Adenos held his head high and had a happy smile on his skeleton face, which was made only of bones, not flesh. "Yes, that's it. I want more power." Adenos became frantic as if he were possessed. As he weaved towards the hall, the awarenesses of more than a dozen young men, who were shackled under the stage, were instantly transformed into soul fires and floated up into the air. They then flew into Adenos' skull, like birds returning to the nest. This feeling, which was almost like he was high on drugs, made Adenos unable to stop. It was at this time that he looked down at a lady in a gorgeous red dress. A green light popped out of his eyes, revealing his hunger for her. The lady panicked and fell to the ground. He could now see that she had a cotton-wrapped baby in her arms. Even though she was terrified, she still held the child tightly, keeping it safe by her side. She then cried out, "You said that I only have to offer sacrifices to you, then you would grant my wishes?" Adenos laughed wildly and said, "Of course there is a contract between us." Adenos then went down the high steps and picked up the child in the lady's hands. The child was just over 2 years old, and his face was as pale as a corpse. The lady knelt before Adenos and said, "Please save my child. I will do anything you want." The child had died of an illness, and it was impossible to revive the dead once their awarenesses had dissipated. However, Adenos could replace the child's awareness with a soul fire. As one's brain was the storage of all memory, as long as the memory was the same, the child's essence would at least remain the same once it had been revived with the soul fire method. "Yes, this is a great form of redemption," she said, greatly relieved. The lady in front of him was the wife of a great lord in the kingdom of Mara. Since his last failure, Adenos had become more cautious, especially now that he was questioning his own strength. However, to further increase his strength, Adenos needed constant sacrifices, and this lady and her son seemed a very good option at the moment. So, Adenos put the child on the altar and applied the healing and body modification technique. The child's face turned red, so he brushed the child's face with his palm. As he did so, flames arose within his ring, and the child's pupils immediately ignited a miserable green flame within them. After a strange laugh burst forth from his tiny body, the light in the child's eyes was instantly extinguished. Then the child stood up slowly. The lady looked both surprised and happy. She then took his hand and the two went out together. Adenos waited until they left, then suddenly became furious. He smashed the table and lights on the walls, screaming all the while, "Darn it, it's happening again." Adenos was trembling. His skeleton body was shaking constantly, and his head kept twisting from front to back. His arms flailed about in a haphazard manner. In total, he seemed crazy. "Who am I?" "I'm Adenos." No, I'm Black Dragon Giscard." "I am Asia." "No, I'm Bashir. I'm Marseille." "I'm..." Adenos covered his head with his hands and constantly fell into self-doubt. Even his voice and facial expressions kept changing, as if a large number of personalities taking over his body. After a long time, Adenos managed to suppress a large number of the personalities in his awareness, then went to sit on the throne that was made of bones. Adenos had found this awful side effect to his ability when he began to devour other people's awarenesses. Every time one awareness was swallowed up, it would be integrated into his own soul fire. The stronger the awareness, the more it interfered with Adenos' own awareness and soul fire. Thus, Adenos' personality had now become crazily twisted to the point that he couldn't control it anymore. In fact, it was only getting worse. Adenos knew that, should this continue, he would gradually be swallowed up by thousands of other personalities, thus becoming a collective mess of innumerable personalities. He would become a complete monster. What a cruel choice. He felt stuck in a hopeless situation. If he didn't devour others, he would die. But if he did devour others, he would become a monster. Adenos decided that he would rather be a monster than sit and wait for death to come. After all, engulfing awarenesses was addictive. The growth of power was extremely satisfying to Adenos, so his desire for it only expanded. Even thinking of devouring a new awareness, Adenos trembled with excitement. "Have you heard of the demon?" "Nope. Never heard of it." The kingdom of the undead lies deep underground, and in the depths of the decaying marshes of the Andromeda Mountain, there is a demon who can bring the dead back to life. The demon can communicate with the undead and return their souls to their bodies. The demon breaks the rules of death and the gods, and if one signs a contract with him, one can trade hundreds of people's lives for just one soul. A group of people were discussing this mysterious demon while gathered on the street. It was said that if you went through the decaying marshes and swamps while calling out the demon's name, a headless death knight would come to meet you. Then, if you said your wish and offered adequate sacrifices, the death knight would satisfy your wishes. Has anyone ever made such a deal with this evil existence? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the gods? I heard that the young master of the Viscount Ivar's family did. Over the years, numerous stories had spread. These were tall tales that only served to further increase the terror that people had of the entire Andromeda mountain area. Originally, the name of this event was attached to a sense of holiness, but now it only seemed to give one a gloomy and dark feeling. In the dark snow cave, a large number of transformed skeleton soldiers were keeping guard. There were also death knights, which had transformed from ghouls, as well as strange beasts present. The complex underground cave route was like a labyrinth, and in the central hall, just behind a cobweb of underground passage, Adenos was leaning over a table, grabbing a charcoal bin. By the light of the steam lamp, he was reading the Tactical Deployment Circle of Witchcraft, which was made up of more than a dozen large scrolls. The ground was littered with innumerable research materials, about necromancy, body remodeling, soul fire, and the philosopher's stone. Athenos was so excited, his mind reeling with many thoughts at once. The witchcraft tactical deployment circle of philosophers is amazing. The soul and power have such commonalities. I finally found the way to acquire mind power. Biox novel tontat felam. Athenos was modifying the tactical deployment circle. As his soul fire had originated from the combination of soul and the power of the philosopher's stone, he was looking for a way to use this to transform other lives into the undead in batches. Here, and here. These should be modified. I don't understand. What is it for? This is the place where the magic network is connected. Gah! It should be revised to devour the awarenesses of the living. Athenos could not stop his brain from flitting to and fro with many thoughts. He created the desired witchcraft from the original tactical deployment circle of the philosopher's stone. I'll name this witchcraft the Song of the Undead, Athenos declared with excitement. Athenos threw away the pen, while sheepskin scrolls were gathering up automatically before his eyes, then instantly bound themselves together to become a thick book. Athenos waved, and a few big gold letters appeared on the newly created book's leather cover. The letters read, Book of the Undead. This book contained detailed records of the transformation of the undead and the creation of various undead creatures. It especially dedicated several chapters to the Song of the Undead, which was the most horrible witchcraft. After adding information regarding Liwaisi's all-night regiment, Athenos Ghoul Regiment, and Athenos Undead Army, Athenos finally completed the Book of the Undead. This made Athenos extremely proud. He had surpassed Liwaisi, as this achievement in witchcraft was far more outstanding than Liwaisi's. I am the most powerful, and I am the real king of death. I will control the world of death. Even among the wizards, priests, holy knights, the great sage Anthony, Pharos, and even Maria, no one can beat me or control me, not even the gods. Looking at his masterpiece, Athenos was fueled with infinite courage. He would not be afraid of anything anymore. At this moment, what he had used to fear no longer existed. He had regained his true identity. As winter was approaching and snow covered the whole world, an orc knight team from the north had just crossed the snow-covered swamps and reached the depths of Andromeda Mountain. A female knight, who was wearing a thick fur cloak outside her armor, rode through the snowy forests with her cavalry and arrived at a huge stone tablet. A blood-red symbol was engraved on the huge stone tablet. When translated in the language of the Finks, it meant death, which indicated that from here onward, all who passed this place would enter the world of death, and the living shall not be permitted to enter. Delmedi had completely grown up. She was now a true female knight. As her red cloak blew in the wind, the cavalry behind her were silent, awaiting her orders. Delmedi raised her hand and looked around. She then saw a strange horse that was rushing out of the forest amid the hazy snow. It was a black horse that had a single horn on its forehead. This strange unicorn had been captured by Athenos in the depths of the decaying marshes. Athenos had then turned it into one of his undead minions. Now, it was no longer holy. In its pupils, there was only darkness. As it ran was wheezing, and its mouth was constantly emitting black flames. It looked like a tragic monster that was running out of hell. She could now make out that a knight without a head was riding the unicorn. He was covered in rusted armor and carried a sharp sword. At his broken neck, where his head should have been, only a green flame shot forth. Suddenly, Delmedi felt that the knight was very familiar. She looked closer, but couldn't remember anything specific, so she asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the headless knight. I see that you have the ring of the contract." Tell me your wish and offer me your sacrifices, then I'll guide you. The knight's decapitated head, which had been apparently attached to the side of the unicorn all along, suddenly answered Delmedy. In a fury, Delmedy drew her sword and pointed it at the headless knight. Do you know who you are talking to? The headless knight replied in a cold, robotic voice. What are your wishes and sacrifices? With a wave of one hand, Delmedy gathered the snow to envelop the headless knight's feet, trying to freeze him to death. But the headless knight pulled the reins and escaped immediately, somehow having instantly turned all of the ice and snow into water droplets. Delmedy's face turned stiff. She finally recalled the familiar memory. Delmedy looked at the headless knight in surprise. You're the dragon rider, the old king of the kingdom of Rosadoro, Rune Elvis. The headless knight stood still, refusing to confirm or deny her claim. I'm simply the headless knight now, and as I said, I see that you have the ring of the contract. So, tell me your wishes and your sacrifices, then I'll guide you. Delmedy immediately remembered this old king that she fought with on the battlefield while he was in his teens. It was the first battle that had brought her fame. Although Rune Elvis had died at her hands, the brave old king had won her respect. Done you! How dare you blaspheme the corpses and souls of the deceased? Delmedy ranted. She was so angry, she rushed forward with a long spire, turning the ice and snow into blue crystals in an instant. Die, you invader! The headless knight then charged towards Delmedy. As the horses' hooves passed one another, black flames rose and a long burning trail of smoke appeared, melting the ice on the ground. The surrounding air warmed up in an instant. The headless knight took out his sword and again headed straight for Delmedy. At this time, a large number of death knights and skeletons emerged from the forest behind him. Delmedy, who had inherited the ability of a third-class dragon, was far more powerful than the headless knight, who had only acquired his power from the incubus. As such, it was no surprise when her spire penetrated the headless knight's chest instantly. But this was not enough to kill the headless knight. For the undead, as long as the soul fire has not been extinguished, they would go on and on forever. The ice suddenly surged upon the headless knight and froze him instantly, along with his horse, the two immediately forming a giant ice crystal. At this time, a large number of undead creatures rushed out of the forest. With a wave of Delmedy's long spire, the wind and snow swept up from the ground and instantly covered everything in front of her. The white snow covered everything in sight, including the dozens of skeletons and death knights, who were soon frozen into ice sculptures. The rest of the creatures were all cut into pieces, having been slashed by Delmedy while she angrily headed for the main peak of the Andromeda mountain. While Delmedy led the cavalry up the northern slope of the snowy mountain, a black corpse dragon appeared in the sky, emitting a strong breath that was filled with an aura of despair and death. Riding atop the corpse dragon was a figure who was dressed in a black robe. As the figure rose directly into the sky from the snow peak of the Andromeda mountain, ordinary people could only see a black speck, but Delmedy could feel the strong mind power, so she knew that it was an extraordinary being. Thick, black clouds continued to come together, and a severe hail fell. Although it covered only a small area above the hillside, such a supernatural phenomenon could only be achieved by a level 4 or above. Asadenos had devoured the awareness of the black dragon Giska, as well as a large number of other awarenesses over the years. He had already realized level 4, which had enabled him to interfere with celestial phenomena on a small scale. Hence, he was able to cause such huge head-like hailstones fall from the sky and land on the ground with a strong impact, smashing holes in the ground. Currently, with so many hails falling down, everyone felt dizzy, as if the sky and earth were spinning around them. Delmedi and her knights were surprised by this power. A large number of knights jumped off of their horses and ran away to escape the hail. Although the knights escaped, a large number of their horses were killed by the hail. Delmedi quickly used witchcraft to form a huge ice shield to protect everyone around her. As hail continued to fall on the shield, the thick ice that was covering the snow peak suddenly melted, sending a torrent of water sweeping over the mountain and covering everything. Boom. After a long time, there was a violent explosion. Delmedi looked at the black dragon and figure in the sky. Although she was arrogant, she knew that she could not beat this monster, as his force and level far surpassed hers. Adenos took control of the corpse dragon and flew towards Delmedi. Although Adenos had no voice organ, it was not a big thing for him, as he used his mind power to enable an air vibration, which made discernible sounds for him. Adenos had then designed a bone-based speaker in his throat to project those sounds. The Prince of the Holy Civil Empire, Her Royal Highness Delmedi, Prince of Lion King Will. The sound that was projecting these words was like a fingernail that was scratching a blackboard. Adenos grinned and looked at the beautiful lady in front of him. Even though she looked somewhat awkward at the moment, she still looked at Adenos proudly. She lifted up her head high and demanded, "Dirty dead thing, how dare you even speak to me?" Adenos did not realize that, even though he had completely suppressed her power, she would still be so proud. Although the first meeting between Adenos and Delmedi had been unpleasant, Adenos did not really mean to hurt this noble knight in front of him. He merely wanted to give her a warning. As Delmedi was likewise worried about the power that Adenos had just demonstrated, the two parties decided not to fight in the end. After asking Adenos several questions, Delmedi immediately left the Andromeda Mountain with her cavalry. After all, even the thought of staying in this dirty place and breathing the same air as Adenos made Delmedi feel sick. "She'll be back again," Adenos declared, while he rode the dragon to the foot of the mountain to unlock the Headless Knight and the other monsters that Delmedi had frozen. Adenos patted the unicorn's back as he restored the head of the Headless Knight. The huge wound in the knight's chest also was healed and completely disappeared. Adenos said to the Headless Knight, "As she is the one who killed you next time, let's have her taste the hatred and pain of death thoroughly." The waves along the coastline continued to pound the beach beneath the city of Danello. A large number of merchant ships used this as a port for trade. On the docks, a huge amount of goods was gathered. This scene was very rare in other countries, but a large number of people came here to barter and trade, as this was a major hub of commerce and industry. Decades ago, Lugiu and Verthandi had ended their tour around Alan and immediately went to the Orcish kingdom. From then onward, Verthandi had started down her legendary path to becoming the emperor of the Holy Civil Empire. Cori, the first patriarch of the Faith of the Sun, currently served as the bishop of the Grand Church of Danello, bringing the Faith of the Sun to its peak and forming a standoff with the Church of Light. The people in Danello were much prouder than those who lived in the imperial Saga city, which had only been established for a few decades. Danello, on the other hand, had survived for hundreds of years. The whole Itan province, including Danello, was now governed by Prince Delmedi Iranberi of the Holy Civil Empire. Delmedi had taken over as governor, staying far away from the imperial city of Saga, as she was reluctant to return there. Next to the Grand Church of Danello, inside the governor's house, amid a snowstorm, under a cloud of darkness, a strange guest had arrived. "You are in pain. You feel betrayed by your father. You have finally discovered that your father, the great Lion King Will, is not omnipotent," Adenos said to Delmedi softly. "Be ox novel puanti Shut up! You are not allowed to mention my father's name, Delmedy screamed. While he was sitting in the study of the governor's house, Adenos finally took off his hood, but his whole body was still covered with bandages. Hence, only the flames jumping in his eyes revealed his identity. Adenos thought that the noble knight in front of him was very interesting, so he continued in a coaxing voice. You feel sad and angry, but you can tell no one. You yearn for love from your father, but you don't get the desired response. As long as you revive your mother, everything can go back to normal. You see, only I can help you. Shut up! Delmedy stood up and pointed her sword at Adenos. Maybe it's my tolerance that makes you think that you can get something from me, but I will never make a deal with you. Adenos stood up and pulled up his hood. Maybe your highness just needs some time to think about it. I'll stay in Danello for a while. Adenos headed towards the door and laughed. He then said, I look forward to your next invitation, your highness. Delmedy watched Adenos leave, with the several knights following him. Delmedy would never believe that such a monster would be so generous. As Adenos stepped out of the door, Delmedy angrily cut the table in half with a sword. Delmedy knew that this demon was up to no good, but she was struggling herself. She hesitated, but knew that she would had to make a choice. Within a few days, there were some rumors flying around the city, with many saying that a doctor from the south could revive the dead. Could it be that the legendary doctor is the Saint Borchellermo? Is that the legendary Borchellermo who wrote the Calermo medical coding? Except for him, how could such a technique exist? Is Bor even alive? Is it true that all of the dead can be saved? People were all discussing this mysterious doctor, which quickly made the Borchellermo's name known to a large number of people in the city. Hence, everyone was looking for the legendary doctor. Hearing of this commotion, Bor disappeared completely. He hid himself well, so that even wealthy nobles who held a vast amount of treasures could not find him. Be Oxnovel beyond Siduam. Within the hall of the governor's house, Delmedy looked at the 9 people in front of her, all of whom had been saved by this so-called Borchellermo. Delmedy had asked these people to come here so that she could meet them personally. Everyone clearly remembered what happened before they died, and even their tempers, personalities, and behaviors were just the same as before. This convinced Delmedy that these people were telling the truth. They had all really died a few days ago. Moreover, one of them was even a servant in the governor's house. Delmedy was understandably shocked by this revelation. Her hands were trembling. She had finally been convinced at this moment, so she made up her mind. Mother, I can see you again. We can live with father as before. It's the 3 of us. Delmedy leaned back on her chair, lost amid happy thoughts and tears. Upon seeing her in such a state, everyone around her retreated, leaving only her guards beside her. After a long time, she calmed down. Tell that guy to come and see me, she said to a nearby guard. As Adenos stepped into the study, he saw that the table in the study was changed. He then raised his eyes to meet Delmedy's. What do you want? Delmedy stared at Adenos coldly. Although she believed that Adenos had the ability to bring the dead back to life, Delmedy would never believe in Adenos' generosity. Adenos clapped in delight and said, You are very straightforward, Your Highness, that's very good. Then I'll cut to the chase. There are 2 artifacts. One is the Sword of the King, which represents the kingship of the world, and the other is named Feroz, after the god. During the war in the Sumerian plain, Lion King Will killed Saintess Kelly, the goddess of the Church of Light, and the gods took back these 2 artifacts in anger so that they would never appear on the earth again. Delmedy looked at Adenos coldly. What are you getting at? Adenos raised his head and looked at Delmedy. I know that there's one more treasure. It is said that your power comes from a dragon crystal in your body. I want it. After all, the power of God's gift is much more interesting than anything from those priests and holy knights. Delmedi stood up, angrily. No way. Adenos burst out laughing. Is it not as important as your highness mother's life? Or are you me, one who can give up everything in the pursuit of power? Some people in the city were discussing the recent construction program. What is this for? I heard they're fading the square and the sewers, all of which need to be dredged. Ah, they were built more than 100 years ago. Should they be dredged now? But it makes sense. We are getting more and more people in Danello. The original sewers are not modern enough. When floods and storms come, they do not work. So it should be sorted out properly. Underneath the governor's house, a huge hole was excavated and then set up as an altar. This hole was then covered with stones that had been infused with witchcraft. The entirety of the whole underground space was covered with one sheet of strong rock, making it impenetrable. Then a large number of witchcraft and alchemy materials were placed in its center. There were also many fragments of the philosopher's stone placed within it, which were the main nodes of the Song of the Undead tactical deployment circle. Adenos had finally reached an agreement with Delmidi. However, Adenos harbored evil intents, and Delmidi never intended to fulfill her promise. Hence, they were both lying. Adenos had said that, since the queen had been dead for a long time, they needed to set up an altar to bring back her soul. He then requested that the rich people of Danello and Delmidi collect a large number of witchcraft materials. In the underground altar, there was a coffin that was made of ice, in which a young werewolf-like lady slept. She looked exact like the original April from the Amos icy field. This was the body that Adenos had recreated in order to win Delmidi's trust. All he had to do was to revive Queen April. A large number of craftsmen were gathered beneath the governor's house. Under Adenos' orders, they laid out the complex and dizzying tactical deployment circle of the Song of the Dead in the underground of Danello bit by bit. Although everyone was curious about the eccentric guy who covered himself with a hood, since it was an order from the governor's house, they still obeyed. There are deviations in the nodes here, which must be repaired. Not here. The angle is 30 degrees off. Are the materials I asked for in place yet? You fools, you did this wrong. It's going in the opposite direction. Adenos was shouting out instructions right and left. Many laborers and farmers were called up to help with the effort, and a large amount of supplies were ordered. They began in the cold winter, and were able to complete this underground sewer system by the time the warm and rainy spring had passed. They even built a bunch of smaller canalways amid the underground labyrinth. Thus, a complex canal system was formed beneath the ground of Danello. The sewer system had a three-dimensional structure, which was divided into several layers. If there was a mentor of the Wizard Tower, he or she would find this structure very familiar. Adenos had buried a skull that was burning with soul fire at the core of every node, and a large number of soul fires connected with each other. Thus, awarenesses and mind powers were connected together to form a huge mind power force field. Delmedi stood in front of the altar and looked at her mother in the ice coffin. She was so excited. Adenos stood beside the altar in a black robe. The miserable green flames in his skull seemed to jump out of his eyes with joy, and his mouth opened to the utmost extent as he said, "It will be ready in a minute. As long as we finish the last step correctly, we can resurrect the queen." Adenos was not allowed to go anywhere except this underground altar, where he could be constantly watched. Delmidi thought that, under such close guard, Adenos could not fool her. Plus, all of the knights and members of the Faith of the Sun in the city were watching him closely as well, so even if Adenos wanted to do something evil, Delmidi thought that she could easily handle. Hain. The body is ready, so all that is left is to recall Queen April's soul from the underworld. Your Highness Delmidi, may I begin? Adenos asked Delmidi. Delmidi looked at the guards behind her and nodded. Immediately, the guards retreated to the rear. Adenos then stood in front of the ice coffin, then brushed his fingers over the philosopher's stones on the ground, which immediately lit up with green flames. 7 philosopher's stones were lit, one by one, Adenos' hands trembling all the while. The fire in his skull kept surging, and his jaw was constantly shaking. Ha ha! As he approached the last stone, Adenos could not help but laugh. It was as if he was scorning and mocking everything in the world. Adenos looked back at Delmidi, his mouth open wide. He then said, "Here it I, the moment to witness a miracle." "No, what are you doing?" Stop. Suddenly, Delmidi had a bad feeling, like a premonition of death. Delmidi wanted to stop Adenos, but at this time, the green flames suddenly shot forward and covered Adenos' whole body. At the same time, a powerful force hit everyone, knocking them all to the edge of the underground altar. As the soul fire in the central altar ignited, the soul fire skeleton in the nodes of the whole underground of Danello responded instantly. This surge caused the mind power to continue to spread along the tactical deployment circle, from the foot of Adenos to the whole city, forming into a beautiful geometric structure. This was the largest tactical deployment circle of witchcraft since that had ever existed. A huge 3-dimensional tactical deployment circle now covered the whole city of Danello. As it was late at night and the moon was obscured by dark clouds in the sky, a ray of light that could only be sensed by the mind power rushed straight into the sky and spread out, covering all of Danello City. Countless people in the city woke up in an instant, all of them feeling that their hearts were being pulled by something fierce. It was as if they were being taken hold of by death. What happened? I suddenly got a bad feeling. Why is the child crying all of a sudden? Tonight's moon and stars are hidden. People in Danello were all gripped by fear and were yelling in a frenzied panic. Lights on the streets lit up, one after another. No one understood what had happened, but everyone felt out of breath and their hearts seemed to be beating out of their chests. At this time, the miserable green flames suddenly rose from everyone's body, entwining everyone with their evil green glow. All of the people in the city were then transformed into soul fires, and their awarenesses were immediately taken away. Everyone panicked and tried to escape, causing the streets to become crowded with people. Before anyone could get away, their awarenesses flew out of them. As such, nothing but dead bodies were left on the ground. There were sounds of screaming and of people getting trampled all over the city streets. All the while, a strange flame rose to the sky and locked onto the mind power force field of the Song of the Dead. The whole mind power force field then pooled its force to draw out all of the people's awarenesses. While hundreds of thousands of people continued to die and countless soul fires rose to the sky like sky lamps and stars. What on earth did you do? Stop it! Delmidi at Adenos in a frenzy, but the force field that was above the altar protected him from her. She could not get close to Adenos at all. The knights around her kept falling down as well, their corpses now lying everywhere within the underground labyrinth. Although there were no scars on their bodies, they had no breath left within them. Suddenly, Delmidi found that her power was gradually weakening and her awareness was declining. It was as if there was a strange force that was devouring her power and constantly wearing down her awareness and strength. Adenos floated in the flames, then looked down at Delmidi and laughed proudly. The dead are singing. This is the Song of the Dead. Look, isn't that beautiful? Isn't it such a great honor to witness this moment? Delmedi looked at the madman. Her eyes were red, and she was completely overwhelmed by anger. She felt as if her chest was about to explode. As she looked around her, she realized that the whole underground had been frozen into ice. But Adenos was free from it. "Upstart, I'm going to kill you," Delmedi said. Adenos ignored Delmedi and spread out his hands. The green flames danced around him, and the whole mind power force field of the Song of the Dead began to fold in an instant. All of the soul fires then flew to Adenos, who said, "Come on, let's celebrate the birth of the King of the Dead together." Adenos then opened his mouth and swallowed hundreds of thousands of people's awarenesses. Above the altar, countless soul fires converged into a long light river and approached Adenos. This river contained hundreds of thousands of people's personalities and awarenesses, as well as Adenos' own personality. They had all been assimilated, leaving only one single faith, death. All of a sudden, the awarenesses and personalities disappeared. The King of the Dead, which had been the catalyst for bringing together the awarenesses of hundreds of thousands of people, was thus born. Adenos had just surpassed the level 4 before this, yet he had now reached level 7. Instantly, Adenos' whole body was deified, then scattered into sprays of lights that immediately reintegrated themselves into a huge skeleton. Black bone armor and bone spurs grew out of his body, which made him look extremely ferocious. Then, his original miserable green flame became a deep purple color. It was now clear that an extreme strong force and mind power had seized control of the city of Danello, as a true level 7 creature had appeared. Death, it's the ultimate destination of everything in the world, Adenos roared. With a wave of the bone palm, the whole altar and the governor's house were directly turned upside down. The ground was lifted, and several nearby streets were turned over, revealing the underground below. Numerous soul fires were emitted, and a large number of people who had died in the city stood up and were transformed little by little. As a large number of ghouls, skeletons, and death knights continued to stand up from the ground, their skin and flesh constantly fell off, or turned into leather like corpse skin. The undead filled the streets and alleys of the whole city. Delmedi stood up amid the rubble and looked at her beloved city of Danello. At this moment, this prosperous city, known as the trading capital and the Pearl of Sea, had been completely turned into a city of the dead. There was no more laughter, only the singing and crying of the dead. As the roars of hundreds of thousands of the undead rose, even the sky itself seemed to be shaking. At this time, a corpse dragon flew down from under the clouds, and the King of the Dead took the reins, then roared into the sky upon it. "Did I really cause all of this?" Delmedi stood among the ruins of the governor's house with a miserable grin. She couldn't believe that the whole city of Danello had turned into a city of the dead. She knelt down on the ground, feeling that all of her strength and even her will to leave had left her. Sorry. Mother, Father, I am sorry. I am the worst sinner in the entire empire." Delmedi's eyes were full of tears, and she looked desperate and sad. At this time, from the hillside of the ruins, the headless knight charged forth, riding a monster. He was wearing armor and leading an army of countless undead beings. "Headless Knight, Dragon Controller Rooney Elvis, did you come to take my life?" "I'm ready." Delmedi then picked up a sword on the ground and fought with the Headless Knight. Numerous undead beings rushed to the ruins and were constantly torn apart by Delmedi, their discarded bodies forming a high mountain of corpses. Even though Delmedi was able to defeat these beings, they also wounded her and zapped her of her strength. Thus, at dawn, Delmedi died of exhaustion among the ruins. Amos Icefield was located in the North Pole, which was located right at the edge of the human world and the edge of the Allen continent. Standing here made one feel like they were standing at the end of the earth. There were lots of ice shards on the surface of the ocean within this region, and if one were to go further north across the dangerous sea, they would reach the Arctic. At the very edge in Amos ice field, a high castle had been erected. On the side of the castle that was facing the ocean, a tall statue of a knight had been placed. The statue seemed almost like a guardian that had been charged with protecting the castle. This castle was named Colossus College and was built by the first-generation wizard apprentice Uruk, who was a close friend of Bor Kelermo. Decided to build the castle in this extremely cold area after he left the wizard tower. Uruk was very upright and old-fashioned, which made him very different from the other wizards. As such, he much preferred to spread the way of the chivalrous knights of the Holy Seville Empire. This meant that he instructed the wizards in his Colossus College according to the way of the knights. As such, his way of teaching was almost like a military school. The wizards at Colossus College were almost all belonged to the branch of blood wizardry, meaning that they were first picked and then trained by the elites within the blood knights from the Holy Seville Empire. This explained how Colossus College was connected to the Holy Seville Empire. Recently, everything was a bit of a mess at Colossus College, since the news from the southwest part of the Holy Seville Empire had arrived, bringing with it the report regarding the loss of Danello City. Everyone had descended into a state of complete denial. However, the appearance of the King of the Dead and the 100,000 ghosts rushing into the Yunnan province soon forced everyone to accept the facts. This message, confirming their utter defeat, quickly spread throughout the entire Holy Seville Empire. Colossus College was the first to receive this shocking news. As the snow was roaring outside the window of the High Principal's room, an orc teenager asked seriously, "Have you researched everything in great detail? Have you sorted the news out yet?" Uruk was wearing a white long robe, which followed the tradition of the wizard tower, where apprentices wore gray robes, qualified wizards wore black robes, and mentors and the owner of the tower wore robes in other bright colors. Uruk was sitting among the orc wizards, who were gathered in a circle in the principal's room. One of the wizards replied, "We have researched it. Our people from the Yunnan province passed us some messages, which shared the intel that the ghosts are now ruining the province. So we don't have much time left." Many of the other wizards heard this and began nodding their heads in agreement, then offering their own opinions. "That's right. The longer we just sit here and do nothing, the worse this ghost problem will get. Then, before we know it, it will be too late for us. We have to gather every powerful force that can help. This is a disaster. We have to stop it while the problem is still confined to one empire. We can't afford to let this spread further afield." Confined? The 100,000 Ghosts army and the unknown King of the Dead can never be confined. Uruk then asked, "That King of the Dead, who or what is he exactly? Where did he come from? Is he one of us?" A Fox people wizard answered, "The estimated power level of the King of the Dead far surpasses the level of a level 4 wizard, but since we don't have updated information about him now, he could have become even stronger than what we could imagine." He then added, "The only confirmed fact is that the appearance of the King of the Dead must have something to do with us wizards, as the modification technique of the undead could be found in the wizard inheritance from the wizard tower. We can be certain the opponent has to be a wizard from the wizard tower. He also has to be a wizard that possesses a high-tier inheritance." Uruk listened to this report with a grim face, then took out his wizard tower badge. As he activated the badge, a mind power force field surrounded him, and he quickly sent this new information directly to the wizard tower. Uruk then announced, I have requested the Wizard Tower's assistance and asked them to identify the King of the Dead, but this is not enough. The King of the Holy Civil Empire has surely been informed of all of this by now, so he will be making her own plans. However, it must be difficult to ask for our help. Therefore, we have to go there in hopes that we can enter the palace and meet the king. In the depths of the black forest of the kingdom of Rosadoro, the Wizard Tower, Oxnovel Balsigam Yom. As several wizards and apprentices were studying in the Wizard Tower library. At the reception table at the entrance to the library, a silver tactical deployment circle suddenly appeared on the hairy stomach of the Sphinx Pyros. A immediately stopped working and rang the bell behind him. He then shouted, Emergency shut down. All apprentices, please leave the library immediately, as we will be closing in 10 minutes. The Sphinx Pyros then picked up the earth phone that was hanging on the wall behind him and spoke into it. Master Bor, I have just received an urgent notification from Master Uruk at Colossus College. Messages could be sent within a short distance by apprentice badges or the signal transmitter that was within the Wizard Tower badge. However, sending messages across the continent, like what Uruk had just done, could only be accomplished with wind ravens or by using the authority of the Wizard Tower badge. As Bor saw the projection coming out of the eyes of the Sphinx, then watched as Uruk was explaining the details of the outbreak in the Orc countries and the Inan province to the assembled group, his thoughts wandered to the dozen mentors who were gathered there nearly a continent away. Many of second and third generation wizards. Well, what do you think? Bor asked the group via the telecommunication system. Everyone immediately launched into a heated discussion, but there was no unanimous conclusion. Without actually seeing the situation on the field, even though he wouldn't think that Uruk was lying, it was still really hard to imagine this King of the Dead and his huge ghosts army. However, there was proof that a famous trading city, Danelo City, had been lost in one night and 100,000 people had turned into ghosts. Furthermore, the death of Delmidi had really terrified everyone. However, since this only happened within the Orc countries, and since most wizards were just selfish beings who didn't intend to help, they didn't really want to interfere in the war, but were mainly intrigued by the existence of the King of the Dead and the Ghost's army. However, there were some wizards that looked into the future and had expressed the opinion that they should respond to Uruk's request for help. After all, wizards were still depending on the human society, and without the human society, the wizards could not survive for long. Even though this happened in the Orc countries, the human nations could very well be the next ones targeted. Bor listened to everyone's opinions, but didn't say anything decisive. After the meeting, he turned to Edward and asked, Are you familiar with this situation? There are only a few people that are capable of holding such a wizard inheritance, and even less who could achieve something like this. Edward looked down and thought for a moment, then looked up at his teacher and said quizzically, Adenos? He then shook his head in denial, thinking better of the idea instantly. It couldn't be. No, that is impossible. He is already dead, completely dead. Back then, Bor immediately pulled out a stack of files and threw it on the table, interrupting him in mid-sentence. In recent years, within the Mala Kingdom and Andromeda Mountain, there were legends that told of some undying creatures. So I ordered someone to check the grave in Adenos. It was open and empty. Bor looked Edward in the eye and shouted in excitement. It could only be him. Bor then turned around and said, What happened back then? I should be held accountable for it as well. I'm the one who taught him this wizard inheritance. Thus, the calamity that he brought upon the human and orc nations should be my responsibility. In fact, I will go there myself to take back everything I gave him. Berthandi was sitting alone on her throne in the palace hall. 100,000 ghosts had just devoured the entire Danello city, and in only a few days. They had defeated all 10,000 of the Ice Mace Holy Knight army of the Yunnan province, thus ruining the whole province. When news of this arrived in Sarga city, the whole government of the Holy Civil Empire was shocked. No one could believe that, out of nowhere, the province was ruined by these ghosts from the south. The government immediately arranged for the nearby provinces to send forces into the two main frontiers of the north and the eastern parts of the Yunnan province to help stop the army of ghosts from advancing further. At the same time, they helped to take in refugees from the Yunnan province. Meanwhile, Verthandi had given orders as the king of the Holy Civil Empire, arranging for the Northland cavalry to be deployed in the south, and the Holy Knights from other regions to come to the frontier soon as possible. 10 days from now, 200 soldiers were scheduled to be assembled. Then altogether, they would take out the Ghost Army and the King of the Dead in the Yunnan province. The army would be led by the leader of the Holy Knights, Ibu. Since Verthandi had lost her Sword of the King, she was not much stronger than Ibu. On top of that, it was times like these that she couldn't easily leave Sarga city as a king. However, after she finished giving orders, Verthandi asked everyone to leave the palace and shut the gate. She sat alone on the throne and was lying on her hands holding the sword. April. Del Medi. April. I didn't protect her. It was all my fault. April suddenly appeared in Verthandi's mind, as well as a few memories of how Del Medi used to hold her cloak behind her, shouting that she was going to one day be a knight, just like her. Del Medi was different from her, as she had been mentored by Lu Zuyu since she was young and traveled around the whole world. In contrast, Del Medi was just a stubborn little girl that grew up in Sarga city. For this reason, Verthandi knew Del Medi wasn't the right vessel to be a king and didn't have the potential to rule the Holy Civil Empire. Many more memories flashed through Verthandi's head, including those from her childhood in Ayr City, her father Randhir Arambel's teachings, and even how she used to pull her father Randhir Arambel's leg while fooling around playfully. Is this punishment? What have I done to deserve this fate? Verthandi lifted her head, her eyes filled with loneliness and grief. 78th year of the San calendar. Many qualified wizards quickly gathered in a small village near the Kerry River. Bor Killermo was leading a group of around 30 wizards from the Wizard Tower. They were spending their days and nights traveling across many countries, while riding the flying beast known as the Cloud Eagle. After journeying many days and nights, they finally met up with the wizards from Colossus College that were being led by Uruk. Bor, who was the master of the Wizard Tower, then led a group of wizards into the ghost-infested Danello city. Once they arrived there, an intense fight broke out within the city. The master of the Wizard Tower had turned himself a magical eagle, then fought against Adenos, the king of the dead. His magical eagle form had a powerful regenerating power, and when it was paired with Bor's powerful defensive abilities and dream witchcraft, he could really hold his own against Adenos. This was because, even though Adenos had become a level 7 mythical creature, he still did not have a low-tier mythical creature template. In fact, he only had the immortality, mind control power, and devouring power of a mythical creature. At this time, the presence of blood witchcraft and the projection of the dream wizard were wreaking havoc within Danello city. All throughout the city, evil dragons roared, witchcrafts collided in the sky, and many illusions and monsters were projected and materialized. These illusions and monsters appeared in the sky above Danello city. Their special abilities were tearing the sky apart. After this went on for a while, Under the overwhelming attacks of the King of the Dead and the ghosts, the wizards were slowly defeated. In fact, none of the wizards returned from the battle alive. The force that had consisted of nearly half of the elite powers of all of the wizards was hence wiped out. And, since the witchcraft ritual, the Song of the Dead, could not be repeatedly used in the battlefield, the King of the Dead was unable to mass-produce soul flame-based ghosts. This resulted in most of the creatures dying straight away, as their consciousnesses were dissolved, and returned to the origin of the world. However, Adenos had succeeded in capturing many people alive, and was thus able to transform them into ghosts. In this way, the size of the ghost army was still growing. Meanwhile, after noticing that none of the wizards returned from the battle, the leader of the Holy Knight's army knew that it was time to attack. Thus, nearly 200,000 soldiers crossed the river, entered the Yunnan province, and waged war against the army of ghosts. Within the Kari River, numerous bodies were floating downstream, then piled up, blocking the river's flow and dyeing the water a crimson red. Those bodies stacked up like mountains, spanning all the way from the Kari River to the Yunnan province. Last time something like this had happened near the Kari River was when the Church of Light and the Crete Empire had invaded the kingdom of Menkaur. That confrontation had ended with the king of the kingdom of Menkaur drowning himself in the Kari River, bringing with him the sword of the king. After the invasion, the whole kingdom of Menkar was filled with dead bodies. Dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Footsteps were heard approaching, as horns were being played by death knights, summoning all of the ghosts to gather. At this moment, within the Yunnan province, the ghost army crossed the river as a pack. The death knights, who were riding skeleton horses, crossed the most narrow part of the Kari River amid the sound of the horns. Countless ghosts crossed the Kari River, leaving Danello City to head further into the Holy Civil Empire. Looking at the scene from the sky, one could see that a massive death army that was composed only monsters and the dead covered the whole earth. The ghost army was so dense, taking just one look at it could make one feel chilled to the bone. The last creature in the army formation was the zombie dragon, which was flying in the sky. Hails of air from its giant body and wings could be felt everywhere. Even the black clouds were following the zombie dragon as it was moving. The entire ghost army was like a single entity. They were strengthened by the power of the zombie dragon and the King of the Dead, which made them all the more terrifying. Roar. Pushed by the dragon's roar, the army sped up their pace as they headed towards the east. After crossing the Kari River, if they were to keep heading east, they would reach Saga City. Nothing could slow them down now, as they had defeated the only army capable of doing so less than 1 month ago. In that battle, Holy Knight Ibu, who led the army of the orcs, was severely injured by the storm and was eventually defeated by the hundreds of thousands of ghosts. The Holy Knight Ibu and Alan had died one by one as the army of ghosts attacked them and the orcs relentlessly. These ghosts were almost impervious to all attacks, as they wouldn't die unless their soul flames were destroyed completely. Therefore, they defeated the orcs easily. Although the orcs had managed to kill many of the ghosts, their elites, the Northland Cavalry, and other Holy Knight groups, were dying just as quickly. In fact, after the deaths of the Holy Knight Ibu and Alan, their formation had completely broken down. While they were being chased by the army of ghosts, they had tried to cross the Kari River during the night. At that time, countless people were drowned or killed. The ones who survived ran away from the battle immediately. Moreover, the war between humans and the orcs that occurred about 10 years ago not only led to the end of the Crete Empire and the separation of the central province, it also devastated the Holy Civil Empire. After it had finally recovered after all these years, this battle set the Holy Seville Empire back 10 years. Now, the state of the empire was even worse than before. The King of the Dead carried deep resentment in his heart, sharing that same sentiment as the 100,000 ghosts. Hence, he chased after the living, dragging everyone to the abyss of death with him. As a result, many lives were lost, which allowed him to add to his army of the undead. What was even worse, new variations, like special skeletons, skeleton magi, king-class ghouls, and headless knights began to appear in his army. We lost. The King of the Dead and the Ghost Army, they are coming. Ibu's Northland cavalry was defeated. Even though Ibu was defeated, the evil power with him was too strong. What can we do? We can only run away now. We must go to the north or south. By the time the citizens heard the news that the orc army had been defeated and the ghost army was crossing the river, they had already abandoned their city and run either towards the north or the Red River in the south. Everywhere the ghost army went, they left abandoned cities and villages in their wake. Evacuate. Follow orders. Everyone form a line. Leave in an orderly fashion. Don't mess around, or you will be prosecuted. How could this be? Those undying monsters, are they really coming? Let's go! I heard those undying monsters are coming soon. They eat people alive and will turn us into one of them. I don't want to be a monster. God, why? Is some punishment? In Saga City, the forces were leaving first. The citizens would then follow them as they moved towards the Premonius province in the north, which was the old capital of the Engido kingdom. Although Saga City was big, it lacked defensive capabilities, especially any that were adequate to protect them from beings like the King of the Dead and the Ghost Army. Also, there were not many forces left in this part of the empire. This was because the forces could only gain more manpower once they retreated back to the military origins of the Holy Seville Empire, which was located at the base camp in the north. There, they would prepare to fight against the army of the King of the Dead once more. A large number of trailers and horses passed through the wide gate, all of which were heading north. Many people joined the group, forming an endless line on the road. Countless orcs brought their sons and daughters, abandoning their warm, sweet homes. No one knew what their destination was going to be like when they arrived. Many orcs cried when they left the city. They were sad because they knew that they may never return. The densely populated Holy Seville Empire suddenly became empty. The king, Verthandi, had stayed behind in the Church of Cori, as it was agreed that she would be the last to leave after everyone evacuated. Once everyone was gone, she would follow the caravan with her royal guards. Only in this way could she ensure that the noble families and the citizens had left safely. She sat alone in this church that was named after the first patriarch of the faith of the sun. She kneeled in front of the statue of God, wearing a loose white shirt. She remained there until sunset, praying to God. Verthandi was fervently praying, begging for answers. Why did this happen? Are you punishing me? It was all my fault, right? Otherwise, why would so many people die? Why? Answer me, please. Suddenly, the statue of God brightened up, illuminating everything around Verthandi. As the whole world turned white, she was transported to another kingdom. Verthandi opened her eyes and looked around. She realized she was standing on a giant stage that was surrounded by 4 sets of stairs. Looking down the stairs, she saw that there were all kinds of temples everywhere. On top of the clouds in the sky, many mythical creatures were running around. There were even legendary Pegasuses and unicorns. There was also a giant gate, which led to the divine kingdom that stood far away in the sky. As she looked down and saw clouds passing beneath her feet, she felt as if the whole divine kingdom was surrounded by heavenly marshmallows. Verthandi suddenly looked up, and above her head, dozens of divine thrones were floating in the air. They were also surrounded by clouds, which seemed very surreal. The divine thrones were arranged in a circle, the largest of which had a giant illuminated figure seated upon it. As the figure's fingers moved slightly, Verthandi started to float up through the clouds, then came to rest right in front of the giant blurry shape. Former Level 1 Authorizer, Verthandi Aranbel, requested to connect to the Divine Kingdom. The shape at Verthandi, his emotionless voice sounding almost robotic. Verthandi was shocked. God, who are you? The shape was still staring at Verthandi. I am the admin of the Divine Kingdom. My name is Gaia. As Verthandi looked around, she realized that all of the other thrones were empty, which made her a bit confused. Why are they all empty? Where are the other gods? What about the goddess of Sun, Maria, and Feroz? Gaia sat still on the divine throne, while a light scanned Verthandi. He then said, "Access authorized. You can listen to the answer. All the divine thrones are currently empty, as no one has reached the divine throne yet." This made Verthandi even more confused. What does that mean? Gaia replied, in other words, aside from our creator, there are no other gods. Verthandi looked around the whole divine kingdom, then looked at the empty divine thrones. She then turned back to stare at Gaia. She felt like her faith was crumbling at this moment. No god, Dee asked blankly. No god, Gaia answered definitively. Verthandi, her voice started to crack. How could that be? How? Are you telling me that everything I have believed in this world, it was all a lie? Verthandi was beside herself with grief and confusion. As tears began to roll down her cheeks, Verthandi pointed at Gaia and asked, "Tell me, what is all of this really about?" Before Gaia had a chance to answer, Verthandi suddenly noticed something and demanded, "Where is the creator that you were talking about?" "Who is this creator? I demand you let me see him." Verthandi was constantly wiping her tears away while frantically looking around. "It is you, isn't it? Only you? And all you? Randhir Aranbel or Feroz? No matter who the hell you are, I want to see you. Show yourself." Her voice echoed throughout the deathly quiet space, yet no one responded. Then Gaia responded mechanically. "The creator is not in this world. Request to connect has failed. You don't want to see me? Is it because of Saintess Kelly's death? It was all my fault, old man. Please come see me and save the orcs." No matter how loud and desperate her shouts were, she received no response. She was devastated. However, as if Verthandi had a sudden idea, she said excitedly to Gaia, "Upon my authority, I request for the power of the Divine Kingdom, so that I may drive out the King of the Dead and his ghost." Army. Gaia scanned Verthandi once again, then said, "Access denied. Target no longer possesses Level 1 authority. Request denied." Verthandi was so frustrated, she began to shake. The light of the Divine Kingdom was shining upon her, but Verthandi could only feel the coldness of this place. How could this be? She kept murmuring to herself, clearly in denial that she seemed to be failing in her mission. All the while, Gaia was still repeating the same phrase, "Access denied. Target no longer possesses Level 1 authority. Request denied." He then added, "The requested for connection to the Divine Kingdom has ended. Connected has ended." Boom. Verthandi felt like the Divine Kingdom was suddenly starting to crumble around her. She instantly fell down from the Divine Kingdom to the ground. By the time she opened her eyes again, she realized that she was once again in the Church of Kori. "Where am I?" Verthandi stood up, murmuring a bit incoherently. She was clearly feeling lost. She walked outside the palace. As she looked around, She saw Saga City slowly becoming more empty, while the groups of people were tearfully with their loved ones. I will defeat them, even without you. I will protect my own empire, she yelled, raising her fists to the sky in defiance. As it was located to the north, Primonius was much colder than Saga City. At this time, the orcs from the empire had either fled or died at the hands of the ghost army. As the army of ghosts kept expanding, many elites were produced. In fact, the size of the army had increased to 200,000. Without the Song of the Dead, the size of the army was increasing at a fairly slower rate than usual, but only in the perspective of the ghosts. In the eyes of the orcs and the humans, this rate of expansion was still fearsomely fast. Moreover, vast varieties of higher class ranks of the undead were constantly being added. These include the special undead like king-class ghouls, skeleton magi, and headless knights. They were leading the army of ghosts, chasing their enemies towards the north. As the ghosts' army marched onward, the whole northern part of the Alan continent was covered by a black cloud. This made all of the orcs shiver, even from afar. Even though the army of ghosts hadn't arrived yet, the population had already started moving further away. As a result, the once lively Holy Civil Empire now had not a single trace of the living left within its southwest region. The ghosts invade the cities, while the dead come out from hell, devouring everyone. No one can go to heaven or hell. Everyone will be trapped in the King of the Dead's control, not living or dying, only doomed to this eternal suffering. In rural pubs and in human cities far away from the Empire, the bards were singing about the darkness in the faraway lands. Even though no one had seen it for themselves, this fearsome description was still enough to chill their hearts as they drank their ale in awestruck horror. As for the northern orc cities, the screams and cries became the background music to the devilish scene. As the orc refugees moved from the south, they brought fear and darkness with them to the north. As the numerous orc refugees stood in line to get their daily rations, there were many other refugees and children scattered throughout the streets, huddling up together to protect themselves from the chilling weather. They were trying to stay hopeful, but it was a struggle within their minds to do so. The king will stop those damned skeletons. We must stay strong. We will be victorious at last. The armies of Shinlas, Mizia, and Bera are coming, so we might still stand a chance. We have not lost yet. If we win the next battle, we can return to our homes. Many orcs began to head to the north of the old ruins of the Engido kingdom. This was where the Holy Civil Empire would be having their final battle against the Ghost Army. All of the forces from many different areas gathered at this spot in Primonius. As they realized that they were on the brink of extinction, the orcs were filled with fervor and bloodlust. The whole of Primonius, as well as many other surrounding cities, converged to form a frontier. Many soldiers rushed in, each of them holding shields and swords, while they climbed up to the top of the city. Even the orc wizards had all gathered here, as they were now on the brink of extinction as well. Meanwhile, the message of the Ghost Army's arrival came as some of the Ghost Army leaders had been spotted in Blank City. Thus, the Black Cloud had officially reached the north. The pursuing Ghost Army was ready to annihilate the Holy Civil Empire and turn the whole northern Alan continent into their kingdom of the dead. Countless Death Knights rushed to the north from all surrounding directions. They were all heading straight for Primonius. The recent fall of Blank City had bought the orcs some time, allowing the remaining refugees to safely retreat. After all, if the orcs were to lose one more battle to the King of the Dead, they would be completely annihilated. Roar. The King of the Dead is coming. Verthandi stood at the top of Primonius, looking up at the black dot in the sky. Following the roar of the zombie dragon, the weather had completely changed. The sunny sky slowly became dark and heavy. They are waiting for nightfall, as decreased visibility is nothing for the ghosts. However, for us orcs and humans, it will be devastating. Verthandi murmured, fear creeping into her heart. As the ghost army got closer, everyone could see that it was really a group skeletons that was being led by countless death knights. There were also many higher-tiered undead in the back of the formation, leading their own factions of the army. There were even different types of soldiers, who had put on all of the armor and weapons that they had stolen from fallen cities. Their terrifying forms sent chills down everyone's spines. The orcs again looked down at the sea of countless skeletons, death knights, headless knights, and skeleton magi. Some of the soldiers were just seeing the ghost army for the first time, and the terrifying sight shocked them to their cores. Then, from the black cloud above, snow began falling. The air became colder and colder. As chilling winds blew past the soldiers, their fingers became so numb, they could barely hold their swords properly. Toot! The horns suddenly sounded, announcing that the ghosts were on the move. Verthandi, who had never left the wall, as she had been waiting for them to start their attack, then yelled, "It has finally begun." As she pulled out her long sword, countless orc knights and soldiers did the same. The lights on the walls of Primonius were reflected by the swords and shields of the army, as all bore their arms together in solidarity. Humility, justice, mercy, heroics, fairness, sacrifice, honor, spirit. Verthandi. Every soldier chanted the most famous chant in the Holy Civil Empire at the top of their lungs. Verthandi pointed forward with her longsword, then said, "Today, all we need to do is defeat this ghost army. If we stay strong, we will be victorious." She then added, "I, King Will of the Holy Civil Empire, will not leave this city. Victory or death." Everyone on the wall, as if their hearts had just been lit on fire, then repeated her words, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Victory or death." While they were shouting, the ghost army started their attack. Countless ghosts carried siege weapons and shields to the walls. They then charged the walls with their siege tanks and arrow towers. Primonius was not the only city under siege at this moment. In fact, all of the major war bases and their surrounding cities were also under attack. However, the most important base was still Primonius. As such, the main forces of both the Ghost Army and the Orcs were all gathered here. This was because the entire Holy Civil Empire would be brought to its knees if only Primonius would fall. Hence, this was the most important battle of them all. Many skeleton magi used fireballs to bombard the walls. The catapults were also launching flaming rocks into the city. The ensuing chaos was a blur of fire, screams, and surging special powers. The witchcraft of the skeleton magi and the special powers of the king-class ghouls collided against the sword flashes of the holy knights. Sometimes, a hole in the wall would appear, having been blasted through by some secret dark spell. But it was always quickly blocked by the spike towers within the city. Amid the thunderous attack, countless orc soldiers rushed to tightly block the ghost army from entering the city. After 23 days of constant battle, many bodies and skeletons were scattered outside of the city walls. The bodies were stacked up in piles against the wall. Some places even had bodies stacked up to half the height of the walls. As the weather was below freezing now, the corpses had been frozen like cured meat. This caused them to smell absolutely disgusting. Many holes in the walls could not be repaired fast enough, so the soldiers tore down many houses and churches in order to use their materials to block the holes. The bodies that were constantly being dragged down from the walls slowly kept stacking up. The smell of death seemed to be spreading across the entire city. The cold weather had frozen all of Primonius, causing it to resemble an ice castle. There were wounded civilians and soldiers everywhere in the city, and many of them died from the harsh weather conditions. Furthermore, there were constantly reports of fallen cities. At the moment, the only cities left standing were Primonius and a handful of surrounding cities. As for the ghost army outside, they had grown in size, having regrouped yet again. Even though they had also been fighting for 23 days, the terrible weather and the night battles seemed to have little effect on the ghost army. However, while the ghost group was regrouping, their attacks had become less frequent, almost non-existent for a time. But they attacked only enough to remind everyone of their presence, and to let everyone in the city know the King of the Dead would be back for all-out attack soon. The horns were again sounded by the ghosts, and the soldiers stood up immediately, fear creeping into their hearts. They were surprised, however, as this time they were attacking in the morning. Is this the final battle? Is the Dan King of the Dead finally going to show himself? One of the soldiers asked. Just as he finished speaking, the ghosts suddenly rushed in like a riptide. However, this time there was a giant black dragon behind them. The black zombie dragon instantly appeared, spreading its wings and covering the whole sky. Verthande stood on the wall. Her armor was damaged and covered in blood. Dragon. Dragon. That is not a dragon. It is a zombie dragon. It's an evil dragon crawling out from hell. That is a being even more evil than an evil dragon. Everyone looked at the sky and shouted in awe. The snow was gray, not white, and the black clouds were still covering the sky. Even though the sun was up, the whole world was still gloomy and dark. As the zombie dragon appeared, many wizards from Colossus College, as well as the holy knights, charged into the sky. Verthande followed closely behind them, holding her holy longsword, which was pointed right at the King of the Dead. The King of the Dead pulled on the reins, bringing the zombie dragon to a dead halt right above Primonius. As its giant mouth opened, the black clouds started spinning. A giant flame appeared in its mouth. Since the zombie dragon had become one with the King of the Dead, its dragon breath was now imbued with a special power. The flame shot out from its mouth like a pillar of light, spanning across the sky and striking the ground. As it landed, the flame spread out and destroyed large areas of the city, lighting the entire city on fire. Almost everyone that charged towards the King of the Dead had been ignited by the flame and was burned to nothing in an instant. The soldiers didn't even get to scream before they were turned into ashes. At this moment, all of Primonius fell deathly silent, and the soldiers that were holding longswords and shields were all shocked. Many of them stared in wide-eyed wonder and asked man questions. What is that? Is that the King of the Dead? Oh God, how could you let such evil exist in this world? As they stared in amazement, the zombie dragon kept moving its wings, causing the black clouds to spin even more intensely. Countless strangely shaped ice formations then fell to the ground, covering the whole world with ice. Suddenly sensing something, the King of the Dead turned around to see a knight flying in the sky. He had surprisingly dodged all of the ice, as well as the flames of the zombie dragon. It was Verthande. The King of the Dead reached towards her with a giant claw that was surrounded by black fog. However, she dodged it swiftly, then wheeled around to strike at the King of the Dead with her shiny longsword. At this moment, a swift tail strike of the zombie dragon spun Verthande off into the sky. Then, with its hand gesture, the dragon shot many ice poles towards Verthande, which covered the ground where she had fallen. As Verthande's armor was pierced by the ice poles, she was now covered in blood and unable to get up. Meanwhile, countless ghosts had rushed into the city. Alas, Primonius had fallen. Seeing this, Verthande's face turned pale. She drug herself to the city wall and looked at the countless ghosts that were rushing towards her. She then cried, "Ah! Is this my fate? I don't accept this fate." Countless death knights rushed towards the wall, all swinging their knives. As the orcs had been defeated, this was a new era, the era of the ghosts. They would take over the northern Ellen continent, turning this place into the kingdom of the dead. The king of the dead also cried out from the sky, "Death is the end of everything. The end of the world starts now." Every soldier stood up and looked outside the city walls, where the ghosts were rushing towards them like a riptide. As they held their swords tightly, they could only feel despair. As the horns blared in the background, many death knights and headless knights screamed like monsters as they rushed into the city. Meanwhile, along the walls, a giant shield suddenly appeared, protecting all of Primonius by blocking the attacks of the ghosts. Countless ghosts ran into the shield and were immediately turned into dust. A large amount of ghosts also disappeared in the same manner. All of the ghosts were now clueless and confused, as was the king of the dead. "What is happening? What is this?" a ghost wondered aloud. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky were suddenly pierced by a large ray of light, which drove out the black cloud that was being controlled by the black dragon. The sun shone once again on top of Primonius, its warmth causing everyone to feel like they were in heaven. As everything had happened so suddenly, it took a while until everyone finally reacted. After returning to their sense, they immediately started to cheer. Many soldiers at the top of the city even started crying and kneeling on the ground, crying out, "The evil ones deserve this bad karma. God has not forsaken us. He answered our prayers." The king of the dead also looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he saw an intense ray of light that was shining down from the sky. All the way from the void of the bit wall, the giant divine kingdom was projected onto the sky. The projection of the divine kingdom even covered the entire battlefield, as well as all of Primonius. On both the sky and the ground, everything was surrounded by the holy light of the divine kingdom. Then, as the clouds subsided, a giant gate of the divine kingdom appeared. As the massive realm of suppressive power was covering the entire area of the divine kingdom, all of the ghosts, the king of the deads, and the zombie dragon's special powers and witchcraft were suppressed. This left the ghost army befuddled, and many of them wondered aloud, "What is this? God, what is this power?" The king of the dead instantly sensed the power of the realm. It was a power that far surpassed his grasp and imagination. It was a power that even surpassed his origins. At this moment, the gate of the divine kingdom opened. Instantly, a shiny angel appeared at the gate and spread her giant illuminating wings. It was Archangel Kelly. Judgment? As Archangel Kelly held her hand, a giant pillar of light struck down from the gate of the divine kingdom. The pillar immediately traversed thousands of meters to instantly pierce through the king of the dead and the zombie dragon. The dragon instantly disintegrated into countless little particles, then faded into the air. As for the king of the dead, he was struck and had fallen, but had tapped into the energy of countless ghosts on the ground and returned to life. This was the immortality property of mythical creatures. As long as the undead were still under his control, he would not die. "I am immortal. Even God can't kill me. Ha ha ha. I am the god of the dead, I am." Before the king of the dead could even finish his sentence, he was struck by another ray of light. However, he immediately rose again, thanks to the ghosts. He then shrieked, "You cannot kill me. I am undying, the undying king." Countless lights struck the ground as if they were weaving a fish net. The king of the dead died again and again. He screamed again and again, but then rose again from the dead once more. Large amounts of skeletons constantly gathered each time, merging together to rebuild the body of the king of the dead. It was as if they were all retaliating and against and defying God's natural order of life and death. However, even despite this, the skeletons and ghosts' efforts, this last time, the king of the dead could not anything other than remain moaning on the ground like a pitiful lost dog. His powers were completely suppressed by the power of the realm. Realm of light! Archangel Kelly shouted from above, while a much more intense light was launched from the divine kingdom. The light was like the sun glazing across the ground and instantly evaporating anything in its path. It wiped out all of the ghosts and everything on the ground. As every ghost was fading away, the king of the dead was constantly dying, then being revived by the ghosts. Every time he was revived, he was painfully killed again. How is this possible? I am the god of the dead. No one can kill me. No one. His crazy voice was roaring and echoing in the sky. The voice was so grim, it made one feel the pain of hell itself. However, the king of the dead could do nothing but look at the irresistible power that was annihilating him and his ghost army. No matter what he tried to do, he was powerless. Countless soul flames gathered in the air to form the consciousness of the king of the dead. This was the manifestation of all the consciousness of the dead, but without a body. As such, it was exposed in front of everyone, under the realm that was covered by the divine kingdom. The soul flames were slowly being separated, while countless consciousnesses were being taken apart. The once sky-piercing soul flame was now being separated into parts, until finally its core part was exposed. It was a Danos. Meanwhile, the ground rippled like water. Black waves rippled across it as the entire ground became more and more surreal. Then, a black underground world appeared. The core of that world was a bright black ball. Countless black hands extended from the core, then grabbed the soul flames. Many of the soul flames were guided to the divine kingdom. The soul flames were then directed to one of two paths, heaven or hell. The soul flame of Adinos was the only one that was left behind. The divine kingdom in the sky and the underworld on the ground appeared simultaneously. This scene shook everyone within Promonius, rendering him utterly speechless. No one had expected this. At this moment, Archangel Kelly suddenly spoke from above. Judgment, Adanos, you are to reside in hell forever. Adinos was then tightly grabbed by thousands of black hands, which dragged him down to the underworld. His memories were immediately erased, then he was thrown into the river Styx. Adinos was then transformed into a rower, who was wearing a black robe and was covered completely by bandages. He had to row on the black boat forever, tasked with transporting the important souls across the river Styx. This was an important task, as all of the souls that fell into the river Styx would lose their memories. Even the souls that were just crossing it would experience immense pain and suffering. As for Adanos, he could never leave that boat. Moreover, due to the influence of the river Styx, he would never again have any memories. Thus he would forever be known as the mindless rower. Lu Ziyu suddenly appeared at the corner of the wall. He was holding a core of consciousness that had been separated from the soul flames of the king of the dead. It was the consciousness of Delmity. Lu Ziyu held onto the heavily injured Thandai. After a blink, they were both transported inside the palace with Demonius. He put her on the throne and tidied up her clothes and hair. Lu Ziyu reached out his hands and was trying to heal Verthandi, when she quickly opened her eyes, then reached out and held his hands tightly. She then weakly said, "You have come." Lu Ziyu went down on one knee and leaned on the throne. He looked into her eyes and said, "Yes, I have returned." Verthande's eyes were blinking as she asked, "Do you still hate me?" Lu Ziyu knew what she was talking about, so he shook his head. "I was very angry with you, but you are my daughter. Whatever you do, I will always forgive you." Verthande's face was filled with joy, but it was also very pale. She had no intentions of living much longer. Verthande looked into his eyes and shook her head. "I was happy, but let's end it here. My life has been good enough. I have all I have ever wanted, even though I still have a lot of regrets. Besides, long life is a curse, old man. Not everyone has the courage to face living forever." Hearing her words, Lu Ziyu suddenly fell silent. As Verthande ran her fingers through Lu Ziyu's black hair and tucked his messy, short hair behind his ear, her eyes were full of kindness. "Even though I still don't understand what God is, I have to think that it must be lonely," she asked. Lu Ziyu grabbed her hands and brought them up to touch his face. He then smiled and said, "You were the one who brought color and brightness to my life." Verthande nodded and smiled. "I am glad." After saying that, her pretty face suddenly paled. "I am so tired. I am really exhausted, so I need a break. Old man, please hold my hand." Lu Ziyu held her hands and asked, "If you had another life, what would you want?" Verthande's eyelids were shaking as she slowly closed them. She then replied, "I would want to be with you all the time." Lu Ziyu leaned on the throne for a while in silence. Then, he suddenly heard cheering from the outside. Lu Ziyu then picked up her body, turned around, and slowly faded into stardust, taking her far away from this place. 103rd year of the Sand Calendar, the Wizard Tower, the Black Forest of the Kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. There was a massive party happening. Every wizard mentor, all of the working staff, and every student had gathered in the great hall of the Wizard Tower. According to the recommendation of my fellow mentors, the fourth master of the Wizard Tower is Edward Calermo, one of the mentors announced. Edward had grown up and had now become more mature. He put on the silver-edged wizard robe, which was a symbol of one's being the master of the Wizard Tower. The robe, a silver mark on it, that represented the Wizard Towers, and it was attached with a badge of the Wizard Tower. Everyone was cheering, including the students and their mentors. Ever since the wizards were suffered heavy losses 20 years ago in the Battle of Danello City. This was the first time that a new level 4 wizard had appeared. Everyone was hoping that Edward could inherit his teacher Boar's last wish to make the Wizard Tower even greater. Now that he had done so, the whole Wizard Tower was so hyped. There were decorations everywhere, like it was some kind of a festival. Amid all of the hubbub, no one even noticed the giant flying castle that flitted over their heads in the sky. The giant castle was flying in the air and was covered by many clouds. Its base was a metallic semi-sphere that contained different layers of units, including a control room, a storage room, a laboratory, and a library. The top portion of the castle was the living section, which had large areas of beautiful Western-styled houses and lush botanical gardens. At the moment Lu Ziyu was reading in one of the studies. Eva brought some tea to him. Not long after he took his first sip, 2 little girls rushed in, clearly in an argument. "Papa, older sis was bullying me. It was because you were being so stupid." The 2 blonde girls grabbed Lu Ziyu's leg from both sides and pointed their fingers at each other. Lu Ziyu quickly looked at the younger one and asked, "If she is always bullying you, why do you keep following her around all of the time?" The 2 of them looked very similar to one another. In fact, they kind of looked like Thandai and Delmidi. However, these girls had wings. The older sister had white wings, while the younger sister had black wings. These two girls were clearly not humans. In fact, they were angels. Moreover, they each had level 4 powers from the day they were born. Once they became adults, they could even reach level 7. However, reaching that level of maturity would take them a long time. At the moment, these two angels were running around Lu Jiyu, still fighting. He grabbed each of them, one under each arm, and ran out of the room. "Stop arguing. Let's go play outside," he said as he carried them towards the sunshine. From outside, they could see layers of clouds floating underneath their feet, and the sunshine was bright and warm. They could also see human cities and villages on the ground underneath them, as well as farmlands that were intersecting with lakes and forests. "Where are we going?" "Yea, Papa, where?" "Let's go up and fly way up high." The angel girls were talking over one another, as they were very excited. "Ah, but will we be melted by the sun if we were to fly too close to it?" Lu Ziyu laughed. Lu Ziyu was in the base control room of the flying castle. The whole base was made of cold, hard steel. Aside from a glass ball that was at the control center, there was only one levitating chair. Footage from in and outside of the castle was projected onto screens from all directions. As such, Lu Jiyu was able to connect to the control system of this flying castle if by sitting on that one single chair. The control system was foolproof, and anyone who had awakened their mind power could use it. This was an important facet, as it was not always Lu Jiyu that was controlling the flying castle. However, most of the time, he had it in autopilot mode. Lu Ziyu looked at the ring that was floating in the glass ball in the control center. This was the ring that had been taken from the bionic robot of Atlantis. It was a very unique piece of technology that could create repulsion between the object and the ground. The technology was not exactly negative gravity, but it was close enough. Lu Ziyu was excited as he imagined the applications of this levitation. For Atlantis, this was an easy piece of technology, and it had already been mass-produced and minimized in size. After Lu Jiyu took one ring from the bionic robot's head, he had called it the levitation ring. The control room that Lu Jiyu was presently within, which was at the base of the flying castle, was actually weightless. As such, its floating force could support the whole flying castle. He only needed to adjust the repulsion force between the levitation ring and the ground in order to lift off or land the flying castle. Moreover, even when the flying castle was in the astral, the levitation ring could provide enough gravitational force to stabilize the environment inside the castle. It seems like the technological power of this civilization has not progressed as far as I had imagined it would by now. It is still in the realm of the human imagination, but there is nothing we can compete against yet. After Lu Jiyu had familiarized himself with the levitation ring, he then modified the flying castle. However, it was still a long ways from being able to travel in the astral ecosystem and life cycle. There is so much to consider. Where should I begin? Lu Ziyu's brain was racing furiously. Ideas were constantly popping up, which he quickly made into blueprints and drafts. Then the door behind him suddenly opened. At that moment, two little kids rushed in from the outside, then immediately started to fly. Even though they did not spread their wings, since it was a weightless environment, when they opened their arms, they just floated around in the control room. "Papa! The egg you made before it hatched?" The older of the two sisters, Verthandi, said to Lu Ziyu, while gesticulating excitedly with her hands. "Yes, it really hatched." The younger sister Delmidi nodded non-stop. "Hatched into something this long. A long worm. Blarg. Super disgusting." As the two girls were playing off of each other's comments, like people do in an improv comedy show, Lu Ziyu burst into laughter. However, once Lu Ziyu quickly realized what they were talking about, he stood up from the levitating chair in the control room, then flew towards the inner cabin door. That is not an egg. It is an embryo. It really hatched. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ziyu yelled on his way to the door. This embryo was a creature that had been created Ziyu's during an impulsive whim. This was not an ordinary creature, but a special creature that was an existence somewhere between energy and conscience. Even though it had many flaws, Adanos had been able to use it to discover the system of soul flames. Moreover, it greatly inspired Lu Ziyu in further discoveries. So, the structure of conscience and soul can not only be presented a single form, but can also be presented in the form of a soul flame. Lu Ziyu explained to the two girls. When he had created it, he was trying to create a creature that could exist between conscience and life. In this way, it wouldn't just be a conscience that could not interfere with reality. However, such a creature would be quite different from normal life forms as well. This development would also help evolve Lu Ziyu's understanding of soul and consciousness. After Lu Ziyu and the two girls went through the steel tunnel, the door behind them closed, and the lights were shut off instantly. All of the projections immediately disappeared as well, as the room switched into idle mode. Upon their entering the laboratory, all gravity force returned. As such, Lu Ziyu landed gracefully, then walked on the floor normally. The two girls almost fell on the floor as soon as they crossed the threshold, but were luckily grabbed by Lu Ziyu before that happened. They looked around, noticing that there were many empty incubators in the room. Within the incubator, what was the furthest away, there was a semi-transparent worm. It opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth. It was ramming into the glass wall, trying to escape. The worm had transparent skin, and through that skin, one could clearly see that there were no organs within its body. In fact, only a black flame could be seen at its core. It was a soul worm, a life form that sat in between the soul world and the normal world. The two girls followed Lu Ziyu, one on each side of him. They pressed their hands and faces on the glass wall, opening their big eyes to observe the worm inside the incubator. Wow! Did you see that? So scary. As the two kids put their hands together and made faces of disgust, they commented in amazement at this unique creature. They were disgusted by the ugliness of the worm, but were also curious about it. Lu Ziyu opened the incubator cover from above, then gently brought out the soul worm and placed it in front of the two girls. They quickly covered their eyes and were screaming, but they were also to look at the creature from the gap between their fingers. Lu Ziyu held the worm tightly. It was twisting constantly, trying to bite Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu could see that this worm really existed, but he still could barely believe it. Even though Lu Ziyu had created it, he didn't expect that it would have hatched so soon. Moreover, it was much more stable than he had expected it to be. The soul worm also had an insanely impressive lifespan. Without restrictions or outside influences, it could exist forever. But the soul worm was also like a soul flame, meaning that it was constantly consumed. When external forces caused it to be sucked dry and run out, it died. However, also similar to soul flames, it had a strong devouring power and the ability to constantly evolve. It could also connect the magic network in order to push its own evolution. However, without cells and life templates, this form of evolution was uncontrollable. Thus, the speed of its evolution and reproduction would be much faster than normal life forms. If I were to create a world with this type of life form, wouldn't it be a natural divine kingdom? Then, The endless birth and consumption of the creatures would constantly provide nutrients to the divine kingdom, thus making the natural divine kingdom much stronger. Furthermore, this new divine kingdom would be different from my divine kingdom, which was solely a world of conscience information. This one would be the real kingdom of God, strengthened by the soul of the believer. This way of evolution seems like it would be way faster. Lu Ziyu's head was filled with countless ideas. As he clenched his fist tight, the first experimental soul worm disappeared into dust. Since it was born from the original power of conscience and source form, it would naturally return to its origin after its death. Ah! The worm died. Poor thing. The two girls opened their mouths wide. Lu Ziyu then grabbed them and said, All right. Forget about the worm. Eva must have made something tasty for us prepared in the kitchen by now. So let's go eat. The painting world was a two-dimensional space. It was the first world that Lu Ziyu had created. Compared to Maria's world, it only had length and width, but lacked the third dimension of height. After the downfall of that dimension, Lu Ziyu had cast away the map of the world in a far-flung corner. At the moment, Lu Ziyu was looking at the pile of scrolls within the flying castle. Finally, he had found the map amid this pile of papers. Now, this broken and rotted world had, after all this time, once again been taken out by Lu Ziyu. Everything in that world was currently broken. Even the sun had ceased to shine. There was no light or warmth, and without gravity and order being present to regulate everything, the world was a total mess. Ah! It was so long ago. Looking at the first world that he created was making Lu Ziyu emotional. As Lu Ziyu reached out his hand, it was as if an unseen power pressed it into the painting world. The rules inside it started turning and immediately reset world. Back to zero. Modify. The strange dimensional world in the astral was changing massively as it was being controlled by an unseen power. The world quickly transformed from a mere flat piece of paper into a three-dimensional world. However, unlike Maria's world, the interior of the world was composed of countless bubbles. Each bubble was insulated from the other, like a beehive's honeycomb. It was all chaos inside, as the gravities were random and haphazardly arrayed. Therefore, there was no official up or down directions. There was no light or sun either, only rocks and floating islands, which were colliding with each other. Those rocks went through the gaps between the bubbles, then went up or down haphazardly. As Lu Ziyu reached out his hand again, it was as if there was an unseen force that dragged the painting world from the edge of the bit wall to the center of the bit wall, depositing it right next to Maria's world, However, this right next to only was a relevant description of distance in terms of bit walls. In reality, it was still a distance that would take a level 7 mythical wizard more than 10,000 years to fly across. Confirming time flow speed, Lu Ziyu called out, carefully confirming the time flow in that world. Since the astral was pretty stable, it had a time flow that was similar to Maria's worlds. When compared to Earth, this time flow speed was about 100 to 1. However, for this newly created world, Lu Ziyu could control the speed of time flow inside easily, like it was on autopilot mode almost. Regarding different worlds, because the rules within them were different, time within each would naturally flow differently. In other words, the more complete the rules were within a world, the closer the time flow would be to the astral. Create magical network, Lu Ziyu yelled while he connected to the zero-dimension world. He opened the source form channel and set up the whole magical network to cover the whole world. All of the source form that Lu Ziyu had saved during the last decade had decreased drastically due to those series of actions. The whole Bitwall world was now sitting on Lu Ziyu's hand like a toy. He could play with it and manipulate it however he liked it, whether it be resetting, modifying, solidifying, or adding new rules. With enough source form, Lu Ziyu could do all of these things effortlessly. Lu Ziyu had finally stabilized the whole Bitwall world. The time flow, when compared to Earth, was 1 to 8,000. When it was compared to Maria's world, it was 1 to 22. In other worlds, 1 year in Maria's world was 22 years in this world. 1 step to go. Up to this last step, the world embryo that Lu Ziyu had imagined was pretty much finished. Feeling pretty satisfied with the success of this latest project, Lu Ziyu then returned to the flying castle. While he was leaving, he took the scrolls that were hanging on the demi-bitwall in the dimensional castle. After returning to the flying castle, he noticed that the top of the castle was covered in a layer of special glass. At this moment, the inside of the flying castle was completely insulated from the outside. Even normal people could live in this environment now. Now, the air pressure, air composition, gravity, temperature, and other survival variables were controlled effortlessly by the flying castle system. Inside the botanic gardens, there were even artificial sunplates that enabled the vessel to mimic real sunlight and warmth. The entire flying castle was now enclosed, creating a small world of its own. However, mobility and acceleration were still major problems, as it was currently still too much of a dream for the world to travel in the astral. However, it was not a big problem for Lu Ziyu. At the moment, Verthandi and Delmead were busy bullying a little lion. It was Verthandi's pet lion. Delmead had picked her own pet as well, which was a parrot that actually could carry a conversation with people. However, after they had each picked their pets, Delmead felt that Verthandi's pet was better than her pet. Therefore, she kept trying to take the lion away from Verthandi. The poor lion was now being dragged around by the 2 little kids, their immense strengths almost tearing it in half. After the lion saw Lu Ziyu, it cried out sadly for help, which scared the 2 girls enough that they finally let it go. The lion quickly ran into the nearby bushes in the botanic garden and disappeared. "All right, let's not bully the little lion. Papa will take you to something more fun," Verthandi said. "I didn't bully the little lion. My older sister was just not allowing me to touch it." Delmead pouted. "The little lion mine. Your parrot at the top," Verthandi shouted. "I don't want my parrot. I want the little lion," Delmead protested. After they finished arguing, the 2 sisters looked at Lu Ziyu. Verthandi then asked, Papa, what are we going to see today? Are we going to see big fish like the big fish that we saw in the ocean the other time?" they asked. Lu Ziyu quickly answered. "No, we have seen all of those things already. This time, we are going to see the outside world." Eva had already set up the programs in the control room. She had also prepared more seats for the girls. Upon entering, Lu Ziyu sat in the main seat, while everyone else sat in their own seats. Lu Ziyu's mind instantly connected to the flying castle control system as he got into the levitating chair in the middle of the room. "Sit tight, I'm going to go faster now." As the flying castle was booting up, the projection of the views from around the flying castle appeared. The sun in the sky, the ground below, and the clouds around the castle all appeared on the screen. Then, the flying castle was quickly launched into the sky, the continent underneath it becoming smaller and smaller. As the speed got faster, they went over the bitwalls. After traversing the layers of the astral world, they finally reached the outside of Maria's world. That was so fast. The world, smaller and smaller. "Wow! we are really outside of our world. It's so pretty." As the girls were exclaiming back and forth to one another, even Eva opened her mouth wide in surprise. This was her first time leaving Maria's world. What's more, no one besides Lu Jiyu had ever seen the full map of Maria's world. Not to mention observing the world as a whole from the outside. Maria's world was like a giant sphere, and a light source on the bit wall was orbiting around the world to provide it with light and warmth. Then, as the flying castle accelerated again, they passed a surreal barrier and a dimensional gate. As they passed the endless distance of the astral, they came out on the edge of another bit wall. The world was pitch dark, and its interior was a mess. It seemed very dark and scary. Verthandi and Delmidi looked the dark bitwall world from their levitating chairs, both exclaiming at once, "This world is so scary. It's pitch black. There is nothing here." Lu Ziyu put the flying castle in cruise mode, then flew around the bitwall and observed it for a while. He then said, "This is our target. Verthandi, Delmidi and Eva, welcome to the Abyss World. Comment, co-comment first rate this chapter vote. With power stone send gifts." Chapter 228, Species of the Abyss World Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Eva suddenly felt like everything in Maria's world seemed to be passing away. She and Lu Ziyu had seen countless people sacrifice everything for just a piece of land, for the sovereignty of a country, or for beliefs. Was it important? People didn't even know how big the world was outside their own country, much less outside the Alan continent. They only saw the narrow world that surrounded them only as far as their naked eyes could see. But Eva had found that the whole world was only a drop in the ocean when compared to the astral. Eva suddenly felt that her vision had expanded. As the floating city left Maria's world, it seemed to have also taken the shackles away from her. "Let's go in," Lu Ziyu said. After observing the external situation of the Abyss World, he immediately started the engine and went directly into it. The newly formed Abyss World was much smaller than Maria's world and was very barren. When Lu Ziyu controlled the floating castle to penetrate the bitwall and enter the Abyss World, he saw that Eva, Verthandi, and Delmi all appeared quite numb and were very quiet. "This is the Abyss World? How could this be?" Lu Ziyu asked. The speed of time had accelerated in an instant. But the three people who crossed the bitwall did not adapt to the change well at all. The speed of the castle rapidly changed, and they seemed to be controlled by an inexplicable force. It was only when they all had entered the Abyss World that all of this slowly returned to normal. That was so weird, but also fun. Eva didn't quite understand what had just happened, so she looked at Lu Ziyu for some explanation. Lu Ziyu explained, "The instability in the Abyss World causes the speed inside the world to be different from within the astral. When external objects enter the Abyss World, they become subject to the adjustments and assimilations of the internal rules of the world. The Abyss World had a honeycomb-like structure, which was made up of layers of space bubbles. Countless meteorites and floating islands floated in its darkness, some of which spun rapidly against each other. Some space bubbles were rich in substance, while others were completely empty. Lu Ziyu reached out, and a small fireball appeared in his hands. The fireball kept growing until it finally became Hugel. After that, Lu Ziyu compressed it, forming it into a highly unstable black spot. When Lu Ziyu threw the black spot out of the floating castle, he immediately took control of the floating castle and drove it out of the Abyss World. As the black spot drifted into the Abyss World, the forces emanating from it distorted the surrounding meteorites and floating islands. The strong erosive forces even began to interfere with the real world. making everything seem to transform into a half-soul and half-material state, like a soul worm. After the black spot passed through more layers of space bubbles and reached the center of the abyss world, it stopped, spun violently, then exploded. Suddenly, a great energy burst forth from the core of the abyss world and radiated through numerous space bubbles, then spread out into the whole abyss world. This caused the whole abyss world to undergo some dramatic changes. Everything became radiant and flooded with light, and countless soul worms began to emerge everywhere. The whole world began to show signs of life. A large number of floating islands and meteorites were transformed into bases for worm cultivation to accommodate the vast number of worms that were being born. After their births, the worms began to absorb the energy, which allowed them to strengthen themselves and continue to grow. Some of the worms would eat the other worms, and the remnants of a large number of dead soul worms would then be integrated into the floating islands and the meteorites. The meteorites would then continue to grow and eventually became floating islands, which would then slowly expand and become continents. Meanwhile, within the numerous space bubbles, different changes were taking place. Each space bubble was like an isolated small world, where the innumerable soul worms that devoured each other would actually become advanced creatures. Lu Ziyu drove the floating castle out of the abyss world so that he could observe the changes inside of it from the outside via projection. He saw that the advanced creatures didn't have a common form. Some were muddy monsters, some were giant one-eyed monsters, some were innumerable ugly vines entangled together, and some were like tree stumps and roots. There were also monsters with wings and bodies, like flesh bugs. They were flying around the world, constantly spraying venom that could decay souls. Their fluttering wings even and had disgusting, twisted muscles on them. Moreover, some of them even had countless eyes. When they opened their eyes could radiate lights that would destroy the souls and all of the materials that were in front of them. There were so many strange creatures like these, too many to count and describe. All kinds of these creatures had been born in the abyss world within the last few years. They were indeed strange and terrible. Wow, that's terrible. So many bugs. No, they are even more disgusting than bugs, Eva said. Having parked the floating castle outside the abyss world, Lu Ziyu began to record the changes and new species that he observed. Looking from outside the abyss world, the internal speed of time was more than 20 times faster than it was on the outside, so everything seemed to be moving really fast. As such, a few years had passed inside, but only a few months had passed on the outside. Hence, the species of the abyss world had grown and evolved at a rate that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Eva and the two others soon grew bored with simply observing, so they went to the botanical garden to play with the poor lion. Is the evolution disordered? Eva asked. Well, it certainly is not going in one direction, Lu Ziyu said. The previous Zerg world and Maria's world had both been influenced by the real world and by Lu Ziyu's knowledge. As Lu Ziyu had received a modern education, he suffered from some constraints. As such, the shape and ability of the creatures that he created and transformed were only able to be within the imagination of human beings. In the abyss world, the creation of a species was not affected by cell and gene templates, like in humans, so there was no influence garnered from Lu Ziyu. Hence, these species' evolutions were not controlled by Lu Ziyu. So the shape and ability of many of the species in the abyss world were beyond even his imagination. For example, some of their shapes were distorted and exaggerated, and their evolution was disorderly and filled with unknown variables. For Lu Ziyu, it was opening up a door to a whole new world. Countless creatures, born from a large number of soul worms, whistled through the abyss world. Although there was no warmth in the silent abyss world, countless creatures were still being born. Clearly, the energy in the whole abyss world was slowly changing. Later, these creatures would travel to the edges of the space bubbles, enter other space bubbles, then come into contact with more advanced species. The abyss world would then use their energy to evolve into a special divine kingdom, just as Lu Ziyu had expected all along. However, creatures in the abyss world were still relatively weak at the moment, and their evolution was still full of defects. For example, after the creatures were born, they would die quickly. As such, Lu Ziyu knew that it would take a long time to turn this world into a divine kingdom and expand it into a world that was larger than Maria's world. Eva suddenly felt like everything in Maria's world seemed to be passing away. She and Lu Ziyu had seen countless people sacrifice everything for just a piece of land, for the sovereignty of a country, or for beliefs. Was that important? People didn't even know how big the world was outside their own country, much outside the alien continent. They only saw the narrow world that surrounded them only as far as their naked eyes could see. But Eva had found that the whole world was only a drop in the ocean when compared to the astral. Eva suddenly felt that her vision had expanded. As the floating city left Maria's world, it seemed to have also taken the shackles away from her. "Let's go in," Lu Ziyu said. After observing the external situation of the abyss world, he immediately started the engine and went directly into it. The newly formed abyss world was much smaller than Maria's world and was very barren. When Lu Ziyu controlled the floating castle to penetrate the bit wall and enter the abyss world, he saw that Eva, Verthunde, and Delmidi all appeared quite numb and were very quiet. "This is the abyss world? How could this be?" Lu Ziyu asked. The speed of time had accelerated in an instant. But the three people who crossed the bit wall did not adapt to the change well at all. The speed of the castle rapidly changed, and they seemed to be controlled by an inexplicable force. It was only when they all had entered the abyss world that all of this slowly returned to normal. That was so weird, but also fun. Eva didn't quite understand what had just happened, so she looked at Lu Ziyu for some explanation. Lu Ziyu explained, "The instability in the abyss world causes the speed inside the world to be different from within the astral. When external objects enter the abyss world, they become subject to the adjustments and assimilations of the internal rules of the world. The abyss world had a honeycomb-like structure, which was made up of layers of space bubbles. Countless meteorites and floating islands floated in its darkness, some of which spun rapidly against each other. Some space bubbles were rich in substance, while others were completely empty. Lu Ziyu reached out, and a small fireball appeared in his hands. The fireball kept growing until it finally became Hugel. After that, Lu Ziyu compressed it, forming it into a highly unstable black spot. When Lu Ziyu threw the black spot out of the floating castle, he immediately took control of the floating castle and drove it out of the abyss world. As the black spot drifted into the abyss world, the forces emanating from it distorted the surrounding meteorites and floating islands. The strong erosive forces even began to interfere with the real world, making everything seem to transform into a half-soul and half-material state, like a soul worm. After the black spot passed through more layers of space bubbles and reached the center of the abyss world, it stopped, spun violently, then exploded. Suddenly, a great energy burst forth from the core of the abyss world and radiated through numerous space bubbles, then spread out into the whole abyss world. This caused the whole abyss world to undergo some dramatic changes. Everything became radiant and flooded with light, and countless soul worms began to emerge everywhere. The whole world began to show signs of life. A large number of floating islands and meteorites were transformed into bases for worm cultivation to accommodate the vast number of worms that were being born. After their births, the worms began to absorb the energy, which allowed them to strengthen themselves and continue to grow. Some of the worms would eat the other worms, and the remnants of a large number of dead soul worms would then be integrated into the floating islands and the meteorites. The meteorites would then continue to grow and eventually became floating islands, which would then slowly expand and become continents. Meanwhile, within the numerous space bubbles, different changes were taking place. Each space bubble was like an isolated small world, where the innumerable soul worms that devoured each other would actually become advanced creatures. Lu Ziyu drove the floating castle out of the abyss world so that he could observe the changes inside of it from the outside via projection. He saw that the advanced creatures didn't have a common form. Some were muddy monsters, some were giant one-eyed monsters, some were innumerable ugly vines entangled together, and some were like stumps and roots. There were also monsters with wings and bodies, like flesh bugs. They were flying around the world, constantly spraying venom that could decay souls. Their fluttering wings even had disgusting, twisted muscles on them. Moreover, some of them even had countless eyes. When they opened their eyes could radiate lights that would destroy the souls and all of the materials that were in front of them. There were so many strange creatures like these, too many to count and describe. All kinds of these creatures had been born in the abyss world within the last few years. They were indeed strange and terrible. Wow, that's terrible. So many bugs. No, they are even more disgusting than bugs, Eva said. Having parked the floating castle outside the abyss world, Lu Jiyu began to record the changes and new species that he observed. Looking from outside the abyss world, the internal speed of time was more than 20 times faster than it was on the outside, so everything seemed to be moving really fast. As such, a few years had passed inside, but only a few months had passed on the outside. Hence, the species of the abyss world had grown and evolved at a rate that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Eva and the two others soon grew bored with simply observing, so they went to the botanical garden to play with the poor lion. Is the evolution disordered? Eva asked. Well, it certainly is not just as going in one direction, Lu Ziyu said. The previous Zerg world and Maria's world had both been influenced by the real world and by Lu Ziyu's knowledge. As Lu Ziyu had received a modern education, he suffered from some constraints. As such, the shape and ability of the creatures that he created and transformed were only able to be within the imagination of human beings. In the abyss world, the creation of a species was not affected by cell and gene plates, like in humans, so there was no influence garnered from Lu Ziyu. Hence, these species evolutions were not controlled by Lu Ziyu. So the shape and ability of many of the species in the abyss world were beyond even his imagination. For example, some of their shapes were distorted and exaggerated, and their evolution was disorderly and filled with unknown variables. For Lu Ziyu, it was like opening up a door to a whole new world. Countless creatures, born from a large number of soul worms, whistled through the abyss world. Although there was no warmth in the silent abyss world, countless creatures were still being born. Clearly, the energy in the whole abyss world was slowly changing. Later, these creatures would travel to the edges of the space bubbles, enter other space bubbles, then come into contact with more advanced species. The abyss world would then use their energy to evolve into a special divine kingdom, just as Lu Jiyu had expected all along. However, creatures in the abyss world were still relatively weak at the moment, and their evolution was still full of defects. For example, after the creatures were born, they would die quickly. As such, Lu Jiyu knew that it would take a long time to turn this world into a divine kingdom and expand it into a world that was larger than Maria's world. This was a dark and silent world. For countless monsters, their days consisted only of killing and swallowing each other, and evolution was their only focus. At the center of the abyss world, at the core of the black spot where all energy was born, a huge floating island existed. This was where countless creatures were constantly being born, only to later disappear. Suddenly, a giant soul worm emerged from the floating island. It had a mouth, which spun a web, and then turned itself into a cocoon. A few days later, it emerged again, but this time it was a monster with a ferocious head and no body. However, 4 claws could be seen sticking out from both sides of its head. Unlike other monsters, this monster had a high degree of wisdom. In fact, it was very smart. After it was born, it had selectively devoured other worms, which had made it grow big and strong. It also selectively transformed soul worms into life like itself, then quickly made them its subordinates. At first, the same kind of monsters grew on the central continent, constantly occupying the whole continent and killing and devouring other monsters. They did this in order to establish their own monster country in the central bubble of the abyss world. Among the numerous other bubbles, many were experiencing similar occurrences. The evolution is out of order, Lu Jiyu said to Eva. Survival of the fittest, Eva said. Lu Jiyu observed the interior of the abyss world through a picture scroll. The smartest monster, which was huge like a castle, was floating in front of countless other monsters of much smaller sizes. With a loud collective roar, all of the monsters cheered at the same time. These monsters occupied the central continent of the abyss world and were the most powerful ones within it. The higher their levels, the more claws they had. These claws were like countless fierce whips that were constantly waving around and making sharp noises. The monsters used their mind powers and awarenesses to communicate with one another. Although they had no proper language and were not conscious beings, Lu Jiyu could understand a bit of their intercommunications. Stiqua, king of the devil. All of the other monsters bowed before the smartest huge monster. He was Stiqua, king of the devil. The king of the devil stood on the dark peaks in the central continent and declared his power and authority over all of the other monsters. As he spoke, red flames came out of his mouth and surged up into the sky, illuminating vast areas of the continent and turning the whole world red. In the light of the fire, countless monsters' shadows appeared. Lu Jiyu took a record of all of the monsters that were led by the king of the devil and named them the devil species. This the first official species ever to be recorded in the abyss world. In his record, Lu Jiyu wrote, Name, Stiqua species, the devil species, birthplace, abyss world, ability, the shadow of the blade, the flame of the devil, and devouring awarenesses and emotions. What interested Lu Jiyu most was the species' ability to devour awarenesses and emotions. This ability was related to the origin of consciousnesses and souls. From his perch outside the abyss world, Lu Jiyu observed and recorded the strange monsters for a long time. Lu Jiyu found that these monsters' life forms were very close to the mythical creatures. However, they did not have the immortal bodies and longevities that mythical life forms possessed. But, in terms of some special abilities, they were very close to mythological life forms. For example, because mythological life forms could actually ignore space, the transmission of awarenesses among mythological individuals were also able to ignore distance. These monsters also had this amazing characteristic. But, as these monsters were born in the abyss world, they were also limited by the abyss world. If they left, they would become homeless and die. Thus, they were greatly dependent on the abyss world, a world very similar to the divine kingdom. In fact, if they entered the astral or other worlds, they would not be able to fit in and would eventually die. After discovering these characteristics, Liu Jiyu did not attach much importance to them, but regarded them as a kind of original ability of this special species. Seeing that the operation of the abyss world was on track, Liu Jiyu was now ready to leave. Besides, the cold and lonely astral and the dark and terrible abyss world were far less attractive than the colorful Maria's world. Moreover, Liu Jiyu had stayed outside the abyss world for nearly a year now. Although he could get almost everything inside the floating castle, and there was a botanical garden, had an artificial blue sky and artificial sunlight within it, they consumed too many resources. Plus, his life here was too boring compared with his life back in Maria's world. Let's go back. I don't like it here. Let's go back and see the snoring fire-breathing dragon. And the silver dragon. All of the small little group echoed his desires, each shouting their demands to leave this place. Even Eva told him in secret that they had run out of the majority of their fresh food and vital materials. Although they planted a lot of crops in the botanical garden, the area was too small to produce all that they needed. Thus, it was clearly time to get out of here. As Liu Jiyu prepared to go, he bound together some manuscripts that he had written records on, sealed them with a leather cover, then put them on the shelves beside him. Amid the children's cheers, the floating castle left the astral, soon reappearing just outside of Maria's world. It then penetrated the bit wall and returned into Maria's world. As the sun in Maria's world was bright and shiny, the cover on the floating castle was finally able to be taken off of its base. Verthandi and Delmidi lived happily in the floating castle for a long time. The castle had a playground, library, a botanical garden, and even some strange buildings that Liu Jiyu had built on the ground floor. Their favorite part about living there, however, was that they could see the stars from nearly every corner of the castle whenever they looked up to the sky. Now that they were back in Maria's world, both of them were very happy. One day they were playing around in the castle when they rushed into the study, where Liu Jiyu was usually resting. At this moment, however, Liu Jiyu was not there. So, they started horsing around in Liu Jiyu's room, hitting each other with couch cushions. Then, they found a heavy book on the table. "What is that book?" one of them asked. "I don't know. I haven't seen it before," the other replied. The book had a thick cover with a fearsome skull on it, which attracted the attention of the two children. Delmidi picked up the book, opened it, and found that it had a large number of pictures and explanations about the devil species in it. "Wow! The monsters of the abyss world," Delmidi said. "Put it back or Daddy will be angry," Verthandi requested. "No, let's just have a look. It's so interesting," Delmidi said. "Delmidi!" Verthandi wrinkled her nose angrily and was going to grab that book when Delmidi ran out with it still in her hands. They kept chasing each other around on the lawn square, and at last, at the guardrail along the edge of the property, Delmidi was caught by Verthandi. While they were squabbling, the book suddenly fell down. They were stunned, each of them holding onto the rail and looking down at the falling book. Below them were layers of clouds, under which were the sea and mountains. as well as villages and cities along the shore. Now, the floating castle was moving towards the east of Maria's world. The black cover book then passed through the clouds and disappeared. Did it fall into the sea? Delmidi asked. Papa is going to scold us. Verthande stared at Delmidi. It's your fault. If you didn't chase me, I wouldn't have dropped it, Delmidi said. Delmidi, you are a bad girl, Verthande shouted at Delmidi. As the girls were arguing, Verthande began to hit Delmidi and continued to scold her. Meanwhile, the black book kept falling, its pages turning in the wind. Finally, the wind tossed it to reveal its front cover again, which, in addition to a black scary skull, revealed a line of Finnish symbols that meant the Book of the Devil. Then, buffeted by the strong wind that was blowing, the book completely broke apart, scattering numerous large sheets of paper. East Teuton. In recent years, Teuton's maritime trade had become more and more developed. Although a large number of children of the sea and a large number of beasts were still wreaking havoc in the sea, the humans began to master some extraordinary powers. Also, ships coming from the distant Church of Light territory continued to reach all parts of the Alan continent. Although ocean exploration and trade across the continent had not yet successful, the territory of the whole Alan continent had gradually been explored by human beings, which was a major leap in progress. Decades after the death of Saintess Kelly and the first pope, the Church of Light had been broken into numerous internal divisions. Without artifacts and spiritual leaders such as Saintess Kelly, who represented absolute theocracy, no one could command the Red Cardinal bishops and the temple knights in the various kingdoms and palaties. As the new pope of the Church of Light was unable to command Red Cardinal bishops and temple knights outside of sovereign territory, the parishes began to gradually become independent, although they still were under the control of the Church of Light nominally. They started to build their own relationships with the nobles of various kingdoms and principalities. Also, as the parishes of the Church of Light began to make contacts within the local community, including the nobles, many aristocratic fleets began to employ knights and priests of the church and sent them out to conduct missionary work in distant places. Thus, the activities of the Church of Light had been further expanded, which had also led to the increased development of maritime trade. Many of the priests were considered to be great asset aboard the ships, as their extraordinary powers were enough to fight off some offshore monsters and ordinary magical beasts. Some fleets, however, were unable to hire priests to come aboard, but they could choose wizards who had mastered the devil powers. Akkad was a first-generation priest, as well as being a student of Anthony the Great Wise, who was the founder of wizard alchemy and the alchemy system. When Edward, Bohr's disciple, had become a level 4 wizard, Akkad had given up his position as master of the wizard tower and chosen to travel. The first generation of wizards, with the exception of Bohr, had experienced successive failures at this level so far. The most talented among them had his mind power severely damaged and lost the possibility of achieving level 4. Among the others, some suffered direct collapses of their awarenesses, while others almost died. As such, their success rate was much lower than Bohr had predicted. Akkad had been stuck at the threshold to level 4 for a long time. Although his mind power was strong enough, he was still uncertain about it. Now that he was beginning to age, Akkad had to make up his mind soon. After all, Akkad was now over 100 years old, and most of his contemporaries had already passed away. For Akkad, this trip was also his final shot for a breakthrough. Akkad slowly approached the legendary Teuton in a big boat. This huge eastern country was a city-state alliance country. The king was elected by each city-state and served for a term of 7 years. Number 7 was of special significance to the Teutons, and the atmosphere in the province was quite different than that of the Church of Light. In recent years, missionary priests of the Church of Light began to arrive here. But little progress had been made. The rejection of wizards here was not as strong as that of the Church of Light and the York Kingdom. Because it was too far from the core of the human area, there weren't many wizards in Teuton. The Teutons nearby the docks were somewhat scantily clad. In fact, many of the men were naked, while the women's clothing showed off their long legs. Near the dock, a large number of vendors had congregated to sell their wares. "We have arrived, Mr. Akkad. Do you need anything else?" the captain asked. "No, thank you," Akkad said. "All right, Mr. Akkad." The captain politely sent Akkad off the ship. Akkad was wearing a black robe. He looked about 50 years old and had a beard and numerous wrinkles on his face. Suddenly, several cries came from the market area, which attracted everyone's attention. "Help, help. Hold him down." What happened? Akkad heard the crowd shouting. Among the crowd, he immediately saw a man who was covering his neck with both of his hands and whose skin melting and seeping out mucus. The person then turned into a translucent state, little by little. Appalled by the sight of him, the people around him instantly retreated. Many timid people, frightened, and fell to the ground in shock. Air. The man pinched his neck as if to strangle himself. Several people around him wanted to hold him down, but they were suddenly thrown to the ground by an enormous force that came from out of nowhere. The man opened his mouth, and inside it, there was a fist-sized eye that looked evil and fierce. "Step away. It's a curse from hell. He's possessed by the devil," Akkad shouted. A large number of vendors fled in a panic, while overturned fruits and vegetables were everywhere. The market was in a total mess. At that moment, Akkad waved his hand as a fireball hit the monster, causing it to turn green. Its mucus was like gasoline all over his body, and the whole man was lit on fire in an instant. The monster closed its mouth, turned into a flame, and finally died. As there was an awfully bad smell coming from the bling fire, everyone who smelled it felt dizzy and nauseous. Before its death, it uttered an agonized scream that seemed to come from the pit of hell, and a large number of people could not help covering their ears. Everyone watched as the monster was engulfed by a scorching flame, then finally burned into ashes. Some were hurt by the power of the eye, while some were too frightened to move. The busy coastal market had now become deathly silent. The Teutons' buildings were tall, beautiful, and totally different from the barren world that the people the Church of Light had imagined. The Teutons had a unique culture, an impressive education system, and a rare understanding of the world. Tethys was a city within the Teuton dynasty. It was a coastal trading state city that was prosperous and beautiful. It has especially prospered during the past 10 years, with more and more development in the maritime trade having occurred. At the present time, Akkad, who had just arrived Tethys, looked grave. Since he was a doctor from the West, many people had put their trust in him. This was because Western doctors had great reputations due to the Medical Coding Book and Bor Kalermo's medical reforms. As such, wherever they went, doctors were respected and welcomed by the people. The sheriffs who had just rushed to the market, after learning the identity of Dr. Akkad, immediately placed the newly injured and comatose patients in a small building next to the market. As he treated the injured, Akkad recalled the thrilling scene that had just taken place. He shuddered while remembering the one-eyed monster and its extraordinary and evil power. Akkad, strange and scared, Do you think this has anything to do with the wizards? Are they doing some evil experiments? One sheriff asked. No, I've never heard of such power. It's not blood witchcraft at all, Akkad replied. Is it the mysterious power of the Teutons? Another sheriff interrupted with his own question. As it was the first time that Akkad had been here, he did not know what kind of mysterious power existed in Teuton. He said, I'm not sure, but this power is really weird and wicked. Akkad felt uneasy. Some of this power went beyond even his perception. Akkad opened his suitcase, which was like a treasure chest that was filled with all kinds of different equipment, medicines, and such. Akkad went back to the makeshift operating table, only to find that the body that he had been working on, which was supposed to be a human body, now seemed to have been affected by some kind of radiation, which had caused a terrible change to take place. Moreover, the one-eyed monster in the body had disappeared too. At this time, there was an abrupt sound of footsteps outside the door. Several soldiers came in. They were the sheriffs in the eastern part of the city, where the market was located. They were also responsible for the tax collection and the resolution of disputes in the city. Most of the sheriffs had brown hair, while some had golden hair. One red-haired middle-aged sheriff spoke in the Teuton language to Akkad. We have identified him and know where he lives. We'll take care of the patients now, as you need to come with us. If we don't discover what is going on right now, I'm afraid there will only be more trouble in the future. Akkad immediately packed up his things and put on his cloak. Even though Akkad's Teuton accent was not very good, the others could still understand him well enough. He had studied the Teuton language in the tower with a servant named Sargon during his childhood, so Akkad knew at least basic communication skills. His name is Rocky. He's a vagrant who makes his living by stealing. He lives in the muddy alley in the north of the city. It's a slum. A red-haired sheriff led Akkad to the north of town, explaining to Akkad as they walked. Akkad nodded. Does he have any family? Has he been in touch with other people lately? He has no family. He just wanders in the street and bothers nearby pubs all day. I know him. If he wasn't burned black, I would have recognized him on the spot, the sheriff replied. They finally came to the muddy alley, where a large number of skewed wooden houses were built. There were no streets at all, and most of the corridors were so narrow they could only allow one person to walk through them at a time. There was foul-smelling sewer water and garbage everywhere, while mice and homeless cats and dogs ran wild everywhere. They finally came to the man's hovel. It was a small shack with only a few boards nailed together. Most of the boards were broken and rotten. When they kicked the door open, a disgusting smell came from inside the room. As they walked in, they saw a low wooden bed that was covered with straw. It had a blackened quilt strewn across it, which was clearly where the stench was coming from. The quilt was sticky, and as Akkad picked up the rag with his stick and sniffed, he felt dizzy. Akkad immediately threw it back on the bed. This tramp's body had clearly changed beforehand, as the smell in the room was that same smell of mucus. Be careful, stuff in this room is very likely to be poisonous. Don't touch anything. Akkad warned the sheriffs around him, who immediately pulled away their hands. Akkad looked at a piece of paper that was on top of the bed. What is that? One of them asked. Akkad looked over and saw that it was a page that seemed to have been taken off from a book, which had a wicked monster's image on it. This monster looked like an egg, but its skin was as wrinkled as an old man's. It had a lot of eyes, which were human eyes, nor were they the eyes of any kind of creature that Akkad had ever seen. The pupils occupied the whole white of the eye, and the internal lines were messy and complex, filled with an evil aura. Below the image, a few lines were written in Finks. Name: Eye Monster, real name: Izapron. There appeared to be more words, but they had been torn off, clearly belonging to another page. Akkad watched the picture carefully, especially the Fink's words, which made him deeply doubtful. After all, here they were in Teuton, and only those people from the central continent or the Church of Light could speak Finks. "What is that?" one of the sheriffs asked. "Why does it make me feel a little cold when I look at it? This monster looks so evil." Several sheriffs felt uneasy after seeing the picture, especially the monster's eyes, which seemed to move suddenly and look at them. Akkad also sensed a threat, and though he did not sense any extraordinary power coming from the image, he felt that his mind was constantly sending him premonition alarms. As a level 4 wizard, like him was strong enough to predict danger, he took these feelings seriously. He took the paper off of the bed and examined it more carefully. There is nothing strange about the paper. The ink is also just an ordinary ink. Although the painted is strange, it has no special power. Akkad felt that the anomaly of this tramp, named Rocky, must have something to do with the picture. Even though saying this made Akkad feel ridiculous, he still believed this speculation. It may be a strange disease. It's likely to be contagious and result in the outbreak of a plague, so please be prepared. If you have any questions, you can ask me. After all, I am a doctor from the West. The red-haired sheriff immediately became nervous. What? A plague? I will have to report this immediately, so that everyone can be aware in the city. Please stay in the city for a while, as we'll need your help. Akkad nodded, then said, "Of course, this is what a doctor should do. By the way, if you find information related to this picture, please tell me about it." Lu Ziyu went to the divine kingdom of Gaia and sorted out its internal data. Gaia, in Lu Ziyu's view, played a similar role to a game console, and the priests and holy knights were similar to the game's players. However, in order to play the game, the player must hold strong beliefs. To obtain access, they need to sacrifice their souls and their futures, their reward being extraordinary power. Players sent requests to Gaia, either by practicing divine incantations or by the strength of their own skills. Then, the divine kingdom of Gaia analyzed their requests and gave them feedback. This time, Lu Ziyu had returned to the Silver Moon and adjusted Gaia's subbrain. As a result, many new divine incantations appeared in the system. Lu Ziyu also installed an additional plugin, which encouraged priests to develop divine incantations themselves. When they uploaded new divine incantations to Gaia, they would receive rewards. Why has it kind of turned into a bad online game? Do I need to develop a new system that allows players to exchange divine incarnations for something? But this will make the internal system become less flexible. Okay, I'll just have to save this for later. After pondering this predicament for a while, Lu Ziyu decided not to pay any more attention to the development of the Church of Light on the mainland. After all, the influence of the Church of Light was of little significance to him. As long as the extraordinary power continued to grow and the priests and holy knights continued to expand, that would be enough. At this moment, in the large divine palaces and churches of the Church of Light and the Faith of the Sun, numerous god statues shone fiercely. The divine seeds in the bodies of all of the people were updated simultaneously. The divine system that had originally been controlled by Gaia was thoroughly systematized. Saga City, Kingdom of the Church of Light. When the noon bell chimed, the Temple of Light glowed with an intense light. The second-generation Pope, Arthur, who was the former archbishop, rushed inside the Temple of Light and watched shuttling across it. While many people within the temple area exclaimed, "Is this an oracle coming down? And what will the gods want to tell us? How can it be? Gods have not given an oracle for many years." All of people in the temple were shocked. Likewise, all of the priests gathered in the palaces at the same time, their faces revealing the emotions of ecstasy, devotion, fear, and panic. Dong. There was a sound like a bell from heaven. After Lu Jiu updated Gaia, all of the priests and temple knights on the Alan continent had a large number of divine incantation imprinted in their minds. Blessing, healing, judgment ray, light shield, light sword, curse, lay detection, great power, blood activation, sun baptism, group healing, prayer, mind chaos, fear, true words, advent, summon the unicorns, redemption, even level 7 divine incantations, like call from heaven, seraphim, falls, oracle, resurrection, and so on were included in the lists. However, divine incantations of this level were all imprinted in gray, as they could only be activated with artifacts, ichor, or by special authority. Therefore, at present, they could only be seen by cardinals, popes, and the patriarch of the faith of the Sunne. Divine incantations from level 1 to level 6 were all sorted out in one long list. Everyone could only see their own corresponding divine incantations, as well as those of the next level up. For example, level priests and holy knights could see level 1 and level 2 divine incantations. This was shocking and amazing. This was because, with this power, a priest who could master 2 or 3 divine incantations was able to guard one region and become the backbone of the church. God! It's really a gift. Resurrection and call from heaven. Can this be true? One onlooker couldn't stop crying. Anyone who saw this list of powerful divine incantations felt instantly overwhelmed, as these divine incantations could only be mastered self-study and the gods' bestowals. For self-study, a person could learn a few dozen divine incantations in a lifetime, but still wouldn't be highly gifted. In fact, everything had not changed much. It was just that Lu Ziyu had finally revealed the originally hidden divine incantations, thus promoting the rapid development of the divine system. Now, every divine incantation had its corresponding requirement, and being disciples and saints were really the bottom line and same fundamental factor. Lu Ziyu used this update to encourage all players to become disciples and saints, as well as to integrate the system into the divine kingdom of Gaia. In this way, Lu Ziyu was preparing for the future development of Gaia and Maria's world. However, this might not take place for quite some time, as after the tragedies of Li Waizi, Adenos, and the King of the Dead, wizards had suffered great rejection from the mainland. However, they had also attracted countless people to come and want to learn witchcraft at the Wizard Academy. In this way, numerous blood wizards and dream wizards were hiding in the dark, while the presence of ghost wizards continued to grow on the mainland. The power of the divine system kept increasing, while the changes in and progress of wizards became more rapid. 20 years ago, the war cost the Wizard Tower and the Colosseum Academy a lot, but the sting was only felt among the high-level wizards. In contrast, the wizards at the bottom levels had been growing steadily over the past 2 decades. In that time, this group of wizards, which had originally only had a few 100,000 members, had expanded to an extent that no one could even have imagined before. As such, these apprentices and low-ranking wizards had a great impact on the Alan continent. The wizards who were hiding in the dark in cities, as well as young priests and temple knights, had also begun to spread their footprints throughout the continent. At the same time, a new generation of dragons began to enter their youth. Magical beasts began to multiply, and countless magical beasts were frolicking amid the seas. The extraordinary power of all of these creations really covered most of the Alan continent, and the battle among the extraordinary powers officially started at this moment. Meanwhile, at the floating castle. When Lu Ziyu returned to a small building at the top of the castle, he heard a sudden cry outside. When Lu Ziyu looked out, Eva came running up to him, holding Delmidi in her arms. Following behind Eva, Verthandi was pouting angrily, a scowl on her pretty little face. Delmidi, who was being held in Eva's arms, burst into tears. Her pitiful cry could penetrate the castle and the clouds. Looking at Delmidi's red eyes, Ziyu asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Ziyu took Delmidi and held her in his arms. Delmidi sobbed, pointed to her sister, and said, "She hit me." Verthandi glared at Delmidi. She dropped the book, causing it to fly out of the castle. Lu Ziyu asked, "What book?" Delmidi wiped away her tears, pointed to the table, and said, "The one on that table." Lu Ziyu suddenly remembered that it was the book called the Book of the Devil's picture book. He frowned. This book is not an ordinary book, and the loss of it could cause a great deal of trouble. Seeing Lu Ziyu's frown, Delmidi cried even more passionately. "Dad is unhappy with me. My sister doesn't like me, and my father doesn't like me now either." Lu Ziyu rubbed Delmidi's head softly. "You naughty rascal. Don't worry about the book. Let's go to dinner." Although he said these words to soothe her, Lu Ziyu was really worried about the loss of this book. The supreme ruler of the city-state of Tethys, Ntutin, was the mayor. The mayor ruled the city-state of Tethys, along with all of the towns and villages around it, thus making him almost equivalent to the king of a small country. As such, a mayor only accepted the call of the king of Teuton Kingdom. He also had the right to be elected king, but those who could compete for the throne were usually only the mayors of the big city-states. As Tethys was a newly rising small city-state, although its mayor could run for election, he had little chance of becoming a king. This was especially true since the recent elections had almost all been won by the mayors of the northern city-state of Vanzi. After destroying the Batko Empire, Vanzi had acquired a great deal of wealth and slaves, thus raising its political status within the Teuton Kingdom. Since that time, 8 mayors from Vanzi had become kings consecutively. Meanwhile, a small fishing village on the border of Tethys had recently begun to experience some strange things. Living within this village was a man named Hekphos. Hekphos was dreaming about his village, and it was dark and chaotic dream. Within the darkness, there were countless monsters lurking. However, Hekphos could not see anything, yet he could feel the malice of the monsters. All of this had started when he had gone to the market in Tethys. On his way back, Hekphos had found a piece of paper that had a terrible monster image on it. This monster had a huge, ferocious head and many menacing claws. The image of the monster was deeply imprinted in Hekphos' mind, and every time he recalled it, the image became clearer. Every time Hekphos fell asleep, he entered a dark world where, at first nothing was, but gradually dim shadows would appear. He would then find himself walking on a dark continent where the ground was stone-like. "Ah!" Hekphos awoke from his nightmare with sweat all over his face. This time, the previous days, he had seen the shadow of a huge creature that was large enough to hide the sky. Hekphos was panicked. Every time he fell asleep, he could feel the terrible monster approaching him, then constantly dragging him down into the abyss. After Hekphos finally saw the figure of the monster, he could decipher that it was a huge monster that was floating in the sky. A large number of claws danced behind it, while its 2 evil eyes looked down at Hekphos. It then conveyed its will to Hekphos, who somehow knew what it meant. "You can't escape, so you might as well embrace me." "No! It's not just a dream. It's the picture that got it wrong. Where do I put it?" "It must be burned so I can get rid of that monster." Tortured by his dream and inner thoughts, Hekphos searched frantically in his house and finally found the paper. He was going to destroy it, hoping to eradicate the source of his nightmares. Heckfoss burned the paper to ashes, but found that it didn't help at all. The monster was still approaching Heckfoss in his dreams. People in the village began to worry about Heckfoss, as his behavior became quite manic. Even when he was walking on the road, he would make strange noises, which were the exact same noises as the monster in his dream made. Finally, as he was dreaming one night, Heckfoss saw the monster even more clearly. It had a large, pitted head which had a surface like that of the moon, and its two huge eyes and big mouth were terrifying. It also had numerous thick claws that it was waving behind its head. The monster gave out a huge roar, which Heckfoss understood to be its name. To be exact, it translated roughly into Stikwa. At this moment, Heckfoss felt that something had penetrated directly into his mind, reading his memory and pouring into his mind countless malicious intentions. Heckfoss stood vacantly on the continent in the center of the abyss world, looking at the huge monster. He then suddenly laughed wildly, looking like a madman. "My master, the king of the devil, Stikwa." Back at the castle, Lu Jiyu had finally figured out where the Book of the Devil might have fallen. He calculated that it should be on the eastern coast of Tuten. However, its exact location was still uncertain. If it fell into the sea and flew into a corner of Maria's world, then was carried along by the ocean's currents, it was unlikely that all of its pages could be found, even if Lu Jiyu used the divine kingdom for them. This was because it was impossible to scan for all of the information in every corner of the world at the same time, even by using the picture scroll. But since Lu Jiyu just needed to find out whether the Book of the Devil had an imp wherever it had landed, the divine kingdom scanned through Tuten, immediately showing that the eastern part of Tethys had experienced some strange occurrences recently. As it turns out, numerous pages of the Devil's Book had been scattered around Tethys, some in the wilderness, some in the countryside, and some in the city. In fact, nearly 200 pages of paper had fallen down, of which Lu Jiyu only found around 100, as the others had been damaged or lost entirely. Lu Jiyu found that many of the people who saw the monster image from the pages had already been eroded by the power of the devil species in the abyss world. Some people, those who were especially determined, optimistic, and open-minded, were hardly affected. On the other hand, those who were pessimistic or psychologically unstable would continue to recall the image in their mind until they were eventually driven into madness. The devil species was similar to mythological life forms that they took the form that was between a virtual substance and a material substance. As such, they could conduct power and information transmission regardless of space. Hence, as long as you knew the image of the monsters and their real names, you could contact them. Lu Ziyu's book recorded the real name of the devil species. Although some of these people did not know Finks, they subconsciously remembered it when they looked at the monster's image. The book depicted the monster's real name as being not only a name, but also a wave signal that was connected with their soul fire. It was like a telephone number. Once the monster appeared, some of the most extremely pessimistic and paranoid guys could not control themselves and dialed the devil hotline. However, on the other end of the line was not a delicate customer service person, but a monster that was filled with evil desires, which come across the endless distance in the phone line to catch the caller in its clutches. The devil species in the abyss world would then control these people who had contacted them from the outside world. In this way, many people's awarenesses were devoured by the devil species. As a result, they either died or became unconscious monsters themselves. Lu Xiyu sat in the library of the floating castle, waving his fingers constantly, while adjusting the projection on the picture scroll. He was observing and retrieving the book pages. He saw that many of those who were associated with the devil had their memories erased after the pages had been taken back. However, Lu Ziyu figured that there must be some pages that he had missed. So, Lu Ziyu was now observing a village off the coast of Tethys. What is this? Lu Ziyu opened his mouth wide. He suddenly saw an ugly and ferocious monster statue that had been built on a wooden altar above a square. A young man, who was dressed in black, was standing in front of the altar and preaching to a large number of villagers. Is this a cult? Did the devil species do this too? Lu Ziyu was stunned. Those devils are all thinking about fighting and devouring desires. As such, they are not able to distinguish between enemies and allies, let alone have clear ideas. So, how would they know how to preach? They are not like typical devils at all. Lu Ziyu took a closer look at the statue. Based on its head and claws, it seemed to be Stikua, the leader of the devil species in the central continent of the Abyss world. Lu Ziyu thought this was interesting, so he decided to wait and see what else would happen. At this time, Akkad, who had been staying in Tethys for some time now, came towards this fishing village in an ox cart. Akkad had heard that a lot of strange and sudden deaths had recently occurred in the small fishing village of City. When he entered the village, Akkad instantly noticed the strange atmosphere. Everyone was extremely wary of him as he was an outsider, so they followed him wherever he went. In the village square, there was a brand new altar. The head of the village was a thin, old man. As a doctor, Akkad explained that to him, that he had come to investigate the sudden deaths of several people in the village. However, the head of the village rejected Akkad's requests to see their previous houses, saying that everything in their rooms had been burned and that their houses had already been distributed to other people. Akkad felt that the man's mood was extremely unstable, as well as being very manic and chaotic. However, the rest of the village did not seem to show any signs of witchcraft in particular. In the middle of the night, Akkad got up and left the village head's house to go and inspect the whole village. Finally, inside one of the house's cellars, he found some of the missing villagers. As he rescued them from their makeshift prison, many of them scrambled to explain what had happened at once. It was Hekphos. He controls most of the people in the village. He persecuted us, and those who did not obey him were sacrificed to the devil. They've all become monsters. Everyone's changed. Danta Ross Bothane, they've all changed. They've become cruel. They weren't like that before. It's the devil who controls their hearts now. It's Hekphos. It's Hekphos who brought this disaster upon us. As the villages tried to explain what had happened, Akkad freed more than 30 of them. They had apparently been tied up in the cellar for quite some time. One freckled, red-haired girl in particular kept explaining to Akkad what had happened in the village. Where is this Hekphos? Akkad asked. He lives in the east, the freckled, red-haired girl said. Before she could finish her sentence, a commotion was heard outside the cellar. Apparently, when the village head had found that Akkad had disappeared, he immediately summoned the villagers to gather together and find him. As Akkad looked at all of the gathered villagers, he saw that their appearances had completely changed. Their skin had become terribly tough, like leather, and their eyes had no pupils and were filled with strange patterns. They seemed to have been assimilated by the power of the devil from the abyss, which had caused them to look horrible, but also given them great and evil power. As such, every villager now had power and speed that was far beyond the Blood Knights. The just freed villagers shivered behind Akkad, as the horror and power of these monsters had penetrated into their hearts. Suddenly, Hekfos emerged from the crowd. It was obvious that he was the leader. He then transformed from an ordinary man into a giant monster. His arms immediately transformed into waving claws. "It's over. We've been found. We're really dead this time." The red-haired girl grabbed Akkad's arm in despair. She then said to Akkad, "Thank you, Mr. Akkad. But this time, I am afraid that we are dragging you down with us." The rescued villagers wanted to escape, but found themselves surrounded by these ferocious-looking monsters, each looking at them with scary eyes. "Those who don't believe in the master must die. It's a privilege for you to be a sacrifice. Don't dare try to run away." Hekfos opened his mouth wide and roared. Many people covered their ears because the sound was so ear-splitting. "It really is a devil," Akkad said as he took off his gloves, exposing the fully metallized mechanical right arm. Although he was over 100 years old and his body was beginning to weaken, Akkad was still one of the most powerful wizards. Akkad moved his arm, and though his hair had turned somewhat gray, he was still energetic as when he was young. Akkad looked at the monsters and asked, "What are you waiting for? I'm going to swallow you up." Hekfos was clearly angry. He burst out a roar and jumped at Akkad. Akkad stretched out a gun from his mechanical arm, which immediately burst out a fierce flame, tearing apart a monster that was directly in front of him. The gun then turned it into a sharp-edged blade, cutting a monster his other side in half. Akkad had used his alchemy to fight, as his mechanical right arm was transplanted from the right arm of a magical beast minotaur. This was especially valuable because minotaurs could control metals and metallize parts of the body. After Akkad had attained this metal right arm, he had inherited the superb power of the minotaur. The enormous power of the mechanical arm easily tore these monsters apart. The arm could also be transformed into guns and artillery. As the arm functioned properly, the metal elements in these monsters began to react. Metal spires came from inside and pierced the villagers' bodies. Hekfos, who had inherited the power of Stikwa, fought against Akkad's witchcraft with the power of the devil. He waved a large number of his claws, which sprayed out devil flames. These terrifying flames had a special power that could burn the spirit and soul. But after all, it was only a human who inherited some of the power of the devil. So, after Akkad had figured out his fighting technique, Akkad launched a powerful melting bullet, which ignited half of the villages and left a burning trail on the ground behind it. Its powerful force tore Hekfos' body and launched him from the beach into the sea. As he landed within it, his blood turned the sea red. But in the darkness, Akkad did not see Hekfos' body come to the sea's surface, so he didn't know whether Hekfos was actually alive or dead. Is it possible that he could survive such an attack? The devil has also appeared, and the world has become more and more strange. Wizards, priests, knights, demons, and magical beasts have all appeared. Gods, angels, titan dragons, and demons have appeared one by one. What else is there? Akkad watched the coastline for a long time. As it was the middle of the night, he couldn't see anything clearly, so he finally could only give up. After all, the body may have been washed by the sea. Akkad put on his cloak and gloves and returned to the village. He had killed almost all of the monsters in the village, leaving only about 30 people in the whole village. Surprisingly, nobody in the village even thanked Akkad. In their eyes, Akkad was also a monster whose arm was metal and who was even more terrible than Hekfos. As such, everyone had a horrified look whenever they glanced his way. Akkad sighed and carried his suitcase through the crowd. He was ready to leave. For Akkad, this matter of his cleaning up the devil's mess should be over now. Akkad was now going to go to the other Teuton state cities. and enter the inner area of Tuten. As the sun gradually rose from the coastline, one could not help but marvel at the wonder and magnificence of the world. Its beauty attracted Akkad, who had just left the village, and he now stood silently on his path to watch it. The fire-red light of the sun shone on the earth, bringing light into the world. At this time, a girl kept shouting at Akkad, "Mr. Akkad, wait for me. Wait for me." It was the freckled girl in the village. She was gasping as she ran swiftly to catch up to him. "Mr. Akkad, although nobody spoke to you, I wanted to say that we are all grateful to you. We all know you are a good man." Akkad laughed and patted the freckled, red-haired girl on the shoulder. "Thank you." She then asked, "Mr. Akkad, can I be your student?" Akkad was stunned, and his expression became serious. "Do you know who I am?" The girl replied, "Well, I heard in Tefis that in the far west, there are people that have magical powers. They are called wizards." Akkad nodded, then said, "Wizards are also the most evil beings. They bring great disasters upon people. Wherever they go, they leave mountains of corpses." The girl nodded. "Well, I believe Mr. Akkad is no such person. Besides, didn't you use these forces to save the people of our village? There's no right or wrong about the power itself, right? It's just how people use it." Akkad did not expect that he would hear this wisdom from such a young girl. He looked carefully at the girl and asked, "What is your name?" The girl straightened up and said merrily, "My name is Marina." The capital city of the Tuten dynasty was a coastal city in the north called Tut City. Tut City was not too far from the kingdoms of the orcs by sea. Therefore, it was also a big trading city. The king of the Tuten dynasty was called Tuten for short. This was once the title that was given to every head of the Tut kingdom. The title signified that its bearer was the son of the Titan god. However, since each city started to declare its independence, which resulted in a bloody civil war, the Tut kingdom had since fallen. As such, the title of Tuten was only symbolic now. It no longer held its former meaning or power, as it was just another name to call the ruler. Since the Tuten dynasty became a nation of city alliances 100 years ago, this was when the outsiders began officially calling it the Tuten dynasty. However, it would currently be more accurate to call it the Tuten City Alliance. At present, there were many orc ships that were parked outside of Tut City. The harbor was quite modern and nice. The flooring that was adjacent to the docks had even been built using marble. There were also multi-tiered staircases on site, which made everything look very classy. After all, this place was not only a harbor, but it was also a city marketplace. This provided a lot of convenience to the sailors and merchants, as well as the city's shoppers, as many trading ships could just start trading right after they unloaded their goods from the ships. As such, many citizens and nobles of Tut City came to this place to buy exotic things. However, things had changed recently, as the Tuten dynasty had also started to sell strange new things. Among these new wares were convenient glass vapor lamps, beautiful colored glass art, essential binoculars, and delicate compasses. There were even myriad pocket watches that allowed people to check the time on the go. Even illegal guns and black alchemy powder could be purchased here. These goods had recently become quite popular within the Tuten dynasty and the Alan continent. As such, these goods would always be sold out, even if they were priced ridiculously high. These extraordinary pieces were all from the Akkad alchemy workshop that was located in Tuten City. This new workshop was said to have been built by an alchemist named Akkad, who had come here from the west. Everything that had the Akkad alchemy workshop's label on it could be sold for an astronomical price. Hence, in the eyes of the merchants of Tut City, as well as everywhere else for that matter, the workshop was like a money tree. The Akkad Alchemy Workshop was built in the northern part of Tut City. It was a 6-story round tower that was located next to the Lane River. The lower 3 levels of the building were where the workshops were located, but the higher levels housed the Akkad Alchemy College. This portion of the building had originally been used as Akkad's living quarters, as well as for a place where he could teach the original alchemist apprentices. With more and more newcomers coming each day, this place slowly became the origin of alchemy. As such, many alchemists journeyed here to study the highest level of alchemy knowledge. No matter who came to the city, their eyes were immediately drawn to the round tower. This was because it was tilted. The round tower had been built on the side of the Lane River, hugging the banks as it were tilting. However, it would not fall. In the beginning, no one understood why the owner of the Akkad Alchemy Workshop had built it like this. Then, on the day that it was structed, the alchemist Akkad dropped 2 lead balls of different weights. Instantly, everyone in Tut City was shocked to see that the 2 balls landed at the same time. Akkad stood in front of the tilted tower and told everyone, "This is alchemy, discovering the secrets of this world and using them. This is true knowledge. An alchemist will produce things that make people's lives easier, as well as discovering knowledge that will change the world and the people within it. This will bring happiness to everyone." The scene that day became legendary, and Akkad's fame started to spread far and wide. After that, the king and the heads of each city came to visit Akkad quite frequently. Even though Akkad had only been in the Teuton dynasty for a few years, he was already one of the most important people in Tut City. At the moment, Akkad was teaching the young apprentices in the tilted tower. Hundreds of people sat in one room, everyone perusing the textbooks and experimental apparatuses in front of them. However, there were only about 10 people who had the potential to actually become true wizards. Most of the people had come here to learn knowledge about alchemy. The students learned math, chemistry, and sketching. They also learned various techniques, like how to make glass, how to produce fertilizer, how to master blacksmithing, and how to make simple clocks. After they graduated, they could choose to become artisans, academics, pharmacists, or artists. Some could even choose to become professional weapons builders. Hence, even the most ordinary student could graduate from this prestigious school and go out to make a change in this world. I hope that by becoming an alchemist, not only will you receive fame and money, but what I really want you to do is to make the world a better place, going out and changing the world with the knowledge that I taught you. Go. Bring light to the humans. You are the future and hope for this world," Akkad always said to his graduates each year. He had aged rapidly these past few years. Some of his hair had even turned white. Since he had failed to advance to level 4 wizard, it was as if he had seen through something, finally understanding this world. That was when Akkad came to Tut City and built an alchemy workshop and college. He started to teach the alchemy that he had been researching. Even if the student was only ordinary, if he had the desire to gain knowledge, Akkad would teach him. "Mentor, someone wants to see you. He said he knows you." Akkad had just finished the class and walked out of the room when he was blocked by his student Marina. Marina had grown more beautiful in the past few years. The freckles on her face were now gone. "What is his name?" Akkad asked her. There were many people who came to visit Akkad every day. However, since Marina had come to tell him directly, it must be someone important. He seems to be a wizard. He said his name is Anthony." Akkad blanked for a moment, then looked at Marina and asked, "What did he say he was called?" Marina didn't understand what was special about the name. Since Akkad was so excited, she repeated it again. Anthony." At that moment, Akkad saw Lu Jiyu in the hall downstairs. It had been a few decades since he last saw his mentor, so Akkad cried out immediately and excitedly rushed to hug Lu Jiyu. "My teacher, Mr. Anthony, you came to see me." Marina smiled upon seeing Akkad getting so excited, almost like a child. She was even more shocked by what Akkad just said. Looking at Lu Jiyu, who was way too young looking to be his mentor, she asked quizzically, "Teacher?" Lu Jiyu patted Akkad's shoulder, feeling touched by his former student's wave of emotion. When Akkad first came into the Wizard Tower 100 years ago, he was just a skinny, pale, introverted young boy. Now, he had grown so much. Lu Jiyu took his hand from Akkad's back, then looked at the tower and said, "I didn't expect you to remember the story of the tilted tower. You actually built that same tower here." Akkad nodded. "I will never forget any lessons you gave to us, not to mention that vivid experiment that you showed me about that tower. No matter how many years have passed, I will still remember every detail of what you said to me that day." Lu Jiyu looked at Akkad and his white hair, then asked, "Did you fail?" Akkad nodded. "Yup, I failed. But I am glad I'm still alive. I have lived for more than 100 years. Burg, Li Weizi, and Henry are all dead, yet I am still alive. So, there is nothing I am not happy about." Seeing Lu Jiyu make a somewhat sad face upon hearing his words, Akkad laughed. "I am still healthy, so I will most likely live a few more decades." Lu Jiyu and Akkad walked together, while Akkad talked about the past few years and his future plans. "I always wanted to leave something behind, just like the blood witchcraft that Bor left behind by Bor. I will leave my alchemy behind me." As he listened to him, Lu Jiyu looked at the apprentices in the tower and the graduates that were producing goods downstairs. They were mostly ordinary students. Lu Jiyu nodded. "It looks like you are doing pretty good." Akkad said, "Yes. I was thinking that, instead of wizards, maybe normal alchemists can bring about larger changes to the world. Those wizards who hold strong power mostly use their knowledge to achieve immortality. As such, no one ever thought of bringing about a better future and light to normal people. I was among these mindsets. Maybe my near-death experience woke me up." He paused for a moment, then added, "Us first-generation wizards, including me, Bor, and even Li Weizi and Henry, thought that wizards were the future of this world. But now that many of us are aging and dying, we are realizing that the world isn't going as we expected it would." He shook his head, looking a bit sad. "We were wrong. The wizards didn't bring light to the world, only harm and devastation. So, maybe these young alchemists can now bring joy to the people. Oh right, I also took in some students. But I didn't teach them any offensive witchcraft. I taught them extraction alchemy, mechanical alchemy, and pharmacy." Lu Jiyu was listening to Akkad, looking at his wise and shining eyes. Suddenly, he felt touched by Akkad's speech. Just like what he said, the ones lost in looking for more power weren't just Akkad. Lu Jiyu now realized that he himself had also been among them. Since when did my heart change? When did I start to not see normal people as being one of my own kind? Since when did I become so high and mighty, looking down on everyone? Lu Jiyu was being self-reflective while he looked at these youthful alchemists and nodded. He then said, "Knowledge shouldn't have any barriers. The wizards now are all too closed-minded. They are slowly isolating themselves from the rest of the world." He sighed, then turned to Akkad and smiled. "Bor brought Palermo medical coding to humans, and he was remembered by many for this contribution. Your alchemy will surely surpass Bor's, and the name Akkad will be remembered forever." Marina knew that her teacher Akkad had come from the Holy Land of the Wizards, the Wizard Tower. However, she didn't know many specifics about the Wizard Tower itself. Aside from Akkad's few students, Marina had never met another wizard. For Marina's eyes, her teacher Akkad was already the strongest and the wisest man in the world. She had never expected that her teacher had a mentor as well. That must mean that Akkad's teacher is already more than 100 years old. He is older than my grandfather's grandfather. Has he already lived for hundreds of years? As Marina was trying to figure out Lu Jiu's age, she slowly arrived at the harbor. She dressed in a pretty orange dress and was wearing a leather watch on her pale wrist. The watch was a rare thing to behold, even in Tut City. Hey, Miss Marina, come shopping again? I have some nice little things. Want to have a look at them? I have books from the West. Ms. Marina, would you like to see? Marina was very popular among the merchants at the harbor, who were all shouting out to her to come and see their wares. She was a favorite shopper of those merchants. This was because, aside from the fact that she was a pretty girl, the wealth of the alchemists was common knowledge. As Marina was Akkad's student, this made her even more popular. Many ships from outside, as well as the merchants in the city, would often give Marina items that she liked for free. They did this to build connections with the Akkad Alchemy Workshop. Miss Marina, you are here, just in time. I was going to look for you. I caught a rare thing in the sea. Do you want to have a look? A merchant yelled to her. The merchant's ship had just arrived in the harbor and was being checked and taxed by the tax officer. The ship was a bit old and its crew was busy unloading its wares. The old merchant was standing in front of the ship, waving his arms and calling out to Marina. His face was filled with excitement. Old man Gangster, you wouldn't trick me by giving me the orc's Sofog stone plate, then telling me it was some human ancient treasure, would you? Marina crossed her arms and looked at the old man with some suspicion in her eyes. The old man suddenly became awkward, fanning his hands around wildly. No, that only last time a snafu. This time, all of my wares are actually good. Come have a look for yourself. Marina reluctantly followed him onto the ship. She saw Gangster holding 2 big buckets, which he then put in Marina. Marina tensed her face and asked, "What is this? Is it still alive?" The old man smiled mysteriously at her and opened the wooden cover on the buckets. As Marina looked into the bucket, her face was suddenly struck by a jet of water that shot up from the inside. Marina screamed. After she wiped the water off of her face, she saw a little kid inside the bucket. It was a little girl, and she looking around wondrously with her big watery eyes. Her hair was blue, just like the sea, and her face had 2 stripes on it. The most eye-catching thing about her was her bottom half, which was a long fishtail. She was a mermaid. She was less than a meter tall, and she looked just like a little kid. "Oh my God! What is this?" Marina gasped. This was a creature that humans had never discovered before. Her top half was like a human body, but her bottom half was like a fish. Also, her pretty blue eyes and hair had really caught Marina's attention. Gangster told Marina, "We found her on our way here. Do you like her, Marina?" Marina paused for a moment, as she was very tempted. She looked at the cunning old man and pouted. "All right, how much for her?" Gangster fanned his hands and said, "You may have her for free, as you are the special Miss Marina." Marina hesitated. After all, she knew the cunningness of this old man. She had been tricked by this evil old man so many times already. Also, this was a new human-like species, so she knew that the merchant could definitely sell her for a good price. Since this old man was being so generous all of a sudden, she was immediately suspicious. "What is behind all of this kindness?" Marina asked. Facing Marina's suspicions, Gangster answered, "Recently, my grandson just passed the test at Alchemy College, and he will be commencing college soon. So I want to help him. He paused, then continued explaining. Of course, this would mean just looking after him and such, not letting him get bullied or anything. My grandson is a bit wimpy, which I always worry about. Also, I will be away, as I run my business from the sea. Moreover, his health isn't that good, and his father passed away when he was very young, so now that he passed the test. As the old man continued rambling on, Marina finally understood, so she patted the old man on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, since we are friends, I will take care of him." Marina climbed the round tower with the bucket. It was heavy, but it was not a struggle for her. Even though she was still a wizard apprentice, she had already mastered the basics of the body modification technique. This was a very complete witchcraft, which had many branches. It included blood witchcraft and magical beast productions, as well as body modification and the awakening of bloodlines. In fact, there were many formulas that could awaken the bloodline of each wizard during the time of their apprenticeship. As Marina carefully walked past the door of Akkad's, someone called out, "Is that you, Marina? Come in and close the door behind you." Marina was stunned. She felt just like a kid that was getting called into the principal's office after having done something bad. She looked inside and noticed that Akkad and Lu Ziyu were both there. They were having a discussion, but as it seemed to not be about her, she calmed down. Marina pushed the bucket away with her leg while she closed the door. She then put her hands behind her and walked into the room carefully. "Are you looking for me? Come have a look at this," Akkad said. As Marina got closer to the table, she noticed that there was a palm-sized metal mechanical man on it. It looked at Marina, quickly bowed, then greeted her. "Pleased to meet you, Miss Marina." Marina opened her mouth wide in amazement. She had seen many strange things today. She then realized that this was the highest technique that Akkad used to tell them about. The alchemy life form. Is this an alchemy life form? Marina was amazed by this metal mechanical man. It was walking and speaking. This was unimaginable for Marina. Akkad, who had already seen the birth of Eva, was able to be calm about this. However, Marina was really disturbed by such a vision. Marina thought that something like this only existed in the minds of alchemists. She didn't expect could be real. This had already touched the realm of the Creator's secret and forbidden knowledge. Looking at this little man, she suddenly felt fear creeping into her heart. "So, life can be created?" Marina asked. Lu Ziyu looked at Marina, then at Akkad. "Did you not explain about wizards to your student?" Akkad nodded, then said to Marina, "Creation and the modification of life were always easy tasks for wizards. Even some new magical beasts were created by wizards. Wizards entered the realm of life long ago, and in the early days Li Weizi developed experimentations that led to the creation of the chimeras. And recently, Danos even created the undead." He looked at her, then continued, "I didn't tell you about all of this because I don't think this is the right path. But the path in front of you now is much deeper and more complicated. The highest technique of alchemy, the alchemy life form, is not simply about modifying life. Instead, its purpose is to create a metallic life form out of thin air, which is much more difficult than giving birth." After Akkad finished speaking, Lu Ziyu then told Marina, "This is only an alchemy life form right now. It is not a wisdom alchemy life form yet. As such, it only functions according to my programming, so imperfect." Akkad remembered Eva, emotions welling up in his heart and showing on his face. "But teacher, you already made a perfect alchemy life form." Lu Ziyu sighed. "It lacks replicability, so that was just luck." Marina asked, "Is there a difference?" Lu Ziyu answered her seriously. "There are big differences, just like there are between a wizard and a normal person. Although they look alike from the outside, they are completely different on the inside. Lu Ziyu then stood up and said to Akkad, "I will see you next time, Akkad." Akkad laughed sadly. "I hope that there is a next time. And young lady, this thing is for you." Lu Ziyu grabbed the mechanical doll and gave it to Marina. The creation of metallic life forms required not only metallic cells, but also required design modifications to the life template. Aside from Lu Ziyu, no one could do it. Therefore, he just showed it to Akkad since he wished for it. Even for alchemists, without first advancing to level 7 or 8, there was no way that one could create an alchemy life form. The mechanical doll was created impulsively by Lu Ziyu. As such, it served no real purpose for him. So, he was gifting it to Marina. For Marina, this was a treasured gift. She held on to the doll and looked at Lu Ziyu, a big smile on her face. Lu Ziyu then disappeared. However, before he was gone, Lu Ziyu saw the bucket outside of the room and was a bit surprised. Marina felt like she was the protagonist in the legends those Barts sang about. She thought she was the chosen one. She was indeed a rare one, as she had been saved by a mysterious person from demons in her village. Then, she had been taken in as a student by a stranger. After that, she overcame her problems, acquired knowledge, and reached the peak of her life. Then, there was the turning point. She accidentally met her teacher's teacher, who gave her a gift. He was an even more mysterious and strong person than her own teacher. He was also the founder of the Wizard Tower. The gift was a mysterious creature that was known as a mechanical doll. Even after all these years, Marina still didn't understand how a mechanical doll was made. But this didn't stop her from being excited to own one. Marina found that, even though she could not reproduce her mechanical doll, it was still very helpful for her to have it. In fact, it proved to be the strongest alchemy assistant, which also provided her with loads of inspiration. Marina had named the mechanical doll Archimonde. She also named the mermaid that the merchant had given her. The mermaid's name was Gina. Then, with the support of her mentor Akkad, Marina created something that defined alchemy. She called it the alchemy table. The first generation alchemy table was very simple. It was made from metallic cells that Marina had made based on her study of the cells of Archimonde. However, the extraction of metallic cells was very difficult. Therefore, Marina slowly figured out a way to copy metallic cells after observing the super regeneration power of Archimonde. This ingenious method utilized copying, not producing. All of the metallic cells originated from Archimonde. Alchemy tables could be controlled by every wizard apprentice via mind power. This allowed them to create and modify things according to their thoughts. In this way, alchemy processes that were previously too difficult to complete were all placed by this alchemy table. The first generation alchemy table was very simple, as it only had one application. Even though it was basic, it helped speed up the production process drastically, allowing for the production of some amazing products. Thanks to this invention, the once rare guns and alchemy cannons started to become commonplace equipment at sea. The sailors started to use these guns to defend themselves against sea monsters. For example, man-eating blood eagles and groups of black magical snakes were easily warded off and killed. These monsters didn't have any special abilities, but were very abundant. Even with priests and holy knights on board, these monsters were still hard to fight off. As the guns and alchemy cannons could damage them, this made them invaluable. However, this kind of artillery was not so popular on land. Aside from some cities that were still buying alchemy cannons for protection, the guns were mostly bought as souvenirs. One reason for this was that these things were expensive. So they couldn't be bought in big quantities, Also, the Blood Knights' melee weapons were far stronger than the guns. Moreover, they offered no combat advantage, except for the fact that sometimes the alchemy cannons could be used to defend smaller cities. In the 115th year of the San calendar, alchemists rose in strength and number within the Teuton dynasty. They brought many changes to the country, pushing forward its evolution. Instead of having them filled by wizards and priests, the alchemists quickly took over all of the major positions of power. The alchemists soon commingled with the wizards, since they had branched off from them. They were also welcomed by the people, as they brought positive change and wealth with them. After their arrival, many people wanted to become alchemists, as it was considered to be a miracle occupation that made people become rich overnight. After the first generation of alchemists graduated from Akkad Alchemy College, some people stayed on, while others left for other cities. Though many people didn't have the potentials to become wizards or alchemists, they could still learn a large amount of knowledge during their time at the college. These people were awarded graduation certificates, but not alchemist badges. However, even those normal graduates who didn't become alchemists were still in high demand by many nobles and leaders. As such, a large number of graduates rushed into each city within the Teuton dynasty, looking to be employed by such top powers. This influx had greatly impacted the country. Strange new products had started to appear in the country, as some of the graduates had become pharmacists and established pharmaceutical workshops. As a result, many cures to different diseases had been created and spread around. This allowed many people who couldn't afford doctors to be saved. Some of the graduates had become blacksmiths. They learned how to make iron tools and built blacksmith workshops. They also learned how to make glass products and clocks. The popularity of workshops had quickly risen in the Teuton dynasty in the past few years as well, causing the owners and the workers within them to become an important class in the country. Many of them also became builders, politicians, artists, and doctors. As for the true alchemists, they became treasures to the nobles, as every alchemist represented a large amount of wealth. As for Akkad's most special students, some of them stayed at the college to teach or work for the studio. Some of them returned to their hometowns to build their own alchemy colleges, copying the model of the Akkad Alchemy College. Some of them even built their own studios. These were the ones who were particularly drawn to explore more alchemy knowledge in an attempt to make more perfect and more powerful alchemy products. It was during this time that many of the Teuton dynasty's alchemy products rushed into the Alan continent, quickly becoming popular in the human world and the Orc kingdoms. As a result, countless wealth flowed into the Teuton dynasty. However, this gathering of wealth triggered changes within the classes of the society. It also triggered many conflicts among other countries, as outsiders began to become jealous and crave such wealth for themselves. Meanwhile, back in Tut City, Marina was staring at an alchemy table on the top floor of the Akkad tilted tower. Many mechanical arms were going through many processes. Archimond would place parts on the table to be processed, then would take them out to assemble them. Finally, a bionic arm was created. "Good job, Archimond." Marina took off her glasses and let out a deep breath. "We finally created a bionic arm. As I expected, we were able to successfully use metallic cells to create it. This way, we can help disabled, armless commoners function as normal citizens again." This idea had been inspired by her teacher, Akkad, who took the right arm of the special magical beast Minotaur and modified it. This was not something that was easy to do. In contrast, this bionic arm that Marina had created could be used by everyone. She was excited to think of this accessibility for commoners. but after some consideration, she tensed face and murmured, "But, with this current production cost, its price is indeed a bit too high." Marina pouted. The arm could connect to the neuron only if every part were built by metallic cells. However, the metallic cells were very expensive. This made Marina very sad and frustrated. Her idea for how normal people could use this arm was turning out to be impossible after all. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Heavy footsteps came in, and a blue-haired girl ran in from outside. She rushed in and jumped into the bath. Then she went underwater, while bubbles surfaced up to the water's edge. "Gina, didn't I tell you to take off your clothes before entering the water?" Marina angrily ran into the bathroom. She saw that the girl's legs were still covered by a dress, but had turned into a long fishtail. After hearing what Marina was just saying, Gina quickly giggled shyly. "Okay, Sister Marina," the mermaid girl Gina said, while giggling. As her fishtail moved, the water in the bath splashed in the air. The drops of water were moving like a dancing party, arsing over the tub. As Marina dried Gina's hair with a towel, she asked, "Where did you play again?" Gina was the mermaid that was saved by Marina a few years ago from the ship. She had grown up. Maybe it was because she had lived in human society all of these years. But aside from some parts of her body being different than human bodies, and her special ability to control water, she looked and seemed just a human. Although Gina considered Marina to be like a sister, she would still owe as Marina said. This made Marina feel warm towards her, since Marina had no real relatives. Marina pinched Gina's nose teasingly. "Here you are, playing every day. Today, you have to memorize beginner's alchemy. Did you hear me?" In the luxurious palace in Tut City, the hall was illuminated by alchemy lights. The floor was filled with large stone plates, and the walls were covered with ancient paintings. The Teuton dynasty had their own religion, and every city had a different belief system and worshipped a different god. The god of Tut City was the Titan god. However, since this generation of Teutons came from the city of Fans, aside from the Titan god in the painting, the two sides of the gate and the throne housed images of the god of war. At this moment, a man in a dark red hood entered the palace gate, following behind the guards. He soon arrived in front of Teuton. Teuton was already 60 years old. He was aging and would soon die, as he was suffering from myriad diseases. As a result, Teuton looked skinny and weak. "Kneel," the guard shouted angrily at the person in red. "He." A weird laughter came out from under the red robe. As the man looked up, a burnt and terrifying face emerged from under the hood. "Are you asking the prophet of the true God to kneel? Do you want to disrespect God?" Teuton stopped the guards that were going to press the man in the hood. He then asked in his husky voice, "Do you know the way of immortality?" The man in the hood showed a fearsome smile, exposing his pale white teeth. He then replied, "Of course. The true God is omnipotent." A strange religion started to appear in Tut City. They called themselves the Church of True God, even though there weren't many followers, and they were very subtle about their activities. Many of the upper classes and the nobles in Tut City quickly converted. Every month, there was a gathering of the Church of True God in a mansion just outside the city. The nobles would go and release all of their desires at the party, which was considered a special way for them to pay their respects to True God. This kind of classy gathering had quickly attracted many lonely noble ladies and knights. Then, it had influenced most of the nobles and the other people who were in power within the city. The influence of the Church of True God had reached down to touch even the higher-ups of the Teuton dynasty. Finally, it had reached the new generation of Teutons, the heads of the city of Fans. Did you know that Teuton announced that he would make all the workshops pay 5 times the previous amount of taxes this year? Why did Teuton change his attitude towards alchemists so fast? Soldiers went to round up the whole college. A group of cavalry charged into the tilted tower, talking among themselves as they went. The rest of the soldiers, who were armed with swords and armor, had bombarded the tilted tower. This had naturally agitated everyone within the tilted tower. Teuton had ordered that all alchemists have to report to the palace. After completing registration, you will all work for Teuton. This announcement created chaos within the tilted tower. Everyone got angry and confused about this sudden change in their situation. Many alchemist apprentices and assistants had no idea what to do. We are free citizens, not Teuton's slaves. Why should he be able to tell us what to do? Yes, alchemists are free. You don't have the right to do this. Who think you guys are? As the apprentices and everyone within the tilted tower jeered at the cavalry, the leader of the cavalry lifted up his head and yelled, "This is Teuton's order. Are you going to betray his order? Are you going to betray the Teuton dynasty?" He then added, "Also, Teuton ordered us to take over the Akkad Alchemy Workshop. Everyone here, you are no longer working for Akkad Alchemy Workshop. From now on, you will work for Teuton." At that moment, Akkad and Marina were quickly rushing down from above. They saw a large number of soldiers and knights rounding up everyone within the tilted tower. The knight who had just announced Teuton's order also saw Akkad. He walked up to him and said, "Mr. Akkad, the king had invited you and your student to pay a visit to the palace." Akkad looked around and laughed. "This certainly doesn't look like an invitation." The knight didn't respond, but only stared at him a bit awkwardly, so Akkad turned to point towards his students and said, "Well, we need some time to prepare. At least allow us to change, all right?" Akkad's name and influence were comparable to Teuton's in Tut City. As such, the knight couldn't easily refuse his request. So he agreed reluctantly. "I will wait for you outside, sir. I just hope that you don't do anything stupid." When Akkad saw that the knight had left, he rounded up all of the students and had them go upstairs. Marina then asked him angrily, "Teacher, are we doing? We can just get caught." Akkad then interrupted her by asking, "What do we do then?" "Fight and kill Teuton. Make the whole of the alchemists outcasts of society. Let the foundation that we have built all these years go to waste. All the core members follow me, so everyone don't panic or resist when the soldiers come in. Teuton wouldn't hurt normal students and assistants." The higher-ups at Akkad Alchemy College quickly gathered at the top of the tilted tower. These people included Akkad's students, administrators at the workshop, and some qualified alchemists. Soon, pieces of clothes were spread open and attached to buckets, and many pre-assembled hot air balloons appeared. After the hot air balloons started to rise up and slowly ascend towards the sky, every one of the higher-ups got into the hot air balloons and flew away into the sky. Since Akkad had already advanced to level 2, he could already fly at a low altitude. This was not new to him. However, for everyone else, including the other alchemists and Marina, they were all very amazed by the experience. This was the first time in human history that someone had ascended into the sky. Also, it was the first time that humans had conquered the sky. As such, everyone cheered as the hot air balloons ascended. "Wow! Oh! This is alchemy. Humans can go into the sky too. This is our first step in conquering the sky. Alchemists can do anything." As they looked down from the sky, everything on the ground seemed so small. This made everyone feel quite proud. Meanwhile, their cheering and movements were noticed by the people and the soldiers who were surrounding the tilted tower. They all looked up at the sky and noticed there was suddenly something floating among the clouds. Look up. There is something in the sky. A normal citizen pointed at the sky and opened his mouth in awe. They are flying. A merchant on the side of a road also pointed at the sky. His fingers were shaking. They are really flying. Is this also a product of alchemy? This amazing. Oh my God. The knight who was leading the soldiers around the tilted tower also saw the scene up above, his face suddenly changing. He led the soldiers and rushed to the top of the tilted tower. But it was too late. As he stood on top of the tilted tower, he watched a dozen hot air balloons whisk away the core members of Akkad Alchemy College. The entire Tut city was also moved by the scene. Everyone went out onto the street, put their heads out of their windows, or climbed up to their rooftops to look at the hot air balloons passing by in the sky. Even Teuton got the message of what had just happened. He saw a group that was led by Akkad fly around in the air for a bit, then head to the south. He was so angered by this, he went into a rage, throwing broken vases and glass art throughout the palace. As Teuton had his temper tantrum, the burnt man in the red hood who was following him around was Hekfos. He was the same man who became one with the devil back in City Village. After being disabled by Akkad, he lost nearly half of his body, as it had been badly burned. Even after taking power away from the devils, he endured immense pain in order to heal his body. The scars that remained were painful reminders of the devastation he suffered from Akkad's powerful witchcraft. Now, he had become an advisor to Teuton. He was the one advising Teuton as he took control over the workshops and the alchemists. In this way, Teuton could take the power of the alchemists for himself, thus making their wealth and abilities serve the Teuton dynasty. This would also serve to unite the powers of the Teuton dynasty, thus forming the city alliance into one nation again. Of course, part of the reason for these takeovers was also Hekfos' own selfishness. During this process, Hekfos could spread the beliefs and doctrine of the Church of True God across the whole Teuton dynasty. He would then become the controller behind the scenes of the Teuton dynasty. Also, since he knew Akkad was the person who took him down, Hekfos was determined to use this chance to make use of the Teuton's power in order to take Akkad's power. He wanted to sabotage everything that Akkad had built so far. Hekfos had even set traps within the palace as he was waiting for Akkad to arrive. However, he didn't expect that Akkad would be so crafty and run away. Hekfos saw the hot air balloons slowly becoming smaller in the sky. Finally, they slowly disappeared before his very eyes. He clenched his fists and tensed up his face. His eyes, which were filled with hatred, were almost glowing red. He then shouted the one name, Akkad. After flying across many cities, the group of hot air balloons finally landed in an open area in the south. As the alchemists disembarked from the balloons, they knew that they needed to make some plans. They quickly figured that they could not return to the north. This was because it had been colonized by the city of Fance. Teacher, where are we going? While Marina carried the blue-haired Gina, she followed behind Akkad. Gina was observing the hot air balloon. She still couldn't figure out how it was able to fly. Akkad looked at everyone and considered his options. These people followed Akkad without question because they trusted him unconditionally. Hence, lives were really in his hands. I am afraid that the world won't be peaceful for quite some time now. The evil ambition of King Teuton has been exposed. We have to go further south now. We are going to the city of Tephes, Akkad announced. Akkad then led his students and the higher-ups of the Akkad Alchemy Workshop to the southern Teuton dynasty, as he knew that they would be welcomed by the city of Tephes. Tephes was one of the trading cities in the south. It was also the first coastal city that Akkad had arrived at within the Teuton dynasty. On top of that, it was Marina's hometown. Once they arrived, Ad soon rebuilt his alchemy workshop and college. This brought great joy to Marina, who hadn't returned to her hometown in a very long time. In fact, all of the alchemists happily made their new homes in this coastal city. On the other hand, north of Teuton dynasty, in the city of Fans and the current Teuton Marlbus, Teuton was using his political power and strict order to weaken the power and control of each city in the north. Then, with force, Teuton slowly united the northern part of the Teuton dynasty. Meanwhile, many workshops were being taxed heavily. All of the graduates of alchemy colleges had to be registered within the government registries. In this way, a large number of graduates who had learned a vast amount of alchemy knowledge, and even those alchemists who had been awakened, were captured. They were then forced to work for Teuton. Due to their forced labor, large amounts of wealth were gathered, all to be used to support the Teuton dynasty. Thus, the rise of alchemy had brought big changes to the Teuton dynasty, none of which were good for the alchemists. At this moment, everything depended on the influences of the alchemists. Even when King Teuton wanted to control the north or wage war, he heavily relied on the alchemy college graduates that he had basically made into indentured servants. The workshops produced weapons and armor for Teuton military purposes. They kept the large amounts of Teuton soldiers in top-of-the-line gear. Many workshops even provided Teuton with money so that he'd wage wars and unite the north. As for the cities in the south, they were terrified by the actions and political orders of Teuton. They had especially begun to get nervous when many heads of the northern cities were killed or arrested, seemingly for no reason at all. Understandably, the cities in the south were highly disturbed. They were afraid that any one of them might be the next unlucky person to be killed. For this reason, the cities of the south had gathered in an independent meeting that was held along the border between the south and the north. The meeting took place in the city of Lamech, which was near the Pegasus River. Shortly after the meeting adjourned, 32 cities declared their independence from the Teuton dynasty. They called themselves the City Alliance of Shehan, which was a namesake taken from a local sacred tree. The formation of the City Alliance of Shehan announced the official break between the north and the south of the Teuton dynasty. As such, King Teuton Marlbus immediately declared war against the City Alliance of Shehan. One side was fighting in the name of taking back the country, while the other side was fighting for freedom. Thus, a civil war started. The battle quickly extended to areas near the Pegasus River, which immediately resulted in the two sides having a tug-of-war battle over who controlled the river. At the beginning of the war, King Teuton had an absolute advantage over the City Alliance of Shehan. This was because they were most fighting inside the core area of the City Alliance. The Teuton forces had rounded up 100,000 soldiers in a castle called Finlet. The siege lasted for a few months, which pushed the City Alliance to the edge. However, they were defeated by reinforcements from the city of Tethys and other coastal cities. After this, the war continued for 3 years. But from then on, it was a very even battle, as the two sides had equally suffered devastating losses. The crippling effects of the war, as well as its lengthy duration, had again made the north unstable. As a result, rebellions kept rising up everywhere. Many cities and nobles that were unhappy with King Teuton's actions were constantly causing trouble. Finally, King Teuton could only sign a peace treaty with the City Alliance Shehan in the city of Lamech, which happened to be the exact same place where the independent meeting had happened all those years ago. For King Teuton, the loss of this battle was a deep humiliation. This was made even worse by the fact that he saw the City Alliance of Shehan as the enemy that stole his lands. Years after the peace treaty was signed, King Teuton was able to finally solve the problem in his country. After that, once he had gathered enough power, he returned again to wage a war against the city alliance of Shihan. However, at this moment, the Batko area in the northwest part of the Teuton dynasty had united again after suffering through many conflicts. Upon winning countless battles, a country called Puzuoti had united the area. From that victorious moment, sky temples were built in every city of Batko, while the kingdom of Puzuot took over the area. The belief of the sky temples had replaced all of the messy religions, thus becoming the main religion of the Batko area. Many priests of the sky temples walked around Batko, spreading the secrecies of the Church of the Sky while holding the Book of the Living. For the underworld, this was considered as being the expansion of the sky temples. The whole underworld was projected on the ground. It had changed from surreal form to a half-real state. Many angels of death would rush out of the underworld at any time, taking in those souls that refused to ascend. The underworld had finally started to function like it was supposed to all along. Kingdom of Puzuot, City of Baber. The city of Baber was once the capital of the Batko Empire. It was built by the first emperor, Yip-Ima Batko. However, it was invaded by the city of Fans under the authority of the Teuton dynasty. The city was then raided, and the last emperor of the Batko Empire was killed. Now, Ctesias had moved here. Today, he was wearing a deep black robe, and his face had grown from a teenager into that of a middle-aged man. In the palace, many people were going about their tasks. Since Ctesias had built the kingdom of Puzuai, he had slowly united the whole Batko area, finally becoming the true owner of this land. At this moment, Ctesias just received a report that had been sent to him from far away. After he read it carefully, he stood up and gathered all of the generals under him to hold an emergency meeting. The invasion of the king of Puzuot, while King Teuton was waging his second war, had shocked everyone within the Teuton dynasty. The 200 knights of the Puzuot area had invaded the Teuton dynasty from the northwest. They quickly went down along the border and took over the northern part of the Teuton dynasty. The army then rounded up the entire Tut city. After a few days, Tut city surrendered. The kingdom of Puzuoti had then taken the rich lands and all of the wealth. Thus, the strong city of Fans instantly became a thing of the past, put to an end by the kingdom of Puzuot from Batko. In this way, everything came full circle. Meanwhile, King Teuton had lost the country. His head was even cut off by his own soldiers. The army of Teuton then surrendered to the city alliance of Shihan soon after his execution. The Church of True God, which is popular in the north, was quickly suppressed. The priests of the sky temples drove out all of the believers and prophets of the Church of True God. They did not even allow the souls of the prophets of the Church True God to rest in peace after their deaths. Instead, they sent them to the underworld as heretics to await their judgments. As for Hekphos, he could only escape with the remaining prophets. They all ran into the city alliance of Shihan, looking for a chance to strike again. When will this war end? Yea, all the men went out to fight. Aside from women, there are only old people and children left. It ends soon. Who knows? They are warmongers. Hey, did you hear that? King Teuton turned into a terrifying monster when he died. Yes. He didn't die when his head was cut off. He was burnt until he really died. The whole army must have seen that scene. I knew it. That Dan guy must be possessed by devils. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waging war every day. Marina was looking at a bunch of the women, who were chatting while they were sewing on sewing machines. The model of using workshops had become popular in the entire city alliance of Shihan. These women, when it was not farming season, would come to work in the workshops to earn some extra money for their families. In the city of Tethys, small workshops like these were everywhere. These workshops always needed laborers badly. Also, during wartime, the prices of the goods that they produced were inflated so much. Throughout the city of Tethys, there were complaints about wars everywhere. Many men died in battle, while others who survived didn't return home for years. While they were away, no one knew if they were still alive or not. Marina felt heavy. After she walked through a few streets, she arrived at a castle in Tethys. There were people walking around in the castle. This was the site of the new Akkad Alchemy College. In the principal's room at the top level, she saw Akkad. He had aged greatly since she had last seen him. His hair was white as snow and his back was crooked. Seeing him, such as made Marina sad. "Teacher, the war ended," Marina said as she entered the room. "What was that?" Akkad pushed up his glasses and asked her repeat what she had just said. Marina repeated herself, talking a bit louder for his old ears. "The king of Puzuoti, Ctesias, signed an agreement with us. They drew the border line. I heard from others that Ctesias is an honorable king. I think this peace agreement should last for some time." Akkad nodded. "This is only temporary peace. The task of obtaining true peace I must leave to you guys as I'm getting old." Marina refuted his assertion immediately, mostly due to wishful thinking. "Teacher, you are still in good health. You can definitely last until you're 100-year-old or more." Akkad burst into laughter. "Are you cursing me?" Marina realized that she had said something wrong, so she stuck her tongue out at him playfully. In the darkness of the night, a giant shadow passed under the surface of the ocean, coming close to the south of the Tun dynasty. The shadow caused the calm ocean to become choppy. As the waves struck the shore and the harbor, many ships that were docked in the harbor started tossing and bobbing. The crashing of the waves made the whole ocean sound very unsettling. As a giant shadow passed under the ship, the ocean water under the ships became very dirty. Seagulls that were resting on the shore or nesting on the walls flew away in large groups, screaming as they went. It was as if they felt some sort of ominous danger. The old keeper in the lighthouse also sensed some sort menacing movement. He was looking out at the sea, but he couldn't see anything in the dark. There is no wind. That is so weird. Under the cover of the night, a shadow slowly rode the waves. A naked woman then stepped onto the beach of Tethys. Her giant fishtail turned into a pair of pretty, long legs. Her name was Selita, and she was among the group who was ordered to search for the next queen of the mermaid kingdom by the prophecy. They had traversed through the endless ocean and finally reached the Alan continent. They had finally made it to the world of the orcs and the humans from the legends. Selita had spent several years on the Alan continent by that time. The first place she arrived was a kingdom called Halima. It was there that she had learned the human language and began to understand how humans lived. Their advanced civilization had far exceeded her expectations. Of course, in the process, Selita also suffered a great deal due to her ignorance. Some evil humans had bad intentions for Selita. As she obviously wouldn't tolerate that, she doled out devastating punishments to them. However, during that time, she had indeed gathered some powerful knowledge about the humans. She now knew that there were terrifying beings called priests and wizards. These kinds of people were powerful and sinister. She didn't actually meet one herself, but just by hearing their reputations, she already knew that they were not good people. It had been a bumpy journey thus far, but Selita had never forgotten her mission. She had finally found the Teuton dynasty. However, finding her little girl in this huge country would be difficult, as all Selita knew was her age, her name, and that she had blue hair. Selita searched along the coastal cities in hopes of finding a princess. Finally, in the southern Teuton dynasty, in a city called Tethys, she sensed one of her kind by following her bloodline. She was also one that didn't know how to cover up the scent of her power. This got Selita very excited. "It that you, princess?" she murmured with a hopeful heart. Gina was now a 13-year-old young girl. Her eye-catching blue hair had now been dyed red, just like Marina's. This way, no one would question whether the two of them were sisters or not. Compared to Marina's being a careless, problematic girl, Gina was more kind and easygoing. However, she was just like Marina in most every other way. She was brave and adventurous. But, as she looked very innocent, many people often mistook her as being a shy girl, and that was very wrong. At this moment, Gina had run back to Marina's quarters in a panic. She closed the door and jumped into the bath. She then shut the blinds and refused to come out. What happened? Marina was confused. Gina opened the blinds just a bit and poked her little head out of the slit. She said nervously, "I met someone strange outside today." Marina asked, "What strange person?" Gina answered, "She had blue hair just like mine. She was wearing a cloak, and she was very mysterious. She said that she was one of my kind. Then she told me that she had been ordered to take me home to a place called the Mermaid Kingdom. She also called me a princess." Hearing this, Marina dropped her jaw. Until now, Marina still couldn't figure out what species Gina belonged to. She had even suspected that Gina could be a magical beast or a special life form that was modified by other wizards. Marina never expected this. Marina only knew that, aside from orcs and humans, there was a race called elves on another continent that was far away from here. However, Marina had only heard this from her teacher, Akkad. She had never actually seen one herself. But now, Gina had just said that there was another one of her kind. On top of that, they found her and told her that she was a princess of the mermaid kingdom. This could be a legendary and unknown race. It could even be an intelligent race from the deep sea. That's so cool, and a princess too. It is like those legends and fairy tale fictional tales. Marina started to joke about it. This caused Gina to pout. She then said angrily, "It was true. She said she would quickly take me home. How did she get here? Where did she come from? The ocean is full of dangers, you know." Marina demanded to know the details. She said that she was from a faraway continent, a place that is ruled by the mermaid kingdom. She said that we mermaids are the descendants of the sea god. We apparently have the blood of the sea god, so the monsters won't attack us, Gina explained. As Marina finally started to believe what Gina said, her face tensed. "What do you think?" she asked. Gina curled herself into a ball, then replied, "I was scared. I don't really know these creatures at all." Even though Gina was a mermaid, she had grown up in human society and was used to living the lifestyle and speaking the languages of the humans. Hence, she would naturally be scared if she had to leave all of a sudden. However, Gina was also curious about her race and her mother. She wanted to get close to her own kind and see what they were like. These complicated emotions confused Gina. She didn't know what to do. Then, Marina lifted up her head and said, "I've got it. I have decided to go see that person with you. If all that she said is true, then I will go to your homeland with you." Gina opened her eyes wide. "Really?" Marina looked at Gina and said, "Even though you grew up in our human society, you are not human. When you grow up, you will not fit into this society. I was already beginning to worry about your future. However, we can now go and investigate your homeland. I wouldn't make you go alone." Marina laughed proudly, seeing the relief in Gina's eyes. "Besides, I was already planning to take on a journey to explore the world. After that, I will write a book. Let your kind take me to the sea, and I will go to the land of the elves that my teacher was talking about. Then, I will journey back to the Allen continent to visit the wizard tower." As Marina was thinking about all of this, she added, "In this way, my name will spread throughout the whole world. I will be the first person to go around the world. Then, I will name my book, The Journey of the Legendary Adventurer Marina." Gina quickly said, "But it's dangerous out in the deep seas." Marina answered, But isn't a little danger par for course for any adventurer worth their salt? Didn't you say that your race could go across the oceans? How else could she have come here? We just need to follow her." Marina was so excited. Then she remembered something and added, "Oh yes, and I need to buy a ship and hire some good crewmen. Surely Gangster Old Man will introduce me to the cream of the crop." Gina felt like her sister had gone mad, but she was also relieved by her words. Perhaps, with Gina along, she would not be scared anymore. Marina pinched Gina's nose gently. "All right, I have not gone mad. But first we have to meet that mermaid of yours. Marina, you are more adventurous than most men. Go and see how big the world is. This was also my childhood dream. After seeing it, come back and tell me all about it," Akkad said. Akkad then took out the original tall tower badge that Anthony had given him. He told Marina that by crushing the badge, she could be sent back to the tower through a teleport matrix. Although Marina did not understand the preciousness of the badge, she did know that it was definitely not an ordinary thing. It's not as precious as you might imagine. In a dangerous situation, the enemy will not give you the chance to open the teleport matrix. So once you face a moment of death, it is actually of no use. The old Akkad appeared very calm when he said this. Marina then took Gina and Salida with her and started her journey. It was a nice, sunny day, which seemed like a good omen. Marina's ship, the legendary adventurer, was a beautiful ship that had 10 alchemy cannons on it. After hearing about Marina's plan, Garnet, who had many years of sailing experience, demanded to join her. Thus, she made him the chief mate. Salida was a trainer of the mermaid family, who was famous for taming a giant squid on the sea. So led by the squid, the ship headed all the way to the Swirl continent. They encountered a variety of difficulties along the way. In particular, there were many storms, as well as some encounters with demons and monsters who were not afraid of the Sekun bloodline. On one occasion, they encountered some hawk-shaped banshees whose sonic attacks were too lethal for ordinary life forms to survive. Plus, since they were flying in the sky, they could not be attacked by the alchemy cannons. Utilizing its firearms, the crew of the legendary adventurer finally inflicted devastating damage on the banshees. But the most dangerous part of the journey was when they were passing through a misty area. They were trapped in the fog and could not see the sky. They stayed trapped like this for nearly a month. In the mist, someone was constantly singing strange songs. They also encountered wrecks, dead people, and even the deceased's relatives. In this bizarre mist, everyone and everything was on the verge of collapsing. It wasn't until years later that Marina realized what she had heard was the voice of a monster named Ecstasy. They also encountered social monsters that looked like jellyfish and could float in the air. Where they lived, a haze spread out. Their individual abilities were not strong, but the great illusion-making ability of their groups could easily take many people's lives at once. Finally, with Gina's help, they were able to escape the mist. After leaving the gray mist, that experience of not seeing the sky for so long became a terrible memory for everyone. As Gina was of pure Sakun blood, she was unlike most mermaids, who were only part Sakun. Gina not only had the ability to affect temperatures, but she could control the mind power of others. The legendary adventurer finally arrived on the Swirl continent, which the home of the mermaid family. In fact, humans had never even set foot on the mermaid kingdom before. This kingdom had beautiful mermaids, as well as the ugly Kutao Sahajins. The sailors from the ship saw a variety of exotic creatures, architecture, and customs that were very different from the human world. There were also huge ocean-like continental lakes and a big city named Alada. The sailors sent back the princess of the mermaid kingdom, accepted the mermaid's praises, and received all kinds of marine gems and black pearls in exchange for their goods and books from the human world. Gina and Salida, who had just returned from the human world, had learned what a country with a perfect system should be like. So, after broadening their horizons, they were able to bring opportunities for change to the mermaid kingdom. The Kurao Sahagins began to integrate into the mermaid family, and Gina learned how to govern the country with her mother, Queen Sally. Marina then drove her legendary adventurer to the Yala continent using the map that Akkad had given her. Salida gave Marina a trumpet and the female giant squid named Cuckoo, then told her how to tame it. After this, Gina sent Marina away. Marina stood on the ship's deck, waving her hands and shouting goodbye. She then disappeared in the distance. Gina had always known that this separation was inevitable. After all, this was her home and Marina did not belong here. But, in her search for the Yala continent, dangers along the road far exceeded Marina's imagination. This route to the Yala continent was in a warm sea area, and for the first time, Marina was attacked by the children of the sea. These giant starfish emitted hot steam that almost burned them. Cuckoo also suffered a terrible defeat in its battle with them. Finally, the whole ship was dragged deeper into the sea by the starfish. Marina could only save everyone by having them lie on Cuckoo and ride the creature to a nearby island. There, Marina used alchemy to build a new ship named World Conqueror. They finally arrived at the Yala continent on this new ship, where they immediately met the Moonlight Elves. After battling through a series of conflicts with them, Marina arrived at the Corolla Tower in the Forest of Life. There, they saw beautiful playing harps and huge trees of life. There were also beautiful and exquisite buildings, the magnificent Sylve City, magnificent wetland forests, the Hagrid Grand Canyon, and the fascinating White Castle Spring. This place was like heaven. As they were standing in front of Corolla Tower, was shocked and speechless. It was as if they were in a fairy tale world. Moreover, the numerous elves, who were dressed in loose white clothes, looked like angels coming down from the sky. The Corolla Tower also had a great learning atmosphere, as well as delicious food and beautiful houses. Upon her arrival, Marina met with Wolf and Wendy, the deans and vice-deans of Corolla Tower Academy. They were also students of the great wise Anthony, just like her mentor, Akkad. As the first generation of wizards, they were also former Wizard Tower mentors. Marina saw all kinds of strange witchcraft, dreamcraft, and blood witchcraft here. All of these things she had only heard about from Akkad. She was immersed in this sea of knowledge. She was very impressed that the elves had even more profound knowledge than she had imagined. Marina's knowledge of alchemy, the alchemy table, and the mechanical doll Archimonde caused a great sensation within the Corolla Tower. Her crew stayed here for nearly half a year. Once they left, the journey home was much smoother than Marina had imagined. The ship from the Wizard Tower arrived in Yala, and some students from the Corolla Tower chose to enter the Wizard Tower for further study. As according to Wolf and Wendy's words, the Wizard Tower was the real wizard's holy place of origin. There were several senior wizards from the Wizard Tower on the ship. Along the way, Marina saw an attack of blood witchcraft and dreamcraft. During the attack, many ordinary monsters died. Even the children of the sea fled under the siege of the senior wizards. They then arrived smoothly on the Black Forest coast of the kingdom of Rosador. Marina then departed the ship and rode a railcar in the darkness. She was heading to the tower. Once she was in the tower, she finally saw the holy place of the wizard. Everything here was beyond her imagination. All kinds of witchcraft had permeated every aspect of life. She saw the jackdaw postman, the witchcraft communication badge, the transformation of biological slaves, projections for teaching in dreams, magical beast pets, and so on. Even various wizard towers played different roles in this societal system. She even saw various magical beasts flying in the sky. In the Black Forest, there were a huge garden where magical beasts grew. There were also huge libraries that had Sphinx librarians. She even saw a legendary Titan dragon guarding the tower. It was a huge red dragon, and after taking just one look at it, Marina felt terribly frightened. It was definitely the most horrible creature she had ever seen. Even though Edward Killermo, who was the fourth-generation Wizard Tower Master, had inherited the integrity of his teacher and adoptive father, Bor Killermo, he was still different in many ways. He grew up in the Wizard Tower, so the only beings that he ever met were wizards. This caused him to teach in different ways. As such, Marina learned a vast amount of knowledge and received many gifts from Edward Killermo, the tall Tower Master, and many mentors here. Her teacher, Akkad's identity, As the owner of the third-generation tower owner had provided a great deal of convenience for her. During her time here, Marina successfully transplanted the bloodline of a magical beast called the fossil horn rhinoceros. The fossil horn rhinoceros was a result of bloodline abnormalities that occurred when wizards cultivated magical beasts. As such, it could only recast things. But for Marina and the alchemists, this ability was valuable, similar to that of an artifact. Although it could not directly change the essence of substances, it was easy for alchemists to make various kinds of alchemy instruments via its means of recasting. Using its ability, an alchemist could easily turn sand into glass, clay into rock, pig iron into various alloys, and so on. This had brought about unimaginable breakthroughs for alchemists, enabling them to analyze substances and to manufacture and explore various kinds of alchemy tools. Less than a month after her stay at the Wizard Tower, Marina returned to the World Conqueror and embarked on her journey home. It took her nearly 4 years to complete the voyage and return to the Shan City-State Alliance. When World Conqueror arrived at the port of the city-state of Tethys, Marina and her crew became an instant sensation. This was because a huge sea monster had led the ship into the harbor, shocking all of the people. Marina let go of the giant squid Cuckoo and said, "Thank you, Cuckoo. Now you may return to the sea." All of them stood on the ship and waved goodbye to Cuckoo. After sailing together for several years, many of the sailors had sentimental feelings for the squid that had protected them. Some of them even began to wipe away a few tears as Cuckoo's huge body disappeared into the sea. Legends of Marina's traveling around the world on the legendary adventurer quickly spread throughout Tethys. The sailors kept talking about the many monsters and dangers that they had encountered along the way, as well as sharing their many escapades in the magnificent Swirl Continent, the Mermaid Kingdom, and the beautiful Yala Continent. Hence, everyone knew that a woman named Marina Bosse had crossed the dangerous sea and accomplished a feat of crossing 3 continents. For ordinary people, the mainland of Alan was their whole world. Everyone knew that besides Alan, there were many more magical continents out there. The gems and black pearls that the sailors had brought back from the Swirl Continent, as well as the various crafts of the Yala Continent, and the elves' harps, swords, and bows were all very popular among a large number of businessmen and nobles in Tethys. Hence, all of the sailors became rich overnight. They were even received by the Prime Minister of the Shan City-State Alliance and given the titles of knight. This made their stories even more legendary. The chief mate Garnet was particularly proud of himself. In fact, this was the most glorious moment of his life. Even the children on the street were talking about the beautiful mermaid family, the giant squid Cuckoo, and the children of the sea, pretending that they were also among the wayfaring crew. "Come on, monster! I am the captain of the great legendary adventurer. I am not afraid of you. Come on, Cuckoo. Tear up all of the monsters. I'm the captain. Fire, fire. I am the captain. No, I am." As the children were role-playing in the streets, throughout the city-state of Shan, everyone was talking about adventures, navigation, and wealth. Many sailors and merchants, forgetting the horror and fear of the sea, rushed to join other crews and embark on their own adventures as crewmen. After all, they also wanted to find the legendary Swirl Continent and Yala Continent, bring back huge wealth from the Mermaid Kingdom, and become famous overnight. At the moment, however, Marina was not interested in all of this hubbub. Instead, she had snuck away to the newly established Alchemy Academy in Tethys. At the top of the castle, Akkad lay in his chair and watched snowflakes flying outside his window. Unlike the north, Tethys was a warm city, so it was rare to see snowflakes in winter. At present, the temperature had dropped sharply, so the fireplace was burning in the lounge. Marina talked to Akkad about her journey in a very peaceful tone. When she talked about Yala and Wendy and Wolf, Akkad's expression slowly changed into one of clear sentimentality. Ah, I really miss them. Akkad was now very old and looked tired. Akkad sobbed a bit, then asked, "Okay, what's next? Tell me about the wizard tower." Marina suddenly remembered something. "Oh, there's a letter from Mentor Catherine." A smile appeared on Akkad's face. "Catherine, is she okay?" Marina nodded. Mentor Catherine reached level 4. She's young and beautiful. She asked me to tell you that she misses you very much. Akkad laughed. If she said this about Bor, he would be very happy. Bor liked her best then, but unfortunately she married an ordinary person. Speaking of this, Akkad sighed deeply. Poor Bor, I can't believe he is dead, and I'm dying too. Akkad coughed violently. Marina lowered her head and kept wiping away her tears. Akkad then opened the letter and slowly read it, recalling their childhood. At that time, there were very few wizards, only them. Each of them were filled with longing and hope as they came to the wizard tower. It had completely changed their fates. As Akkad read and laughed, he remembered the intelligent Bor, proud and confident Liwazi, honest Uruk, beautiful Catherine, and Henry, who always followed them. Every one of these first generation of wizards had been so young and full of expectations and dreams for the future. They had looked forward to using what they would learn in order to change the world. How young we were back then. I remember that Bor standing on the steeple of the castle, shouting at the sky, "The future is ours." Bohor wanted to be a good doctor and Liwazi wanted to be a real nobleman. We secretly liked Catherine because she was the pianist's daughter. I didn't tell Bor that I liked her though. She was born with a temperament that attracted us. Every one of us had a simple dream, as our understandings of the world were so small. We thought we could rule the world. Akkad kept talking and his eyes grew dim. He then added softly, "I really miss them, and I really want to be with them." Akkad did not finish his thoughts. Instead, his fingers loosened and the letters fell from his mechanical arm. He then gradually closed his eyes. The wind blew open the window, allowing a few snowflakes to flutter in. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and all of Akkad's students came in, each of them looking at Akkad quietly sleeping. Everyone took off their hats and lowered their heads. Akkad wandered through the gate of the underworld, where a tall monster was swallowing up those who were not in line. Akkad then approached the Styx River. After crossing the Styx River, on a ferry with a strange man who had bandages all over his body, he saw a familiar figure at the riverside. The figure reached out and pointed his finger to Akkad's forehead, which made Akkad remember things little by little. "Anthony!" Luziu stood beside the Styx River and looked at Akkad. "I said we would see each other again." Akkad looked around and asked, "Where am I?" Luziu said, "In the underworld. Just in front of it, there is a city of souls where all of the dead will go. Some are nailed to the wall, others are sentenced to stay in the underworld, and some can return to the living world again to obtain the afterlife." Akkad looked at Luziu and asked, "Why are you here, mentor?" Luziu looked at Akkad. "You should have had an idea as to my identity." Akkad looked at Luziu and suddenly laughed. After that, he asked Luziu, "How is my afterlife?" "You meet up with your friends and lead an ordinary and happy life, just as you expected," he replied. "Sounds good," Akkad smiled. "Goodbye." Bye. The two parted ways, both smiling.